गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। जो भी लोग स्पेस में जुड़ते जा रहे हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है, स्पेस का लिंक शेयर कर दीजिए। जिनको भी माइक चाहिए वो माइक की रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, उनको माइक उपलब्ध करवा दिया जाएगा। और मतलब काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक था, तो आज थोड़ा जल्दी इसको स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। और हो मतलब आप सबका सहयोग चाहिए इस डिस्कशन को थोड़ा हेल्दी रखने के लिए। और मतलब एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डिस्कशन करने की इस पे पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। और मतलब कई लोग भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे, तो जिससे कि एक अच्छा व्यू पॉइंट इस पर मिल सके। भारत की क्या पोजीशन होगी इस पूरी सिचुएशन से रिलेटेड, वो ऑलरेडी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने क्लियर कर दी है। और इस पे भी आगे और बात करेंगे।
सभी को राम राम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है, स्पेस का लिंक शेयर कर दीजिए। किसी को माइक की रिक्वेस्ट चाहिए होगी, माइक की रिक्वेस्ट मांग लीजिएगा। जस्ट गिव अस 2 to 3 minutes, वी विल स्टार्ट द स्पेस। जस्ट बेयर विद अस, थैंक यू। किसी को माइक की रिक्वेस्ट चाहिए होगी, मांग लेगा।
वेल, थैंक यू सो मच अभी मेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए। मुझे लगता है कि
सुनील जी आप
अरे
पे
सर,
आ जाएंगे। जस्ट
एक एक करके चालू करते हैं ना, अभी तो स्टार्ट ही नहीं किया। अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उसका लुत्फ उठाइए, थोड़ा आराम से बैठिए। एक
ठीक है, ठीक
थोड़ा,
है।
हाँ, उसको एक पूरा कंटेक्स्ट सेट कर देना, तो फिर उसके बाद आगे बढ़ते हैं उस पर।
ओके, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
तो देखिए, जो पहला जो आज सुबह उठते ही आपको हमको सबको खबर मिली वो यही थी कि भाई पैलेस्टीनियन जो ये हमास फोर्सेस थे, ये आतंकवादी, इन्होंने सदर्न इसराइल में अटैक कर दिया। आपको पैराग्लाइडर्स भी नज़र आए, वीडियोज़ उनके नज़र आए। उस टाइम इस पे कोई श्योरिटी नहीं थी कि ये एक्चुअल कोई वीडियो है, मतलब ये कितने सही हैं कितने। बट धीमे-धीमे स्थिति क्लियर होने लग गई। ऑल टुगेदर जो ये हमास फोर्सेस हैं, इनकी तरफ से भी एक पूरा बाकायदा प्रोपेगेंडा वीडियो जारी किया गया। और उसमें ये दिखाया गया कि किस तरीके से उन्होंने बाकायदा ये जो आर्म्ड ग्लाइडर्स थे इनको भेजा था, और इनका उन्होंने यूज़ किया एक ट्रांसग्रेशन के लिए, एक सॉर्ट ऑफ इन्वेजन आप इसको कह सकते हो इसराइल के अंदर करने के लिए। ऑफिशियल जो अब तक का आंकड़ा आया है इसराइल लोकल मीडिया की तरफ से, वो ये आया है कि जो ये रॉकेट जिसका मतलब नंबर अब 5,000 से ऊपर हो चुका है, अ, उसमें 40 लोग करीबन मारे गए हैं इसराइल में। और बाकी जो रिटेलिएट किया है इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्सेस ने, उन्होंने अपने फाइटर जेट्स जो थे उनकी उन्होंने सॉटी भरी, और उन्होंने वहाँ पे गाजा में जाके कई लोगों को, कई बिल्डिंग्स वगैरह जहाँ मतलब इस तरह के टेररिस्ट की होने की संभावना थी, उनको उन पर बम्बार्डिंग करी है। उसमें भी एस्टिमेट आ रहा है कि काफ़ी लोग मारे गए हैं, कुछ करीबन एक। सुनील जी, एक मिनट माइक म्यूट कर लीजिए, बहुत इको हो रहा है, बोल लीजिए क्या बोल रहा हूँ। 150, करीबन 151 का आंकड़ा आया था। आगे कितना बड़ा है वो देखना, वो कोई कंफर्मिटी नहीं है इस पे कि आंकड़ा कितना है, क्योंकि अभी जो भी डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं वो इतनी तेजी में हो रहे हैं कि किसी भी चीज पे श्योरिटी से बोल पाना मतलब नहीं संभव है। ये जो पूरा का पूरा टॉपिक हमने रखा है वो इसराइल से रिलेटेड है। द जो टॉपिक है हमारा, उसको एक बार एक्सप्लेन कर दे रहा हूँ कि आखिरकार उनको नहीं इसके बारे में श्योरिटी है कि क्या है क्या नहीं है। थर्ड इंटिफाडा, ये एक तरीके का टर्म है। इंटिफाडा जो है, या जिस भी तरीके से भाई जो ज़्यादा अरेबिक वगैरह टर्म्स का, ये एक्चुअली एक अरेबिक टर्म है जिसको इंग्लिश में लिखा गया है। और इसका मीनिंग होता है मतलब एक रेजिस्टेंस। और जो पैलेस्टीनियन मूवमेंट वाले हैं, हमास, ये सब लोग इसको एक अपराइजिंग या रेजिस्टेंस के तौर पे देखते हैं। तो दो ऑलरेडी हो चुकी हैं और तीसरी का अंदेशा दिख रहा है ये। और फुल स्केल ऑपरेशन चालू हुआ है, अल अक्सा स्टॉर्म। इस ऑपरेशन का नाम हमास ने दिया है अपने, जो उन्होंने आतंकवादी हमला किया। वो ऑपरेशन कुछ भी हो, लेकिन था तो आतंकवादी हमला ही। इसके रिटेलिएशन में इसराइल की तरफ से ऑपरेशन स्वॉर्ड्स ऑफ आयरन ये चालू किया गया है। ये इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्सेस का पूरा एक फुल फ्लेजेड अटैक है। सुबह ही एक स्टेट ऑफ वॉर घोषित कर दी गई इसराइल में। जो नेतन्याहू हैं, उन्होंने एक पूरा बयान भी दिया है। उन्होंने 3-4 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स भी अपने गिनाए, वो भी मैं पढ़ के बता देता हूँ। उन्होंने इस चीज़ को, पहली बात तो जितने भी इजरायली लोग हैं उनको यूनाइटेड रहने के लिए कहा है। उनसे कहा है कि जो हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस हैं वो पूरी तरह से सक्षम है कि आपके लिए खड़ी रहेंगी और आपके जहां भी होंगे आपको सुरक्षित रखने के लिए तैयार रहेंगी। तो वर्बेटम मैं पढ़ देता हूँ 2-4 चीजें, क्योंकि उस पर लेक्चर देने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। तो उसमें बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू ने कहा है कि सिंस दिस मॉर्निंग द स्टेट ऑफ इजराइल हैज बीन एट वॉर। आवर फर्स्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू क्लियर आउट द हॉस्टाइल फोर्सेस that infiltrated our territory and restore security and quiet to the communities that have been attacked। तो पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव तो ये है कि जो हॉस्टाइल फोर्सेस, जो ये सदर्न इसराइल में इनकर्जन हुआ है, जो एक इन्वेजन की कोशिश की गई है, फिर कई फोटोज आई हैं कि जेसीबी वगैरह का यूज करके इन लोगों ने जो बैरिकेडिंग थी, जो फेंसिंग थी, उसको तोड़ दिया और उसके साथ ही कई लोग अंदर घुस चुके हैं। उसको, उनका काम है कि पहले सिक्योरिटी अपनी पुख्ता करी जाए और जो डिस्क्वाइट मतलब सिचुएशन एक इमर्ज हो गई है उसको सॉर्ट आउट किया जाए। इसके पैरेलली उनका जो एक ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो ये है कि जो भी इसमें देश है जिसने भी इस पूरी चीज को समर्थित किया है उसको इसका अंजाम भुगतना पड़ेगा, जो कि ऑल टुगेदर जो उनके डिफेंस मिनिस्टर ने, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर, सबकी तरफ से बयान आ रहे हैं। उनका सीधा सीधा टारगेट ईरान है। तीसरा ऑब्जेक्टिव जो उन्होंने कहा है, टू रीइंफोर्स अदर फ्रंट सो दैट नोबडी शुड मिस्टेकनली जॉइन दिस वॉर। एक तरीके का एक वार्निंग भी जारी करी है कि अगर उसको लगे कि इसराइल कहीं ना कहीं कमजोर पड़ गया है और उसको उसका मन ललचाने लगे कि चलो आज हम भी जिहादी बने और हम भी इन आतंकवादी फोर्सेस के साथ मिलकर एक जंग में शामिल हो जाए इसराइल के, तो इस तरह की कोई गलती नहीं करें। उन्होंने बहुत क्लियरली ये कहा है कि वी आर एट वॉर, or one needs to be level-headed. I call on all citizens of Israel to unite in order to achieve our highest goal, that is victory in the war। ये उनकी तरफ से बयान आया है। बाकी सिचुएशन जो है वो इतनी ज़्यादा इंटेंस हो चुकी है। आपको अगर हिस्टोरिकली मालूम है तो भाई जो इसराइल है वो काफ़ी फ्रेजाइल स्टेट है। इजिप्ट, पैलेस्टीन और सीरिया इससे सराउंडेड है। और ये भी आपको मालूम है कि भाई जो पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन रहा है वो जेरूसलम रहा है। अगर भौगोलिक स्थिति की बात करी जाए तो जो इसराइल का एरिया है उसमें खाली 20% जो ज़मीन है वो मतलब उस पर खेती वेती हो सकती है, उतनी एरेबल लैंड है। इसराइल हिस्टोरिकली जब से इसका जन्म हुआ है जीडीपी का अपना बड़ा हिस्सा अपने खुद के डिफेंस यानी कि अपने खुद की जीवित रहने के लिए खर्च करता है। और यहाँ जो सिचुएशन इस समय उत्पन्न हुई है ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि पिछले कई सालों से अगर देखा जाए ये इतना लेवल का एस्केलेशन नहीं देखने को मिला था। 2015 के बाद से अगर देखा जाए तो ये बहुत बड़ा एस्केलेशन माना जा रहा था और अब तो ये ऑल टुगेदर एक लेवल और पार करने की कगार पर है। जिस तरीके का सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ यहाँ मतलब ये पूरा अटैक किया गया, ये अपने आप में बड़ी खौफनाक चीज है। और ये कहीं ना कहीं मतलब एक प्रश्न चिन्ह भी लगाती है कि आखिरकार जो इजराइल है उसको इसके बारे में आइडिया क्यों नहीं था। मतलब मोसाद हो गए और बाकी जो उनकी इंटेलिजेंस है, जो उनकी मिलिट्री इंटेलिजेंस है, उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन क्यों नहीं थी इस बारे में? ये एक बड़ा सवालिया निशान खड़ा होता है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से उन्होंने मोटराइज़्ड अपने एलिमेंट्स का इस्तेमाल इसमें किया है, आप देख सकते हैं जो वीडियो सुबह आए हैं, एक तो उसमें पैराग्लाइडर्स का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, जिससे कि वो बॉम्ब ड्रॉप कर रहे हैं। इस तरह के जो ट्रेनिंग है, वो कई लोग मतलब कि जो प्रो नाटो वाले हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, ये तो भई रशियन आर्मी से इन्होंने ट्रेनिंग ली है। लेकिन ईरान को कहीं न कहीं लोग एक्सक्यूज़ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ईरान को अगर आप ध्यान रखेंगे तो ईरान इस तरह के जो ड्रोन्स हैं, उनसे जो इस तरह के आर्टिलरी के इक्विपमेंट्स होते हैं या बैटल टैंक्स होते हैं या आर्मर्ड व्हीकल्स होते हैं, इस तरह की चीज़ों को टारगेट करने में बहुत निपुण है और हमास को वो ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट करता है। उसके बाद जो चीज़ यहाँ पे देखने को मिलती है, वो ये है कि एक तरफ रॉकेट अटैक चालू होता है ऑल टुगेदर सुबह 6:35 या इस तरीके के टाइम पे। आज छुट्टी का दिन था इज़राइल में, आज 50th एनिवर्सरी है, और मतलब लोग मतलब काफ़ी अपने आरामदायक मूड में थे। इसके साथ-साथ जो हमास ने चीज़ें यूज़ की हैं, एक तरह का कैमोफ्लेज टाइप की चीज़ें हैं, उसमें जो यूनिफ़ॉर्म्स यूज़ करी हैं, वो एग्ज़ैक्टली सिमिलर यूज़ करी हैं, जो कि इज़राइली डिफेंस फोर्सेस की होती हैं। उसने मिडनफेट का इस्तेमाल किया है, उसने एआर पैटर्न राइफल्स का इस्तेमाल किया है, जिससे कि इज़राइली जो रिटेलिएशन था, वो काफ़ी कन्फ्यूज़िंग था और मतलब उतना प्रॉम्प्ट नहीं हो पाया जितना होना चाहिए था। तो ये जो चीज़ हुई है, ये ऑल टुगेदर ऐसा नहीं है कि मज़े-मज़े में आपने कहा कि आज चलो हम जो जैसे डेली का होता है इनका, अगर आप इज़राइल और पैलेस्टीन का हिस्टोरिकली देखेंगे तो डेली सॉटी भरते हैं इज़राइली जेट, कुछ काच उड़ा के चले आते हैं, राइट? और पैलेस्टीन भी 2-4 बताया रॉकेट दागने का डेली शौकीन है, और जिसको आयरन डोम जो इनका एक एंटी रॉकेट सिस्टम है, वो डिफेंस करता है एयर स्पेस की। लेकिन इस तरीके का एक फुल फ्लेज्ड जो इन्होंने प्लानिंग करके जो पूरा एक अटैक किया है, ये कैसे मिस हो गया इज़राइली इंटेलिजेंस से, ये बड़ा क्वेश्चन क्रिएट करता है। साथ में इज़राइल को छोड़ दीजिए, जो इज़राइल का सबसे बड़ा एलाय है, वो यूएसए है, और यूएसए अपने आप में कौन सा मुल्क है उसको मुझे बताने की या दोहराने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। यूएसए की इंटेलिजेंस लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट करती है और इज़राइल के साथ मतलब अपने आप को हमेशा खड़ा दिखाती है। लेकिन इनसे भी कैसे मिस हो गई ये चीज़, क्योंकि ये पूरी जो चीज़ हुई है, ये ऑल टुगेदर एक पूरी प्लानिंग के साथ हुई है। दूसरी बात, हम हमेशा ये चीज़ें जानते हैं कि जो भी हमारे नेशनल इम्पोर्टेंस की चीज़ें होती हैं, अगर हम भारत के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखें, मान लीजिए हम भारत देश में नेशनल फेस्टिवल्स अपने मनाते हैं, नेशनल डेज ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंस जो हमारे होते हैं, 26 जनवरी, 15 अगस्त, ये हमारे ना इम्पोर्टेंट डे हैं। तो यहाँ आपने खुद ही अपने आप महसूस किया होगा, अगर साफ सीधे सिंपल शब्दों में कहा जाए, कि सिक्योरिटी कितनी टाइटेंड रहती है। इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज की रिपोर्ट आती है, लोकल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट अपनी रिपोर्ट भेजती है, पूरा उसमें कंसेंसस बैठाया जाता है कैसे सिक्योरिटी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट होगा। अगर कोई थ्रेट का मालूम चलता है तो उसको उसको किस हिसाब से देखना है, उसका थ्रेट परसेप्शन कितना है, उसको बहुत सीरियसली लेने की ज़रूरत है या होक्स कवर है, इस तरह काफ़ी डेलिब्रेशन होता है, राइट? इसी हिसाब से जो हमारे यहाँ के त्योहार होते हैं, उस पे हम क्लोज प्रॉक्सिमिटी से नज़र रखते हैं, एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स पे। अक्रॉस द बॉर्डर भी विजिलेंस बढ़ाई जाती है इस चीज़ पे देखने के लिए कि भाई कोई किसी भी तरह की मिसएडवेंचर करने की कोशिश ना करे। लेकिन अगर हम इसराइल के केस में इस बार देखें, ये 50th एनिवर्सरी है यौम किपुर वॉर की, और ये काफ़ी ऐतिहासिक मतलब उनका दिन है। उसकी 50th एनिवर्सरी पे एक तरीके का जो ये वॉर स्टार्ट किया जाता है, तो ये कोई एकदम से नहीं किया जाता है, ये प्रॉपर प्लानिंग से किया गया है। जिस तरह का मोबिलाइजेशन देखने को मिल रहा है, जिस तरीके से उनके पास सोफिस्टिकेटेड हथियार हैं, एके सीरीज के वेपन पूरी तरह गायब उनके पास दिख रहे हैं, कैमोफ्लेज्ड उनके पास उनके सोल्जर्स हैं, ड्रेस उन्होंने बिल्कुल आइडेंटिकल बना रखी है। तो इतनी सीरियस सिचुएशन में, जहां उनकी एजेंसीज बहुत प्रोएक्टिव रहती हैं और अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड इसराइल बहुत सारी एजेंसीज के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग में लगातार व्यस्त रहता है, क्योंकि भाई उनके लिए कोई ये इंडिया पाकिस्तान वाला मुद्दा नहीं है, राइट। उनके लिए तो एक एग्जिस्टेंशियल ही क्राइसिस है कि उनका अस्तित्व ही मिट जाएगा अगर वो जरा से ढीले पड़े। तो ये कैसे हो गया कि ये सिचुएशन आ गई, इसको भी सोचने वाली बात है और इस पे भी बात करने वाली की जरूरत है। दूसरा, जो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स की सिचुएशन है वो ये है कि भाई ओमान जो है, सॉरी ओमान कह रहे, कतर की जो सिचुएशन है वो कहीं ना कहीं दिखती है कि इट इज ऑफिशियली साइडिंग विद हमास। उन्होंने कुल मिला के घूम घुमा के यही कहने की कोशिश करी है कि भाई इसराइल जो है वो जिम्मेदार है जो उसके साथ हो रहा है, और बहुत क्लियरली दिखता है कि एक्चुअली कतर किस तरह की मतलब एक्सेस में सम्मिलित है। दूसरी बात, अगर बाकी वर्ल्ड लीडर, जो भारत की बात की जाए, भारत ने जो एक बैलेंसिंग एक्ट कई सालों से चलती थी भारत की, भारतीय सरकार की वो स्ट्रैटेजी इस बार नहीं दिखी है। भारत जो है बिल्कुल सॉलिडारिटी के साथ इसराइल के साथ खड़ा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने क्लियरली ट्वीट किया है कि डीपली शॉक्ड बाय द न्यूज ऑफ टेररिस्ट अटैक्स। ये भी अपने आप में बड़ी शब्दावली है, क्योंकि ज्यादातर पहले मिलिटेंट एक्टिविटीज या मिलिटेंट एक्ट्स का यूज होता था, सीधे सीधे इसको आतंकवादी हमला, ये भारत के जो सर्वोच्च पद पे आसीन है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, उन्होंने इसका इस्तेमाल किया। तो क्लियरली जो भारत की पॉलिसी है इसकी तरफ, वो बिल्कुल क्लियरली आपको इंडिकेट कर देगा। उन्होंने ये लिखा कि आवर थॉट्स एंड प्रेयर्स आर विद इनोसेंट विक्टिम्स एंड देयर फैमिलीज, वी स्टैंड इन सॉलिडारिटी विद इजराइल इन दिस डिफिकल्ट टाइम। व्हाइट हाउस का जो स्टेटमेंट आया है, उन्होंने कहा है कि हम मतलब किसी तरह की साइडिंग में नहीं है, और जो उनका इस बार का इंडिकेशन है वो ये है कि वी स्टैंड अनअपोलोजेटिकली विद इजराइल। उन्होंने लिखा है कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स unequivocally condemns the unprovoked attacks by Hamas terrorists against Israeli civilians. There is never any justification for terrorism. We stand firmly with the government and the people of Israel and extend our condolences for the Israeli lives and lost in this attack. ये एनएसए जेक सलिवन, इन्होंने, इनका भी आया है कि इन्होंने इजरायली जो एनएसए हैं हैनगेबी, उनसे बात करी है, और उन्होंने कहा है कि भाई हम क्लोजली जो है कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं। पाकिस्तान का जो मीडिया है वो तो हम जानते ही हैं कि तुरंत खुशी मनाता है। तो पाकिस्तान का वो नया पाकिस्तान वाली जो पूरी लॉबी है, उसके जर्नलिस्ट और बाकी जो उनके दो कौड़ी के थिंक टैंक है जो आजकल यूट्यूब पे मारे मारे फिरते हैं, तो उनके बयान आए, वो कह रहे हैं कि भाई इसराइल विक्टिम नहीं है, जबरदस्ती इसराइल को आप विक्टिम के तौर पे पेश करने की कोशिश मत करिए। एक ट्वीट भी किया है इसमें आयला जहेरा करके, एक मतलब छपरी पत्रकार है उनकी तरफ से, वो उन्होंने कहा है। उसके बाद किंगडम ऑफ सऊदी अरेबिया, उसकी तरफ से एक बयान जारी हुआ है। उन्होंने लिखा है द किंगडम ऑफ सऊदी अरेबिया। मैं इसको पढ़ के इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि अपने विचार खुद बताइएगा और बनाइएगा, क्योंकि कुछ लोग के जो स्टेटमेंट्स हैं उतने क्लियर नहीं है जितने होने चाहिए थे। हालिया इसराइल और सऊदी अरेबिया अपने संबंध सुधारने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। क्यों कर रहे हैं उस पर भी बात करेंगे। मैं स्टेटमेंट बस एक बार पढ़ के आपको बता दे रहा हूँ। Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is closely following the developments of unprecedented situation between a number of Palestinian factions and the Israeli occupation forces, which has resulted in high level of violence on several fronts there. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia calls for an immediate halt to the escalation between the two sides and the protection of civilians and restraint. Kingdom recalls its repeated warnings of the dangers of explosion of the situation as a result of continued occupation, the deprivation of the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, and the repetition of systematic provocations against its sanctities. The kingdom renews the call of the international community to assume its responsibility in a credible peace process that leads to the two-state solution to achieve security and peace in the region and protect civilians. तो ये अपने आप में एक जो स्टेटमेंट सऊदी अरेबिया की तरफ से आता है, ये मतलब कई जो विश्लेषक वर्ग है, मतलब ये ट्विटर वाला नहीं, मतलब जो ओरिजिनल काफ़ी थिंक टैंक्स हैं जो इस पे काम करते हैं, प्रॉपर वाले, उनकी तरफ से थोड़ा अनएक्सपेक्टेड बताया जा रहा है कि उनको लगता है कि ऑल टुगेदर इस तरह का स्टेटमेंट नहीं आना चाहिए था आज के टाइम पे, जो कि काफ़ी सेंसिटिव है। लेकिन अगर आप हिस्टोरिकली देखेंगे तो सऊदी को की मजबूरी है कि उसको पैलेस्टीन वाले जो ये समर्थक हैं, इनके साथ साइड करना ही पड़ेगा। तो उनके स्टेटमेंट में कोई बहुत ज़्यादा आश्चर्यचकित होने की बात नहीं है। इंडियन एनालिस्ट की अगर बात की जाए तो कई इंडियन एनालिस्ट हैं, वो इसको आईएमईई, मतलब इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर से जोड़कर देख रहे हैं। वो बता रहे हैं कि सऊदी अरेबिया ऐसा कैसे भूल गया, और उनका कहना है कि भाई कहीं ना कहीं ये प्रोजेक्ट ना खतरे में आ जाए, क्योंकि कई ऐसी फोर्सेस हैं जो चाहती नहीं कि ये प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हो, जिसका अनाउंसमेंट अभी G20 समिट दिल्ली में हुआ है। लेकिन मतलब इसमें मैं अपना एक इंडिविजुअल व्यू भी दे दे रहा हूँ कि सऊदीज बेसिकली उन्हें नहीं पड़ता कि क्या क्या हो रहा है, तो पैलेस्टीनियन कॉज को बेसिकली एक लिप सर्विस देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और इसके पीछे यूएस, ईरान और इस तरह के देशों के साथ जो उनके संबंध हैं वो बहुत मायने रखते हैं, तो इस पे बात करेंगे। ब्रिटिश पीएम ऋषि सुनाक का स्टेटमेंट आया, उन्होंने कहा कि वो शॉक्ड हैं जो अटैक हुआ है इसराइल पे हमास आतंकवादियों द्वारा। उन्होंने क्लियरली ये चीज़ लिखी है कि इसराइल हैड एन एब्सोल्यूट राइट टू डिफेंड इटसेल्फ, ये बहुत क्लियरली कहा है। तुर्की के जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं एर्दोगन, उन्होंने कहा है कि भाई इसराइली और पैलेस्टीनियन जो हैं वो दोनों रिस्ट्रेंट करें और रिफ्रेन करें हॉस्टाइल एक्ट से, कि वो मतलब एक्सपेक्टेड था। यूरोपियन काउंसिल के जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं चार्ल्स माइकल, इन्होंने कंडेम किया है। इन्होंने कहा है कि जो पूरा यूरोपियन यूनियन है वो सॉलिडारिटी में खड़ा है इसराइली लोगों के साथ। इमानुअल मैक्रोन ने इसको सीधे तौर पे आतंकवादी घटना करार दिया है, और उन्होंने कहा है कि हम कड़े शब्दों में इसकी निंदा करते हैं और पूरी सॉलिडारिटी जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनकी फैमिलीज, उनके चाहने वालों के साथ हमारी है। इजिप्ट जो कि एंटी इसराइल है, उसने एक वार्निंग जारी करी है। उसने कहा है कि भाई ग्रेव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हो सकते हैं अगर कोई भी एस्केलेशन होता है, जो टेंशन है इसराइल और पैलेस्टीनियन के बीच में। ये उनकी फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से एक मतलब एक बयान आया है जिसको उनकी स्टेट न्यूज एजेंसी उसने चलाया है। उसने कहा है वर्बेटम की एक्सरसाइजिंग मैक्सिमम रेस्ट्रेंट एंड अवॉइडिंग एक्सपोजिंग सिविलियंस टू फर्दर डेंजर इज नेसेसरी। इजिप्ट के जो फॉरेन मिनिस्टर हैं समय शुक्री, उन्होंने एक कॉल भी करी है यूरोपियन यूनियन फॉरेन पॉलिसी चीफ जोसेफ बोरेल के साथ, और उन्होंने इस पर डिस्कस किया है कि जो अभी ये सिचुएशन चल रही है। जर्मनी के जो फॉरेन मिनिस्टर हैं अनालिना बेयरबॉक, उनका भी स्ट्रेट अवे बयान आया है। उन्होंने कहा कि भाई जो ये हमास का हमला है इसराइल के विरोध में, ये इसकी हम जो है हम इसको कंडेम करते हैं और इसराइल के साथ सॉलिडारिटी हमारी है। रशिया का इसमें बयान आया है। रशिया कहना है कि इट इज इन कांटेक्ट विद इसराइल, पैलेस्टीनियंस एंड द अरब कंट्रीज इन कनेक्शन विद द एस्केलेशन ऑफ इसराइली पैलेस्टीनियन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। ये उनकी तरफ से आया है बयान। फॉरेन मिनिस्टर मिखाइल बॉगडानोव ने कहा है, उन्होंने कहा इट गोज विदाउट सेइंग दैट वी ऑलवेज कॉल फॉर रिस्ट्रेंट। तो कुल मिला के इस तरह के आए हैं। बेल्जियम ने भी मतलब कि इस तरह का बयान दिया है, ग्रीस भी इसराइल के साथ है, ये इस तरह के बयान आए हैं। तो कुल मिला के ये पूरा कंटेक्स्ट है। बाकी जो इंतफाडा है ये तीसरा क्यों है, पहले में इसराइल की जीत हुई, ये पूरा कन्फ्लिक्ट क्यों है, इस पे एक थॉरो डिस्कशन करेंगे, आप लोग के विचार लेंगे। इंडिया में अगर आज कुछ हुआ है, जैसे हर बार होता है इसराइल पैलेस्टीन का इशू होता है, तो कई ऐसे सर होते हैं जो खड़े हो जाते हैं तुरंत ही, और वो अपना जो सुन्नी वाला पूरा उनका हिसाब किताब है उसको लेके आगे बढ़ने लगते हैं। तो अगर ऐसी कोई खबर हो तो वो भी आप बता सकते हैं। बाकी एक छपरी आदमी जो है, जिसको मतलब कोई नहीं पूछता है, उसने मतलब आज मतलब कि डिफेंड करने की कोशिश करी। शर्जील उस्मानी की बात की जा रही है। जो आदत होती है इनके अंदर कि वो पैलेस्टीन का झंडा लगा के घूमने लगते हैं 2 मिनट में, वही चालू है। 2021 में भी जब इस तरह की स्ट्राइक चल रही थी तब भी ये लोग झंडा लगा लेते हैं। लास्ट ईयर भी जब चल रही थी तब भी झंडा लगा लेते हैं। इनकी एक आदत है, जब भी ऐसा कोई सिचुएशन होती है तो तुरंत भारत से लेके जो इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट में मुसलमान है वो तुरंत ही पैलेस्टीन प्रेम में मरने लगते हैं, उनको तुरंत याद आने लगती है। तो अगर किसी को आपको लगे कि ज्यादा याद आ रही है तो कृपया करके जो पुलिस है अपनी लोकल, उसको आप संबंधित थाने में उनका नाम पता भेज दीजिए कि इनको कुछ ज्यादा याद आ रही है। क्योंकि कई ऐसे हैं कि भाई चलो सॉलिडारिटी आप मेंटेन कर रहे हो, अपनी पागलपना है, लेकिन तुम बैठ के फिर ये कॉल आउट करने लगते हो कि हिंदू जेनोसाइड होना चाहिए और हिंदूज भी इसी तरीके के हैं, उस तरीके के इक्वेट करने की लोगों की आदत हो जाती है। तो इस सब पे पूरी बात करेंगे, आगे बढ़ते हैं इस पे। कौटिल्य भाई, स्वागत है आपका, आपके व्यू पॉइंट लेंगे। और एक रिक्वेस्ट है, डिस्कशन लंबा चलेगा तो व्याकुल होने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप जल्दी बनाइए। और थोड़ा, आज सैटरडे भी है तो इसको हम थोड़ा लंबा चलाएंगे। डिसेंसी और डेकोरम कृपया करके मेंटेन रखिएगा, बदतमीजी मत करिएगा, बदतमीजी का जवाब पूर्णतः है बदतमीजी से ही दिया जाएगा, कोई शालीनता नहीं बरती जाएगी। कौटिल्य भाई प्लीज गो।
हाय, गुड इवनिंग एंड सबको नमस्कार। सो टू थ्री थिंग्स। सबसे पहले तो आपको वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड एज टू व्हाई दिस हैपेंड और कहाँ से हुआ है। अगर आप इसराइल और सराउंडिंग ज्योग्राफी देखोगे तो साउथ में इजिप्ट और इसराइल के बीच में गाजा स्ट्रिप, और इसराइल के बीच में और इसराइल और जॉर्डन के बीच में आपका वेस्ट बैंक है, और अगर ऊपर जाओगे तो वहाँ पे लेबनान के साथ बॉर्डर है, और तीनों जगह पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है। जो गाजा स्ट्रिप के अंदर जो है हमास का बड़ा एक रोल रहा है, स्टेक रहा है, कंट्रोल है। एंड गाजा स्ट्रिप एंड वेस्ट बैंक जो है वो पैलेस्टीनियन टेरिटरीज, जो भी पैलेस्टीन बोलते हैं, उसके दोनों एक पार्ट हो जाता है। और वेस्ट बैंक में जो पैलेस्टीन अथॉरिटी है फतह का, उनका वहाँ पे गवर्नेंस है जो भी चलता है। एंड ऊपर लेबनान में तो हिजबुल्लाह का दे हैव द हैंड ओवर देयर। नाउ इसका ट्रिगर के लिए देयर इज लॉट ऑफ रीजंस। बहुत सारे जो जियो पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट और कमेंटेटर्स है, उन्होंने बहुत सारे रीजंस दिया है। एक है कि दे वांटेड एंड इसराइल, हमास का वहां पे खुद उसका जो रेलेवेंस था, वो एक और काउंटर ग्रुप है पैलेस्टीन इस्लामिक जिहाद करके, उसके वजह से उनका भी रेलेवेंस गिर रहा था। तीसरा है जो अभी रिसेंटली अल अक्सा मॉस्क और सराउंडिंग एरियाज वेस्ट बैंक जेनिन वगैरह में जो इसराइल के एक्शंस रहे हैं, उसके काउंटर में। बस हम कोई भी रीजंस में वी कैन टेक मेनी रीजंस, बट यहाँ पे जो इसराइल के ऑपोजिट साइड में जो हमास है, जो भी है, दे आर इरेशनल एक्टर्स, दे डोंट रिक्वायर अ ट्रिगर। Their notion of victory lies in just engaging in a suicidal fight. So that is first, let's take as a trigger. But दूसरा है, there is a significance. Always remember dates are very significant. 50 years back, 50 साल पहले, यही 6 अक्टूबर को योम किपुर वॉर शुरू हुआ था, जब इसराइल को इजिप्ट ने साउथ और उनके साउथ वेस्ट से और नॉर्थ ईस्ट से सीरिया ने अटैक किया था, गोलान हाइट्स और सिनाई के अंदर। तो उसके बाद द एंटायर फ्यूचर कोर्स चेंज, फिर इजिप्ट इसराइल का डिटेंट हुआ एंड ऑल दीस थिंग्स हैपेंड। बट हिस्ट्री इज रिपीटिंग इटसेल्फ आफ्टर 50 years. इट्स लाइक अ डेजा वू मोमेंट, राइट? तो वहां जो हो रहा है वो गलत हो रहा है। और दूसरा, दोनों वॉर में तो दोनों साइड के लोग मरेंगे, अच्छे बुरे सब मरेंगे, बट द वे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो सकता है, अगर ये मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो सकता है, दो अपोजिंग फोर्सेस के बीच में लड़ाई हो सकता है, लेकिन द वे द विमेन हैव बीन डिसेक्रेटेड, डिफाइल्ड, डिन्यूडेड, और जो जाति जो हमास के जो लोगों ने किया है, दैट एक्सपोजेस देयर माइंडसेट, मेंटालिटी, एंड क्लियरली दे आर टेररिस्ट, देयर इज नो कोट अनकोट। और इससे पहले समर भाई ने बताया था कि क्या ग्लोबल लीडर्स का क्या स्टेटमेंट रहा है। तो ऐसे जब होता है ना, दो तीन चीज को एनालाइज है कि पहले क्यों हुआ है। जो ट्रिगर था, लेकिन इसराइल के अंदर अभी एक पॉलिटिकल, देयर इज लॉट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज देयर, यू नो। इट्स डेमोक्रेटिकली और डोमेस्टिकली दिस इज द वीकेस्ट मोमेंट फॉर इसराइल। बहुत ही वीक मोमेंट है। उनके सिक्योरिटी सेटअप, जो इंटेलिजेंस सेटअप है, दे गॉट लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज विद इन दैट, बिकॉज ऑफ जो उनका जुडिशियल रिफॉर्म्स गवर्नमेंट लेके आना चाह रहा है, जिसका कुछ एक आध बिल भी पास हुआ है, उसके हिसाब से बहुत इंटरनल स्ट्राइफ और इश्यूज हो रहा है। सो हमास चोज द ऑपर्चुन मोमेंट। बट वी मस्ट ऑल्सो रियलाइज कि जब कोई एक स्टेट डोमेस्टिकली एट द वीकेस्ट मोमेंट होता है तो इसका जो सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम है, इंटेलिजेंस और सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम है, दैट इज ऑल्सो एट इट्स वीकेस्ट मोमेंट. इसराइल वॉज ऑलवेज seen as the poster, the picture perfect example of intelligence. तो यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं उनका इंटेलिजेंस का कोई इश्यू रहा है. बट what happened after that, how these guys, हमास ने क्या किया, बड़ा बहुत सारे लेसन है हमारे लिए. कोऑर्डिनेटेड अटैक, मल्टीपल पॉइंट से अंदर आए, मल्टीपल मोड से आए, पैरामोटर ग्लाइडर से लेके दे यूज्ड मल्टीपल ग्राउंड बेस्ड इंसर्शन या वो अंदर इंट्रूशन करने के लिए उन्होंने यूज किया, और अंदर आके जो भी वायलेंस परपेचुएट किया है वो आप देख रहे हो. दैट इज ऑल अवेलेबल ऑन द ओपन मीडिया. ट्विटर में है, न्यूज चैनल्स में है, और मिनट बाय मिनट रिपोर्ट आ रहा है कि इसराइल के क्या कैजुअलिटीज है, वहां पे गाजा में क्या कैजुअलिटीज है, स्ट्राइक शुरू हो गया, ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन शुरू होने वाला है, ये तो हमें मिलता रहेगा. बट माई वे ऑफ सीइंग इट इज, इसमें हमारे लिए लेसन्स क्या है, भारत के लिए इसमें लेसन्स क्या है, हमें किस बात पे सतर्क रहना, दैट इज व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. पॉइंट नंबर 1, अगर हम सोच रहे हैं कि नहीं थ्रेट नहीं आएगा, पिछले 10 साल से हमने सबको बजा के रखा है, कोई थ्रेट नहीं है, देन वी आर लिविंग इन अ फूल्स पैराडाइज. Our enemies are both outside and inside. Threat is both outside and inside. They are looking for the opportune moment to strike. Opportune moment हम तभी दे सकते हैं जब हम domestically weak होंगे, जब हमारे internal fault lines are widened and we are consumed by that. So first and foremost, it is time that what has happened ये first and foremost we have to accept that जो इसराइल में आज हुआ है वो भारत में भी हो सकता है. तो वी हैव टू बी ओपन टू दैट. दूसरा है डेट्स का सिग्निफिकेंस. चाहे आप आर्टिकल 370 अगस्त 5 ले लीजिए, चाहे आप एब्रिगेशन जो आर्टिकल 370 का तो मैंने बोला, बुरहान वानी ले लीजिए, मकबूल, बट बहुत सारी चीज है भारत में, बहुत सारे ऐसे डेट्स है, सिग्निफिकेंस है, जो दिसंबर 6 ले लीजिए, बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट डेट्स है. इन डेट्स में हमें सतर्क रहना है. वी हैव टू एक्सरसाइज कॉशन. तीसरा, आज जब मल्टीपल दुश्मन, वी शुड ऑलवेज थिंक दैट एनिमी इज ऑलवेज सीइंग अस. जो भी देश का दुश्मन है वो हमेशा हमें वॉच कर रहा है. हमें वॉच करके उसको पता चल रहा है कि हमारा क्या रूटीन है, क्या व्हाट इज आवर रूटीन, व्हाट इज आवर रेजिमेंट, कब वो व्हेन दे कैन एक्सप्लॉइट अस. सो एज पीपल वी हैव टू बी रेडी फॉर दीज थिंग्स. And there are many supporters of our enemies within our country. In matters of national security, there is no scope for politicization. तो आज इसराइल में हुआ है, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को पॉलिटिसाइज करो, और अगर नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के एलिमेंट्स पॉलिटिसाइज हो जाए, चाहे इंटेलिजेंस हो चाहे आपके फोर्सेस हो, देन वील बी फेसिंग सच अ सिचुएशन. पीपल ऑल्सो हैव टू बिकम सोल्जर्स ऑफ द कंट्री. इसका मतलब हथियार उड़ा के जाना नहीं है. सिंपल प्रोटोकॉल्स है कि आपका अगर वहां पे ब्लास्ट हुआ तो आपको करना क्या है. जैसे नेशनल एनडीएमए का एक प्रोटोकॉल डॉक्यूमेंट है कि अर्थक्वेक में क्या करना है, वैसे भी इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी और एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी की सिचुएशंस में करना क्या है, हॉस्टेज सिचुएशंस में आपको क्या करना है. पैरामोटर में 2 बंदे आए, दे स्ट्रैप ऑन सुसाइड वेस्ट विद लेट्स से 30 केजीज ऑफ एक्सप्लोसिव्स, एंड दे जस्ट की कम, उन्होंने बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया, चाहे पंजाब में, चाहे गुजरात में, चाहे कश्मीर में, चाहे वहां ईस्ट से, और आपके कहीं पे आके उन्होंने एक बड़ा धमाका कर दिया, और वो ट्रिगर करना चाहेंगे. Remember one thing, we must remember one thing, that anybody within India and who is a citizen of India, या भारत की जो citizen है, immaterial of their faith, and who are Indians, we have to treat them like Indians. क्योंकि ऐसे ट्रिगर में internal fault lines और बढ़ सकते हैं. They would want to create a communal strife and बहुत सारे चीज. So I would say that we need to take lessons from what is happening in Israel. While we pray for Israel, we can't do much. We can pray and extend support. And we have to first, the government would have swung into action. Point number 1, the government has given a very unequivocal statement that condemning terrorism and solidarity behind Israel for the first time. Second, हमारे मेरे ख्याल से कुछ 19,000 भारतीय अभी इसराइल में हैं. Our duty is to get them out safe from Israel or keep them safe. And our statement has to be very clear. Anything happening to any Indian, the price that is to be paid by the perpetrators of the crime is going to be very, very punitive. बहुत उनको बहुत दुख पहुंचाना, बहुत ये पहुंचाना होगा. Third thing is we have to prepare for such things. हमारा रिस्पॉन्स क्या होगा। अगर तूने यहाँ बटन दबाया तो हम कहाँ बटन दबाएंगे, हम आपके साथ क्या करेंगे। देखिए, दुश्मन तभी कुछ नहीं करेगा जब उसको पता है द कॉस्ट that he has to pay for the action is disproportionate and very painful. So we have to be like that. And when it comes to national security, there is nothing called as humanity, there is nothing called as ethics. अगर धर्मा के अंदर भी आप देखोगे तो उसमें कॉन्सेप्ट आपद धर्मा करके आप जाके पढ़ लीजिए। फॉर द लार्जर गुड ऑफ भारत, बहुत कुछ ऐसा चीज हमारे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस और इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज को करना होगा, करते हैं, जो the so-called the quote-unquote the liberals of today will categorize it as inhuman. National security has no price to pay. जो बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं ना, यार डिफेंस बजट है, क्यों खरीदना है, राफेल क्यों लेना है, why do we require these missiles? We require them. Only these can keep Bharat safe. I'll be happy to answer queries. I'll be here on the floor. Thank you.
थैंक यू।
क्या अभी कुछ बातें कर सकता हूँ मैं?
Thank you so much, Cordelia. We'll go ahead. Ricardo, welcome. Your views on today's topic, please.
Hello. Hello. Yes, it is to this topic. Um, so the root of the problem is RGC turrets, or to put it another way, the head of the serpent lies in, unfortunately, Tehran. The occupying regime in Iran is behind this, as evidenced by the things that I've posted on my profile and some of them on the nest. There's a video on the 35th second. You can clearly hear somebody yelling in Farsi, Zang Dezan, which means make a call, make a call. And that is just what is happening here. If anyone wants to do anything, they need to listen to the voices of people of Iran whom have been in an uprising for almost more than a year, like a year and a month. And we have been telling the world, as we told the US, negotiate with them and give them stuff, they're gonna use it to do things such as this one. Look at what happened. The US gave them $6 billion, and a little bit later, we're here. The two are completely connected, as you can see. And as you can see by the evidence, they are the ones doing it. We've been warning the world that when they can, they will come for you. The more power they gain, the more this will escalate. The only way for the world is to isolate this regime financially, democratically, in every single way, 100%, and put IRGC terrorists on that list. Help us choke them all us. That was all I wanted. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Well,
थैंक यू। आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, रिकार्डो, where do you see this thing going on, going next to? I mean, we all know that Israeli government has declared a war. So you think so? It will go to the level of before, uh, what it was 30 years or 40 years before, or will it be like 2015? Because your prime minister has been like, it's an all-out war, and you're gonna forget everything what we had done before. And I really want to know about these celebrations in Gaza city. I mean, doesn't the world realize that every citizen out there is a danger for an Israeli Jew? Ricardo, your views?
Um, what I think is that this is a fight that they shouldn't have picked, and they picked the fight with the wrong entity. And what I think is they're gonna pay dearly for it, because Israel doesn't normally make threats, but when they do, they are sure to, make them happen. And from what I see, they stepped over a line, and that line is gonna have a lot of consequences. There's no way that Hamas, especially, gets away unscathed with this. Uh, and as the Minister of Defense of Israel himself said, they take this as a declaration of war from the Islamic regime, and they will comply accordingly, and they will take their revenge. And there are a lot of things indicating that after they're done with Hamas, or maybe while they are, doing what they want to Hamas, they will hit on especially the nuclear and some of the military sites of Iran. Uh, Things are coming out of unofficial, news agency of Israel that are most of the time correct, like terror alarm or whatnot. And there are pictures getting spread around Twitter and other social media, which suggests that the Islamic regime is gonna pay dearly. And then the Islamic regime goes on announcing that, oh, we go for this. Not only their soldiers are on the ground, they are announcing that we are for this. 3 days before this happened, the supreme loser of the Islamic regime tweeted out or posted in X that the Zionist regime will be done for. And now this happens. So for someone who wants to see the truth is pretty naked. They did this as a desperate attempt to somehow hold on to their power because they know they are on their last legs, and it's gonna backfire in their faces. That's just very very evident. I don't see a way that they can say, oh, we didn't, or we're not for this, because the parliament members in the supposed parliament chanted death to Israel after this. And because of this news, and there are billboards in Tehran promoting this, and etc., etc., and these things take time. So if you do not know that this is gonna happen, how the hell did you make a huge banner in less than like 12 hours of it happening, and then install it, and not just one, a lot of them, all over city? So these things are just very connected, in my opinion, and we should pay attention to them. Thank you. I'm done. Host, co-host,
Thank you,
do you
thank
want to
you,
get to
thank
the
you.
other hand?
Thanks a lot, Divado. I would request you to be on speaker only. We'll go to Xerxes. Okay, I'm not able to pronounce your name, brother. I'm really sorry
No,
about
that
that.
was good. That was
Go
good,
ahead, go
co-host.
ahead, go ahead,
Well,
go
look,
ahead.
yeah, I got sent a few invites to come to this space. I completely agree with everything Ducato says. You got to understand. Ultimately, this is a project. This is an Islamic Republic project that has been taking a long time for them to build up. And the idea that these groups, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Hezbollah, can't operate together on one front, and that's a bit ridiculous. We know, because we've seen these leaders, we've seen leaders of Hezbollah, leaders of Hamas, leaders of PIJ meet up in what we call nerve centers, basically areas of command. And in these nerve centers, there's pictures of Khamenei there. So the control of these groups is very central. But look, I mean, I think today the real big thing we have to look for is Hezbollah going to get involved in a big way? And I think that changes everything. So that's what I'm watching. By the way, you got to forgive me. It's rainy. I'm walking outside. But yeah, I think Hezbollah domino that falls, the rest is going to be uncovered. We're still waiting to see. We saw some statements come out about them. But look, this is a terrible day for. This is just a terrible day for Israelis, and I can imagine that. If you study Netanyahu's language, it's very important to usually these things military operation. The IDF is preparing a military operation. Different language used this time. He says, I believe Israel is preparing for a war. And I think, that's something that people need to take into consideration, Michael.
राइट, थैंक यू। अच्छा, इसको थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाते हैं। कौटिल्य भाई,
तो भाई,
हाँ जी, बोलो।
हाँ, एक सेकंड। Xerxes and Ricardo, just be here. We'll go to one of our speakers from India. We love to. A lot of people who are asking questions. We love you to answer the questions. कौटल्य भाई, एक ना बहुत ज़बरदस्त हमारे मैं इंडिया की बात कर रहा हूँ. एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त नैरेटिव चलाने की कोशिश की जा रही है इंडिया के रिलेटेड में कि अगर इनके साथ ये हो सकता है तो हमारे साथ भी हो सकता है एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट. एंड बहुत ऐसे भी लोग थे जिन्होंने शुरू शुरू में जब ये इसराइल पे अटैक हुआ, दे ट्राई टू डिमीन और ट्राई टू बी डेरोगेटरी टुवर्ड्स इजरायली कैपेबिलिटीज. इसके बारे में कौटाले भाई आपका क्या कहना है कि ये जो हमारे यहाँ पे एक पूरा का शराट शुरू हो गया है, वो इसराइलीज को सिखाने लग गया है कि हाउ टू डील विद देयर टेररिस्ट. आई डोंट गेट दिस पॉइंट. कौटाले भाई, योर व्यूज.
No, see, before I answer the query, right now just there's a news that those hostages in far as the kibbutz, they've been freed by the Israeli special forces. देखिए इसमें दो चीजें. The point number one is the social media gives you a sense of anonymity to throw around whatever you feel like. By reading let's say small paragraphs and short news or tweets, many people tend to become experts out here. So you shouldn't take that seriously. It's of no concern to us. And people of all ideological colors, they've been giving statements which is aligned with their ideology, especially with respect to left, right, Islamic, or the Jewish, or you're onto this side, onto that side. Uh, there two three things out here. It's a sad day. So Israel mein hua hai. It's a sad thing, but there has been some kind of I would say lethargy Israeli side, especially in the intelligence realm, because they if such a coordinated attack was being planned by the Hamas, and Israelis have deep moles within the Hamas structure. And अगर Hamas ने इतना plan किया, if Hamas had planned something so well coordinated through multiple entry points, I think that the Israelis should have known it. They didn't know it, so it is an intelligence failure. Second thing is the response mechanism, right? They came in, but the Israelis were caught, unaware, and the response, maybe because of the holiday season or the holiday per se, the response was lacking. Otherwise, they are multi-tiered response, and also in such essay conflict, in such things you have deception. So the rockets were a deception, because when you fire 4,000, 5,000, 7,000 rockets, then the Iron Dome system gets activated and the entire focus on the sky. And people are not seeing ahead as to what's happening. People are either taking shelters, are running for protection, are totally focused on, neutralizing the missiles being fired, the missiles and the rockets being fired by the Palestinians or the Hamas. So it is a very well thought out, I would say, military plan, which was executed by Hamas. But yes, Israelis के साथ हमेशा ऐसा ही हुआ कि first they've taken the beating and they've come back. But the major lesson here is you can't have intelligence failure. Second, be it land, sea, or air, you have to have immediate response ready. Third is please don't take anything lightly. Enemies within and enemies outside. And finally, the Israelis know to fight. They will regain. They have the capability to mobilize a huge quantum of reserves in 12 hours and prosecute a three front war: Gaza, West Bank, to the north with Lebanon and Hezbollah. Yes, if Hezbollah gets involved, then it takes it to the next league. But how far would Iran want to go and push Hezbollah? Then what will the US do? People have livers over Lebanon also. Syria, what will Syria do? If Syria does, what will US do to Syria? What will Turkey do to Syria? What will Russia do? There are many stakes involved here. So I think it will be restricted to Israel and the non-state actors, because the involvement of non-state actors like Hezbollah is actually a quasi-state actor, but Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad will always give a plausible deniability to rogue states like Iran, etc., to say that we don't have a hand in it. But it will take a day or two for things to stabilize, and we'll have to wait and watch.
Like, do you have any
Comrade,
conformity on this particular aspect that Lebanon's Hezbollah has stated that they will join the war against Israel Defense Force if they launch any ground invasion
That's
on Gaza?
I've
मतलब
seen
इसमें कोई
certain
सच्चाई
handles
है?
जहाँ पे उन्होंने बोला कि ये सच्चाई तो पता नहीं, because Egypt is neutral. Egypt has got a detent with Israel, and Egypt has always played the interlocutor between the Israelis and the Hezbollah, not with Hamas, because Egyptians have also choked Gaza Strip. So Hezbollah, what I get to see and hear or read is Hezbollah say that if Israel launches a full-scale ground attack into Gaza, they would jump into the fray. But will they is the question, because why? See, Israeli state is not weak. Yes, they've taken a beating, but they have many tools at hand to play around with these guys. And the cost that we imposed onto these guys, the Hezbollah, the Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, is maybe the terrorists may survive and few of them may survive, the leaders may survive, but the people will pay the price. So it is complex as of now, and also in such conflicts, a lot of statements are given. Right now, there is a kinetic conflict going on, but behind the scenes, sitting somewhere, Egypt, UAE, they're all playing the roles of serious interlocutors between Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Fatah, and their deep assets to come into play. So why did you think that one of the main things, if you see this as analyze this campaign from a military perspective, why did you think that Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad took so many hostages? Because hostages give you the capability to have something on the negotiating table. वो मांडवाली करेंगे बाद में, like okay, I'm going to give you 50 back, you give me this back. But first Israel will extract the price, and Israel also by now would have taken many senior figurines of Hamas or from the Gaza Strip, which it will use as barter. Like the Hamas right now, one thing confirmed is they got a brigadier general who's supposed to be the depth corps commander of the Israeli forces. So similarly, Israel will also have their cards up their sleeves. It's just the day it started in the morning. It's still going on. By now, the Israeli forces have got their act together. Now, as the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated, that the first thing is to take out these hostile elements out of the Israeli territory. Second is to extract the price for the damage done. Third is to secure all fronts, and also to send a message to all the actors that don't think we are weak and don't think that you can start an intrusion or attack on us from every side. So yeah, that's how it will play out.
So that's the question.
Right.
I think I agree with a lot of what he says. The last question there is, who is the group of people involved, the group of actors, state actors that Israel's going to go after? Like if you believe it's Iran, which I believe the Islam be involved, it's going to be really interesting to see how they go after. One of the things he mentioned was Hezbollah getting involved, taking this to a whole other league. I agree with this completely. But the problem is I don't know how badly. I don't know what price Hezbollah is willing to pay for this right now. Like I really think there was a real objective here of Hamas, but I don't know how. I don't know what the appetite is right now for a full scale, war. And I think the way they go after Iran is going to be very interesting, because usually the way they go after the Islamic Republic is by going after an asset here in Syria. The furthest we've seen them gone was attacking the PMU, the Shia Coordination Framework, some military group aligned with them, taking them out in Iraq. But we've never seen that. That's the most we've seen. So it's going to be interesting to see how Syria looks tonight, how southern Lebanon looks tonight. There's a lot of things that I'm going to keep my eyes open for. We'll see.
सर
Right. Sunil ji, mic please mute रखिए. अच्छा, we will. Yeah, somebody's mic is open. Divya ji has also joined us. Deva Kumar Soti ji has also joined us. So I love to first of all welcome him to the space, and I would also like to take his initial comments on this particular situation. Deva sir, welcome to the space. Your views regarding whatever is going on in between Israel and Palestine.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me. Yes, it has been going on for some time now, and I don't think it is going to be a cakewalk for Israel. We remember last time when Israel fought with Hezbollah in Lebanon. It was not a decisive victory. And this time, the nature of war is very different. Hamas terrorists have entered, Israeli settlements. They are, they have to go for house to house searches to evict these people, and this is going to be long. As far as the northern front is concerned, I doubt Hezbollah is going to invade Israel like Hamas did from the south, because now Hezbollah doesn't have that element of surprise left. Of course, they will make sure that they are mobilizing and everything, but I doubt they can achieve that kind of success in the north.
Soti sir, I have a question. The question is regarding how will things fold for us, because we to have very good relationship with both of them, with both the countries, the Arabic world and with Israel also. So how will it affect the Middle East and the Asian countries?
See, as far as official statements are concerned, every Islamic country is going to side with Israel. One surprising reaction came from Erdogan, which tried to do some monkey balancing and said both sides should exercise some restraint. But this war is more between Israel and you can never discount the role of America's liberal government in all this. Nobody knows how suddenly Hamas came up with this surprise attack, and why we may believe that of course Israeli intelligence failed to pick up these signals of this imminent attack. But how come, all the Israel's Western allies got no sniff of it? So it is, it makes all look look all this very suspicious, So I think there may be a game to divert attention from Ukraine and make Israel a priority, Israel Palestine issue a priority, and heat up Middle East.
The attacks were launched on the four fronts, right? Air, land, and sea. So, इसमें मतलब what do you see? Was there some lapse from the Israeli intelligence or from the combined West? Because USA also like finds itself in a very hotspot type of thing, right? Because they also failed.
No, we don't know if they failed or if they, just suppress the information. I mean, I am talking about the West.
I do want to
इजरायली इंटेलिजेंस जो थी वो योम किप्पुर जो वॉर थी उस समय पर भी प्रेडिक्ट करने में फेल हो गई थी कि ऑल द अरेबियन नेशंस आर गोइंग टू अटैक इजराइल. बट ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि सारी बड़ी पावर्स की इंटेलिजेंस फेल हो गई है पिकअप करने में. इट इज सिंपली नॉट पॉसिबल. तो ऐसा कैसे हुआ है? अभी अभी हार्तीज में एक रिपोर्ट थी जो लीडिंग मीडिया आउटलेट है इजराइल में, वो उसका कहना था कि जस्ट लास्ट वीक जो इजरायली इंटेलिजेंस चीफ्स थे उन्होंने कंबाइंड असेसमेंट किया था कि हमास जो है वो ऑल आउट वॉर नहीं करना चाहता है इजराइल के साथ. तो ऑफ कोर्स इजराइल में तो बहुत बड़ा फेलियर था, क्योंकि फेलियर सिर्फ ये नहीं था कि आपको अटैक का पता नहीं था, कुछ भी रेडी नहीं था वहां पर. जो नॉर्मल ऐसे बॉर्डर पर रहना चाहिए मैकेनिज्म सिविलियन डिफेंस का, मेडिकल सर्विसेज का, वहां कुछ भी नहीं था. एक्चुअली मैसेकर जो वहां हुआ है वो बहुत बड़ा हुआ है, उसका भी पूरा स्केल पता नहीं है. इजराइल में भी लोगों को पता नहीं है, वो अभी आपको कुछ कुछ घंटों में, अगले कुछ दिनों में पता चलेगा. ये जो अभी आप इजराइल में डेथ्स के बारे में सुन रहे हैं, ये सब वो हैं जो रॉकेट अटैक्स में हुई हैं. जिस एरियाज को कैप्चर किया गया है वहां पर कितनी डेथ्स हुई है वो तो अभी पता ही नहीं है, क्योंकि वहां पर कुछ है ही नहीं. पूरे स्ट्रीट्स डेजर्टेड हैं. पुलिस और जो सिक्योरिटी है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, वो सब कुछ छोड़कर भाग चुका है वहां से. तो वहां पर जो इतना बड़ा वो है, तो ठीक है, इजरायली सिस्टम फेल हो गया, पर ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है ना, वो जो अभी हम पीछे सुनते थे, फाइव आईज और क्या क्या, वो सब कुछ कैसे फेल हो सकता है। और जो एक चीज और नोटेबल है वो ये भी है कि इजराइल में बहुत दिनों से जो था उसको पॉलिटिकल और सोशल इनस्टेबिलिटी वहां पर चल रही थी। और जो वेस्ट है, जो वेस्टर्न लिबरल खेमा है, वो जिस किस्म के कलर रेवोल्यूशंस को स्पॉन्सर करने के लिए मशहूर है, उस किस्म का कुछ प्रयास इसराइल में चल रहा था जुडिशरी और उस सब को लेकर। नेतन्याहू गवर्नमेंट को डिस्टेबलाइज किया जा रहा था, और फिर अचानक से ये हो जाता है। ये एक मतलब जो अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है बिल्कुल इस किस्म का अटैक। तो ये सब कैसे हुआ है, ये सब देखने वाली बात है। आई थिंक वेस्ट इज रियलाइजिंग दैट दे आर लूजिंग इट इन यूक्रेन, और अभी वो जो है देखिए, जो अमेरिकन पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें इसराइल को डिफेंड करना जो है वो बहुत बड़ी एक होली ड्यूटी समझी जाती है, जो नैरेटिव है वहां पर, चाहे वो रिपब्लिकन्स हो चाहे डेमोक्रेट्स हो। अभी क्या है कि यूक्रेन में उनको समझ में आ रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है, एंड दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू विन इट। तो वो हो सकता है कि अब इसको फोकस को चेंज किया जाएगा वहां से, जिससे कि इसराइल का डिफेंस अब बड़ी प्रायोरिटी बन जाए।
अग्री अग्री। Right. Anybody else who, yeah, Kautilya, go ahead.
Sanjit, as Divya Bhai also mentioned abhi pehle, see, West would have had information. It is actually it's very unlikely that किसी भी actor के पास or any actor did not have any information. Whether the information reached Israel or the concerned in time or didn't, or did they act on it, is something which future में अभी कुछ एक दिनों में पता चलेगा. But again, now whether Hezbollah is just going to posture close to the border, extract some concessions, or it's also going to jump into the battle, that is for a wait and watch. Because abhi, so what Hamas did in the morning is they caught the Israelis, unawares or underprepared. Like it was a holiday, this thing they took it lightly. Last week they had an intelligence assessment saying that Hamas is not going for a full-fledged war. So it was at a weak spot. It was at this weak spot that the Hamas caught Israelis today morning. But by now, in the northern front, the entire forces, the Israeli forces are deployed. Hezbollah would want to go force on force, or would want to butt their head into a well deployed force. I don't think so. They will kind of come and deploy border के पास, और वो concessions कुछ वो parlays करेंगे, कुछ concessions extract करेंगे. But my hunch as of now is Hezbollah will not jump into the fray.
So, Sis, I have a question. Don't you think so? Hamas has brought death upon them, and again on Yom Kippur, and then, uh, to be frank, I'm shocked that why the situation was so bad that they could easily infiltrate and kill. As of now, the number is somewhere around 50. Or if you know, I know it's gonna be more than that. So don't you think so? There was a lack of intelligence and the lack of coordination, because the way they went in was like it never happened in the history. And
Yeah,
well,
yeah. So you got pardon me, I'm on the street. But yeah, I completely agree with you. I think regardless of what the objective was, I think Hamas conducted this very poorly. As to who coordinated it, I'll put it. If you look up top in a second here, I put up a graph I shared. This is as to who coordinated it. I think this has the hallmarks of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because, and people say, well, these are not Iranians fighting. They don't have to be. We see many Shias in the Fatimiyun Brigade that are not even Iranian. Pakistani Shias in the Fatimiyun Brigade fighting in Syria. So this is not some sort of new thing. I think their fingerprints all over this, but we're going to have to wait and see. I think what Divya said earlier. Look, I don't think this is some sort of a distraction, or And I think we're not talking about other important things here, like Saudi-Israeli normalization agreements and kind of what what this is going to do. I saw some statements come out of Saudi Arabia that were really interesting this morning. So I think we have to wait and see. But I agree with you. This was really poorly planned. And look, I mean, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, these groups have become, in a way, very close to puppets of the Islamic Republic in Iran. And they don't care about what happens to Palestinians. They care about their own interests and their own security. And so this is where, I mean, these governments are always going to put their people in a position where they're going to fail. And that's exactly what we see in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in Lebanon. So I think for me, the big thing I'm going to be waiting to see is statements, continuous stuff coming out of Iran, because Israel says they're going to go after all those who perpetrated this. What does that mean? Are they going to go after Hezbollah? Do you think that's going to happen? Or are they going to go after the IRGC in Iran? Do you think that's going to happen? So we got to wait and see. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Oh, thanks. Soti sir, I have a question कि अगर ये major breakout होता है and Israel decides to go for Iran and Lebanon, it will need Western world support. America has come in like hardcore. They have supported Israel. I mean that was on the cards. That's basic. But do you think so? Other Western countries will come in, especially European countries, because they have a lot of Muslim population out there. So your views on that? Just a second.
Yeah.
Just
Oh yeah. Was it okay? It was for someone else. Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
it was for someone else. Just will take a view on that also. All right. Divya sir, your views.
It depends upon what kind of government is ruling which country. So, France has seen big riots recently. They may, but still, they may come out in full support of Israel. But then there are other factors also. We need to look at what is going on in North and West Africa. European powers are facing lot of heat there because first of all, these NATO countries sponsored dark operations through Azov battalion and other different kinds of groups in Ukraine. Now in retaliation, Russians have initiated these kind of operations in North and West Africa. So we are witnessing military coups. We are seeing emergence of Wagner group in North Africa and West Africa. Western diplomats are on run. Then there are reports of Islamist militias, Sunni Islamist militias resurfacing to fight Wagner group. So lot of interesting things are happening. So there are many angles. There may be lot of Muslims now in Europe, but there are two aspects of it. First of all, lot of radicalized Muslims may rush to this new theater to fight. Secondly, Muslim neighborhoods may rise up in riots back home. So it is a complex situation. But I don't think in the existence of Israel they are so deeply invested that they will have to come out in Israel support in any case.
Thank you. Just if I ask you the same question, do you think so? The European countries and Western world would come behind Israel, and what will happen once they announce their support because they got a lot of Muslim population back home. And in the mean, just give me a second. I like to invite Arvind sir as well. Arvind sir, आपका स्वागत है. Arvind sir, आप पे भी आएंगे. Zersis, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Kabul. Guys, this is a great space. Y'all listening should, retweet it, share the space, more people can join. And look, I completely agree with you. I think the big thing here is, look, these countries are already 100% going to get behind Israel with this. The U.S. already said. Now, to what extent? I don't know. Under a Trump administration, I would say probably much more. But with the Biden administration, look, they've given all the good lip service. My friend Daniel is here. He's a real expert in this area. So I think they're going to back Israel because honestly, at the end of the day, maybe they could do more, but Israel just has much more to offer you. This is the same thing. I mean, I look at when people ask themselves why it's so easy to work with them, it's because they have something more tangible to offer you, and they have significant influence. And it makes a much more sense for them to side with Israel than what is the alternative here to side with Hamas terrorist groups. I don't groups that they've already listed as terrorist organizations. I don't think that's going to happen. So, anyways, I'd love to hear from my friend Daniel. He's been dedicating a lot of his time to actually India more, but I love hearing from him. So welcome to the space, Daniel. Good to see you, man.
Welcome, Daniel. Before we go to Daniel, I like to invite Lieutenant Rasputin. Because Lieutenant brother, Rasputin brother, we'd love to hear your views on this. So I've offered you the mic. Sandeep
Yeah,
bhai,
I've given him the mic. I've given him. Yeah.
oh, Arvind sir, Daniel will come to you. Just be here. I have some questions for you as well. Arvind sir, you're welcome. Arvind sir,
काबुल
आपके विचार.
काबुल आप कर लें डेनियल और लोगों से जिनसे भी पार्टिसिपेशन करना है, मैं वेट करूंगा। मैं इसका इंडिया के पक्ष में नैरेटिव इसका दूसरा एक पक्ष रखूंगा, इस्लाम और
नहीं अरविंद सर आप अभी बोल लीजिए. Not an issue.
Voice
देखिए
is not too good, so I cannot speak. That's why I was not accepting the mic. Sorry, I cannot say much. My voice is not good.
All right, Rasputin bhai, you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you. Maybe some next time when you feel like we'll surely we have spaces every day. Arvind sir, आप बोलिए फिर we'll go to Daniel. Not an issue. We like to keep it mix. अच्छा रहेगा थोड़ा.
ओके। देखिए काबुल, मेरा पक्ष इसमें इस पूरे मसले पे यहाँ आके रुकता है कि आज जो हो रहा है उसमें देखिए इसके बहुत सारे स्याह पक्ष हैं, और इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि इस पे लोगों ने इजराइल में क्या कमियां रहीं, इजराइल की तरफ से क्या उनका जो इंटेलिजेंस का इशू था उस पे चर्चा हो चुकी होगी, क्या हुआ, मैं उस पे नहीं बात करने जा रहा हूँ। मैं इसके व्यवहारिक पक्ष पे बात रखूंगा। देखिए इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि बीते कुछ दिनों से इजराइल की तरफ से इजराइल के यूथ के भटकने के, उसके दिग्भ्रमित होने के साफ साफ संकेत नजर आ रहे थे। उनके यहाँ एक नया सेकुलरिज्म पनपा है बीते 5-10 सालों में, जो धीरे धीरे बहुत प्रभावी तौर पे फैल रहा था। ये बिल्कुल वैसा ही है जैसे हमारे यहाँ वोक हुए हैं, उनके यहाँ वोक तैयार हुए हैं। और उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं इस मामले में जो राष्ट्रभक्ति का एक मसला था उसको कहीं पे बहुत किनारे कर दिया। हेलो या जो उस समय जो उनके हॉलकास्ट थे, जो उनका इतिहास रहा, जैसा हुआ वहां, उसको भुला के वो आगे बढ़ गए थे। राष्ट्रवाद बहुत बड़ा परिमार्जन होता है। सरकारें जब कहीं बॉर्डर पे अपना एक्सपेंशन करती हैं या उस जगह पे बेटर ऑपरेट कर पाती हैं, उसका कारण होता है वहां के लोकल सिटीजन्स। कई बार वो सुरक्षा करते हैं, उनकी वजह से बहुत सारी चीजें सेफ रहती हैं। लेकिन इस मामले में इजराइल कहीं ना कहीं कमजोर वैसे ही हुआ है जैसे भारत एक दौर तक, लंबे दौर तक रहा है। आज बहुत बड़ा एक तबका है जिसके अंदर राष्ट्रवाद की धारा बहुत ज्यादा पनपी है, वापस आई है, बहुत स्पष्ट है। इजराइल में ये एक पक्ष है जो इजराइल को समझना होगा, और लोगों को ये समझना होगा अगर इजराइल आज परेशान है, इजराइल के साथ जो कष्ट है, जो हम भी उनके साथ हैं बहुत भावनात्मक रूप से, तो उसमें एक कारण इजराइल के आम सिटीजन हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें समझना होगा कि नेतन्याहू जैसे राष्ट्रवादी व्यक्ति को 30 पार्टियों के विलय से जाके क्यों अपनी ऐसी तैसी करानी पड़ी। ये वो बातें हैं जो स्पष्ट करती हैं हर उस संभावित खतरे की। अगर आपकी सरकारों के हस्तक्षेप किए जा रहे हैं, आपकी सरकारों को हटाने और बनाने, बाहर से इन्फ्लुएंस किया जा रहा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसके सिटीजन इन्वॉल्व हैं। ये एक पक्ष है, इस पे मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। दूसरा एक पक्ष है बड़ा, और मैं बहुत शॉर्ट और क्रिस्प रखना चाहता हूँ जिससे मैं बाद में भी इस विषय पे बोल सकूं। और मैं बहुत ज्यादा आज बोलना चाहता हूँ, बहुत टाइम लेना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ क्रम में आऊं। दूसरा एक विषय है इस्लाम। ये जो घटना है, ये इस बीच जो लास्ट कभी कोई घटना हुई हो उससे और अब के बीच में आज फिर इस बात की सिद्धि होती है, जो बहुत सारे पत्रकार, बहुत सारे बुद्धिजीवी, बहुत सारे नए सेकुलर, बहुत सारे वो लोग जिनके लिए इस्लाम इज ए रिलीजन ऑफ पीस है, उनको समझना पड़ेगा कि 1400 साल में ना इनकी हरकतें बदली हैं, ना इनकी आदतें बदली हैं। इसमें जो इस्लाम टेररिज्म के साथ करता है इसको करे। समझना होगा कि जो वो महिलाओं के साथ कर रहे हैं वो पूरी दुनिया में हो रहा है। इजराइल के विजुअल्स हमें मिल गए, अफगानिस्तान और सीरिया और आसपास के विजुअल्स मिलते हैं, वो क्या कर रहे हैं। ये है मौलिक इस्लाम का चरित्र। तो जिसके अंदर भी थोड़ा सा कीड़ा काट रहा है वो इस चीज को देखे। जो कौम, वो कोई कम्युनिटी हो, कोई जो कौम अपनी महिलाओं की सुरक्षा या सम्मान नहीं कर सकती, उसके साथ ऐसा बर्ताव करती है दुनिया में किसी भी महिला के साथ। मैं एक हिंदू हूं और मैं किसी भी कम्युनिटी की बात करता हूं हिंदू समाज की तरफ से। अगर आप कम्युनिटी के तौर पे इंडिविजुअल आप एक दूसरे के क्या कर रहे हैं ये घटना अलग अलग इशू होता है, लेकिन एक कम्युनिटी के तौर पे अगर आप एक पूरी कम्युनिटी की महिलाओं को सिंबॉलिक तरीके से उनके वस्त्र हटा के उनको बुरी तरह से क्षतिग्रस्त करके उनका तमाशा बना रहे हैं, तो ये वो सीख है जो उन्हें 1400 सालों से मिली है। और ये समझने की बात है, जो मंजर आप देख रहे हैं ये आपकी सड़कों पे होना आम है। जो मंजर आप देख रहे हैं ये आपके देश में 2014 में अगर ये व्यक्ति नहीं होता, शासन में बहुत स्पष्ट है, अपने हृदय पे हाथ रख के देखिए कि आज उस व्यक्ति का होना कितना आवश्यक है। ये बहुत आम है। और जो दहशत आपको हो रही है, असल में ये दहशत इजराइल में हो रही है इसलिए नहीं है, ये मानवता की दहशत है। ऐसा आपने कभी नहीं देखा है। युद्ध होते हैं, बम गिरते हैं, लोग मरते हैं, ये सामान्य बात है युद्ध में। लेकिन युद्ध के इन नियमों में कि आप उनका सरेआम प्रदर्शन करें, उनको काट रहे हैं, उनके तमाम अंगों को क्षतिग्रस्त कर रहे हैं, ये इस्लाम का मौलिक चरित्र है। और ये नहीं बदला है 1400 साल में। मेरी लाइन यहीं पे है जो स्पष्ट है। मैं इस पूरी घटना के लिए ये कहूंगा कि इजराइल भले बदला ले ले, लेकिन जरूरी है कि इजराइल अपने राष्ट्रवाद के मुद्दों पे स्पष्ट तरीके से लौटे। और भारत इससे ये सीख ले कि जैसे वो अपनी चीजों को भुलाता जा रहा है, उसे समझना होगा कि आखिर जौहर क्यों होते थे। आज अगर किसी जाहिल को जिसने बीते कई दिनों से जौहर को गाली दी है, उसको समझना होगा कि आज जौहर क्यों होते थे। क्योंकि इस्लाम को मानने और जानने वाले जानवर हैं। जानवरों से बचने के लिए जौहर ही उपाय है, और कोई विचार और कोई तरीका नहीं बचता है। मैं जितना भी जो कुछ बोल रहा हूं बिल्कुल क्रोध में नहीं बोल रहा हूं, बहुत सोच समझ के बोल रहा हूं। मुझे फिर मौका मिलेगा, मैं इसके और भी दूसरे पहलुओं पे बात करूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका।
So Daniel spent so much time in these Indian spaces. Can he translate for us?
What I got is
So
basically this is Islamist terrorism, and Islamists are dedicated to the destruction of Jews, Hindus, anyone else, and they can't be. I assume he was a reasonable person and knows they cannot be reasoned with. You cannot hug terrorism away. You cannot bargain with it. I'm just going to assume you need to destroy a terrorist organization with strength, and that's the only language they speak, because that's probably what I would have said. But I don't speak any Hindi, but
the last
I
part,
caught a few
I
words, and
can
I
translate the last
understand the
part.
emotion of people sometimes. So it looks like I might have got
The,
something right.
the
That was
last part
perfect,
was he was
Daniel.
saying is women in medieval India used to self-immolate themselves in what you can say like mass suicides, so that their corpses would not be degraded by these hounds. You know, that's what he was saying. So mass immolations. There's a movie called what is the movie called? There? Padmavati, right? The last scene of it. Someone can post it here. So you will see there was a huge step well, and women, like I think 20,000 women at that time, 14th century, 1439, if I'm not wrong. They went and 20,000 women self-immolated themselves in a mass suicide to prevent their honor being desecrated by these people. So no, I would not call them people. I just call them hounds. So
I
You know,
Yeah, I've heard the
yes, Danny, go
stories
ahead.
of I have many Kashmiri friends, and I've heard the stories of the genocides there, and the horrors, and you know we like to say that the Jews are the canaries in the coal mine for a lot of the extremism stuff, but I've always said it's Jews and Hindus, and that's always been ignored. We're first, and for some reason or another, a large part of the world has a struggle morally when they see Islamist terrorists gleefully murdering, raping, celebrating the worst of humanity. We turn a blind eye, and it enrages me. And I think today you saw where the root of that passion comes from, because I've watched my people been slaughtered and attacked and demeaned, and the media only covers it when we defend ourselves. And I saw the exact same thing happen to India in 2019. So my thought was, hey, no one speaks out for us, and it's bullshit, and no one speaks out for them, and it's bullshit. But I had a platform, and everyone has to make the choice of whether to stand up for the right thing or not. And I've suffered a lot more than others for trying to raise awareness on these issues, and I've taken my hits, but as you see, it hasn't stopped me. There's the right thing to do, and the institutions have been corrupted by people who enable terrorism of all kinds in the West, Canada especially, and it's, pardon my language, fucking bullshit, and it has to stop. And that's what I've been running around. I mean, um, the response from India uh, was so, I can't put into words. Calming, whatever the reverse of gaslighting is, that was it. To see Indian media immediately look at the images, understand what was happening. I mean, just have basic common sense. I know I'm praising a country for seeing someone murder children and saying good thing they know murdering children is bad, but that's how low the standards are in international media. And but they've been very open. I've given them some contacts in Israel. Some of my friends who are in Jerusalem and can talk, because they're not in the south under chaos. India sort of opened a platform to actually try and understand what's going on, and listen to people who aren't vacant experts who say nothing about anything. So the I will say I have seen how your people responded immediately without prodding or anything. Just the initial true response of the Indian people, and it will not be forgotten. I'll tell you that it will not be forgotten, and I will make sure that everyone I know here in Canada, Jewish community, America, everywhere, sees what I see, and can and knows that they actually have a moral ally, because it's time that we stand together. And yes, the Muslim Brotherhood is our enemy, and Jamaati Islami is your ideological enemy, but they're the same thing. And Hamas is Hezbollah Tahrir. Hezbollah Tahrir is Hamas. They have the same thing. They have the same ideology. I could just take I can take any one of their statements. I replace Jews and Hindus and Israel and India, Hamas, Jamaati Islami. It's the same exact language. It's the same NGOs. It's the same people. They have the same allies. It's the same dinner party that Ken Roth gets to go to. And it's time that we unite against the people who've united against us, because
Because, bro, the root thing is, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Just a second, Pinang.
May I add one thing?
Yes, yes, sir. You add.
Yeah, they were so good.
See what happened in Israel today. You know exactly this thing happened in Kashmir in 1947. You tell me one difference. There is no difference in what happened in Kashmir. They launched this kind of mass terrorist attack into Kashmir. They massacred all the Hindu and Sikh population in what is today Pakistan occupied Kashmir. They captured women, paraded them through the markets, slave markets of Jhelum, and auctioned them. So they never change.
no, they never change. You're exactly right. It is the same. They are inhuman. And it's the same bullshit where you had people in the media doing the whole, oh, the Kashmiri pundits, they were rich and they were successful. And it was really the oppressed Muslim uprising against the colonial blah, 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 blah. Morally bankrupt, absolutely morally bankrupt, repugnant people who could not see what was right in front of their eyes. And I'm with you. I did an event in 2019. My last event I did before the pandemic was actually a talk with a member of the Kashmiri community, Kashmiri Pandit, and I think the title was Israel and Kashmir on the front lines of extremism, and we did a whole talk about how Israeli issues and Kashmiri issues map onto each other, and it's pretty much very similar to the extent of the same. So yes, I, I have seen, I have heard, I have listened to the Kashmir things. If you have not watched the Kashmir Files and you're a Westerner and you want to know something about Kashmir, start there. It's an excellent movie. It would be the Indian equivalent of Schindler's List. It's where I would it's where I would start if you wanted to learn about Kashmir, and all this. But yeah, it's I'll let people ask questions or get speakers out. But yes, I understand if you're a Kashmiri, I know you feel our pain, and we feel yours too. And however, if you're here for us, then we're here for you.
Daniel, I have a question regarding. So there is this, unsaid truth out there in American politics about the power and the power generated by the Jewish community. Do you think so? They will pressurize Biden out there, and how would they? Because we know they are very rich and powerful out there, and they could surely help out as well. Because what I don't understand is, uh, even after suffering since so many centuries and centuries, uh, even today out there is anti-Semitism, and but still the kind of Israel played, it all changed after Barack Obama. You know very well what Barack Obama had did. So do you think so? What will they bet on? Would they bet on Trump, or they would first go and pressurize Biden? Because we know how powerful the Jewish community is out there in the US. Daniel, what you want to say about that?
So yeah, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I know a lot of these Jewish activist organizations. I've worked with some in Canada. They're nowhere near as powerful as or competent as you think they are. They're chickens with their heads cut off, running around in circles, smashing into walls, occasionally getting something somewhat done. The, the Jewish lobby is uncoordinated, unfunded. It has this perception of power because of the anti-Semitic stereotypes that Jews control the media and all this, but Western media only starts covering this when Israel responds. Right, the BBC. I know that's the UK and not the US, but the BBC. The first tweet they did is about Israel launching a ground invasion of Gaza, and they said in response to rocket attacks. But they should have been covering the rocket attacks 12 hours ago, 10 hours ago, and they don't start until Israel fights back. Um, the Israeli government is sort of, and the Israeli people are sort of notorious for not really caring about what happens in the West, and there the Israeli mentality is, Western Jews are not as hardcore, not as good at, let's say, standing up for themselves. So it's sort of the Israelis kind of let the diaspora fend for itself, and they worry about their own internal matters. Um, and again, a lot of the Jews have existed sort of on the democratic left. It's changed in Canada, but in the U.S. still. So a lot of them have a hard time pulling their head out of their ass, to put it bluntly, and getting behind this. They'll rally to the cause here, and they'll support Israel and terrorism. But again, a lot of the Jewish activists have thought that they could make friends with the people that hate them, and through community building, and if they go to a mosque and they say, "Hey, you eat dinner, we eat dinner too. Wow, we're the same." They thought that this would counteract terrorism, and it doesn't. So if you're relying on the Jewish lobby to do something, I will just let you know the Jewish people have been waiting on that to happen for 5,000 years, and we're still waiting. So it's not where I choose to put my faith.
So, real quick, I had a question for Daniel. And before I start, I want to reiterate what something he said, because what he said about the Indian community is absolutely right. When Iranians were fighting against the Islamic Republic, I saw a large majority of the Indian community. They were really helpful. And you guys, we don't forget that. But when it comes to this topic, Daniel, I wanted to ask you a question about who you think the enablers are here. I agree with everything you said, but people are asking, the U.S. and their role in this whole thing. To me, the way I've described it, for me, I said that they've enabled a lot of this to have, like, they enabled the capacity to be there for this moment to arrive. I guess that's the way I've been kind of just describing it. So, how do you think they've been enabling, actors to bring about this moment?
Um, uh, yeah, so Xerxes and I have known each other a couple years now in Twitter Spaces, a lot over the Iranian issue, and since Mahsa Amini, we'd actually talked before that on a terrorism issue in Canada, the downing of flight PS 752. So I can't. One of you brought up Barack Obama, and I can't remember who that was, but I'll say good point. Let's start there. The enabling is, I have said, Barack Obama is the Neville Chamberlain of the 21st century. His naivety and enabling of the Islamic Republic of Iran is causing chaos globally. The number one state sponsor of terrorism in the world is Iran. Number two is Pakistan. I grant you that. And India has more problems with Pakistan than Iran. But the Islamic Republic's IRGC networks are far more sophisticated and far more dangerous. And they are global. They are determined. They will lie. They will bully. They will pay experts. They will subvert. They know how to do it. It is a sophisticated world domination terrorist machine in the Islamic Republic that cares nothing for its own people, and only thirsts for global domination in a style ISIS way. So the enabling, the number one thing is here, it's the $6 billion they released to the Islamic Republic of Iran. When Obama released billions of dollars to the Islamic Republic last time, gave them the Iran deal, Yemen burned. The Houthis went wild. And the Islamic Republic bragged about it. They have said, if you give us this money, we're going to use it for terrorism. It's going to Hamas, it's going to Hezbollah, it's going to the Houthis, going to militant groups across East Africa. That money will probably go to some Pakistani jihadi groups. Indians, I am cautioning you to the wind. Do not enable the Islamic Republic. They hate you. They want you all dead. They are very clear. You are mashriq. You are polytheists. You are filth. You deserve death. Not even dimitude. You're not even Christians and Jews who have the right to convert and pay a tax to live as second-class citizens. They want every single one of you converted to Islam or dead. They're very clear with that. So the enabling of the Islamic Republic, because they go in and lie. They understand the game. They understand how to trick Westerners. It's very easy to trick the West. Internally, inside Iran, speak Farsi. The Palestinians do it. They speak Arab. In Arabic or Farsi or whatever language that isn't English, you can get on TV and state exactly what your goals are. We want money to kill, murder, rape, and dominate the world. They will say that, and they will say why they want that. They will say their motivations. They will say exactly what they think and why they are thinking it, and then they will send their foreign minister to America, and Javed Zarif or whoever it is will come on TV and say, "We are fighting terrorism. We're against terrorism. It's really America and Israel that are the terrorists. We need money to feed the poor." And then they get the money and they go back in Farsi. We have the money and we're going to use it for terrorism and death and mass slaughter. And the naivety of the Western governments, the Western intellectuals, all our experts. This is the end result of all of our naivety and appeasement, and all this is you have higher grade weapons in Gaza now. It looks like they have longer range rockets. They have coordination. They have some sort of technology, drones. Where is this money coming from? The answer is the IRGC, the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the world needs to wake up. Listen, Israel will need to take care of these terrorists here, and there will be a ground war in Gaza. But the nations of the world, especially India, which is, again, filled with people who are mashriq to these people. The Islamic Republic of Iran is determined to destroy the free world, destroy Jews, to destroy Hindus, destroy Christian nations, and they are actively financing it. They have widespread networks. The Qataris are also spending billions of dollars, right? The Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar is the Muslim Brotherhood now, and they're working with Iran, even though Sunni Shiite. It is the legion of Islamist radicals and the countries that support them. Pakistan, Islamic Republic of Iran, and Qatar, big three. This is where it's coming from. And I hope India can lead the charge here, because it's an emerging country, it's a powerful country, and it's a country where there's actually a culture of intellectualism that is not, for the most part, up its own ass. Yes, I've seen Indian intellectuals go down the pathway that our intellectuals have gone down to. Again, I'll refer you to the Kashmir Files and the professor in that movie, and her being in some ways the real villain, or the biggest villain in some respects. This has to be stopped. I hope India bans Al Jazeera, the Qatari propaganda network. I hope you completely cut ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran, because that is a cancer. Any suckle or anything you give to the Islamic Republic will be used to destroy you one day. Every dollar you let flow into that economy is one that will be used to buy a bullet that goes into a gun. It's somewhere in the mountains of Kashmir, or they'll sneak it through the Punjab region to some Khalistanis. They are determined to spread chaos and violence. It is in the IRGC playbook. That is So the IRGC is sort of like the evil CIA. That's their foreign affairs terrorist department. It has two factions: the Al-Quds Force, the international arm, and the domestic one. The actual playbook of the Quds Force, you can read it. They're open about it. Their goal is to spread the revolution, the Islamic Revolution. They're not. It's also important to note, it's not the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They're the most powerful entity in the country. They're openly stated their goals are not Iranian. They've said they're not Iranian. They're Islamic. That's from their own words. Their goals, and one of their strategies, their main strategy in their playbook, is they find cells of terrorism, Shiite terrorism. They fund them, they arm them, they train them, they unleash them to create chaos, and then they try and benefit from that chaos. That is their open goals. So this is the head of the snake. The head of the snake here is in Tehran, and yes, Hamas needs to be destroyed and all that, but the head of the snake is in Tehran, and Israel is first, but it's not last.
All right, we'll go to Gino Victoria. Gino, welcome to our space. We'd love to hear your views on what exactly is happening and how Iran is involved in this. Gino, please go ahead. Victoria, am I audible?
Yeah, Kabul, you're audible.
Yeah, you are audible. Uh, Victoria, are you available?
All right, seems she's away from the mics.
Hmm.
So we'll do one thing. We'll
Right,
go ahead
somebody
with
can ask
Cordelia.
Daniel what is the statement given by Canada.
Right.
Daniel,
Daniel, would you like to elaborate on like what the Canadian government thinks of this particular situation? What's their stance?
So the leader of the opposition came out very strongly. That forced Justin Trudeau to make a statement. Listen, I don't trust Trudeau, and I don't trust Jagmeet. One of the most powerful people in the Liberal Party, Omar Al-Ghabra, who is he's Muslim Brotherhood. He's straight up Muslim Brotherhood. He spent his career defending Hamas and Hezbollah. He says they're not terrorist organizations. Then he got into government and had to moderate it. But listen, this is, again, when I said the response from Canada towards India, like these last couple of weeks when I've been trying to explain to India, it's not just our tolerance of terrorism towards India, right? Canada's kind of been used as a training ground for extremists to harbor anti-India sentiment and literally go and assassinate Indian ministers on our soil and on their soil. And a lot of Indian people said, why is this so much hate in Canada towards India and the Liberals? And it's not just India, is what I've been saying. It's a permissiveness of all different types of extremism. We have Khalistanis running around. Yes, we have Tamil Tigers doing a parade every year up and down the streets. We have Muslim Brotherhood in Parliament. And there is a widespread permissive attitude towards terrorism within many people of the Liberal and NDP parties. So the leaders will be forced, and there are people inside the Liberal Party who are very pro-Israel and will hold the line. But there are elements in the Liberal Party that are just as hardcore anti-Israel as they are anti-India, and that's a that's the reality of Canada, and it's driven me mad. I've been one of the few people trying to raise awareness about this for years, and it's very hard to do so in Canada, and people came after me for it, but I think we all see why I chose to do what I do and why I keep doing it, because if no one says anything, no one speaks up, then these people infiltrate the halls of parliament. It gets worse and worse and worse, and people will die. And I'm not going to let it stand.
Right. So,
All right,
open question, Kabul, एक minute.
Sanchit bhai,
Open,
I believe Gino is on mic.
yeah,
Gino
yeah,
Victoria.
yeah. That is where it was going on to. Gino Victoria, if we are audible to you, we would like that you place your own views on this particular escalation that has been going on. Please go ahead.
Dino, can you hear us?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Hello?
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you're
we
Yeah.
can hear
audible.
you.
So
Please
I
go ahead.
guess I think a lot of the things that been analyzed and said about the main problem, like the roots problem, has been confirmed already by Daniel. I think it was. Sorry if it was not you, but I think the problem is, like, every Iranian, when they saw that Israel was attacked, we were all like, literally, we thought, oh my god, the $6 billion was for this to happen. Like, we can confirm that the main focus on how to solve a lot of geopolitics in the Middle East is to focus on IRGC, because, to be honest, Hamas doesn't have the capacity to do such a thing. That's my perspective of it, and I think it's really important that people like Daniel, who has a lot of voice and a big platform, to address this. And I think you do, Daniel. It's not a critique or anything. I just wanted, as an Iranian Kurdish woman, just confirm that we are really sorry for the Israeli people, and we feel for you, and thank you for the support of us. And I hope we, as the Iranian community, can be there for you and amplify your voices out here. Thank you.
No, I really appreciate it, and I've noticed this. I've noticed a lot of the Iranian friends I made over the last few years, who are coming to my aid, and are active and are out there saying this, and I get it. I mean, I remember being in Twitter Spaces, listening to people in Iranian Kurdistan describe the horrors that they were going through. People in the streets coming in, like 50 cal bullets being fired into villages by the IRGC, and the other thing was, in order to massacre Kurds, the Islamic Republic recalled a lot of the jihadists they had in Hezbollah, in Syria, Iraq, Hash al-Shabi, Palestinian territories. There were also reports that they weren't speaking Farsi; they were speaking Arabic. These terrorists on the streets of Kurdistan. So
Exactly, and I actually have a lot of sources from Mahabad, Sakla, Sanandaj, the Kurdish area, where it really was hard, and they were massive in there in the beginning of the revolution. They said, these are not even Iranian, these are Arabs, they are from Hezbollah, where are they from? Like, I have their voice messages still saying that these are not Iranian. They were shook to their bones.
yeah, when I say we all have similar enemies, it's not figurative; it's literal. And one of the good things I see in the internet, if I can give a silver lining, is it's our ability to connect and create our own platforms. I mean, what I'm doing was not possible 10, 15 years ago. And what we do, I mean, we have these Twitter spaces where we can find parts of the world where people can not feel so alone, where Jews can meet Indians, Indians can meet Iranians, Iranians can meet Jews. We find the people who we know will support us and build a coalition. Because listen, if you're waiting for the experts, the international community, what's Emmanuel Macron in France going to say, what's Rishi Sunak, what no, Uh, these people are cowards, moral cowards, and they won't do anything unless we force them to. And it's upon us to form the coalition of the willing to stand up to terrorism of all kinds, because the current strategy from our leaders is beyond pathetic. Beyond pathetic. Um, Canada is a country that will repatriate us ISIS fighters, and the prime minister will then say the reason he's doing so is because they can be a powerful voice for de-radicalization. We're a country where our prime minister literally suggested the plan to de-radicalize Islamists will be led by literal ISIS fighters. That was our plan, and it's insane. It's absolutely insane, and it's ridiculous. But people die, and those people are right now on the front lines. It's Iranians, Hindus, Jews, where the gun's currently pointed at us, and it sucks, and it shouldn't be that way. And for whatever reason, the people who are second in line can twiddle their thumbs and just pretend it's not going to happen to them. But I think they're fools. I know. I mean, I know a lot of Christians who are in my DMs right now, and from the organizations, full on support. I've shown them the India stuff. They're interested, full on support. They have. There's a lot of like Kufi people who have very strong moral clarity. Who, when they see Jews being murdered, they understand the bad guys. When I show them, or tell them what happened in Kashmir, they understand immediately who the bad guys are. They can tell the difference between India and Pakistan. And I don't want to forget, I don't want to leave out the people who are not part of our communities who are coming to rally towards us. We're going to need them. But in terms of who's there to fight this, well, we're in the position where it's either run away or stand on a hill and stand your ground. It's run or fight. And I don't know where you think you can run to escape this, but um, I suggest we stand now and end this and push back when Israel starts to take out Gaza militants and there are casualties. We don't fall for the we must de-escalate, we must have peace right now. Um, now it's time to stand and fight and and not be afraid of being called names or whatever it is. That's how they win. It's we stand. We stand our ground. We stand our ground clearly, morally. We explain our positions, and you don't ever get afraid to be called whatever names they're going to call you, as long as you're doing the right thing. Now, don't go threatening to kill all Muslims. Problem here, don't be the propaganda victory they want. Don't be that. But you all know right from wrong. I've been in these Indian spaces. I've been on Indian television. I've listened to you talk. I understand, as a Jew, the culture of education and intellectualism that exists in your society. You can do this, and I believe in you.
I
See,
think I want to say add something to Daniel. Exactly. Don't fall to the propaganda saying Muslims this, Muslims that. I have Palestinian Muslims writing and supporting us Iranians and Israelis and saying this is not what we want. This is how they want us to get to each other and fight each other. And I think we should be very, very specific that this is not about a group of Muslims or all Muslims or Palestinians. I think we should be clear about that. This is Hamas's group. This is IRGC. This is not Iranians. This is not, so this is really important. And to be honest, the Kurds stand till the day they all die. I am Kurdish Iranian woman, and I know this for a fact. My sister is in Kurdistan, Iraq, fighting for her life and the civilians' rights, and their life too. So she's Peshmerga, and my family for 2 generations have been Peshmerga. So I know this, and they say this is our duty for the humanity. It's not even about religion or anything. It's about the decency, the right to exist. This is not about a religion. The religion must come after the fact that you are a person, that you are a human, you have a heart, and that's exactly what we should stand for and fight for. And you can't run away. They will find you. They will fight you. These Islamists, these terrorists, they will find you, and they will rule over you. So we should stand, and we will stand taller and stronger together. So that's what I would add, and I have to run because Iran is burning also right now. They have attacked with chemical attacking school in Tehran, so I need to go. But Daniel, thank you for for everything you do. I really support you guys. Thank you for this space also.
May I add a few
Well,
points on
Thank you
Yes,
so
comrade,
much,
yes,
Gino.
yes, yes,
comrade, see,
yes.
hang on.
Yes, yes,
Thank
yes.
you so much, Gino, for joining in. Divyaji, please go ahead.
yes,
Thank God.
I just wanted to add some points on Indian and more particularly Hindu-Shia relations. Some of the points were raised by Daniel. I am not going to comment on what government of India's policies vis-a-vis Iran, because they have to balance out a lot of conflicting interests, so they have a policy. I am not going to comment on that. But Shia leaders played a very major role in formation of Pakistan. Most Hindus don't realize this. Actually, Muslim League was funded by a Shia Nawab, Raza of Mahmudabad, whose properties were recently confiscated by Modi government under Enemy Property Act. So he was a Shia, and Jinnah was, like a father figure for him, and he financed everything, all the Muslim League campaign for the formation of Pakistan. Even if you go back into history, the Shia Nawab of Lucknow sided with the, Sunni invaders, Ahmad Shah Abdali in Panipat. So whenever larger cause of Islam has come up in India, Sunnis and Shias have united against Hindus. Second thing is that, recently I came across, I don't know even I should discuss this here. It is, very gory and vulgar. I was listening to an ex-Muslim channel. I often do that. And they showed a reference to a book written by Ayatollah Khomeini. And there he had described in details as to how should undergo sexual intercourse with an infant girl, which is still a suckling. I mean, even Satan will feel, ashamed of these people. So I think this is all pure evil. So what policies government of India has regarding Iran, they have to balance, Pakistan and all these things. But as as human right activists or as a Hindu activist, I would say, we should build every kind of intellectual narrative so that all such evil forces, this evil regime in Iran should go down. They have been saying, siding with Islamist cause in Kashmir. They have always, uh, always Khomeini has all in every statement he has, clubbed the Palestinian Kashmiri cause together. Thirdly, Iran is also a major roadblock in India's Baluchistan project, because they have occupied a part of Baluchistan, and they don't want Baluchistan to go independent. So they all of them team up with Pakistan and Iran team up on the issue of Baluchistan to crush Baluch freedom fighters. So these are some points, and that I would dig out that reference from Ayatollah Khomeini's book. When I came across that, I feel like just bombing this Tehran regime. It is such an evil, and Khomeini described that rape of that infant girl in such gory details that I feel ashamed to even repeat that.
Thank you so much, Divyaji. We'll go ahead. Elite, welcome. Your views on today's topic, please. Elite Predator, आप हैं?
Yeah, hi. Good evening.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just joined. I didn't know what we are talking about. Is it about the current operation about the Israel? What's going on? Something like that?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, the situation is still very tense. और बात यह है कि ये महज नहीं है अब. Israelis have declared war और क्योंकि इतने सारे हॉस्टेजेस लिए गए हैं पैलेस्टीनियंस के द्वारा या हमास के द्वारा, तो अब ये सिचुएशन को और कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना देता है, राइट. क्योंकि पहले ऐसा होता था कि इजरायली इसके ऊपर रॉकेट फायर होते थे, दे विल डू एयर स्ट्राइक्स, और मामला रफा दफा हो जाता था 4-5 दिन में. लेकिन जस्ट बिकॉज इतने वीडियो सामने आए हैं और हॉस्टेजेस ले लिए गए हैं, एल्डरली वुमन को वो लोग हॉस्टेज ले रहे हैं, कुछ कुछ पब्लिक मैसेकर के वीडियो सामने आए हैं, तो ये सिचुएशन को बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बना देता है. एक इवनिंग के स्पेस में सवाल उठा था कि व्हाट कुड बी द इजरायली रिस्पॉन्स. तो मैंने सस्पेक्टेडली यही बोला कि अगर ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन अप्रूव होता है इजराइल की तरफ से, तो इट विल बी अ वेरी बिग थिंग, क्योंकि इजराइल अभी तक एरियल सुपीरियोरिटी इंजॉय करता है इस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में, इसलिए इजराइल की कैजुअलिटीज बहुत कम होती थी. लेकिन जब चीजें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन पे जाती हैं, जब आप अपने सेफ जोन को छोड़ के दुश्मन के इलाके में जाते हो, तब चीजें बहुत ज्यादा बदल जाती हैं, राइट. आपके ऊपर कहाँ से कब कैसे हमला होगा ये कोई नहीं बता सकता. सेकेंड थिंग, इजरायली एयर स्ट्राइक तो हमास को मेरे ख्याल से बहुत पहले से एंटिसिपेटेड होगी कि ये इतना रिस्पॉन्ड तो करेंगे. और इसके पहले जो यहाँ पे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से 1 या 1.5 साल पहले भी ऐसी एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुई थी, जब हमास ने बहुत सारे रॉकेट इजराइल पे फायर किए थे. तब हमने ये पाया था कि जो हमास का अंडरग्राउंड टनल सिस्टम है वो बहुत रोबस्ट था उस टाइम पे. मतलब कुछ टनल्स उनकी जो जिनके फोटोज बाहर आई थी, या कुछ टनल जिनको हिट किया था, ऐसा लगता था कि इजरायलीज जो रोड के बीच में जो सीवर्स होल होते हैं उनमें बॉम्ब मार रहे हैं, लेकिन जब वो बॉम्ब अंदर जाके फटते थे और वो क्रेटर बनता था, तो उस क्रेटर में हमने देखा था कि कई टनल्स की ओपनिंग देखी थी हमने. तो एक उनका टनल सिस्टम तो बहुत रोबस्ट है. और क्योंकि हम इस टाइम भी जो एयर अटैक्स हम देख रहे हैं, जिनके वीडियोस हम सामने आ रहे हैं, वो बहुत एंटिसिपेटेड मूव होगा, और हमास मेरे ख्याल से उस चीज के लिए बहुत प्रिपेयर्ड होगा. यहाँ पे जितनी कैपेबिलिटीज की बात इजरायलीज की कही जाती है, जितने आर्टिकल्स, जितनी डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज, जितने वेब सीरीज हमने नैरेटिव बिल्डिंग में देखी है इजरायली मिलिट्री की, अब वो समय है कि इजरायलीज को वो प्रूव करना होगा कि जितना उन लोगों ने बात की है, क्या वो उस चीज को प्रूव कर सकते हैं कि ऑन ग्राउंड भी उनकी उतनी कैपेबिलिटीज हैं. आज ही एक वीडियो आया है जहां पे इजरायली मरकवा मार्क 4 टैंक जो है, जिनको अगर आप गूगल पे रैंडम सर्च करेंगे कि टॉप 10 टैंक्स इन द वर्ल्ड, राइट, तो मरकवा का नाम आता है दूसरे तीसरे या चौथे नंबर पे. लेकिन एक ग्रेनेड से आज मरकवा को डिस्ट्रॉय किया है पैलेस्टीनियंस ने. तो कुछ मिथ्स तो बस्ट हो रही हैं, और जो इजरायली इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर जो एक एक मैं कहूंगा कि एक बहुत ज्यादा हाइप बना के रखी गई है कि मोसाद इज द बेस्ट, और पता नहीं कौन ये इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज की रेटिंग्स कौन निकालता है, मुझे आज तक समझ में नहीं आया. तो ये जो बना के रखी गई है, इसका भी एक तरीके से एक फैक्ट चेक हुआ है। हालांकि जस्ट बिकॉज दिस इज अ वेरी सरप्राइजिंग अटैक, और surprising attack, it can be a surprise for the armed forces, for the civilian population of the Israel, but if it is a surprise for the Israeli intelligence community also, then I think it's an alarming situation to for us also to look towards the western narrative which they are building for their military, right? रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर में भी हम देख चुके हैं ऑलरेडी कि कैसे जो वेस्टर्न वेपन्स हैं वो लगातार फेल हुए हैं रशियन टारगेट्स को हिट करने में। लगातार स्टॉर्म शेडोज मिसाइल इंटरसेप्ट की जा रही हैं और गिराई जा रही हैं, उनके ड्रोन्स गिराए जा रहे हैं, राइट? तो फिलहाल अगर अगर इस चीज के हट के देखा जाए कि अगर हम कुछ स्पेकुलेट करना चाहें, तो स्पेकुलेशन तब तक हो सकता था जब तक ये चीज एक सिर्फ ऑपरेशन होती, जब तक ये सिर्फ एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होती। नाउ इफ इट इज अ फुल स्केल वॉर, यहाँ पे हमारे स्पेकुलेशन नल एंड वॉइड हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि इजराइल होल्ड्स all the rights to use all kind of weapons, including the dirty bombs also, if they want to, right? So अब तो बॉल उनके कोर्ट में है, और जो भी स्पेकुलेशन है, मैं नहीं समझता कि कोई भी स्पेकुलेशन करना यहाँ पे वाइज होगा, क्योंकि आज रात में जो होने वाला है वो एक अलग बात है। और अगर ग्राउंड अटैक होता है, अगर इसराइल लिटरली अपनी ग्राउंड फोर्सेस के साथ गाजा स्ट्रिप में एंटर करता है, तो हम एक मिलिट्री में एक टर्म होता है फाइटिंग इन अर्बन एंड बिल्डअप एरियाज, जिसको फूबार्स बोलते हैं, राइट? ये सुनने में बड़ा ऐसा लगता है कि ठीक है बिल्डिंग्स तो क्लियर करनी है, लेकिन ये मिलिट्री में सबसे मतलब कठिन टैक्टिक मानी जाती है। बिकॉज अगर आपके 200 बंदे एक ब्लॉक में घुस रहे हैं, उन 200 बंदों को बहुत कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ चलना होगा टू अवॉइड कैजुअलिटीज। कैजुअलिटीज आर पार्ट ऑफ द गेम, ये होना ही है, लेकिन टू अवॉइड मैसिव कैजुअलिटीज यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी अलर्ट एंड वेरी वेरी ट्रेन्ड एंड कोऑर्डिनेटेड। लेकिन लेकिन इसमें बहुत बड़ा लेकिन है, जैसा कि मैंने बोला कि इंडियंस का टनल नेटवर्क बहुत स्ट्रांग है, और ये हम पहले देख चुके हैं। ये मैं आपको 2 साल पहले की बात बता रहा हूँ। अभी उन लोगों ने ये अटैक लॉन्च करने से पहले क्या टैक्टिक आजमाई है, क्या चीजें उन लोगों ने अपने दिमाग में रखी है, बिकॉज ये जो है ये बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अटैक दिखता है मुझे, राइट? तो अगर इसराइल एक ग्राउंड पुश करता है, तो उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस और उसके रिजल्ट क्या होंगे, ये बहुत ही अन मतलब इसको स्पेकुलेट किया ही नहीं जा सकता। अभी रिसेंटली एक खबर आई है कि जो इजरायली अपाचे अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर्स थे, जिनको अमेरिकन ने बहुत फ्लाइंग टैंक और ऐसा ऐसा करके ग्लोरीफाई किया है, हम भी अपाचेज यूज करते हैं, राइट? वो अपाचेज ने हैवी डैमेज सस्टेन किए हैं जो एंटी एयरक्राफ्ट गन्स हैं इसराइल की, उनसे। तो अगर आप इवनली फाइट करना चाहते हैं, तो यू हैव टू बी वेरी सुपीरियर इन योर टैक्टिक्स एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन, जो कि अभी थोड़ा सा प्रेजेंटली मुझे तो कम दिख रहा है इजरायली मिलिट्री में। लेकिन हालांकि दे आर कंसिडर्ड एज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट, और जो भी हम जितना मेरा इंटरेक्शन रहा है उन लोगों से जिन लोगों ने इसराइलीज के साथ ट्रेन किया है, उन लोगों ने कहा है कि दे आर वेरी प्रोफेशनल एंड दे कैन गेट ओवर इट। सो आई होप सेंस थिंक बेटर थिंग्स हैपन, एंड बस मैं इतना चाहूंगा कि ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ज्यादा एस्केलेट ना हो, मतलब वो पूरा रीजन इसमें आना जाए। इस पूरी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में एक चीज हमें बहुत ज्यादा नोट करने वाली बात यह है कि कतर का इसमें क्या रिस्पॉन्स रहा है, और कतर इसमें कैसे इन्वॉल्व रहा है, और कतर ने कैसे हमास को बेसिकली सपोर्ट किया है, राइट? कतर ने हमारे साथ भी कोई बहुत अच्छी हमारे उनसे रिलेशन नहीं रहे हैं। हमारे कुछ लोग हैं कतर में जो जिनको उन्होंने अरेस्ट करके रखा है, और दे आर नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग इन देयर रिलीज और समथिंग। सो कतर को इस चीज पे कतर को ये पूरी कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में कतर का जो रोल है इस पे ध्यान देने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। इस इन द एंडिंग पॉइंट में आप लोग का ध्यान एक चीज पे और लेके आना चाहूंगा कि थोड़े टाइम पहले हमारे जो हाई कमिश्नर थे पैलेस्टीन में, उनकी मौत हो गई थी, और वो एक बहुत अननेचुरल टाइप की डेथ थी, और उस पर काफी सस्पिशियस भी उठा था। उस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जरूर हुई है, लेकिन उसका कोई रिजल्ट सामने नहीं आया, ना कि किसी का नाम सामने आया कि किसने किया है। तो बहुत सारी चीजों को अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि काफी वी सपोर्ट इसराइल वाली चीजें हैं, लेकिन अगर आप बालाकोट के टाइम पे बालाकोट के टाइम के स्टेटमेंट्स आप देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि हमारे को किसी ने बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट किया नहीं था। मतलब ठीक है, डिप्लोमेटिकली टेररिस्ट शुड बी पनिश्ड और ये वाली बात जरूर हुई थी, लेकिन जिस लेवल का सपोर्ट इंडियन ट्विटर इसराइल को दिखा रहा वो रेसिप्रोकेट हुआ नहीं था। तो थोड़ा सा वेट करके सपोर्ट करें किसी को भी, जिसको भी करना है, लेकिन सिचुएशंस को देख लें और जो भी हाइप है उसके थ्रू अगर देखने की कोशिश करेंगे तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा। बिकॉज अब सिर्फ बोलने से काम नहीं चलेगा इसराइल के लिए, और एयर स्ट्राइक से तो बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा। जो वो अभी कर रहे हैं इनसे तो कुछ नहीं चलेगा, वो हमास ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर्ड है उस चीज के लिए। तो अब वो ग्राउंड पे क्या एक्शन लेते हैं और क्या रिस्पॉन्स ऑफिशियली हमास को मिलता है, कितनी कैजुअलिटीज इसराइलीज इन्फ्लिक्ट करते हैं और इन द एक्सचेंज वो कितनी कैजुअलिटीज खाते हैं, यही डिसाइड करेगा कि इस रीजन में इसराइल का डोमिनेंस रहेगा कि नहीं रहेगा। बिकॉज ये जो अटैक इसराइल पे अभी हुआ है इतना कोऑर्डिनेटेड, ये इसराइल की डोमिनेंस और इसराइल की डिटरेंस के ऊपर सवाल उठाता है।
Thank you so much, Elite. We'll go ahead. Rishiji, welcome. Your views on today's topic, please, and then we'll go to Major Sir.
Hi everyone out here. I think I should not be very repetitive. सभी मेरे से पहले जो जितने भी स्पीकर्स आए उन्होंने पूरी इंट्रिकेसीज के ऊपर बोली है और दे हैव स्पोकन व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैपेंड, किसका क्या रिस्पांस रहा है, नेबरिंग कंट्रीज़ का किसका क्या रिस्पांस रहा है, कौन साथ में है इसराइल के, कौन साथ में नहीं है. सो दे हैव स्पोकन लेंस अबाउट इट. What I am saying is that only one thing, जो ये हमास ने किया है और पैलेस्टाइन ने किया है, basically it gives a legal license to Israel to carry on. अब वो brutal मतलब वो फोर्स भी यूज करेगा तो भी उसको लोग कुछ नहीं कहेंगे. So basically now Israel officially has the world sympathy. It is a official has the right to avenge, and it has a officially it has a right to retaliate. तो अब उसके पास ये तीनों राइट आ गए. उसके पास सिंपैथी भी आ गई जो पहले कभी भी उसके पास नहीं रहती थी. हर समय वो सिंपैथी गाजा वालों के पास, पैलेस्टीनियन लोगों के पास रहती थी. वो लोग अपनी वो दिखाते रहते थे फोटोज वगैरह ना. बट दिस टाइम the sympathy is with Israel. I mean, whether many of my leftist friend and many of my secular friend may like it or not, but Israel के साथ पूरी sympathy है आज के डेट में, सबकी वर्ल्ड sympathy अगर अपनी बात करें. सेकेंडली रिटेलिएट अब वो बुरी तरह से करेगा. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि इजराइल चुप बैठने वालों में से है. हमने देखा था कि उनकी वो एक ओलंपिक टीम के साथ क्या हुआ था, उन्होंने कहाँ कहाँ घुस घुस के मारा था. वी हैव सीन दैट थिंग. उसके ऊपर सारी मूवीज़ भी बन चुकी है. वी हैव सीन दैट हाउ द वॉर, उन्होंने एक वॉर भी जीता था जहाँ पर उनके सारे अरब कंट्रीज़ ने उसके ऊपर अटैक किया था और वो कैसे वो वॉर को उन्होंने जीता था विथ लॉट ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशन दे हैव डन. सो ये लोग है. इजराइल बेसिकली कंस्टिट्यूट ऑफ जूस कम्युनिटी. Jews कौन है? Jews used to be a trader community. They used to be this thing. अगर आपको याद होगा, the famous Jew was a Shylock in जिसने पॉन्ड ऑफ फ्लैश मांगा था आपके विलियम शेक्सपियर के मतलब उपन्यास में. सो मतलब Jews वर बेसिकली ट्रेडिंग कम्युनिटी रही है. बट जस्ट इमेजिन जब वो इसराइल बना तो वही ट्रेडिंग कम्युनिटी बिकम द वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट वॉरियर्स, मतलब वन ऑफ द ड्रेडेड वॉरियर बन चुके हैं वो. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये जो कुछ भी हुआ है, मुझे लगता है इसराइल इज गोइंग टू यूज इट टू इट्स अटमोस्ट दिस थिंग. एंड मुझे लगता है विद इन अ ईयर और टू ये गाज़ा पट्टी पूरी साफ हो जाएगी. फ़लस्तीनियों का नाम नहीं रहेगा. इट विल बी कम्प्लीटली इसराइल बिकॉज उनको वो लाइसेंस मिल चुका है वो काम करने का. अब वो जाएंगे, सेटलमेंट को इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, बॉम्बिंग जो भी करना है करेंगे. उनके पास पूरी लाइसेंस है और वो जा करके पूरी सेटलमेंट को अपना एक्सटेंड करेंगे, अपने बॉर्डर्स को पूरा एक्सट्रीमली एक्सटेंड करेंगे. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है. अमेरिका का बड़ा टैक्टिक सपोर्ट है बिकॉज पूरी दुनिया को अमेरिका चलाती है और अमेरिका को जूस चलाते हैं. दिस इज़ अ फेमस सेइंग्स बिकॉज द जूस कंट्रोल द इकोनॉमी ऑफ द अमेरिका. सो ऑब्वियसली अमेरिका को कुछ भी करे या नहीं करे, कोई भी गवर्नमेंट आए, इजराइल के साथ खड़ा रहना पड़ेगा. दैट्स अ बिग थिंग विच इज़ गोइंग टू हैपन. सो नाउ अब तो उनको लाइसेंस भी मिल गया, सिंपैथी भी मिल गई है. ये लोग इस टाइप का जो काम किए वो दैट इज़ वन थिंग. एंड lastly that is a very interesting thing when we come to back to the India. हमने भी इस टाइप का अटैक झेला था, 26/11 बोल के एक अटैक हुआ था, अगर आपको याद है। आज इसराइल के 100 लोग मरे, हमारे 300 लोग मरे थे। ऐसे ही वो आए थे, ऐसे उस समय यहाँ पर तो पैराट्रूपिंग से आए थे, वहाँ से समुद्र के रास्ते से आए थे, और सब निहत्तों को ऐसे गोलियां मारी गई थी। सो दिस इज़ व्हाट वी हैव सीन। एंड हमारा जो रिस्पॉन्स था उस समय, हमारी एक लीडरशिप थी, उनका ये रिस्पॉन्स था कि उन्होंने एक 50 पेज का डॉजियर भेजा था पाकिस्तान को। सो हमने अटैक नहीं किया था, हमने डॉजियर्स भेजे, डॉजियर्स पे डॉजियर्स, कि आपकी गलती है, आपके लोग थे, ये हमारे प्रूफ्स है। एंड वी कीप ऑन प्लेइंग दैट चिट्ठी पत्री का गेम हम भेजते रहते थे, लेटर्स और डॉजियर्स। सो दिस टाइम दिस लीडरशिप इज़ अ नो नॉनसेंस लीडरशिप। अगर आप इस टाइप की कोई भी हरकत करोगे, सीधा घर पे घुस के मारेंगे, 2 बार घर के घुस के मारे। सो और उनको ये डर है कि इस टाइप की कोई भी मतलब मिस एडवेंचर, दे ट्राई टू डू समथिंग इन इंडिया, दे विल गेट अ वेरी ब्लडी नोज। सो अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि वाई अ स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एक स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप होती है तो किसी की हिम्मत भी नहीं होती है कि आपके घर में आंख उठा के देख सके। वहाँ पर देखिए, इसराइल में अभी बीच में ये पॉलिटिकली टर्मोइल चल रही थी, इश्यूज चल रहे थे, इट वाज नॉट अ स्टेबल लीडरशिप। एंड जस्ट सी वो कैसे पैलेस्टीनियों की हिम्मत बढ़ गई और उन्होंने घर में घुस के मार दिया। सो यहाँ पर भी मैं यही बात बोलूँगा कि लीडरशिप मैटर्स अ लॉट। पहले 2014 से पहले हम यहाँ पर भी देखते थे, आए दिन कहीं हमारे घर में घुस के मारते थे, कभी वो बम ब्लास्ट होता था, कभी हमारे लोकल ट्रेन में ब्लास्ट हो जाता था, कभी संकट मोचन मंदिरों में ब्लास्ट हो जाता था। वी हैव सीन ऑल दिस थिंग्स। they used to do it at the time and the place of their own choosing। कभी भी मन हो जाता था, कभी भी कुछ करना होता था, वो जॉट डाउन कर लेते थे। अब वो नहीं कर पाते। तो दैट्स अ बिग डिफरेंस। सो लीडरशिप एंड द पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप इज़ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जहाँ इसराइल की वीकनेस आई, वहाँ देख लीजिए इतना बड़ा कांड हो गया। इंडिया में भी मैं एक ही बात बोलूँगा, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आपको ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि भाई टमाटर और पेट्रोल के दाम नहीं देखिए, क्योंकि ये तो दाम 2 दिन में बढ़ेंगे, 2 दिन में घट भी जाएंगे। लेकिन अगर लीडरशिप वीक रही तो आपकी जान जा सकती है। सो दैट्स अ वेरी बिग मैसेज विच वी कैन लर्न, वी इंडियंस कैन लर्न, बिकॉज हमारे साथ भी ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है जो हमारी जो उनकी आज आप देख रहे हो उनके लेडीज़ के साथ हुआ है, उनके साथ हुआ है, उनको लेकर जा रहे थे। वी हैव सीन दोज काइंड ऑफ विजुअल्स। ये चीज़ हमारे साथ हो सकता है और हमारे साथ पहले भी हो चुका है। मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से आता हूँ, बांग्लादेश जब फॉर्म हुआ था, वी हैव सीन ऑल दोज काइंड ऑफ विजुअल्स। सो नाउ आई एम टेलिंग यू द सेम कैन हैपन इफ़ वी डोंट हैव अ स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप। सो लीडरशिप मैटर्स अ लॉट। और मुझे लगता है इज़राइल इज़ नॉट गोइंग टू, मुझे लगता है they will have that power, they will retaliate, and they will retaliate very badly. I think that misadventure is a very big mistake which Gaza guys have done, Hamas has done. They will be getting a fitting reply very soon. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Rishi bhai. Thank you for your insights related to the political aspect. I would also like to welcome Major Manik Jolly sir. Major sir, welcome to the space. We would love to know your views regarding the topic which you have kept above. Also, a very comprehensive viewpoint about what is happening and what sort of escalation can it lead to. Please.
Thank you, Sanchit, Ankita, and Kabul. So, since morning, we've been seeing क्या हो रहा है. Rather early morning when I woke up, उस time late ही उठे थे, weekend है. So since then, I started a thread. I was trying to go, sequentially how things are progressing. The first incident was 40-50 terrorists which has infiltrated from Gaza side, and they had overrun a security post. बाद में पता लगा वो उनके there are somebody coming from air by a hand glider also, and then there were some tries coming from sea route also, which were spotted by Israel naval forces. Basically, why everybody is confused, everybody's talking about, why is this happening now? Because it is not like you don't have to be rocket scientist to understand कि Palestinians ये करके उनको पता नहीं था कि what kind of reaction they might kill 100, but they will get thousands wiped out. But why will they do it? So how the psyche of Palestinians and Hezbollah and terrorists work in Middle East, like you've quoted it right, Intifada and all, they go for one major strike which helps them boost their reputation and which helps them boost their solidarity. हम कम ही सही, हम थोड़े ही सही, लेकिन हम जोर का भूसा मार सकते हैं. That is why that is all about how terrorist activities work. Even Al Qaeda,
It was not going to fight a pitched war against USA, but they did one thing and they've written their name in history. This is how terrorist organizations work. For these people, for Palestinians, when the terrorists came in, they were looking for this one big punch, which they have given, no doubt. This is one of the biggest terror attacks in Israel ever. And what they have done is they have now forced Israel to take action. And Israel, knowing, a lot would be going on in their war rooms and their cabinet with ministers and armies and generals and all, but they have been known to use heavy hand when they deal with these people because the threat is such. Since last 60, 70 years, they've been dealing with terrorists. So when they go for complete annihilation of the terror cell or the team or whatever. So they will go pretty hard on this. Abhi last report was 198 people have been killed in air raids. And air is just the beginning. How a good military operation, or how they would be doing it, is first point would be to secure Israel. Jab aap infiltrators have come in, you send air raids, but before that, you have to sanitize your own country. You have to sanitize your own area, get free of infiltrators, kill everybody who's gotten inside. And a lot of these people have taken hostages and taken them back into Gaza Strip. So what the priority is always saving your own citizen. Chahe wo koi bhi desh ho, be it any country, be it any community, be it any government. This is an unwritten rule of warfare that the priority is always to save your citizens first. So first step Israel would do is secure its citizens. Take out the infiltrators which have come in, apne jo hostages le gaye hain, bring them back, and then they will go in for ground operations. Because if you already have hostages there, you cannot launch full-scale ground operations. Because then you involve tanks, then you everything. So आपको नहीं पता किस building में कौन है, that kind of thing. But air raids are a kind of a deterrent, kind of a threat removal measure. So अभी उनका military action again, I had written also that we are nobody to teach them. Israel is one of the best countries who've been dealing with this. They have kind of a precedent. They have kind of experience, teach all the world how to fight these networks. So they'll do their best. Coming back to why this was happened, Saudi Arabia and Saudi and Israel are about to sign a very, very important peace deal. जैसे कुछ साल पहले, 2-1 साल पहले Abraham Accords हुए थे under President Trump. So now they are also going for a very major peace deal in this. So Iran has stakes in this if this happens. And why Saudi is doing it is because they need modern weapons, they need nuclear technology. And the stake with US, now these are all, geopolitical counters which we understand as they are moving. It is not that I was sitting in their meeting, but we understand it like this because Saudi is very keen on bringing in nuclear tech and nuclear weapons and all that. So they've asked US. The US has put a counter to this that you first ensure peace in Middle East, because peace in Middle East, पूरे globe में, I think it is one of the biggest agendas which has been going on for decades. चाहे वो पहले Camp David Accords हो, चाहे वो Clinton हो, चाहे वो Bush हो, कोई भी हो, they've been fighting for it, the US president. So now, if Biden gets this done, it's a big achievement for him. So these peace accords were about to happen. That Saudi said, fine, we'll find peace with them. And there have been a lot of, open shows about this, how the diplomats have been visiting each other, how there have been open book shows, theater shows, and artists coming performing. I mean, they made a big show of how the two countries are aligning towards peace. Now, what happens is, since they have carried out this attack and Israel will go in for a very solid kind of sort them out. That's the right word, actually. It will suddenly, the global media, the global narrative, the global hue and cry again will become anti-Israel. So on one side you have somebody trying to do a peace deal, and other side everybody is calling you genocidal and murderous and all this. And you know how that works. So that will be a big, jolt to the whole process. And on top of that, Saudi's official statement today has come out where they have kind of, in a slanting way, kind of accused Israel of creating such a situation that Palestinians were forced to do this action, and now they are putting responsibility on Israel, that you being the bigger force, the responsibility is on you to maintain the peace in the region. So these are very complicated situations. Plus, then there is the Iran angle, and now these people get support from Iran plus the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then now they are saying that we will also rise again, and we saw a lot of their, supporters or activists or terrorists coming on bikes actually trying to cross over and then they were shot down. So a lot is happening there. This is just, first day actually. Everybody's trying to figure out what is happening. But what will happen right now, this will not stop. This will go into weeks and months for sure, definitely. Uh, Global teams will be formed. You have almost 100 countries supporting Israel today, uh, close to 100. But you also have 20, 30 who will support, Palestine also. And to say that they will raise the Gaza Strip down to rubble, it's also not possible. I mean, even in Intifadas or whenever Israel has taken, even fought wars actually, or tried to be very violent, then also they went after the terror networks only. Fine, in their parlance, civilians are collateral damage, but you go only after the terror network. You can't actually go and fire a napalm bomb in Gaza Strip. Or nearly 2 million people live there. The entire Palestinian population is around 5.5, out of which 2 million live there. Oh, I've been there. I've spent some time in Israel. I've seen the area. So it is how we perceive getting into some area fighting. It's not like that. It's like a concrete jungle, typically saying. It's very narrow lanes. It's very small houses. So fighting through built-up areas is a very complicated thing because you can't bomb the entire place. You'll kill thousands like that. You don't fight modern day wars like that. You have to go street by street. And that's a very expensive deal even for Israeli armed forces. So you try and optimize your efforts to get the maximum results. And somehow all the optimization of any violence is only achieved when it is backed by political and financial will. And for that, Israel is good for now. But we'll see how it goes in the future. The support of EU, NATO, US will mean a lot. Peripheral countries like India, actually, honestly, how much we can say we have love for them, hamare dost and all that, but we don't count that much in these things. But the main players here are Iran, Saudi, US, NATO forces, NATO all combined. These people, and then of course UN, as much defunct that it is, but still it's a mouthpiece. So these are the people who will who will carry out commentary on this, who will get people together, who will figure out, who will ask them to calm down, who will ask them to go free. There will be something happening behind the curtain. Something will happen open. So a lot will happen in next coming days. But one thing is for sure that at least next few weeks, the violence is only going to rise because Israel is definitely going to give it back. Uh, People often give example, and there's one thing also. I mean, being from a intelligence background, there was a lot of discussion today and of intelligence failure and all. So I do want to emphasize on this that no matter how big your intelligence or strong your intelligence community is or organization is, at some point everybody is bound to fail one way or the other because the threats that you are monitoring at any given time range in thousands and thousands. There are thousands of people who are trying to break into your system, who are trying to break into your country and cause damage or kill people and all that. And as the famous saying goes that the security guys have to succeed 99 times, 100 times, but the other guys have to succeed just once, and it becomes a catastrophe. So that is the reason here that in spite of Mossad and Shin Bet and MI and all their Intel 8016 or 86 units and all that, in spite of that, these people have carried out a operation which Israelis had no idea. It means they depended heavily on human intelligence. They were not giving even a chance for them getting, trapped over signal intelligence or any kind of other setup where they could give a hint to Israel what is in the offing. So, having said that this same thing happened with U.S. intelligence community, which is so probing, which is so dominant, which is so controlling. The CIA, FBI, both NSA and all combined, and still, that happened. That World Trade Center attack, and same thing happened here. We also suffered our share of bad attacks and all that. So there is no point ever blaming the intelligence communities. However, what happens once this attack happens? All the agencies get together, start sharing notes. They try to converge at a point that who would have done it, who are the big players behind it, and then that's when the actions start. And there will be, response to this, and pretty solid one that I'm sure of. So thank you, Sanchit. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Major sir.
Sir, I have a Can I ask a question?
Kapil, go ahead. Then we'll go to Dan.
Manik sir,
Honey.
what option do they have? Because that is a big question, and about the thing about war crimes. Because isn't it comes under war crimes if you take their women hostage? You don't tell them where they are, and the kind of killing they have done across Israel. So two things. What option does Israel has apart from bombing? And then the second question. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so as far as war crimes go, I don't think you can hold Hamas responsible. I mean, you can condemn, you can, abuse, and you can say, ye galat hai, galat hai. But the fact is, they are not signatory of the terrorist organization. Did not sit in Geneva and sign war crimes accord. So they say, and they are terrorists. You have to take, call spade a spade. They, you cannot, judge or killing a deer. It's that kind of thing. They are terrorists. They are ruthless people. They are criminals. They are the worst that humanity has to effort. So they will do these things. The huge effort that goes again in example of Indian Army that keeping civilians safe is because we know what these terrorists are capable of. If people are fighting terrorists in our home country also because we know if let loose what these people are capable of. So hence one, if you nobody should be surprised at the amount of in the way they fight. Secondly, you have to always remember that terrorism is a lot about rapport. Terrorism is a lot about threat. It's about fear, as the word goes, terror. You want आपको दूसरे के दिल में terror डालना है. By doing one thing, you scare everyone. That's how terrorists work. Till 60s, 70s, airports पे कभी कोई security नहीं होता था. You could just walk in and sit inside and have a smoke and reach your place. But a couple of bomb attacks into airplanes, and then the security has been, how it has been all over the world, and after World Trade Center attacks, how it has been. So you do one thing. This is what terrorists do. You do one thing and scare everyone. So their tactics of they could have done it silently also. The same people they could have killed. There was no need to make videos of it and send it over all over the world. There was no need to do YouTube lives and show how we are killing people. But this is the modus operandi on which terror networks work. They tend to scare everyone, and that fear that they put into minds of people, government, security agencies, intelligence agencies, is their bread and butter. If you finger us, this is how we will retaliate. Secondly, on the option that Israel has, I mean, I'm sure they are a million times better than me to judge on that, but they will go for bombing first because the thing is they know where the headquarters are. It is all these are listed. Just the day we decided we had to do airstrike, we knew na ki Balakot mein karna hai. These things are always known. It is just about not doing it. Also, for the last 10 years, the government has been under Netanyahu, who had been repeatedly told to take a hard stand on Hamas, which he did not actually, and because he was a little reluctant in acting on Hamas, which actually has come back and bitten very hardly. So that also stands that over the time they were able to build their network very strong. They were able to build their positions very strong. So now the buildings they will go after in terms of air attacks would be the building they know. These are the center headquarters and all that. And after that, there has to be ground attack. They have to firstly solidify, get rid of infiltrator, border fences, solid karo, secure your border, and then go in and, it depends on what level they want to kind of violence that Israel has seen today. It's just anybody's bet how harsh they'll go. They'll go to any limits now to give a message, all right. So thanks, Kawal.
One follow-up question, actually, Major Saab. I mean, you just talked about this attempt to sabotage the normalization of Saudi-Israel ties. I mean, we all know how Prime Minister Modi and President Biden and everybody announced the India Middle East European corridor with so much aplomb. And now is Saudi Arabia has sided with Palestine. They have officially sided with Palestine, and they have to actually maintain their leadership of the Islamic world. I mean, even Jordan, they have sided with Palestine. So our supposed Middle Eastern corridor, it has to go through both Saudi Arabia as well as Jordan. I mean, if any train network actually comes up. So is it dead even before coming up, and even if it comes up or even if it gets operationalized in the future, I mean, will it always be vulnerable to the politics of the region and such political uncertainties? Because this will continue. I mean, what is the viability of this entire project? I mean, is it dead before beginning?
I think that's a. I mean, yes, nobody can predict future, but what I can say is that given some time, it is not that they are fighting a country. Actually, Israel is not fighting a huge nation that they have to defeat and occupy. If it comes to it, it will not take them more than few months to neutralize Hamas end to end, without a doubt. And also the signatories of the corridor. Or this was known that it goes through Middle East. This was known that there are security threats. So even when pipelines, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline was being planned, Tajikistan and all, the signatories had this clause that the responsibility of that region is that country's, apart from the joint monitoring force or whatever they have. I think in this case also, one, I agree with you. Till the time situation reaches normal, I don't think there'll be much discussion on this. But two, I'd also say that since this was such a solid project going, which everybody was globally was at least participants and their friends were very excited about. This will become one of those things where it can be pressurized into that you guys sort out your region first so we can go ahead with this. Third, on the Saudi part, I'll say that uh, as a rule, never believe the official statements. There have been, although India, Russia, Israel, I think as Indian we can say these are two, India, France, Russia, these are greatest of our allies, right? Sorry, Israel, Russia, France are India's greatest of the allies in defense sector, I can say. But there have been instances in UN when India has voted against Israel. India has many times, stood against one of those few countries which said no, we don't agree with, and that also on the votes which were against Palestine. You know, 80s saw this fad when everyone roam around with PLO leader Arafat and that world peace and he's the new peacemaker and this and that. So in that we also got infatuated and Indira Gandhi made him Rakhi brother and whatnot, and we carried that handicap last 3 decades actually. We just never realized that this is no good to us actually. What do we have to gain from them? Nothing at all. We should have taken a solid stand with Israel that that legacy of pampering this PLO is done with. That government is gone, that ideology is gone, that thought process is gone. Today we stand with you. We are the ones who want to put the world in order. We are the ones who want to get rid of this terrorism because we suffer too. I don't know what this keeping legs in two boats. Although PM Modi's statement today was pretty solid actually, and without any doubts, he wanted to say, but we should have got this much earlier actually. That we don't have anything to gain. We have nothing to associate us with them. We have absolutely nothing. Hence, as far as what you said about the Saudi thing, so there is no point believing in what they are saying at the face of it. Statements are often given in geopolitical scenario just to keep the commentators quiet or media quiet. How come this guy said something? That kind, like the Trudeau guy. What was the need for him to go and finger India in front of the whole world? Now he's ruined his whole own political career. That is a black demonstration of how.
Moreover,
Yeah.
they have to appear to be the leaders of the OCI as well. I mean, they lead the Committee of the Islamic Nations, so they have to cater to them as well.
Obviously, yeah, yeah. So obviously, you don't ruin your entire setup just on a aspirational target of that we will be signing a peace accord very soon. So it's that kind of thing. I think they have to give this statement on. They stand with the regions. They can't be the guys who got singled out that they suddenly turned anti-Arab. They can't be that. So anyways, they are the MBS is quarreling here and there on a couple of issues. So but this would have been much worse. So that's my take on that. Thanks, Utkarsh.
Thank you
Thank
so
you, sir.
much.
Yes, Ankita, man, go ahead.
No, I was just
Thank
going
you,
to the next speaker. Daniel, you want to add something? Please go ahead, and then we'll go to Taruni ji.
Yeah, that was a very comprehensive and good analysis there. I just wanted to add to it, especially when he was talking about logistics of a ground invasion, air attack. you have to sort of understand that the Israelis conduct war, or lack there specifically, unlike anyone else in the world. And that has partially enabled what we saw yesterday. Because the general thing that happens in Israel is for about 24 to 48 hours, Hamas launches rockets, Israel learns how to knock them down, and then they respond. So you saw that I think Hamas took this sort of passivity and the fact that Israel knows it has to wait a day or two to respond in order to sort of gain mild support within international media. They took advantage of that and coordinated a ground invasion, kidnappings, and mass murder along with it. How Israel will usually conduct responses is no building in Gaza is ever bombed without the Israelis warning everyone in that building that they're going to bomb it beforehand. So it happens before the Israelis respond, unless it's they found one particular terrorist in their house and they're taking him out. But if there's let's say there's a building where 400 rockets are being fired off of, the Israelis will first do a flyer bomb. So they send a plane in with flyers in different languages explaining that they're about to bomb that building. They then have a system of calls. So they will call everyone in the building in the surrounding area, warning them that an airstrike is coming. And the first bomb they usually drop on the building is called a door knocker bomb, which is just like sort of an empty explosive shell. It hits the building and makes a huge noise, essentially, warning everyone else to run away, because they go to extreme lengths to avoid collateral damage. But when you give terrorists a 25-minute warning or a half-hour warning, and you give the entire media a half-hour warning that you're about to bomb them, what do the terrorists do? They run away. And then sometimes there's even videos of them forcing civilians to stay in the building so they could use their dead as a political hammer against the Israelis. And this is not a good way to conduct a war. And you think, oh, the amount they bend over backwards to appease, American media intellectuals. It's getting people killed because they're not able to properly respond to the terrorists. Had there been this not crazy moral double standard and Israel could conduct itself, the second rockets started flying into Israel, yes, the Iron Dome would activate, but the Israeli IDF would immediately fire back on the installations that are firing rockets at them. That's what any other country would do. No other country would have rockets flying into it on a consistent basis and just let that go on for a day so that they have some sort of international cover to respond. And what we've seen from Palestinians and the rest of the Arab world is this is not a pathway towards peace. Peace through strength. This is not seen by Hamas and Hezbollah and Jordanians and Lebanese people and Syrians and Iraqis. This is not seen as, oh my God, they are so kind and so moral and they're going to such lengths to save the lives of Muslim civilians. Wow, I'm going to change my mind. It's they're weak. They don't have the strength to fight us. They don't have the strength to do what will be done. And because they are weak, it encourages more attacks. So the Israelis need to drop this act that they put on for the international community and fight this war. They've been at war with Gaza and Hamas since its inception. The charter of Hamas is very clear with what they want to do to every single Jew in the world, and it's straight up death. And they've been very clear. They declared war as soon as they got power. There have been no other elections. This has been their plan since day one. And if they're not stopped, and I mean obliterated and destroyed as an organization, this will be the new normal and will continue. So unfortunately, yes, that will require some ground troops, but these prior warnings and giving your enemies warnings of where you're going to attack before you attack, that's not how you can't win a war like that. And in order to end the violence, someone has to win the war. And that's something that a lot of people won't want to hear, right? It's the same Russia, Ukraine. You'll have a bunch of people who want to consider themselves intellectuals and go, I just hate all violence. I hate all war. I just want de-escalation. I just want peace because I'm the good guy. And none of these people understand the ideology of Islamist militants, that they will not stop until they are dead. And they will not be deterred unless there is a strong deterrence. So I hope Israel unites, drops this nonsense internal fighting, and can rally and finally destroy Hamas and bring peace. But there is no peace, there's no de-escalation, there's no end to the war until it's won. And Hamas's win condition is the annihilation of every Jew on the planet, and the Israeli win condition now has to be the annihilation of Hamas. And we've tried to reason with them for years, tried everything, economic trade. Israel basically supplies Gaza Strip with all its food and water and everything through humanitarian crossings. It's time to fight the war that's been declared. If you don't fight it, well, your enemies will fight it. So right now there's one side fighting a war, the other side's fighting a strategic operation, and until that changes, this will go on forever.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you very much. Taruni ji, please, your views, and then Kotalia, I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. The one thing I wish to speak on, like whatever is happening in Israel, Israel is going to give a tough reply to Gaza, to Hamas people. But whatever is happening within India, the people who are, tweeting in support Palestine, I really would wish to tell everyone who is who is in support of Israel to please mass report those tweets, those tweet handles, and call them out publicly as sleeper cells of Hamas, sleeper cells of Palestine. And there is one tweet I did I just shared it here. It says that don't get distracted with the names like Hamas, Palestine, or anything else. It is simply Islam. It is Islam induced terrorism, nothing else. And you will have to accept it that they are going to kill you if you are not keeping yourself vigilant, whatever is happening around you or surround you. So, in terms of Israel, it is really heartrending watching all those videos, and I have seen people uh, could be that heartless, and they were supporting Palestine on this genocidal act. This is really, really disheartening to have such, human on the face of this globe. This is really disturbing. I wish Israel will come out as a victorious country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taruni ji. Kotalia, please go ahead.
Yeah,
Hi, just few things which have few developments which have happened in last 1 hour or so. Is one is Israel is going to cut off the electricity to Gaza. They've again reclaimed the Reem base, and also now the IDF is in all those 22 locations where this the Hamas terrorists are there or who have taken control. And also the IDF also holds a significant number of these Hamas oblique the Palestinian terrorists. And yeah, the Hamas also has I would say significant. I don't know the numbers, but uh, some senior military leadership along with soldiers and civilians. And as it was brought out by the speakers earlier also, like if you in the evening, if you had followed the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's the statement, first is they want to kind of cleanse the hostile elements from Israel's soil, then extract the price from the perpetrators of this terror, and also secure other fronts. So how they're going to do, it's all clear that they are now they've started the entire aerial bombardment of Gaza, and that to pinpointed targeting of the Hamas infrastructure. And right now, even Hamas is given a message that 9 o'clock Israel time, or the time at that particular area, they'll be bombarding Tel Aviv in response to the Israeli Air Force taking down the Palestinian tower. So this is how it's going to go. It's going to play out in repeated iteration. You will see many shades. A lot of people also, in my opinion, a lot of people are making preemptive assessment with respect to Saudi's stance in this. There are a lot of stakes for the members of OIC and the Islamic countries So the statement, most of the statements coming out from this grouping will be very what I would say is will be very gray. And
I can't hear Cordelia. Kabul, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Kautalya is not audible.
can you hear
No, he's not. No, he's not audible. His voice is distorting.
audible? Am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh. So I was saying that many statements from the Middle Eastern countries, it's going to be gray. It's not going to be in black and white of supporting one entity or other. And as far as we are concerned, we need to take a lot of lessons from this. Israel will fight it out. Israel will surely fight it out. They will reclaim the territories, regain the control, and they will also take the war into the Palestinian territories. And a lot of Hamas leadership will fall like nine pins. But what is most important for us is one is the lessons from this particular entire occurrence. You know how the right now certain reports are emanating about how the Hamas they kind of breached the Israeli border security. So the Israeli border security is a mix of surveillance devices, that is automated surveillance devices with communication and a host of automated weapons. So the Hamas, this thing, they're jammed. The jamming is where you entirely induce a breakdown into the entire communication and the surveillance system. It stops functioning in that particular area. Then they also used they've come out with a new 114 multiple multi-launch rocket systems. They used that to breach the walls. And since it was a holiday and not many were on the proper, the security or the duty mode, they could neutralize the soldiers. And the soldiers also, the present crop of Israeli soldiers, what the Oakism has done to the country per se, that is also a point to be taken into account. And then how they perpetrated the violence and how they have taken hostages, because more number of hostages with Hamas or with the Palestinians gives them the leverage to leverage when they come onto the negotiating table, right? They can extract concessions from Israel. So these are things which we should see how para motors have been used. Tomorrow we just can't discount somebody sitting in a paramotor with suicide vest and coming and doing a suicide attack somewhere. So intelligence, then the electronic warfare aspects, how information warfare is playing out, how citizens, taking hostages, how they are being weaponized, how citizens have to be ready to defend themselves. So there are multiple lessons which we have to take, and if we live in denial कि यार कुछ नहीं होने वाला, कुछ नहीं होगा, सब चंगा है हमारा, कुछ नहीं होने वाला, then we are in a fool's paradise. But as of now, Israel is slowly inching towards clearing these guys from its borders, and I'm sure it will regain its frontiers and it will take the fight to the Palestinian soil. And also, we must not discount that Israel is surrounded by four immediate hostile enemies. Right, you have hostile territories: Gaza, West Bank, the Golanite border with the Syrians, and Hezbollah on the north. Hezbollah is right now it's going to be doing a lot of posturing, and it'll wait and watch. It will not directly jump into the fray. But if there is a master puppeteer, it is Iran, which is rejoicing. So a lot of guys getting unmasked and a lot of play happening. It's an interesting watch, I would say.
Thank you, Kautalya bhai. Major sir, I have a question regarding what Kautalya bhai has raised. Is hostages, because we know the history when it comes to history of hostages. Unless until Israel doesn't come on table, they even the last time when there were some hostages, they were not able to find. So, what are your views on that? I mean, would the international world and all these players try to pressure Israel to release some people, because they didn't even think for an iota before declaring war. They didn't care what the Western world says or does. They said, okay, we are in war, we're going to attack them. So, your views on this?
Hi, Kaun. So, in my view, see, hostages freedom has two aspects to it. One is the Palestinian side, and the other is the Israeli side. From Palestinian side, if they've gone and and they have not gone in the Fidayeen mode, the terrorist bombing attack. Hundreds of them went inside and all of them blew themselves up and took down some building or defense installations or public centers and all that. They went in, they created chaos. Some of them are still fighting. The fighting is going on still. And a lot of them actually captured civilians or soldiers, even from the barracks and got. So taking hostages was not a, impromptu decision. It was a well planned. Why they have taken hostages now is we'll come to know. We can speculate that one is to secure their own position. One, that if we have hostages, the violence perpetuated on us would be limited. Ki, hum aap maroge to hum inko maar denge, that kind of thing. We will have time to negotiate. That could be. Second could be they will come up tomorrow that release our 500,000, 10,000 prisoners, whatever you have inside. Then they could ask for some rights. Then they could ask for, when it reaches that stage, that what are hostages have been actually used for, we will come to know what was the reason behind it. But that is for sure that they have taken it and it was part of the plan. Second thing, from the Israeli side, this is their priority one, to get their citizens back. That is any country's priority one. Often you have to compromise so much that you actually, in my memory, I can only know one, Putin, who's never mostly, listened to terrorist demands, and he had gone away and did whatever he wanted to. But otherwise, most countries have to negotiate to get their citizens back. Even Israel has done it many times to get its citizens back. So here, they have already done a lot of violence. They have taken hostages. Now, what are the demands they come up with will depends on Israel's response. One thing they cannot do is totally negate it. I don't think at any stage Israel will say. I mean, there's always a government which is answerable to its people and public also, and there are elections to happen and all that. You cannot say, ki, okay, screw that, let these 100 people die, hostages taken, I'll still bomb you. That cannot happen in a democracy or in the world we live today. So they will have to negotiate. You take one step and we take one. There will be a lot of pressure on Israel to hold your horses and let the negotiations happen first. People understand this thing. Once you've given the hostages back, then there is an open door for everyone. Then there's no holds barred. That kind of situation will also come. So there will be pressure on the Hamas leadership, from whatever angle or whatever leadership or whatever place it comes, to negotiate and leave the hostages. There will be pressure on Israelis also to sit on the negotiation table and listen to what they have to say. And sometimes, often, and this is, I mean, as rude and distasteful the facts of this world are, sometimes huge acts of violence have been washed away because somebody was able to justify them, and somebody was able to put a very logical reasoning to it, and everything was okay, chalo abhi jaane do, what can we do? So the world moves on. So I don't think that will happen, but a lot of it, a lot of percentage of the violence that we are assuming now could go away in that move. So, why I pray for hostages' safety? Uh, uh, Hamas is actually kind of a shadow of ISIS also in their how they move and how they conduct their operations. We should not forget that these people have a tendency to often just to make very drastic and shocking videos. What they do to hostages. We've seen today actually the videos they've carried out with the people they've killed. They're stomping on the dead bodies or parading the dead bodies and all that. So, our expectations and reality, I hope they converge at the right point. Let's hope for the best. Thank you.
Just to add on to Manik's point, you
Yeah.
know, the leverage in terms of negotiations for hostages will will increase if Israel is also holding significant hostages, in terms of, not in terms of the numbers, but in terms of also people of leadership positions in Hamas or their immediate family. So Israel operates like this. Israel for sure will be having their own leverage and their own baits. They would be having their own people, and by now I'm sure that they would have taken. And as of now, as we are talking, there's a news of one of top Hamas leaders killed in the airstrikes. Yahya Sirwar is a top Hamas leader. His house has been struck in Gaza, but it's not been confirmed. So Israel would have also taken out those children of these leaders studying abroad. Some in this thing, they have this capability to do that, and they'll also be having the quantum and quality of hostages to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, you wish to say something? Go ahead, then we'll go ahead.
Yeah, this I'm going to give some political and cultural context here. The hostage negotiations have not gone well and been received well by Israeli society. I mean, there was the whole thing when Gilad Shalit was taken hostage, and dozens of terrorists were released for Gilad Shalit, and they went on to kill more Israelis than the one they got back. So this is actually this is a very big issue um, in Israel. Jews to us, I'll give you a bit of religious context here. The burial of the dead is one of the most important things in our society. And it's considered one of the greatest mitzvahs you can do. It comes from, Maimonides, and the thought is when you bury someone and give them their final rites, the highest level of, righteousness is doing an act for someone that you know can never be repaid back. So giving someone and their family peace and death is holy to us. It's to the extreme. So Israel has traded dead bodies of Jews for dozens of living terrorists before, and it's caused the death of more Jews. So this is the context there, and a lot of Israelis have sort of hardened their hearts, and in a sense, especially on the right, have said, even though that's more religious ones, have gone into making the religious argument the most important thing in Judaism, the primary directive is preservation of life. So they're making the argument that by you know by engaging in this, you're getting more people killed. And as I illustrated before, the tepid responses of the Israelis historically, right? I'm already seeing Canadian media is now reporting this for the first time as Israel and Gaza exchanging airstrikes. So that's what a lot of Canadians, the first thing they're going to see is Israel and Gaza exchanging airstrikes. They're not going to know what started this until they get to paragraph 7 of the article. The Israelis are kind of fed up with, especially along the right, which is where Netanyahu's coalition is fed up with trying to bend over backwards and appease the world at the cost of the lives of their families and their friends and possibly themselves. I don't expect negotiations to be the center of this anytime soon. If this is a massive security failure, a massive failure, and Netanyahu became popular in the Second Intifada, the great defender, building the wall, stopping the terrorism. Benjamin Netanyahu, in order to survive this, needs to destroy Hamas and win. This isn't they can't just go on and for a few days, and then when the international community calls for a ceasefire, they bow to the whims of the Democrats in America. I don't see that happening. I think I have a decent enough understanding on the ground, enough people in Israel talking to, that things have changed this time. This is new. There's a ground invasion. There's pictures. Hamas is celebrating with the bodies and naked dead Jewish women. They're demented, and I think you're going to see finally Israel's going to fight a war. They've cut off electricity to Gaza. They supply Gaza with all its food, electricity, water, all of that. They've been keeping Gaza afloat ever since its inception because it has no economy. They rip up their own infrastructure to use it to build homemade rockets to fling at Israel. It's a hellhole. It's a hellhole, and Israel has been keeping it alive and fed because if they let it collapse upon the weight of their own evil, the international community would throw a hissy fit, and they want to avoid that. I think the mentality is now, it has shifted, but I now think it's clicked. I think this will galvanize the entire Israeli society into doing something about it. And if this is the big war, I mean, it's had to happen. Eventually, Hamas and Hezbollah, they're going to need to be destroyed if Israel's going to survive. You cannot have well-funded, dedicated terrorist organizations trying to destroy your country allowed to exist. So I see a significant. Listen, I see a ground invasion and a legit war. I see war, and it has to be war if you want to prevent war, because this war has been going on since 2005 with Hamas. As soon as they gained power, and before that it was the PLO, and before that it was the Arab countries, and before that it's. I think this is enough of a earthquake through Israeli society that I don't see this going by the pattern of what we've seen over the last 10 years, where rocket exchanges, negotiations, ceasefire, rinse, wash, repeat. I think in order for Netanyahu to maintain his image as the great defender, as the strong one, the one who will keep you alive when the silly lefties are arguing amongst themselves, he has to do something here. And I think Netanyahu's political career, his future, and his reputation, which I think is important to him, is directly tied to the survival or the destruction of Hamas. So I don't call, but we all wish for de-escalation and no war, but hard truth time, there is no de-escalation, there is no war, end to war until Hamas is destroyed. All right, I'm going to jump off. I'll come back in a few minutes. I got a call I got to make with some activists who are trying to do something. I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, hopefully.
So I wanted to add a couple of.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks so much, Daniel. Speak, I'll come to you. We'll first go to Kumar Shakti Shekhar, sir. Sir, welcome. Your views on today's topic, please.
Thank you so much, Sanchit, Ankita, and Kabul for having me. I just have to discuss 2 points, and I would discuss them in brief. One is with regard to Israel, the other from the Indian point of view, Indian context. So, as far as Israel is concerned, it's quite mind-boggling that an attack of this scale could happen on Israel. Everybody is, shocked, because Israel is known for its defense systems. The Iron Dome is so much popular. So people are, shocked that how could this happen, even though it was a holiday, it was their festival today. But the defense couldn't have, lowered their guard so much that an attack of this scale could happen, and that too, for hours together. I was reading on the internet itself that even after 6 hours, the first strike took place at 6:30 in the morning, and even after 6 hours, people in the southern area and all, they were crying for help. And these Hamas terrorists, they had entered their houses, and they were slaughtering the Israelis, and they were crying for help. So for 6 hours or even more, how could the Israeli government or Israeli defense, the police, they couldn't provide shelter, they couldn't provide protection to their own citizens? This is quite mind-boggling. So this is one, and a related part is the world is supporting Israel, be it the US, Biden, or means Rishi Sunak. All of them have supported Israel and they have stood by it, and they have said that Israel has the right to defend itself. So it's a positive development. But as far as India is concerned, PM Modi was the first one to pledge a support to Israel. But what happened after that? The BJP handle, it also said that what we are witnessing in Israel today. So India had witnessed between 2004 and 2014. That is during the Manmohan Singh government, the Congress-led UPA government. So it has also tweeted. But shockingly, the opposition parties, they have not come out with any statement, be it the Congress or any other regional party, the opposition parties. They haven't tweeted anything. I checked the Twitter handles or X's handles of the Congress party, Jairam Ramesh, the media head of the Congress, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, Rahul Gandhi, the topmost leader, the Congress's topmost leader, but none of them has sent out any post. There was one post that was by Sitaram Yechuri. You can see that, and he has supported Palestine, and his tweet is against Israel. So this is also, quite shocking for India, for Indians. So these are the 2 points which I wanted to make at the moment. And if I get some more things to say, I will come back again. Thank you so much.
Tell
Thank
me
you.
honestly, Shakti sir, I mean, was Mr.
Utkarsh
Yechuri's
bhai,
tweet surprising for you?
Not at all, not at all. But still, well, like the Congress, for example, Congress hasn't said anything. So Yechuri could have maintained a silence. What was the reason for him to tweet, and that too in support of the Palestinians or against the Israelis? So that is shocking. So otherwise, he could have just stayed silent, as the Congress and other parties have done. The other opposition parties have done, and everybody knows why they are maintaining a silence. Just what PM Modi says, it's their appeasement policy. They are going, they are taking forward. They are still maintaining that appeasement policy. So this is it.
thank you, sir. Before we go ahead, there has been there has been two updates. First update is Biden has approved a $8 billion package to Israel, and the second update is that in the southern part of Israel, hundreds of people have been captured by IDF forces, and this is as per the sources, all right, and it is as per the citizens of Israel. So, hundreds of them have even been killed, especially those people who broke the fence that had come over. So, all right, we'll go to Akshit, then we'll go ahead and we'll come up with new updates as well. Akshit, apne vichar rakho.
Thanks, Kabul, for
We can't hear you, Akshat. I think he got disconnected. Okay, meanwhile he comes back, we'll go to Lieutenant Colonel Arkisa. So please, your views.
Ankita, if you don't mind, I have to leave now. I just joined for some time. Uh,
I just have a question for you, Manik sir, before you go.
okay,
All right,
I mean, yeah.
Utkarsh bhai, you ask your
Ankita, if you
last
don't mind.
question. Thank you, Manik sir, for joining. It was a pleasure hearing your insights. Utkarsh, आप पूछिए.
Are you there, Manik sir?
Yeah, I'm waiting for your question.
Daniel was talking about actually dismantling the Hamas leadership from Gaza, and you basically the idea the idea is to remove the Hamas leadership from governance in Gaza. They are in governance in Gaza since 2007, I think. So, how capable is the Hamas military actually? Do they have a fighting military or an infantry to basically resist an Israeli invasion? If it is an all out invasion, can they resist it? Terrorism is something else, but if there is an invasion, can they actually resist it? And if Israel actually decides to remove this Hamas leadership from governance, from physical governance in Gaza Strip, I mean, how long is this operation likely to take? Because the area, the area is not large. It's dense actually, but it's not that large. And the Israeli military, they did fail today, but they had failed during the Yom Kippur incident as well, and thereafter the retaliation. The capacity of the Israeli state is, it is huge. We all know we all know the capacity of the Israeli state to retaliate and to basically even effectively invade if they decide to. So, how much do you think? The Hamas will be able to resist such an invasion, such an all-out invasion, and how difficult will it be for Israel to actually remove Hamas from governance in the Gaza Strip?
Okay, so of course, as far as numbers go, Hamas is known to have few brigades. They call it brigades in terms of unit. It's just a matter of terminology. I think they would have few thousand for sure, active and active members who are fighting, and a couple of these brigades are few hundred strong. So exact number is always conflicting, but let's say they have few thousands who can fight actually, and at such times their enrollment goes up and they are able to always recruit more people, as we saw in the Gaza wars earlier and all that. The taking on and removal of, as Daniel was saying, removal of the leadership. Now, I was thinking when he used that word, by removal he meant putting some kind of a pressure that the leadership is changed, that these people are
No, no,
causing
no,
a lot of.
I think he implied removal of Hamas from the physical governance in Gaza. That's what he
Yeah,
implied because the leadership is in Qatar. Yeah.
yeah, that's what. So if he means that, then it should, again, if you go all out and you don't stop worrying about any civilian casualties, it should not. It should be a couple of days' work for Israel. They can actually do anything, you know, use a really heavy hand. But if you are very sensitive to not cause collateral damage and not hurt people who are not involved or direct Hamas supporters or participants in the these kind of activities, I think it is a very, very tough job, because then it goes into fighting street to street. Then it is build up houses. You need a lot of intelligence. You need a lot of
I guess it has
precise.
not been called. It has not been called a CI operation. It has been called a war for a reason. I mean, they are not going to go from house to house. They have called it a war actually.
Manik sir, sorry for getting in.
It's a few thousand. Just one sec. Let me just reply to.
Yeah.
It's a few thousand square kilometers. A few hundred. So you can call it war, but I don't see them throwing a nuclear bomb on them next tomorrow. Right? It is. It. I mean, you can. The war. A state of war does not imply that you obliterate the other country. A state of war is actually the level is implies more to you, as in the term that the government has special powers when the war is declared, the kind of emergency the government can imply, the kind of resources that it can pool in, the amount of resources, and it can call in reserves, it can deploy extra. So the declaration of war has very little, I wouldn't say very little, actually little implication on how your reaction is. Your action still could be many possible ways. It has more to do how you are prepared and going to go about it. So I still don't think they are going to, obliterate the entire Gaza buildings just to remove the
No, no, no. I
leadership.
mean, an outright invasion to basically dismantle Hamas headquarters.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely, yeah, that I agree with. How difficult or time taking it might be, but they will go for dismantling and removal of this leadership. That is without a doubt. I agree with you on that. It's just how tactically it pans out on the ground is for everyone to see. That's the thing. And just one thing before I leave, Mr. Kumar was mentioning about, Mr. Shekhar was mentioning about how this infiltration happened in spite and how they were not able to save their how the IDF was not able to save its civilians for a very, very long time, 4, 5, 6 hours. What happens is if you the total IDF strength is around 1.3 1.5 lakhs, you know, and they're stretched mostly towards north, and some are stationed at high points, sensitive points in south and all. There are always gaps in physical surveillance, and any obstacle, which in terminology is something that you have to cross over to reach the other side, is manned either by surveillance or by manual vision, So there will be places where you cannot, because your strength, even if 1.5 lakh IDF soldiers stood head to head, they will not be able to cover this stretch. Plus, if you go to Israel, you will see that on-ground presence of military is very less actually. A lot of them are on leave, a lot of them are on administrative duty. So people in these areas are very limited in every city, to say. They generally are concentrated on more sensitive points. So I don't know what the exact location of their infiltration was, but they obviously they found some place where it was weak, and they exploited it. And once a barrier is broken, you can immediately infiltrate hundreds of people into it within like 10 minutes, And all of them, if you saw the videos, they were coming on these, Toyotas and Humvees, and they were racing through the highways. And once you are inside Israel, you spread all over. And what it does to the command center is that whosoever listening, somebody say, okay, give a random example. Okay, there are 10 people in Jaipur, 10 people in Delhi, 10 in Gurgaon, 10 in Manesar. So you are sending first contingent, you think this is one attack, you send there, then second, then third, then it it is very easy for 4, 5, 6 hours to pass because before you can actually mount a very solid defense against these kind of infiltrators, because they have entered civilian areas. You can't bomb it. You can't do anything to actually stop them unless you have a visual, unless you see them. So to make that happen, even to control, you remember our Taj operation. There were like a handful of terrorists inside, but it took hundreds of Mumbai police to do thousands actually do a outer cordon. Then there were military units. Then there were NSG. Then there were Marcos, and then we could take out 4 or 5 of them. Now imagine there are a few hundreds of these guys. the manpower you need to control them, and to even actually command this manpower and give them direct orders. Okay, in this building there are 10 terrorists. That's a simpler thing. But to tell them there are 10 terrorists all over the city and we don't know where they are, who they are killing, or what they are doing. A lot of them just picked up civil and ran back to Gaza. So that's a very complicated operation. We shouldn't judge them too fast because, anybody who served has been in, they know how these situations can become very complicated. So I think they did the best they could, but sometimes, fate is not in your side, and they had to suffer. And most of it was because the enemy came in with a lot of violence in mind and had the advantage of surprise. So that's all I'll say. Thank
So,
you so much, everyone.
Major Saab,
Sir,
really,
Hanji, sir.
I really appreciate your points. I get it, and I appreciate them. I had one question, and that is, don't you think it was a major intelligence failure? Okay, fine. Means what you said, it was post attack, but pre attack thing. So it was, I think, it was also a major intelligence failure. Means Israel couldn't place couldn't find how things were unfolding, how they were preparing and all, and an attack of this scale escaped Israel's eyes. So I think this is, at least we should accept that it was an intelligence failure on the part of Israel.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. I mean, I totally agree with you. It was a major intelligence failure, and people who are responsible for it, I think Israel will take them to task appropriately. But intelligence failures do happen. There is a lot of, I'll not get into too much details of it because, I don't know how much time everybody has. The point is, whenever a major attack has to happen, whenever you go through all major terrorist attacks that have happened in any of the countries, UK, India, US, Europe, Germany, Belgium, there are always fake attacks here and there to divert the attentions. If you remember, a few weeks back or few months back, there was a lot of noise happening that the Hamas has again started to build its arsenal of balloon bombs. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but these kind of things they throw into the air for people to intelligence community to catch and start focusing there. They would do a couple of infiltration attempts here and there. I mean, Indian Army has been on line of control for so long that we've understood then when these couple of fake attacks, something major is coming. And Israelis also understood. But sometimes you're not able to figure out what, when, where kind of a situation. So what it does is that entire intelligence apparatus of any country is prone to failure if it can be fooled enough. And it is possible because the enemy is also constantly evolving. When you do intelligence operations, they understand, oh, we got caught because our two guys gave this information, plus our cell phones were caught, plus our tower was compromised, plus somebody sitting in Paris told about us, plus this happened, that happened. These are the 10 things that failed us. Okay, so we will not do these 10 things. It is like that virus, antivirus thing, everything keeps evolving. So obviously, this massive intelligence failure happened only because the Hamas leadership got smarter and they figured out how to fool Israelis enough and not to let them have even a whiff of this massive operation. So, I mean, they succeeded in that. So, goes without saying, it was an intelligence failure, but more will come out later when the investigations come out that how did it happen and what were the Israelis actually focusing on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Major Manik sir. It was.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for joining, sir. We'll go ahead. We'll go to Lieutenant Colonel RK. Lieutenant Colonel RK, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. I actually wanted to butt in while Major Manik was speaking. Firstly, because he has a very from his profile, what and personally what I know about him, these intelligence operations and the int collection methodology and all, he's very much been exposed to that. I'm basically a fighting arms officer, so we are the recipients of the intelligence. But how do you collect it, collate it, and then disburse the information that he very well knows about it? Now, if we for just for the sake of discussion, if we take out this intelligence failure angle and see what we are looking into in the next 2, 3 days or a week, I can say, into this situation is there are few things which we can take out from this. One thing is that at this scale of infiltration and at this scale of casualties, it means a major blow to Israel, and therefore their response will also be disproportionate. Now, when I say their response will be disproportionate, that will cause a lot of casualties. If we just look at the Gaza Strip only, the population is say 2 million or 20 lakhs, plus or minus say through another lakh plus or two. So at any given point of time when the casualties start mounting very steeply, that is the time uh, two things can happen. And I don't know whether if the Israeli planners, I'm sure in fact that the Israeli planners would be looking at it. Is how soon can they, what is their time window in which they can neutralize the Hamas completely or physically eliminate them from the Gaza Strip or any of their operatives operating from Gaza Strip. The reason behind that is limited because as the casualty starts mounting, there are other players who are going to join in. Firstly, there are going to be some kind of a incursion, or there is almost a 100% certainty. If you ask me, that's my opinion. Okay, don't I don't have any sources for this. That the exact opposite side of Gaza Strip, that is basically from the Golan Heights in Syria or the West Bank, something is bound to happen. And operation like this, all alone in its entirety, without support from West Bank or from the Golan Heights, is just not possible. Something is happening that operation succeeds or it is actually cut in the bud by the Israelis is the only thing that we'll come to know in the next couple of days. However, there is almost a certainty that the major thrust is going to come from there. This is my reading of it, and therefore, this particular whatever Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that we are in a state of war. He shouldn't be in a mad rush to move forces down south and leave some kind of a gaps in the Golan Heights or for that matter West Bank because that will be again uh, from the military point of view. That Israel won't be. Israel doesn't operate like that. They will take all precautions while moving the forces from one end to the other. In fact, they will put the reservists now in the Gaza Strip, and they'll continue their operations. Whereas their main focus will again be on West Bank and Golan Heights, and some kind of thing is brewing in and I think they have got some kind of a support either from the Hezbollah or uh, or from the Jordanian side. I'm not sure about Jordanian side, but I'm almost 100% sure that even in Gaza Strip there are some operatives of uh, Iran who are operating. In fact, I've seen a particular video. I was surprised. I had, in fact, given a direct message to the person who has posted it. The person who was howling or shouting in one particular scene, he was not speaking Arabic. So the nearest I could make out was he was speaking Farsi. So he is not an Arab, and if he is Farsi, it obviously means where he has come from. He is controlling the people, of course, those who are actually holding the hostages and all. But I mean, how come he is speaking Farsi? Palestinians are Arabs. So how come there is a Farsi guy who is ordering them? And Hamas is a basically by ethnicity, Hamas is Arabs. They are Palestinian Arabs. So how come there is a Farsi guy who is actually calling the shots? So these things, there are certain discrepancies which I can't be certain for now, but I can at least observe them. Now, either some of the Hezbollah guys have actually joined hands and they have gone into the Hamas side of the, this thing via Egypt or by crossing Sinai. I just don't I have an idea of the crossing places, but some forces of Iran are definitely operating in Gaza Strip, and bulk of the forces are operating in Lebanon and Golan Heights. So this much is certain. And West Bank, of course, it is going to be volatile. So there are these are the 3 points of action which are going to erupt at any point of time. If they don't erupt, I'll be surprised because a nature of this scale operation that will actually invite a brutal retaliation from the Israelis, and Hamas is not a fool to not understand that. So if it is actually inviting such a kind of a retaliation, so the only thing that can actually soften that retaliation is by opening up other fronts. So as I see the larger picture, I don't understand how, unless there are two or three independent, forces which are actually claiming to attack Israel, and all of them are operating independently. Now, this has not happened in Yom Kippur War. It has not happened earlier also. It has not happened in that 7 Day War also. So, भाई अभी क्यों होगा ऐसे? It doesn't fit into the logic. So there is something that is happening there. And in fact, all these correspondents and everybody who are right now in the Gaza Strip, whatever action the Israelis are doing, they are doing. They should pack their bags and start moving northwards. If they don't move their backsides, they'll miss out the action somewhere either in West Bank or in Golan Heights. I'm quite familiar with that area, and I've been there, so I can tell you that the topography of both these places are totally different. It's totally different kind of a war in Golan Heights, and it's a totally different kind of a fighting that can happen in Gaza Strip. So my assessment is that there is something which is brewing on top. I don't know if the Syrians can afford it or the Lebanese can afford it, but Lebanese, of course, I mean, they are not affording it or anything. They are simply like the ordinary Palestinians of Gaza Strip. They are basically, hostages to these, terrorist groups, Hezbollah and Hamas, because uh, Hezbollah has actually made Lebanon into, what now it is. Otherwise, Lebanon was a, case like it was like France of European Union. It was one of the best places to stay in. It had one of the best, this thing, education and culture, everything. As soon as the Syrian Coptic Christians started moving out because of the antics, and the ratio was 40-60 in favor of the Christians over a period of time. Now it has changed to 70-30. And, it's all, I don't want to discuss any particular religion here, but then the people who are supposed to profess this particular religion, they aren't ones who would give you even a single quarter. They are not reasonable for some reason. I don't know. In a democratic or a political setup, they will stop at nothing less than 100% capture of power. Now, once they have done that in Lebanon, now they have put Lebanon into the war basically, and through Golan Heights and all now, they are the ones who are actually, you know, doing the foreign policy of Lebanon. So obviously, even people in Syria will pay a huge price. So that is my assessment of it. I only wanted to ask Major Jolly was that does this int picture is somebody making this, either some think tank or somebody, or is somebody thinking on these lines, or am I the first one to start building the picture? That I don't know, because I have no means of knowing what the others are doing. But to me, it looks like almost certain that in the next 3 or 4 days at least, something or the other will come up from the north. So that is my assessment of the situation for the next 1 week. And it's going to lead into a brutal war, and it's going to test the Israelis to their limits, and it's going to engulf the whole region per se. Thank you. This is all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Colonel sir. Suraj, welcome. Your views on today's topic, please.
Hey Ankita, hey Sanchit, hey Kabul. Long time. I have been having a wonderful love affair with Twitter and Twitter's tech team over the last 2 months. So finally, I could come back to spaces on this ID. But today's events are really tragic, but we have to look at it from a context, right? It's not as though suddenly this has happened. If you look at right from Trump's time, in office, you had America taking a much more, liberal position and then they really wanted Israel and the Middle East to kind of, become pals. That to an extent had already happened between Israel and several, Arab countries before 2016 as well, although they wouldn't overtly talk about it. And what we have really seen both under Bibi's time, earlier when he was in charge and, even when the government changed and of course now he's back as prime minister, you had a situation where you had a lot of very progressive Sunni leadership, whether it is Saudi Arabia under Crown Prince MBS. MBS, of course, literally now looking at his age, I mean, he's very, very young. He can be the leader of Saudi for the next 50 years. That's how, how much control he will have. And he is extremely progressive compared to his, previous kings and monarchs in power. He wants to, develop Saudi Arabia to become a, development oriented country and get certain aspects of religious down. And then of course you have UAE, and we know how much especially Dubai and even the other parts of UAE are developing. They are again getting more and more progressive, less overtly. So you had a case where the Israelis were developing and good relations with these Sunni Muslim countries, and America, of course, especially under Trump, was advocating for more and more of that. And now you had a thing where even India under Modi's leadership has developed some fantastic relationships with all these Sunni countries. Not so much with Qatar, but pretty much even to an extent with Iran as well. The relationship is not too bad. And what really happened recently when the Saudis and the Israelis wanted to further build upon the peace agreement, it clearly rattled a lot of elements. It rattled the Russians, it rattled the Iranians more than anyone else. And as the previous speaker said, I just I think it was Lieutenant Colonel. There was a lot of in some of the videos, although we shouldn't speculate too much, but we saw a lot of Farsi language, and even I saw, as Lieutenant Colonel is saying, in some of the videos. And that obviously gets a few tongues wagging. It can get your conspiracy mind there. But looking at today's events, this is of course the context of it, the peace between Saudi and Israel. Looking at today's events, it really, I mean, on one hand, it is undoubtedly a monumental, a massive security lapse, which Israel hasn't seen in the last 50 years, it's been, almost 50 years since such a lapse happened. And what you saw was people coming in through the land, through the borders, of course, coming in through the skies, coming in through drones, coming in, in all sorts of ways. And the Israeli establishment, who, so many Indians, right, in spaces like this, we keep saying India should be Israel, India should become like that. Basically, it's, talking their security up and talking about so much of, strength they have for a small country. But that country, which, a lot of people have been talking up, they have spectacularly failed today. So it does get my conspiratory mind also, wagging a little bit, because such a monumental collapse, it should not happen. Yes, as General Manik rightly said, it does happen. I mean, even America, of course, faced 9/11, and tongues are still wagging about what really happened in 9/11. But this is a huge, huge monumental failure, and there is definitely going to be a very strong Israeli response, as Bibi has said, has some of the commanders have said. The defense minister recently came out and made a statement. There will be a fallout, and of course a strong response. But what Saudi Arabia says, what Bahrain says, what UAE says, what all these Sunni Muslim countries say, that's going to be very interesting, because we know that Iran, of course, looks at, wants to decimate or wipe out Israelis from the face of the planet, which has been their single-minded agenda for a long, long time. The Shia world is by and large, with Iran, as they've always been. But how the Sunni world, Saudi made a statement which kind of, supported Palestine overtly, but covertly behind the scenes, what they really say, we won't know publicly. But how the Sunni world reacts to this will really, have a huge, huge say in what really happens in the next few weeks and few months. If the Sunni world takes a at least overtly anti-Israel position, we might have more and more fireworks. If they take a pro-Israeli position, or at least covertly, then it'll give Israel a little more leverage to kind of do what they have to do. But undoubtedly, they will do what they have to do. We can't openly say it in spaces, but they will decimate, large parts of Gaza, large parts of the West Bank, and the Hamas will get what they deserve, because Hamas are a terrorist organization. I mean, America has been saying that their State Department has designated them as a terrorist organization since almost 25, 30 years now. I think 97, 95, they declared Hamas as a terrorist organization. So, everyone knows they are a terrorist organization, but sadly, some of the civilians will suffer, both on Israeli side and, maybe a few minority among the other side of the West Bank as well. And that is, a co-effect of any war. So that's the situation. But what really goes, what happens in the next few days and weeks will be very interesting, because Israel obviously have to fight on two counts. One is, of course, militarily, which they are very good at, and I'm sure they'll do a good job. But the other count, diplomatically, how they kind of leverage their allies in America, whatever covert under the table deals they have with, or diplomatic deals they have with the Sunni world, that will be interesting. But of course, India has made its stance very clear that they do support Israel, and or at least to the extent that they are, completely against this terrorism activities of the Hamas. I think Modi ji has made it very clear on the tweet, and MEA should put up a press conference tomorrow evening to elaborate on their stand. So I think in India's case, I think it really goes to show all of us how lucky we are that we have stable government, we have a stable leadership, and we have a leadership. As much as in spaces like this, we want the government to, be totally hyper on all fronts. We have a very mature leadership, and that's really what Prime Minister Modi has shown in the last 9 years and a few months. It's a very mature leadership which goes aggressive when it has to. It also goes, leaves a few balls outside the off stump when it has to, and that's the way to play diplomatically. So we are very lucky, and hope Israelis also have some peace in the next few weeks. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Suraj. Before proceeding further, I want to invite Sushant sir. Sushant sir, I'm offering you the mic. Please do join in. We would love to know your views regarding this current situation. Please.
Hey, Anakita, I think Sushantji hopefully will join in, but it's great to see Daniel as well on stage. Daniel, I've been following you a bit, although it's been a time when I've had severe tech glitches. I don't even know if I officially followed you, but Great to see a lot of your analysis on the India-Canada, relationship, and hope to see more of you very soon.
Guys,
All
I'd
right,
like to button. So,
Lieutenant Colonel. So just a second. We got Daniel back with us. Daniel, welcome back. Daniel, before we go to Daniel, there has been an update regarding 17 Nepalese citizens who have been adopted by Hamas terrorists. And I would like to invite Sushant sir. Sushant sir, we would love to hear your views because we would like to understand the Indian prospect regarding it and what could happen in future and how would it affect the world politics as well.
Hey,
Daniel, go ahead.
yeah, thanks for having me back. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I'm going to get calls from people in TV and try and connect people and do other things and multitasking. So thanks for having me back. Yeah, the interest. My initial reaction to this is if 17 Nepalese citizens were kidnapped by Hamas. Um, if you know anything about Nepal, it's you don't fuck with the Gurkhas. Um, you want to talk about elite fighting forces and the IDF. I would put the Nepalese Gurkhas against anyone in the world, um, bar none. So that could be a very, very, very potentially interesting side story going on here. Is my first reaction to that. Yeah, but again, I thanks for having me. I've been it's been soothing, let's say, to finally see a country act without being prodded in a way that you know strongly condemns in every sense of the word and supports condemns evil and supports those who are innocent. So um, uh, yeah, I'm here. I'll answer any questions on sort of Israeli society. I'm listening. Sometimes I'm half listening because I got other things going around, but I'll be here for the next while or so to help in any way. And guys, also there's 1,000 of you here talking about this issue. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. The thirst for knowledge and understanding in this community, truly, it and I have no words of gratitude. It is what it is, and I'm blessed to be here with you guys, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Hi, Daniel. I'm
with
just
with regards to with regards to abduction of Nepalese individuals, I would like to chip in that obviously the government of Nepal would involve the Indian government as well because yeah, Gurkhas are there, but Nepal is like 4,000 kilometers away, and their capabilities are limited. The capabilities of the Nepali status is very limited. So obviously they will directly talk to the government in Israel as well, and they will somewhere contact the Indian leadership as well. They will contact the Indian security agencies as well, and they will collaborate with Indian agencies to make sure Nepali citizens come out safe. The Indian government will have to play a role they will definitely play a role. Not will have to, but they will likely play a role in ensuring the safe release of Nepali citizens. And I feel that is going to be the case as far as Nepali citizens are concerned.
Yeah, I
Daniel. I have
agree.
a question.
I have Pinak, you have a question, go ahead, then even I have a question. Pucho Pinak.
In Canada, are you hosting any rallies like support Israel or something like that? Because I am volunteering for a one-man rally in Calgary itself. I just need a Star of David or something to show because I'm quite brown. Right? I don't look Israeli as such. So to I would gladly host a blue and white flag. For Kemal.
Yeah, so the only thing I know of now is my friend Salman Sema and his cadre of pro democracy Iranians. I know they're trying to plan a vigil in Toronto in front of the Israeli consulate for the innocent victims of terrorism and to show the support of the Iranian people, not the government of the Islamic Republic. That's the only thing that I know of that's in the works right now. I'm in Toronto. In Calgary, if you know my friend Wyatt Claypool, who works closely with me, he's also in Calgary. So a lot of you might recognize Wyatt Claypool from running around the same Indian television shows I do. He's probably the best person to get in contact with if you're thinking anything in Calgary. Again, I don't. If I know of anything happening, I will post it. But again, I don't think anything's really been organized outside that, because the majority of the community is sort of just in shock. Like a lot of, like my family, like the family WhatsApp chat, the extended one we're trying to, just make sure all of our extended family in Israel is safe. Israeli friends are trying to just call everyone and sort of do sort of domestic accounting of who's safe, who's not. I think once the shock settles in and we get over that phase, I think you'll see something being planned. And the support from outside of the community is greatly appreciated. Bring an Israeli flag, bring an Indian flag, bring a Canadian flag, bring all three. Show that it's that show Jews they're not alone, and
So,
and I and that will go a long way. But if
bro,
you
the
have
thing is, see, I like to act before the enemy acts. Simple as that. It's us versus them, always. Like you have seen, I've spoken to you multiple times. And the only person I know in media here is Keenan from Rebel News. That's the only guy that I know. But I don't think that they have actually planted anything yet or planned anything yet. So all I'm saying is we need to act before the enemy acts. Before they start ringing their drums and they have a much more population than us, and they are like, oh my God, we are being attacked. We are being spanked by the evil Israelis. This is how the narrative goes. You know it better than me. So anything in YYC, please let me know. I work night shifts. I'll be available between, let's say, 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon.
Thank you, Sushant sir. Sushant sir, welcome sir. Uh, we would love to hear your views, your initial views, and I have some questions as well. So please go ahead.
can I just say quickly, Priyank, I put a tweet from Wyatt Claypool in the nest, so you can go find him and DM him. If anyone's in Calgary, you can find him there. Sorry.
Thank you, Daniel. Sushantji, please.
Yeah, look, yeah, frankly, I think whatever
Thank you,
said
Daniel.
has.
Is it that only I can see Sushant sir on mic?
No,
No,
Kabul is
we
speaking.
can also see Sushant sir on mic is speaking as well. Sushant sir, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thanks, yeah. I think whatever had to be said probably has been said. I don't know what else I can add. But one is, of course, the images which are coming out. Okay, there is a shock value to what is happening. And maybe the shock value is because it's happening in Israel. Nobody really expected that. And I remember that, when I was going to Israel some years back, my wife was asking me, "Yaar, we hear a lot of things happening out there. I hope it's safe." And I said, if there's any place safer anywhere in the world, it's Israel. So it has been quite a shock to see uh, what has happened today and how they've been literally caught napping, which also tells us a lot about how stupid religion can be at times, because a lot of Israelis were caught napping simply because of a religious holiday and they were not doing certain things which is apparently forbidden in religion. And if religion interferes with national security and security of people, then it needs to be changed. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings saying that, but that's a simple reality of life. 50 years back, Israelis were caught in a similar situation. They should have learned their lesson. And it's shocking that as advanced a country as Israel has suffered this blow. Um, but like I said, those images are very, very disturbing, very distressing, makes your blood boil. But the shock value is that it happened in Israel. We've seen these images earlier in Iraq and Syria. We've seen the ISIS do this. So I don't know what the shock value really should be. This shit has been happening for so many years, and honestly, you know, I don't. If anybody thinks the West is going to be able to fight it, with all due respect to Daniel and anybody else from the Western countries, they're too fucking woke to fight this shit. They don't know what they're up against. Most of them are clueless. Most of them are into virtue signaling. Most of them are into finding moral equivalences. Canada is particularly notorious in this. Nobody wants to say anything because, you know, it might not be politically correct. Most of the Americans seem to be more interested in finding out the correct pronouns of people and sacking people because they might not agree with gender policies than fixing what is broken in Western countries. So I don't think the West has the stomach for this fight. Israel pretty much is going to be alone, just as we will be alone when it comes to us. It has come to us, but it will probably come to us in a much worse form. The other thing is, this is not over. Uh, I I hope I'm wrong, but I think this is almost like an existential fight right now. Um, the Hamas seems to have calculated that others will jump in, which might well happen, which means that if the war expands beyond where it is right now, then we don't know how it's going to turn out. Uh, and it seems that the Hamas is pretty well prepared, which again should not be a surprise because there have been enough hints in the past of the kind of preparations that have been made. And I think Israel, for the third time in the last 50 years, has been a victim of its own, I hate to use the word, hubris. Uh, 73 was one, and then later in the early 90s, when the Intifada happened, and this Israelis told me that they were caught napping because they thought, they're firmly in control and command. And when it happened, they had no idea what hit them. And this time again, they've been caught wanting. And again, because of hubris, because everybody thought they have a foolproof system. And but the bottom line is, Hamas seems to be very well prepared. I think this could not have happened if it's not a coordinated kind of an approach. You might see a new front open up in up north in Lebanon with the Hezbollah. You might see a third front open up in Syria, where Hezbollah has a very large footprint. Uh, and who knows then what happens after that? Iran might just jump in directly instead of fighting through proxies. And then, it becomes a much, much, much wider war. So it's an extremely serious situation. It's not, look, this is not a 26/11. This is not even a 9/11. In my book, in terms of magnitude and the seriousness of this attack, it is far worse. Uh, I'm not trying to trivialize either 9/11 or 26/11 attacks, but look at the size of Israel and look at the magnitude of the attack, and it's much, much, much bigger than anything that has happened in the past, or in any other country. It's literally like an invasion. So I think it's a really shitty situation. It's really horrible. Those images, I don't think are going to leave many of us for many, many years. But the one good thing is, at least those images are coming out, and thank God for uh, Elon Musk and his $40 billion for freeing up the social media from the assholes who were running it before him. Thank God for that. Because if it was left to the BBC, Washington Post, the New York Times of this world, they would have whitewashed what has happened. The starkness, the ugliness of what has happened, and I think those images are very disturbing, but I think those images are extremely necessary so that the ugly truth is in front of everyone. And next time somebody says, "Ke, no, no, but this did not happen," like is happening with some of these Khalistani scum, that no, but nothing happened. We were very nice people. We never massacred anybody. We never pulled out people from buses and killed them. We never attacked a university, college and butchered people. We were not involved in the bombing of an Air India aircraft which killed over 300 people. That shit will not happen because this is now an age where everything is online and everything is available to and will be available for all times to come. And thank God for Google. Hopefully Google does not go woke and start deleting all these images, and one cannot put it past them. But maybe there's going to be another Elon Musk who will ensure that that does not happen. So thank you, Elon Musk, for what you're doing. But the thing is that it's still an evolving situation. I don't know how this is going to unfold. I it's I think this whole world is going through a massive crisis, and this shit is only going to get worse. So hope that you can keep body and soul together and your loved ones together at least till this decade, end of this decade, because like I said, 2020s are really shitty, man. They started with COVID. I don't know what they're going to end with. Here to turning out to be worse. Our own borders are very insecure. We have huge problems and even bigger problems likely to come our way. And it's terrible because it's going to happen at a time when we seem to be on the verge of a takeoff. So I don't know. I don't even know if crossing fingers works anymore.
So, Shan sir, like it's absolutely a very serious lapse on behalf of the intelligence. But if we see the current trends, Hamas is claiming that about 232 people have been killed and about 1600 odd people have been injured. On the other side, Israel is also claiming that on its soil about 200 people have been killed and about 1900 something are injured. So it is escalating a lot, right? The current stance of what do you see regarding what do you have to state regarding the current stance of the Gulf countries, the international community? Tomorrow, a meeting of Security Council has also been called. So, how do you look forward to it? What will happen? And regarding the crude oil prices, also, I have a question. How do you see them going up?
Look, I don't know how the crude oil. I think maybe there'll be a immediate spike because of sentiment, um, but maybe that'll settle down if it does not become a bigger war. If oil supplies are not affected, if oil the sea lanes are not impacted, then maybe that will be a temporary spike. UN Security Council, who takes it seriously anymore? And what will happen? They'll pass some stupid resolution. I think that will be vetoed, and that is that. I don't think the Americans are likely to pass any or allow any resolution to pass that will hold Israel's hand at this stage. Not for some time. Casualty numbers, yeah, this is just starting. We don't know how it's going to end. And I don't think Israel is in a mood to forgive, as they should not be. Um, so quite clearly, those numbers are going to go up. And right now, we don't even know how many Israelis are dead because I don't know whether some of those towns where these bastards had occupied and massacred people, whether the Israelis have got back control of those areas. So so you will have probably this count going up. Uh, while we are talking, apparently a barrage of rockets was fired on Tel Aviv, which is much more densely populated. Um, so let's see. I don't think, and frankly, 200 Israelis, if they're already dead and many more injured, then just compare the population of India with Israel. Israel is what, 8 million people or thereabouts. India is what, 1,500 million. So just do the math yourself here. I'm sure there are some mathematics wizards out here, and relatively, if you look at it, it's quite serious.
It's 20,000 people, sir,
नहीं,
per
वो
day.
तो वो तो तब था जब 100 का नंबर आ रहा था, अब तो शायद बढ़ गया होगा वो. बट
40,000 people.
रेशो प्रोपोर्शन जिसको आता है यार, वो निकाल ले. मेरे पास तो अभी इतना वो नहीं है.
40,000 people. 200 times कर दे तो 40,000 people.
But
So
Shanti, I'm glad you talked about this whole Twitter thing, because I mean, I'm imagining if Jack was in charge, half of the accounts would be suspended by now. Yeah,
yeah.
half of the accounts who are talking, I mean, who are showing the reality of what is happening in Israel would be suspended. They'd be
Absolutely,
withheld,
absolutely,
and
absolutely. And
especially
look, the
people like
only,
Daniel who are in Canada.
listen, tell me, yaar, who goes anymore to the mainstream media? Mainstream media has zero credibility today. Zero. Who goes to mainstream media for news anymore? People get the news. I have been on Twitter the day through simply to try and follow up and get the latest updates. I'm sure as most of the people have been. Mainstream media shows you shit. You think BBC will give you news? For God's sake, man. BBC never gave news anyways. It was just our colonial hangover that we thought BBC gives news. It's a fucking British mouthpiece, yeah, and just it's amazing. Just look at the kind of language they are using. Militant, gunman, even Mumbai guys were gunmen, incidentally, for BBC. Militant, gunman, fighters. Is this how you describe terrorists? These are guys who've gone and killed small kids, who've defiled dead bodies, who've been dancing on those dead bodies, who've been dragging people on the streets. For God's sake, and these guys are gunmen and fighters and पता नहीं क्या है यार. I don't know. It's warped, man. Their sense is warped. They're completely loco, yeah. So thank God for Twitter, and thank God for somebody who had $40 billion and was politically incorrect. Otherwise, we would not know half the things that are happening.
No, thing is, mainstream media, anyways, I don't think any of us have any faith in it, including the journalists themselves. But looking at even other social media platforms, I mean, Instagram, I mean, mainly the Gen Zs use it. So the ones who are millennials or the boomers, are kind of a bit, not in terms of reality, in terms of political news. But Meta, whether it's Facebook or especially Instagram is where the people are right now. They completely kind of, put oil over the news. I mean, anything which is really true will be kind of put behind some closed door, would be kind of given a graphic warning, would be given some accounts to be suspended for 2 hours, 3 hours, so the reach comes down. They tailor the news completely, and this same with Facebook, TikTok, as it is owned by CCP. Then Snapchat is again a Silicon Valley liberal thing. So you don't have any news anymore, and as you said, without Elon, I mean, I don't know honestly where the news would come from.
Yeah, that's true. And frankly, Facebook. I left Facebook, I think, more than a year back, or maybe even two. Uh, Wiped off everything. They must be having it somewhere. But I found it quite useless because everything was censored. And why should, who the hell are these people to censor anything? Yeah. uh, so yes, so thank God for somebody who had $40 billion and didn't care much for it. uh, and I, frankly, I'm not on Insta, so I don't know how that works. uh, but this is my go-to source for news. um, and if I was to depend on Washington Post and New York Times and all these other British rags, I wouldn't get any news. we would know nothing. We would have absolutely no bloody idea of what happened. It would be very antiseptic kind of news that would come. So, I hope somebody is like documenting it all and is going to not allow anybody to forget what has happened. But like I said, it's still a developing kind of a thing. We don't know how
Sushant,
long this is going to last.
Sushant sir, as you are speaking right now, I have this gut feeling that the Hezbollah is moving in. Hamas won't be doing what it had done unless there is some kind of a quid pro quo from Hezbollah to complement their operations. I just want to know what you feel about it.
No, no, I've maintained this right from the morning that uh, the chances of it expanding into something much bigger is very high. Look, Hamas is not operating on its own. Hamas operates in conjunction with countries like Iran, which are its main backers. Iran is also the main backer of Hezbollah. Hezbollah and Hamas are not terror organizations. No, they are much bigger than terror organizations. They are like parastate organizations. They literally run a state within a state, if not a state in their own rights. In Lebanon, for example, the government is not as powerful as Hezbollah is. Uh, Even in Syria, for example, Hezbollah was one of the mainstays of the Assad regime, and Iran was backing it completely. So now, I don't think an attack of this magnitude, and this is where the Israeli failure is so glaring. Uh, some of the stuff they already knew, but I don't think they ever expected such an attack. And this attack cannot be planned that tonight we are all sitting out here and outraging, and tomorrow somebody decide, okay, fine, we will go and launch an attack. This takes months of preparation. This does not happen overnight. And it's not limited to only 3 or 4 people who know what is going to happen. It is many more people who would know, and yet if nothing comes out, then what else is a intelligence failure? Now, intelligence failures happen, and spectacular intelligence failures happen. Okay, fine, one can give them that. They also happen because you become a victim of your own arrogance and your own success. That also happens. But the important thing is that if this has been planned for this long, then clearly it would have been planned in conjunction with other people. It cannot be that only one group is going to be doing this and they'll keep it limited. So the possibility and the likelihood of a second, maybe a third, who knows, maybe a fourth front opening. Fourth front would be West Bank. Uh, why are we ruling out the possibility of some kind of an uprising taking place in the West Bank, which is like the fourth front? So if you have Syria, you have West Bank going up in flames, you have
Lebanon.
Lebanon, and you have Gaza already, and then who knows who else jumps in? Because suddenly somebody thinks that, okay, fine, this is a point of inflection. एक
No, I
धरती
think
और दो.
I think that someone you are saying that's the only thing is a cross Sinai, but I doubt if they would ever do it in their present state as of
Yeah,
now.
look, did you think that Hamas would launch such an attack? And
No,
this is what is the problem. Uh, Never try to analyze terrorism from a rational perspective, or your own rational perspective, or your perspective of rationality. That's the mistake you always make. You have to
right.
you have to imagine the unimaginable to be able to be able to game it and to be able to anticipate it, to expect the unexpected. And when the unexpected does happen, then how do you respond? How quickly do you respond?
फिर तो
Frankly,
ये
I,
7 day
I
war हो गया फिर.
I would blame the Israelis for what has happened to a great extent, that it took them so long to respond. Fuck, man. So what if you have a fucking holiday? Yeah? So what if it's a religious holiday? Somebody should be on the job. We have Diwali, we have all our festivals. Are you telling me somebody is on leave on those days? That nobody is looking at what's happening across the border? On religious festival occasions, there are hospitals which are working. There are extra cops, for example, who are called out, who are on duty. They leave their families, they do their duty. What kind of a country are you running? What kind of a show are you running that everybody's gone off to fucking sleep? Yeah, nobody will pick up a phone because it's not allowed in your religion.
Or
Which
it's
means that
not
if you're not going
religion,
to pick
sir.
up anything, you're not going to switch on any electronic item. How does somebody call you up for duty? How do you
Maybe they are
mobilize people?
no, maybe they are over reliant on tech and all, and they might have
अरे यार तो
disregarded.
failure हो गया ना, then what do you do? What is your fallback? And so this is crazy, yaar, and this is exactly what happened 50 years back, and you again repeat it. It's
Yes.
look, you are being a soldier. You tell me, if you are on the LOC, just because it's Diwali, yeah, you'll have, maybe you'll light up a candle, you'll do something or the other. But does this mean that you will all go back to base and say, okay, fine, fuck it, today is Diwali, nothing will happen? You'll be extra vigilant that night. And you'll be on
That's
your
true.
toes, you'll be on duty. Yeah, maybe, some special food will be prepared and it'll be served to everybody and all of that shit will happen. But on the front lines, on the LOC, on those areas, people are on their toes. Nobody just goes off to fucking sleep, yeah? Are you mad? Where does this happen?
No, that way you are true, sir. I had been in many of these Diwalis in those LOC petrols and all. So we ate whatever was available then, and we were extra cautious. In fact, the Ghana starts from the higher headquarters 2, 3 days before Diwali that you have to be extra cautious. So that's correct on your part that we don't have that kind of a holiday.
Then not only on the borders, in the cities, there are cops who are doing extra duty on occasions of religious. They are not going to their families and celebrating. Even they want to do it, but there'll be people who will be on their job on Holi, on Diwali, on any other big religious occasion. There are people who are on their jobs. Nobody gives up the job. There are people in hospitals who are putting in extra hours on New Year's Eve, for example, when everybody's having a party. There are cops, who are on the duty. Yeah.
But
So
now, what stops Israel from actually moving into Gaza Strip and taking away whatever limited autonomy they had given?
no. Look, that is it'll all depend on how the situation evolves. A lot of people are talking about it, but it's not as easy that you just steamroller into Gaza Strip. It's very easy to talk about it. It's a densely populated area. You'll have house to house fighting, street to street fighting. Uh, how do you manage it? People, this is not a decision that can be taken lightly. There'll be casualties on the Israeli side as well, and some serious ones. Uh, you don't even now know because now your entire intelligence is under question. So do you know what their preparations are? Are they waiting for you? You don't know that. You don't know many things. Maybe they are not. Maybe this is just a bluff, and you can call it. But I don't know. I'm not equipped to say that. You know. Uh, but I'm sure those various calculations would be going on in the minds of these people, and we'll have to see how the situation evolves from here.
Maybe they can take a leaf out of our RR operations. 96, the JNK was like this, and we all rolled into. One fine day I got my posting order, and for 3 years next, I was in the valley, and we had lot many people. Just like I don't know how dense is Gaza Strip per se, but Valley was full of militants, and we sorted them out over a. It took some time, of course, but finally the whole thing got sorted out. So that's the only way I can see how to react.
What is shocking is the security lapse. I mean, that is just out of this world. It might be a holiday, but a security lapse of this mammoth is just unbelievable.
Suraj,
Yeah, but Suraj, here's the thing. If you look at the Israelis, nobody's talking about it right now, which is what sensible
Exactly.
people do. They're all saying that, look, okay, there'll be a time for heads to roll, there'll be a time for very, very strict accountability. People will be held accountable, all sorts of things are going to happen. But this is not the time for that. This is the time to, get over this crisis. This is the time to close ranks and, you know, fight these buggers. This is where the focus is going to be right now. The time for, all the questions that we are raising out here, that will come later. That will come much, much later. Not at this stage.
it's like the history repeating itself, Sushantji. 50 years back, so Israelis, they have this the policy in the forces when they have these days of the festive days and some national holidays, they function at one third of the strength. And second thing is the entire border. The second thing has been what these the Hamas guys have done very smartly is they have these Israelis have the border outpost with automated weapon systems called a sight and shoot, which these guys have profiled and taken down using those cheap drone bombs. So it has been a very well planned, I would say, initial action, a shock and awe. And my reading is that they did it to a shallow infiltration, do the damage, take as many hostages as possible, get back, so that they have that kind of a positive leverage or an advantageous leverage over
Yaar,
the
Kautilya, what is a shallow infiltration? The whole damn country is 30 kilometers wide, yeah.
साउथ में आया ना सुशांत जी नॉर्थ को तो अभी नहीं वेस्ट बैंक तो एक्टिवेट नहीं हुआ
अरे नहीं, वेस्ट बैंक तो और भी कम है यार. यहाँ 30, 35, 40 में तो सारे देश खत्म हो जाता है यार. ऊपर
है
से
बिल्कुल
नीचे जाओ तो 5 घंटे में ऊपर से नीचे चले जाते हो. तो
and
what
they
is the look? They have gone in 30, 40 kilometers inside. Apparently from what
yeah वो 30 किलोमीटर
So
का आ रहा है सुशांत जी 30 का आ रहा है या 30
so
का
in a case like bloody Israel, 30 kilometers is not shallow. It's very fucking deep, man.
नहीं नहीं absolutely in this in our country in comparison to us it is. लेकिन one more thing they've done is they've stretched the entire Iron Dome systems. Iron Dome का जो system है सुबह से इतना missiles इतना rockets fire करके they stretched it. That is
Again, look, this is something which has often been spoken about Israel. A lot of people have spoken about it. A lot of analysts have done work on it. That yes, it's a very effective system, it's a great system, all of that. But quantity comes with its own quality, right? You can overwhelm that system when you fire 2000 or 4000 or 5000 rockets. That system cannot cope with it because what? They have what, 8, 10, 12 batteries. Okay? How many rockets will they fire to bring down 5000 rockets? So the point is, you completely overwhelm the system with sheer numbers of rockets that you are launching. And they knew that rockets are being amassed. There have been published reports that Hezbollah, for example, not so much about Hamas, but there were some reports also in the past, and I'm talking about 2, 3 years back, that the Hamas was also amassing rockets, but Hezbollah के बारे में बोला जा रहा था 15, 20,000 rockets are being amassed by them. So it's not that they were not aware that this was happening, but I think they never really calculated that it will happen and it will happen to this level. I think that is where there is more than an intelligence failure. Really, it's a kind of a intellectual failure to figure out that something like this can actually happen.
नहीं, absolutely
It was
Sushant.
it was actually a very well planned attack. I mean, it must have months must have gone into the preparation of this attack. Maybe more than a year must have gone into I mean, why did they time? I mean, why did they time it at this point of time only to sabotage the normalization of the relationship after the Abraham Accords, or there was some other reason, in your opinion, Sushant sir?
Yeah, देखो, if we are saying that it was happening for the last 1 year or so, then
I mean,
it
we are talking about 5,000 rockets being amassed and
no, that
the
has been happening
preparation.
for
Yeah,
many years now. That's been happening for a number of years, right? And at which point of time, I don't even think there was this whole Abraham Accord thing on the anvil. ये तो 2 ढाई साल पहले ही शुरू हुआ है ना सारा चक्कर. So
सर
it wasn't.
कारगिल में हमारा भी हुआ था सर.
नहीं नहीं, हमारा तो टोटल था, but I don't want to go to Kargil right now. But my point is that this thing was, there was this. They knew that these rockets are being amassed, but I don't think they ever expected that they will launch this kind of an attack. Although it was spoken about that if something like this happens, then it'll overwhelm the system. But then there was this thing that okay, if they do something like this, then they don't have a second strike capability in that sense, that they've expanded all their arsenal and then we go and but so there were these kind of debates that were taking place. uh, but see, on the issue of why this time, frankly, I'm not a member of Hamas, so I can only speculate. uh, the thing is that it could be because it's the 50th anniversary of Yom Kippur. It could be that, and which is why in India, for example, on the anniversary of every major attack or every major event, there is always a lot of security presence, and sometimes you keep wondering, "Yaar, kyun kar rahe ho?" types. But who knows when those buggers will strike? So I think that's one thing I'm going to stop cribbing about. Next time there's an anniversary, never crib about the
The
enhanced
security
security.
protocols increase.
Sorry?
No, I said सुशांत जी हमारे तो हर डेट पे सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल्स इतना इंक्रीज हो जाता है, but it's required.
Yeah, it's clearly it's required. After today, I think it shows that at least the Indian side takes it with a certain degree of seriousness, as they should. So one is that maybe it was just
नेक्स्ट
that
हमारा ही
anniversary
नंबर है
thing.
सर.
Uh, so that is one. There could be this whole thing that they want to sabotage because, again, look, if they wanted to sabotage this whole thing, that this growing talk of Saudi-Israeli, rapprochement, again, that kind of picked up pace over the last maybe month or 2 months or thereabouts. Uh, Before that, people were talking about it. Some things have been happening for the last 4 5 years. In fact, uh, there have been some contacts, some meetings, and stuff like that. But it is only in the last couple of months that there was actually some serious movement forward. Now, maybe it
yeah.
was
I
through.
mean, when the Saudis reportedly put a condition for US, matlab to the US for basically assuring them of their security.
Yeah, but so that was just one more, thing which was happening. But again, maybe because when the Abraham Accord started, and many of the Arab countries, moved forward to recognize Israel and have a rapprochement with it. Maybe that was the point of time where, again, I'm speculating purely, where
But
Iran decided that look, if this thing continues, then the game is up, right? So we need to sabotage this, and even among the countries which have reconciled to Israel and have recognized Israel, there is a certain street sentiment out there which is not on board, and yet people have said, "Okay, okay, fine, we don't really dig the Israelis, but let's go along with it. It doesn't matter. We don't necessarily have to like them to do business with them." So the street was a little ambivalent on this. In other countries, the street has remained hostile to Israel. And maybe the Iranians wanted to provoke the street to a point where the governments uh, would be very wary of what the street sentiment is, which is why you see many of the Arab countries doing a bit of monkey balancing.
Even Jordan has issued a statement in support of Palestine, and they have issued a warning. Even Jordan.
Yeah,
That's
Jordan,
really
but साले खुद भी कंगले हैं, the bloody bunch of, they have nothing to offer
Well,
anyway.
Jordan is
But
perhaps.
Jordan is anyway 80% Palestinians. Na? Their
yeah,
local population is only 20%.
yeah, but they also wiped out the Palestinians many years back. So
So,
But Sushanji, don't you see this as at the timing also something linked to like where Hamas losing its relevance to Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad? So it's some kind of an I would say an internal desperation to do something, so reclaim its place.
yeah, I'm not entirely convinced of it. Maybe it was. I think Hamas remained very powerful and to some extent fairly popular in those areas, um, and it had an iron grip. So the Islamic Jihad was working in conjunction with them. Were they stealing a march over these guys? I think it would be a bit of a stretch to say that. But I think Daniel has wanted to come in for quite some time, so maybe he'll
Yeah,
just keep
Daniel,
quiet
and we
again.
also have Benjamin who wanted to say something. So, Sushant sir, I have a question for you, but let's hear from Benjamin and Daniel first, and then I will ask you the question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you ask the questions? Because I have a little bit of a tangential statement. So you guys finish off, and then I'll weigh in.
Okay, so my question was that historically India has been really neutral when it comes to taking a stand on the Israel-Palestine conflict, right? So most of the biggest reason is because we have some internal vultures within India who will then jump to bring the Kashmir issue, so to say, um, and compare it with what is happening in Palestine and so on and so forth. So, do you think with today's statement from the PM, this stance will change in the future? And if yes, how would the world react to it? How do you see it?
Look, I think you're being a little uncharitable to the positions that India have taken. I don't always agree with what the government says, but I think, people like you and me, we have the luxury of taking certain positions which governments cannot, and they have to look at certain other criteria also. So uh, it was not just about, yeah, earlier there was a bit of a baggage. Pre 1990, there was a bit of that baggage of the Palestinian defending lost third world causes, all of that nonsense. But after 1990-91, when full diplomatic recognition was given, we'd recognized Israel even earlier. They had a consulate, but when full diplomatic relations were restored by the Narasimha Rao government, that is the time when a certain degree of pragmatism came into our policy. But look, you have to also understand where things were at that point of time. We have very vital interests which are attached to the Arab world, for example. Uh, Now, of course, our relations are much, much better, but even earlier, we had a large diaspora working in the Arab world. Our energy security was dependent on the Arab world. There was a lot of toing and froing between the Arab world and India. So the government cannot take a very cavalier attitude. And India was 30 years back, India was not what India is today. So you had to have a calibrated kind of an approach. You could not, take a very clear cut kind of an approach, and that ambiguity was to some extent required. Even the Israelis understood it. Because look, India has, given India's size, given India's population, given the number of interests India has, we will want to have a lot more kind of relationships, many of them often contradictory, than what some other country will have. And again, I don't want to be uncharitable, and I don't mean to be, but for example, let us take Nepal. For example, Nepal, basically their foreign policy has to revolve around India and China broadly, right? uh, India does not have that issue. India will have many interests that we will need to look at. So one was that. The second was, of course, you have a large Muslim population in India, and you can't simply say that I don't give a shit what you think about it, right? So you do have to take certain, partly for political reasons, partly for reasons of pragmatism, that you have to, make sure that you don't do anything which really goes against the sentiment of a very large community in India. Whether you agree with it or not is immaterial. It's a fact. You just have to accept it. So what you do is you try and balance out various things by taking certain ambiguous positions. But what happened today, I'm very glad that there was no ambiguity and no kind of balancing, that on the one hand this and on the other hand that. I think it was very clear that what has happened today was simply unacceptable. The last time there was a conflict between Israel and Hamas, which was a couple of years back, we still we took a somewhat ambiguous kind of a stand. Um, we urged some restraint. Our voting patterns were also, we abstain often enough. Uh, so we were doing that. This time, at least, the Prime Minister's statement is very, very forthright and very straightforward. There's no ifing and butting and nothing of the sort. And frankly, after the scenes which we saw today, I'm glad that we've taken a very clear cut position on this. Uh, and it's not that Israel does not understand certain compulsions of ours. So, we have relations with Iran. We also have relations with Saudi Arabia, and Iran and Saudi Arabia were daggers drawn, but we managed to walk the knife's edge on that. And then we have relations, very good relations with Israel. At a people to people level, if you look at it, there are so many people in India who really admire Israel's so many accomplishments. Uh, so you have that as well. Despite the fact that Turkey has been openly hostile to us, we keep a relationship with them also. Uh, you know, Given the size of India, given our interests, yeah, we'll do that. So I might not personally agree with everything, but then, I have the luxury to not agree with everything. Maybe if I was in government, I would probably have a similar approach. I think let Daniel ask what he wanted to ask. He's been raising
Sure,
his hand for a fair bit of time.
sure, sir. I mean, I love Daniel's tweet to Jagmeet today. So thank you, Daniel, for that. So for those of you who missed it, I've pinned it on top.
Yeah, yelling at Jagmeet's
Mhm.
thing.
Yeah, Daniel, go ahead.
A pastime of mine. Yeah, there's yeah, a lot of good points brought up, and mine's a bit racing. There's a point of brought up of like, yeah, you got to be on guard during your religious holidays, and if your religious views are dangerous, you got to shift them. I would actually say that this is a case of Israel not adhering to Jewish codes, and instead sort of taking a more, not to demean my Christian friends, but a more Christian approach on life. Um, and that's the story of the difference in the 6 Days War and the Yom Kippur War. I once sat down with a rabbi who explained to me the story of Purim, which we'll go back to um, times in Iran. It's Jews being persecuted in Iran, but then the Queen Esther, if you know her, she marries Xerxes and blah 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 blah, saves the Jews. But there is a part in that in which Jewish teaching says, like, when the anti-Semitic riots were being planned, and Haman, the villain, was planning these pogroms. The directive from God was to attack them before they attack you. So this is the 6 Days War. We knew the war was coming. Egypt had blockaded the Suez Canal. It was an act of war. Forces were massing at the Syrian border, the Egyptian border. They had made a deal with Jordan. We all knew the war was coming. And because Israel acted proactively and took out the Egyptian airfields and the other airfields before they could start the war, Israel had a massive success and beat off 13 different armies in 6 days. Compare that to the Yom Kippur War, where they took a much more reactive role. You could say hubris, thinking that their air defense and air force could protect them. It nearly resulted in calamity. And I think you're seeing that play out here with this sort of, love thy neighbor, love thy enemy approach. It hasn't paid dividends. Whereas if you were to have been proactive and destroy the people actively planning to kill you, right? I'm not just saying, assassinate whoever you can, but if there's a Hamas camp that's about to launch rockets, you shouldn't let them launch rockets for 24 hours. You should blow up the rocket installation as soon as the first one launches off the thing, or as soon as they even set them up. That is a way to fight this here. So this sort of Western, let's say, current mentality of trying to treat everyone else like they're some sort of sociology professor at a like university in the Netherlands, it doesn't track when it comes to Palestinian terrorism. And I will say to India, I understand India's geopolitical concerns as sort of an emerging economy, a new power, how you have to manage this, not really being part of the West, but not being part of the excesses of evil either, right? The Iran, China, Russia cadre. You have to play your own things. Now, this, I think, will be a significant shift because the images you're seeing, the live stream, the celebrating of the dead, you can see it there. Usually the images coming out only make it around Jewish social media. Like they'll kill one person in a rocket attack. You won't really see the dead body because the Israelis don't want to put it out to hurt the family. And then you see parties on the streets of the West Bank and Gaza where they're handing out sweets and children are celebrating. And they're like, yay, we killed a Jew. And there's massive celebrations. These are nauseating for people like me to see, but those videos have never penetrated international media to the level of what happened last night or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. So the optics of it are different. I think that will elicit a much different response this time. And my message sort of to India is on this neutrality stuff and having to play both sides and all sides. This mentality, if it is pushed out to the rest of the world, and I think it is, like this is, I think, a big problem with the West is this is the same way we treat India and Pakistan. What the fuck do we get from Pakistan? We have to give Pakistan money for aid, and they use it to fund terrorist proxies to shoot missiles into Kashmir. Why do my tax dollars need to pay for that? Juxtapose that to India. What do we get from India? Trade, goods and services, money, cultural exchange, technology exchange, like a chance to improve both our countries. So my worry is that this mentality, if the entire world takes it, of these false equivalencies and false neutralities, it doesn't turn out well for India. And I think India, since its inception, has been one of the biggest victims. Israel and India, probably top 2 victims of this mentality. So I hope there is a shift, and this is I hope that the emerging India can be self-sufficient, but also, a strong proponent and ally of the free world. And as India gets stronger, I think it will have the ability to take positions and not need to be as neutral, because a lot of the countries you're dealing with, Saudi Arabia, Iran, like all these countries, a lot of them respect strength. And that's just what it comes down to. They're not like, Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, they're not Canada, they're not America, they're not the UK, they're not Germany. They don't think like those countries. They don't, it's not about reasoning, it's not about backdoor diplomatic channels. It's about, they need to know that if I touch fire, it is hot. And India needs to, I think India is strongest if it shows legit strength and ability to stand up for itself. I mean, this is why China can abuse all the Muslims it wants. Throw them in concentration camps, slaughter them, hunt them down, re-educate them. Just horrible things. But who the fuck criticizes China in the Arab world? Not a single one of them, because they respect China's strength. And they know if they criticize China, China will smack them, and smack them hard. So I hope that India, grows the middle class, grows the manufacturing, grows its economic and military strength, and then has confidence in itself to sort of stand up for both its interests and its values. And I think if you don't have both of those, like countries, of course, need to respect their interests, protect their citizens. That is paramount for their survival. But I think long-term survival requires Indians to have strong Indian values and not be pushed off of them, and in a sense also push the world closer to them. And I think that creates the best long-term geopolitical stability for the entire world. India most of all, but I mean, I'm looking around the world, and the only sort of unknown, let's say, or the biggest major unknown is what is India in 5 years, right? Could be 3 years. Hell could be next year, right? With the rate things are going. But let's say 5 years from now, what does India look like on the global stage? Because in 5 years from now is going to be a vastly different player than India 5 years ago. So I hope that we get both Indian strength and values, and by pushing, the world into a more reasonable and moral position in India and Pakistan, they do so by also dealing with Israel and Hamas, because it's the very same issue. The same anti-Israel academics in the West they're the same anti-India academics. They track with a 99%. The Venn diagram, it barely has any space in between them on this issue. So the enemies are the same in terms of the institutions and the ideologies and all that, and to an extent, a lot of the militants are the same. So I hope that we can, see a future where we have at least one reasonable geopolitical power, and I hope that's there. So sorry if that's a bit rambly, but one last thing is I remember speaking with some of my Hindu friends, and on this same Jewish value is, I mean, we all like to preach about Hindu nonviolence and the line of someone can fill it in, but the greatest value is like nonviolence. But then the next line that no one ever says, except for like righteous defense of the innocents, or violence in the case of nobility, right? Making the case that yes, being nonviolent and respecting your neighbors is good, but also when evil comes to your door, there is moral imperative to defend the innocent. I think those values need to be pushed a bit further to the forefront here.
Great point added, Daniel. Appreciate that.
No, so
Uh,
Daniel, I'll just say just a couple. I think I agree with you almost on 90% of what you said, perhaps even 100%. But the only one thing, just as a way of clarification, it wasn't so much on what we will get from the Palestinians. No, it wasn't that. That was a kind of a proxy for our relationship with the rest of the Islamic world, which we depended on. And look, this was at a time when we couldn't take certain positions because of our own internal weaknesses, also our own internal politics, right? Um, if you are looking for Muslim votes in India, and this has been one of the failures of our domestic politics, that we try and attach extraterritorial loyalties to our own population. Why should the Muslims have a different, in India at least? Why should they have a different take on international events which are not necessarily in favor of the country? But we've encouraged it. And I'm not defending what has happened, but I'm just saying what it has been like. And that's my view. Other people are free to disagree with me. So there was a domestic political context to it, which I think the current government really does not, bother about much. Uh, and even then, even this government has to, do a little bit of that monkey balancing to some extent for domestic political reasons and for international reasons. Now, when you have things like the Abraham Accords, when you have, uh, for example, in the 90s, when you started having the Israel Palestinian peace talks, it opened up space for us to suddenly start, accept full diplomatic relations with Israel. We took that relationship forward from there on, and then we could do that tightrope walking. And as our own internal strengths started increasing, there was a lot more we could do without having to be defensive. Uh, Also, because then we turned out to be a big market for the Middle Eastern oil producers. So, just as we were dependent on them for our energy security, they were dependent on us as a huge market, a very dependable market. Unlike Pakistan, for example, where they used to sell oil for free, we were paying them hard cash. Uh, so there were a whole lot of other linkages which on which the Palestinian issue started getting dovetailed. So that was the reason. It wasn't anything more than that. But yeah, I take your larger point, both on the moral level as well as on the ethical level, that you know we should call a spade, as we have done today, and I'm very happy that we've done it. In fact, this is what I've been wanting since this morning, that let's not do any monkey balancing this time, which we normally used to do. That yes, we want this, but we will say this. We've not done any of that shit today, and thank God for that, because what has happened today is very, very different from an odd guy coming and stabbing somebody. Oh, and again, I'm not defending that. I hope nobody gets me wrong. I'm not saying any small act of terrorism is also okay. Certainly not. But what has happened today is like a different scale altogether. And I think it's at times like this that you do not take an ambiguous stand, you take a clear cut stand, which is what has happened today. But just as a way of clarification.
Yeah, can I just add to that? Again, I didn't actually address that point you made, and I wanted to about the domestic thing. And you're right, and I understand domestic compulsions, and if you say things, you might cause riots in your own country and have to deal with it. Again, all countries should have their national interests first, and I understand the balancing of that. And my thing there is, I think we agree here. Like, you can't govern your country with the sort of Damocles consistently hanging over your head, being, any geopolitical stance you take might upset one segment of the population, and they have this sort of heckler's veto. That would be, I don't think that's conducive. And the further, like I think you've outlined, it's kind of been shown in the Arab world, this lie pushed by the experts in Middle Eastern policy, that there is no peace with any Muslim country without Israel-Palestine peace. That's been demolished. That's a lie. Israel's made bilateral relationships with Arab Gulf states, or Arab states on the Persian Gulf, in case there's any Iranians listening, and had success there. So I think this mentality, and yes, it's backed up by these radical mosques that will preach this in each country, but the mentality that there is no peace among the Muslim community until there's peace between Israel and Palestine and there's a Palestine state, I think it's been debunked. I think it was debunked from 2016 to 2020 definitively. So yeah, I agree with what you said. It is a good point about the domestic issue here around this, but you also outlined like your point that this is not just a random stabbing that gets celebrated, because yes, that's also evil, but your point is very salient on the wider issue that images of mass slaughter and the glee while committing rape and slaughter and desecrating a naked dead body, this is much, much different. And I think the world has finally seen the true face of Hamas, the true face of the organizations that back them, right? All the major Muslim Brotherhood organizations in Canada are blaming the Jews right now. They're raising money for Hamas. They got into full overdrive. And I think they will get a reckoning this time. They've been hubristic. They have gleefully celebrated the slaughter of Jews for far too long, the organizations here, and they've been able to get away with it because the true images can be curated through friendly media sites. But I think enough of this is going to break through to the average person. And when the housewife in Montana sees just what was done and how happy the terrorists are to do it, I think you have a brand new outlook on life and the situation here.
Okay, so I have a question for Shoshanti. So don't you think like that the internal political conflict within Israel, because the political situation has been really unstable in Israel for a long time. So don't you think that that could be the reason for that? Because locally, whenever I'm talking to any of my Israeli friend, everybody is blaming Netanyahu currently, saying that because he wanted to change the some rulings regarding this, and so many IDF officers actually resigned in protest of that, and so that could be one of the reason as well, because that has been there for a long time, and Netanyahu is basically supported by very orthodox religious Jews who actually don't even take part into that voluntary that are not even taking part into the army services, because it is okay for them that they are not there are no compulsions for them to take part in that kind of service as well. So I kind of feel, as I talk to locally to all my mentors and the professors I work with, they all are kind of going against Netanyahu, but everybody is kind of too busy to say anything. But I think it will all go on Netanyahu once the dust is settled.
I think Sushantji got dropped. So
Can I make a point?
yeah, go ahead.
My point unrelated. Is for the Colonel RK. Sir, मेरा बोलना ये है, what I want to say is, the way in which the attack was carried out, right, on the border outpost, doesn't seem to be civilians or militia carrying it out. What I think on a personal note is very professionally trained and competent, like you can say ground level commanders executed the attack.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, see, there are two aspects to this. One is that Hamas itself has evolved over a period of time. So it has certain, unit or subunit level commanders who are capable of carrying out some limited operations. I won't say that they are of strategists or anything like that, but at a tactical level, yes, they are. It's a it's an experience that has been carried over to them by their predecessors. Therefore, they are competent. But at the same time, I don't rule out a large number of, say, another 50% people or advisors who have come from outside. And outside, when I say that, I mean either it could almost be totally from Iran, or in fact, there could be some elements of some special forces or something from Pakistan.
I guess so, sir, because SSG का सर signature लग रहा है उसमें सर, जिस तरह से वो ऑपरेट कर रहे थे, जिस तरह से they are milling around, everyone is being directed down.
If you see the operations and the way they are moving about, it looks like some kind of an SSG style. But the kind of videos that I have seen, there are some people who are speaking Farsi. There is no doubt about it. So ये कुछ मिली भगत है. Secondly, as per the latest, what I came to know from some of my followers on Twitter, is that there is some kind of a clash that's right now happening with Hezbollah in the Golan Heights. They are matched up and they are moving out. They are moving up, and they were actually challenged by the Israeli security forces. So I think even this cat is out of the bag. It's a coordinated action between Hamas and Hezbollah. So I'm almost on the verge of saying this, that there's a larger game plan. It's not just Hamas, or it is not that Hamas has found a window of opportunity and they decided to exploit it. There's something more to it.
Sir, in what I saw on the just on the map itself on Google itself is the way they are dispersing, sir. A very like sound. I would not say strategy like you're saying, sir, पर टैक लेवल पे sir प्रॉपरली ऑपरेट किया है सर. जिस तरह से यानी डिस्पर्स होना है, कितने आदमी कहाँ जाएंगे, कितना नफरी कहाँ मूव करेगी, बिल्कुल एमिनेशन वेस्ट नहीं करना है, बराबर जो सामने आता है उसको ठोको, जहां भी स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है उसको जस्ट गो अराउंड इट. जिस तरह से सर इन्होंने किया है सर, दैट इज सर कोई सिविलियन का काम नहीं है सर. प्रॉपर सिखलाई दिया हुआ आदमी है, और वो एक दो नहीं है सर. दे आर, एंड व्हाट आई आल्सो थिंक इज सर, इंडिपेंडेंटली दे आर ऑपरेटिंग द स्मॉल यूनिट्स. दे आर ऑल ऑपरेटिंग इंडिपेंडेंटली ऑफ ईच अदर. तो more difficult to sir like put a dragnet around them and drag them one by one, because they are all क्या बोलेंगे सर, they are in contact
यार
with each other. Yes.
यार ये एक पॉलिसी भी है इसमें. देयर इज अ pitfall also. Even if they are say reasonably trained, I mean you are using that word highly trained and all that. Highly trained, yeah, I doubt it here, because in real life what happens is that even if some SSG or some Iranian commandos or somebody happens to be with them, the entire platoon or whatever 10 15 guys section of them, they will not be equally competent. Each one of them will be equally competent. There would be, you would find hardly one or two guys from Iran or SSG who are directing them, and they would have carried out these kind of trainings and done the rehearsals quite a bit of time, a number of times before actually launching into Israel. So it's only that those two, three people are the key people. If they are knocked down, then the whole team is useless. It will be rounded up by the police force, in fact. So you must remember this, that if they are dispersing all around in Israel, so then what happens is that their staying potential and their power to remain effective will reduce starting from today. So by third or fourth day, they would be sitting the targets for Israel. And there's 30, 40 kilometers of infiltration and all that. Whatever they're saying, even if they infiltrate 30 or 40 kilometers inside Israel, the police force and all of them, the best part of Israel is that most of their forces, they are all, they had their mandatory 2 year training and all. So they are also, they do have some kind of a competency. And these guys will soon, they'll be, dissolved literally and as a fighting force. Unless they remain cohesive, they try to either capture ground or they try to, outflank some unit and then try to cut it off and annihilate Israeli defense forces or something like that. Now, these kind of operations, if they are capable of doing, then yes, they do have a chance in prolonging this war. Otherwise, if they all distribute themselves into penny pockets and then try to act like terrorists and I mean terrorists they are, but try to kill innocents, it's only a matter of time that they'll be rounded up, but then the rest of the population will end up paying a very heavy price. So it's not a very well thought of strategy if they are doing it that way. There must be some at the end of the day. अगर इतना बड़ा operation किया है, so they should have some aim, either to capture territory or to inflict casualties on Israeli defense forces or to gain hostages. If they infiltrate 30 kilometers inside Israel, how many hostages can they take and how much? I mean, how can they actually get them back into Gaza Strip? And if Gaza Strip itself gets invaded, then what next? Then who is holding whom as a hostage? So it's all very to me this part of that action today it looks very confusing and it doesn't make much sense from the Hamas point of view. They are better off firing rockets only. By this way, even Hamas will have casualties, and and Hamas is not an organization that every day there are thousands of people joining it and all that. At the end of the day, Gaza Strip has got a population of 2 million. 2 million is 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs में बूढ़े बच्चे सब कुछ हैं. तो अगर 20 lakhs में से मुश्किल से अगर 5-6 लाख भी लेके आ गए तो भी it is very difficult for them to fight against a trained IDF on a long term basis. So I don't know. I really, they are not technically that competent like IDF. They do not have
I
all those resources. So what happens is that soon their combat potential will go down. That's my assessment.
I would like to add a point here. Uh, ये जो attacks हुए हैं, there was an attack during the COVID time as well. At that time also, there were thousands of rocket was fired as far as till Tel Aviv. I personally witnessed it. So it's not like that they were planning for this day, that it is some 65 anniversary of Yom Kippur or they are going to do it this way. It was not like that. Actually, I kind of feel like they have been trying it for a long time. They just got the chance because of the internal political conflict. Also, since because it was the last day of Sukkot and Shabbat also, so 1/3 of the army works during these days. So that one of the point that kind of encouraged them to enter today. And another point is that they, according to the local people from the kibbutz nearby Gaza, they are saying that they captured one of the divisional office over there, so they couldn't spread out the information immediately to the mainland. And then because of that, obviously, first of all, they were taken aback by that. Okay, so many people are already infiltrated. One of my ex-colleague also, his parents is surrounded by terrorists. They are still there. So I don't think so that it was there was any strategy. And since somebody was making a point that ki Gaza log hain, they are going to take them and IDF ka kaise. I don't think so that they will like to be with Israel. They wouldn't want that, because it might sound like a exaggerated claim, because since I have lived there for 4 years, I can say it that for them the free Palestine literally means kill all Jews. I'm sorry if it's hurting somebody's sentiments, but that is what it means. So there are no
Ma'am,
strategies. There are no
ma'am,
strategies, sir. There are no goals. They just, yes, they're just
yeah,
flexing
I
a little
agree
bit
on
power they
that.
got.
It looks like they found a window of opportunity, therefore, without thinking left, right, and center, they decided to go about it and
Yeah.
then see if they can build on something. Or, but if they have tried this strategy, then it's going to rebound very badly.
Some people are also claiming, that they had this intent about that they are going to infiltrate inside of Israel, but they just wanted to, take it as an opportunity to literally finish the entire cabal off. But I am not buying it. I think it was an intel fail, also the internal conflict, but they are
Ma'am,
going to talk about it once it's over.
all of that is fine, but the moment you say infiltration and the moment you tell me that there is a large scale infiltration,
Sir,
all
they
my,
are saying that it's about
this
1,000
thing,
people.
yeah, but my antenna points directly towards SSG
Hmm.
because SSG is the only organization which relies so heavily on infiltration. There is no other organization or part of the army anywhere else in the world which relies so much completely on infiltration. Pakistan ka SSG is the only organization which does that. Infiltration by air, land, and sea
So you're saying
into
that
pamphlets.
you're linking the Pakistan support to Pakistani
No,
organization
I'm
support to
not
this.
saying that, but I'm saying it could be rogue elements or it could be state sponsored by Pakistan, but some elements of SSG are there
But
because
there
ye,
were reports, right? There were reports that Pakistanis are training Palestinians last year only. There were
training,
some
you
media
can train
reports.
only till a particular point.
Mhm.
अगर इतना बड़ा इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ है तो फिजिकली ये लोग होंगे वहाँ. अदरवाइज इट्स जस्ट नॉट पॉसिबल कि मैंने डांस सिखा दिया और उसने जाके परफॉर्म कर दिया. इट्स जस्ट नॉट पॉसिबल.
And
It doesn't happen like that in military.
people really think that Israel is very, altogether kind of country, but they have their internal conflicts as well. Like 80.1% of their population is Muslims who still call themselves as Palestinians. And also, as we talk about the military also, so not everybody is religiously Jew. As per my experience, the 70% of them are like we Hindus only. Like we are following our cultures, we are calling ourselves Sanatanis, and we are okay with the existence of any other religion. So there are people like that in Israel, but India can afford it because India is just only on majority is surrounded by Pakistan only. But in case of Israel, uh, if the relationship between Saudi Arabia was not improved recently, I could, see it getting into another Arab and Israel conflict soon as well. So their situation, their condition is very much difficult, more difficult than what we have in India.
So let's get the conversation a bit streamlined, right? Ritu, you had a question for Sushanji. He's back. You can put
Hanji,
up your
Hanji,
question.
Hanji.
Be very specific and crisp. Yeah.
Shushanji, my question is about that. Don't you think that ultimately, when the dust is settled, Netanyahu will be blamed for what is happening right now? Because recently he wanted to change some rulings in the system there, the court system, and then in the protest, some very big officers, intel officers, and IDF officers resigned. So it's been happening for a long time that Netanyahu is only supported by the religious Orthodox Jews only who are not taking part into army services. So most of the other Jews are not supporting him. So it has been there. I mean, I am surrounded by all educated people from Israel, my professors, my seniors, my mentors. Everybody I see is not supporting Netanyahu and he's just not getting out of politics. So locally people are blaming him, but they are not being specific about it because they are busy with the entire conflict right now. So I kind of feel like that Netanyahu got into power only because of that, the security reason, and now it is going to get out of his hand, and I'm thinking that it is going to be the political career end for him.
Look, I don't know how Israeli politics is going to play out in the future, honestly speaking. There have been problems in the past, but look, I don't entirely agree with you that it's only the religious or the ultra Orthodox Jews who support Netanyahu. I think there is a large number of people who support him. Maybe some of his support might have gone down, which is not unusual, and maybe he does depend for a majority on uh, some of the far right and ultra orthodox elements. But to construe from that most of the people in Israel don't support him, I think that's a bit of a stretch. So I will not go along with that. You're right that there have been these street disturbances in Israel over the last many months, couple of years, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, but again, look, Israel is a democracy, right? There has been a certain amount of wokeness that has also come in Israel. There are, those rootless, deracinated liberals who are also there in Israel, like they are in other parts of the world. And some people, even within the security services and the establishment, might have, been influenced. Some could be conscientious objectors that, you are trying to tinker around with the justice system in a way that it serves your purpose, and that's not fair. So, that could be just one of those actual, sincere political issues. Um, has that has that kind of disturbed the functioning of the government? I can't say. I don't think it would have happened in a country like Israel. Uh, but it's difficult to say at this point in time. I'll be very honest with you. And then finally, of course, the buck will stop with Netanyahu. He is the guy who said, who was always tough on security, who always made it a big issue. Uh, but who knows? Maybe this will actually strengthen him also. Um,
It will depend upon how he responds.
Yeah,
Actually, how he chooses
it'll
to
depend
respond.
on how he responds, and then how the situation ultimately turns out, uh, and how effective the response is going to be, and how quickly he manages to turn things around.
What ideally, I mean, what in your opinion, sir, could ideally be Israel's response? I mean, would it be removal of Hamas from governance in Gaza Strip, or something else? I mean, what would be the ideal scenario besides defending itself? And to the other question, because I have not read anywhere regarding any role of SSG. I mean, it is being pointed out. So, what do you think? I mean, are the Pakistanis, and can they be really there?
Yeah, look, on the Pakistani thing, I think a couple of years back there was a report in the Pakistani media by this man who was a former minister in Pakistan, who's also linked with this Rabita al-Islami, Raja Zafrul Haq, who claimed that Hamas had been trained by Pakistan Army and that Pakistan Army was still training Hamas. Okay, in fact, today in one of the programs, the anchor asked me that I had written this and I had forgotten that I had written this. Then he sent me the link and I remembered that indeed I had written on this. So my due apologies to Pranesh of Times Now, where I said, no, I haven't written this. You were probably mistaking me for somebody else. Then he sent me my article and said, oh shit. Actually, I had written this, but that was a couple of years back and I had forgotten that I had written it. Uh, but that is a fact. So there is that particular linkage which has been admitted by a very senior Pakistani politician. And he claimed, and there are other people who claim that those links are still alive. They still work in conjunction. So I won't rule out that possibility, but I haven't seen anything beyond that. And I would imagine that if there were some people like that who were traveling to Gaza to train these guys or bringing Hamas guys to Pakistan to train them, कुछ ना कुछ तो निकल जाता बाहर यार. But for how long do you keep it hidden? It doesn't, these are not things which remain hidden forever. Something would have come out. But frankly, beyond that, I've not seen anything. Mm,
And ideal Israeli response, I
yeah,
mean.
ideal is Israeli response. Ideal end state would be that Hamas does not exist. To put it very simply. But is that even going to be possible? I don't know. Will they be able to expel Hamas from this area? So even if they manage to expel Hamas from Gaza, and they flatten Gaza and they carry out punitive.
Can they change governance in Gaza? That is the question.
Yeah, Gaza's
Sir, there is
problems are
no
far too
governance.
deep for anybody to change governance in Gaza. I'll be very honest with you. And it's not as though over the last almost 17, 18 years, Hamas would not have struck very deep roots and infiltrated all sections of society. So even if the main leadership is ousted, they would have their support base intact. So, it's not how do you cut off these guys completely. I frankly, I don't have an answer to it. I'll be very honest with you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Krishanji, see, do you think there is a possibility that Israel will expand its operation beyond its border and maybe attack Syria, or even a small probability that it can actually carry out strikes against Iran? And the second thing is that now, given this, whatever has happened, and Saudi and Israel might not have any pact. So, what happens to the India Middle East corridor? What is the likelihood that this will actually fructify at any point of time?
So let me take the second one first. I think it's still early days to write that off. Let us see, because the Saudi response has been kind of muted. It's not exactly targeting Israel and not exactly supporting Hamas. So they've taken a bit of a middle road, which does not surprise me. But when you compare the Saudi response now with the Saudi responses in the past, maybe I haven't done it, but maybe if somebody was to do that exercise, you'll come out with a much more clear kind of an assessment of Saudi position shifted or has it not shifted. That's one part of it. So I wouldn't entirely rule out the IMEC right now, uh, but let's see how it progresses. Maybe there could be some tweaks, some changes. We don't know. Uh, but your first question was on what? If you can just
My first question was that will Israel actually expand its areas of
yeah.
operation maybe
No,
to
I
Syria and to
look
Iran?
honestly, if I was an Israeli commander, I would prefer to keep it limited to Hamas and screw them. Uh, I think the most stupid thing any commander can do is to expand the theater of war and open up new fronts. Fighting on two or three or four fronts isn't always a very wise thing. Um Not when the other side is probably expecting it and ready and coordinating it. So I would, if I was the Israeli chief of staff, I wouldn't, unless it's forced upon me, then I have no choice. Then I have to fight it on different front. But would I want to open up fronts on my own? No, not in my immediate borders. But would I carry out some reprisals against Iran? I wouldn't be surprised if that was to happen. Would they go and bomb Iran? Probably not. But would they use other means to punish Iran? Probably yes.
I have one or
Can
two
I jump in
questions.
here and give you sort of the perspective? This has been my area for the last few years, like the Iran, Israel, Hezbollah stuff. If you don't mind.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead,
Okay.
Daniel.
Yeah. So a couple things we talked about, like, okay, one, you have to understand how the Israeli government is formed. It's not like our parliamentary system where it's first past the post in different systems. I know India has a lot more coalitions. It's different than Canada, but Israelis run on a like pure representative democracy, proportional representation system. So it's like however many votes you get, if you're over a certain threshold, you get seats. Parties rank their top candidates. So if they get like 12 seats, their top 12 people get in or whatever. And then you have to form a coalition that gets you over 50% to then govern. So no Israeli party has ever outright won the election to govern as like just Likud or just Labor. That doesn't happen. So yes, there are in this current coalition that Netanyahu has formed. Remember, there's been like 45,000 elections in Israel in the last 5 years or so, and because there's the proportional representation system sort of broken down. It was never the wisest to begin with, in my view. But there are, let's say, there are two religious groups, highly religious groups that fit into this. One is from the Ashkenazi sect of Judaism, the other one from the Sephardic one. And yes, a lot of those people do not do military services. But there are other religious parties in that coalition which vastly support enrolling in the military service. And the core of the Likud support is not from the religious right. It's a lot of what people in the West would scream neocons or orthodox. A lot of it's like center right people like me who aren't that religious. Again, if I was a religious Orthodox Jew, I wouldn't be on this space right now because it's a Saturday during the day, it's Shabbat. And there's a lot of Jews who this happened Friday night during Shabbat, and they just haven't checked their phones. Everything is off, and they have no idea what's going on right now because all their electronics are turned off because they're religious. And they'll in about, let's say, 4 hours or so, they're going to wake up, turn their phones back on, and get a lot more politically active. So the disgust of Netanyahu from the academic class is a lot of this protest against judicial reform, which it's about a constitutional republic versus a pure democracy. It gets nitty gritty, and everyone's misrepresenting the scenario. But this narrative that It's just these, ultra religious people who support Netanyahu is, just as accurate as, Modi is a far right Hindu nationalist government that's trying to press Hindu supremacy upon the world, right? That's sort of the bad academic understanding of our countries, or these two countries. Now, you're right that you don't want to. The fear of Israel for a long time has been a war with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has much better equipment, higher grade rockets, and a much larger store of them, and an easier supply route from the Islamic Republic of Iran. I mean, Lebanon's sort of the pinnacle of what they call the Shiite croissant, and this is sort of the link between Iran to the sea, right? Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. That's what they call it. So this has always been the big threat that Israel's tried to downplay here. So you don't want to instigate. You're right. You don't want to instigate a multi-front war. You have to go hard at Gaza, but there is a significant possibility that if you go hard into Gaza, Hezbollah sees this as their opportunity, and then they open up a multi-front war. And if it becomes that, this is sort of the day I've been warning the Jewish community about for years, is you can do this proportional response, targeted response, call people up before you shoot at them, ask them to run away and not to do this, and you can knock down the things. But technology is advancing fast enough. There's 3D printers, there's arms smuggling. Eventually, the Palestinian terrorists are going to find a way to make higher grade weapons out of nothing that can, as you see, overwhelm the Iron Dome, put Israel under attack, and do this, and push Israel into a situation where it actually has to commit to full-out war. So, to me, you're right. You don't want to fight a multi-front war, but I think there's also if you go too soft, you don't fix the problem, and I think Netanyahu's survival is directly tied to his ability to destroy Hamas in the coming year or so. Because if he's not seen as a strong defender, that's where most of his support comes from, is from people who think that Israel is too soft on defense, and a lot of those people think Likud as well is too soft on defense. So if he doesn't shift that, the actual support base is sort of the more hawkish, let's say, or the more, I guess more hawkish elements of Israeli society. That's sort of where Netanyahu gets his support. So if he doesn't fix this, and by fix I mean destroy Hamas, then I don't see him surviving, and I don't see his legacy, being what he thought it would be. So that's, I think, there. And in terms of responding to Iran, Israel does not want to have ground troops in Iran because they see the Islamic Republic crumbling. They know it's their number one enemy, and they don't want to give Iran the propaganda win that, hey, look, we need to unite, right? Right? When India was attacked by Canada, the country kind of united and formed a front. When Israel was attacked now by Gaza, you're going to see a lot more unity in Israel than there was 2 weeks ago. And this is sort of the fear of the Israelis. They don't want to be... Now, they have probably blown up some weapons manufacturing stuff in Iran, sabotaged Islamic Republic stuff, bombed IRGC assets in Syria and Iraq. I mean, they've been fighting since the Russia-Ukraine war and the Iran under sanctions. They've kind of been baiting Iran into, let's say, conflict in the north because they knew the Islamic Republic was cash-strapped under sanctions. Now, that all changed when Biden released all the money to them. But the game was, they knew they were withdrawing Hamas, Hezbollah, Hashd al-Shaabi, their militants, back into Iran to clamp down on domestic tensions in Iran. So the Israelis were hitting their assets in Syria and Iraq because, again, the Russia-Ukraine war, Russians moved a lot of anti-aircraft and their better stuff out of Syria and redirected them to the Ukrainian front. So the Israelis have sort of been taking advantage of that and, sabotaging IRGC assets in to the north. Not so much in Lebanon because that's where it is, but mostly Syria and Iraq. I think this will result. The Israelis, I think they are going to sort of the drawing board here, and I think there will be a much bigger retaliation against the Islamic Republic of Iran in some way, somehow. I don't know if they're trying to undermine maybe their international propaganda network this time, or international terrorism networks, or whatever it is the response will be. I I can't, tell you what it's going to be. I'm not in the Mossad meeting rooms. If I was, I wouldn't say anything out loud because that would be a bad Mossad agent of me. I'm not in the Israeli government, in case anyone can't pick up on the sarcasm a bit there. So this has been This has been the situation for a while, and when Biden released $6 billion, it vastly changed the game from dealing with a cash-strapped Islamic Republic to a Islamic Republic that had money to spend and people to kill. So I hope that added a bit more domestic and international context there.
संचित भाई, मेरा सवाल है और एक स्टेटमेंट है, एक सवाल भी है. कैन आई गो अहेड?
हाँ जी, आप
जी
पहले
सर।
सवाल पूछ लो, फिर थोड़ी देर के बाद आपके स्टेटमेंट पे आते हैं, ठीक है?
हाँ, तो पहले तो राम राम सभी को. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू आस्क लाइक whoever maybe Sushant sir or anyone else. One, it is reported that about 7,000 rockets were fired, and most of them were manufactured over a period of time locally, because they are not that sophisticated. Why was, I mean, I deem it as a failure, if a hostile party has manufactured about that amount of, and I don't know how many more, and if there was an intelligence failure on that part. And the second piece being, why was, I mean, Mossad and Israel in general is considered like very, very one of the top few ones who are really good at intelligence. Is there a reason that, I'm assuming, like, by the way how it looks, I'm assuming it was being planned for quite some time. Why was there such a big failure, in a sense that, hey, no one, like, it just, like, it was like a flood that came, and then, like, everyone was caught by surprise. And in fact, I think one of the generals were also captured by these people. Those were two of my questions. I don't know if someone can, if it has already been discussed or not, but, like, especially the rocket thing, and what happened, and the floodgates opened and everyone was taken by surprise, like, yeah.
Yes, so very, very quickly. I think the report of the general is fake news. I think that's been debunked. That's not true. On the rocket issue, I don't think there was an intelligence failure. There have been reports over the last many, many years that there is this kind of stuff which is happening. It was more about Hezbollah, but there was a lot of talk and chatter that a lot of this stuff is being passed on to Hamas as well. Uh, and it was running in a few thousand. So clearly, there was some basis to that, and perhaps there was a certain degree of hubris among the Israelis that, even if they have it, it's not such a big deal. We'll be able to manage it, and they're not going to be that stupid that they'll fire so many in one go. Uh, and on the third issue, why was there an intelligence failure? I think that is something which we'll find out. That there was a massive, massive, massive failure is undeniable. I don't think anybody can even question the fact that there has been a massive failure. Why there has been this failure despite all the capabilities? It could be simple overconfidence. It could be hubris. It could be it could be just took it lightly. You never thought something like this will happen.
Can it be alluded to some kind of insider sabotage as
No,
well?
yaar, I think those are conspiracy theories. Unless you have something substantial, sometimes failures happen. Even the best systems fail. They are unable to put two and two together. It happens. It happens for a variety of reasons, and probably something similar happened this time around. Something fell through a very, very big crack, and nobody really woke up to it. But I think it's very, very premature right now to say exactly what went wrong. It's virtually impossible to say right now. And the smart thing that the Israelis are doing is they're not
If it was India, we would be indulging in recriminations immediately. Intelligence failure, then the news anchor is going ballistic. Intelligence failure, why did it happen? Who did it? We'd be discussing all kinds of stupid stuff, right? On TV. Uh, the,
I think the ultimate tally, it would cross 500 because
yeah,
about
look, well,
300 people are critically
you can
injured.
say whatever you want to say, but it could be whatever the number. I'm not keeping count in that way. My basic thing is that look, the Israelis are doing the smart thing by not entering, by focusing on the immediate problem right now and the challenge right now, and not focusing on what went wrong. There'll be enough time to talk about what went wrong, why it went wrong, how to make sure it does not go wrong until the next time it goes wrong. Uh, I think they'll do all of that, but this is not the time. So if they are not doing it, maybe we can just talk about it. But beyond that, we really have no idea of what really went wrong. But you can be rest assured that given the kind of system that Israel has, they are not going to let this or brush this under the carpet. I don't think that's something that they will do.
Sushant sir, just a quick follow up, and I'm not trying to I understand all your points. What the reason I'm pointing that out is, I mean, for Israel, the most critical thing for their security and security of their country is like making sure that they have all nitty gritties and all the small stuff filtered out as far as Gaza strip, specifically Gaza strip, is concerned. I mean, that's why it was a lot more surprising that, considering that what your main threat is, like in that region, immediate sort of like neighbor, whereas where Gaza strip, and then that's why I asked that question, because that thing falling through the crack, or it seems very I don't know if I use the word professional or whatnot, but that's why I'm little
Then, yeah,
was really surprised.
yeah, you're not the only one who's taken aback by the scale of this failure. You're not the only one. Everybody, all of us, who have read about or seen or spoken about, met people from these very formidable intelligence and security agencies of Israel, and have enormous amounts of respect for these guys and what they do and how they do. We're all taken aback. You're not the only one. And the question which you raised is a fair one. I'm not saying that it's not a fair question. Uh, but what I'm just trying to tell you right now is, number one, we don't know the exact reason what exactly went wrong. How could it go so wrong? Right? And I think that is what has taken everybody by surprise. So nobody's questioning that. Uh, what, but what I'm just trying to say is, shit happens, right? It happens, and it's happened this time. And this is not just shit. It's fucking ton load of shit, man, which has happened today. Uh, it's like diarrhea of the worst kind that has happened today, right? And somebody will go into why it has happened. You can be rest assured, and I'm sure you'll be looking out for why it has happened as much as I would be, and as most people on this space probably would be. But as of now, we can only speculate. What went wrong? Was it just sheer overconfidence? Was it hubris? Was it this thing that, oh, fine, we've got it all in place, now nothing can happen, foolproof security. And the moment you think you have foolproof security, that is when you're most vulnerable. Be rest assured on that count, because that means you're not on guard. You're depending on something which is not, nothing is foolproof. uh, and you also have to remember that the terrorist is always looking for, or like a criminal is always looking for a weak link. And the day they find it, they exploit it. It's not rocket science. But I'm sure we'll get answers in the days and weeks ahead. Not today.
just one point, I think, which Ritu or someone else was making, and this keeps on happening every time we have a Indo-Western country or Middle Eastern country, especially Western country, which is equating the non-left or the right wing of that country as a de facto friend of the so-called non-left or the. I don't think there's a right wing in India because economically everybody is left right now, politically speaking, but so-called non-left in India. And this is something that spaces like this, or a lot of the echo chambers that you have in WhatsApp. Every time I just see like a bit of a dichotomy or people kind of mixturing it. Like for example, people think the ultra right in Israel, de facto will have to be friends with India, or the supporters of the ultra right or the religious orthodoxy will have to kind of like Modi or have a very good opinion of him, which is again not very true, right? For example, I mean, I've been to Israel. One of my closest school friends lives there for the longest time, and even if you talk to the ones who are traveling here or in different professions, could be business, could be diplomats, whatever, or especially the common folks, right? The businessmen, the artists, the travelers, the hippies, the so-called left wing very often, or the Israeli left wing, has very good opinions about the about someone like Modi or someone like a non-left in India. And this is again true for Mexico, true for Mexicans, true for a lot of countries which generally have a good perception of India. And it need not be the case that the ultra right there, like a so-called BJP government or Modi or non-left here. So this is something which I think Ritu made that point, and it keeps coming up in discussion like this. I just want to touch upon before I sign off. Bye, guys.
Right. We'll go to the next speaker, Sangam.
Yeah, Sushant sir, I have a question. So I don't know whether this question has been asked to you already or not. So last time I remember when the conflict broke out, so there was a lot of question that was raised on Iron Dome as well, that it is ineffective beyond a point. And it has already it was conceptualized during the first Gulf War, when Saddam Hussein fired over 200 Scuds missile over Israel, and that time senior Bush administration promised them that we will have something for this. So do you think the Israeli government or the Israel would now look to develop something new, sort of weapons that could handle the rocket fires fired from this missiles, especially when these rockets are fired in large numbers?
Yeah, we've discussed this earlier, and I think it's not correct to compare that Patriot missile system of the 1990s vintage with the Iron Dome. Iron Dome has proved to be an extremely effective system. I don't think there's any doubt on that count. But the problem is what you said towards the end of your intervention, which is that all systems have inherent limitations, and if you overwhelm the system, then there's nothing that the system can do, and it can handle 20, 40, 100, 200 rockets. It can't handle 2000 when they are fired in a barrage, or it can't handle 5,000 as the Hamas is claiming. um, and that is where the problems come in. uh, and again, this has been, I've said this earlier, very quickly I'll tell you, this has been discussed in various forums. I think there are a few papers also on this, and analytical pieces also on this, of the limitations of the Iron Dome system. Will the Israelis try to improve upon it? Certainly. But will they be able to get over that particular problem of the system being overwhelmed by sheer numbers? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Right. So, Sanchit, just before you go to the next speaker, I want to, quickly add a point. So, Sushant sir, actually, you must have also read that, last month, if I'm not wrong, there were a couple of, in the secret papers that were released of the Yom Kippur War, 79. So, I remember one thing reading about that in the Israeli media itself, that during that war, before that war, in fact, the Mossad chief had informed Golda Meir, if I'm not wrong, the prime minister then, that they are planning to attack you guys, Egypt and Syria and all those countries. But it was the service chiefs and the internal intelligence chief that dismissed this claim that we don't have any of this sort of intelligence. So Mossad chief actually provided that intelligence as per those reports that were released last month or maybe a couple of weeks earlier. So people can have a read. Uh, that's it.
I haven't seen those, but now that you have said this, I will probably have a look. But look again, nothing, nothing extraordinary in that. When this kind of information comes, it's often debated, and this happens in various countries across the board. A particular piece of information or intelligence comes, it's discussed. There are other people involved who also have their own sources of information, intelligence, and they discuss and they make an assessment. They analyze the situation, they make an assessment of a particular intelligence. Very often they get it right. Sometimes they get it wrong, and sometimes they get it horribly wrong. And like I said, I haven't read those papers, but it is entirely possible that somebody made, they assessed the situation or the intelligence completely wrong, and 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 they screwed up. Uh, Earlier we were talking about Kargil. We didn't get down to talking about it, but very quickly, the same thing happened in Kargil, didn't it? That there was this kind of information which was coming in, certain preparations going on, but at the end of the day, the assessment was that no, maybe nothing will happen. There was that intellectual failure, and which was a complete misreading of the situation, where we thought that now that both countries had gone nuclear, nobody will attempt something like this. So this is not going to happen. The Pakistanis are in any case talking peace with us. Vajpayee is going for a bus yatra and all of that. Little realizing that that is an ideal smokescreen to put you at ease and do what they had to do. You thought that because of a nuclear environment, nothing will happen anymore. They thought that because there is a nuclear environment, they can do something. So you misread the situation, and then you misread the situation a second time when you thought that, and I plead guilty because I was there at that point of time, and the mood was very, very bullish. Very bullish. You'll be surprised how bullish it was. Uh, and there were people saying that peace in our times has come. A couple of weeks later, the peace was in pieces. So this happens, yeah. If it's happened in Israel, nothing extraordinary.
This attack sadly has turned out to be much more catastrophic than we had thought. I mean, the toll has been 290 now. BNO News has confirmed.
No,
And Israeli Health
it has
Ministry,
crossed 300. It has
the
already
Israeli
crossed
Health
300.
Ministry has actually said that more than 280 people are critically injured. So it is much more catastrophic than we had thought initially.
Right.
Not
सनातन रहना सर हाँ
and
राघव
not,
बोलो
Hello,
not
everyone.
only that, I mean, there are reports that even little girls were molested. I mean, this is
Yeah, there are reports of reported rapes as well. Yeah.
this is beyond uh, you know comprehension of a
there
normal.
are reports of like rockets being launched on the from Lebanon side
Why
as
is
well,
it
so I don't know how concrete
right?
they are.
Why is it beyond comprehension?
No, I can confirm that I run a company, and right now I'm right now even in Neom, Tabuk, which is very near to the action area. One of my MDs is a Lebanese, so I was hearing Lieutenant Colonel speaking about Hezbollah. So it has not been reported, but he told me that yes, there have been Israeli forces have started striking Hezbollah internally already. So that is confirmed news. Secondly, I was listening to Sushant's point regarding the Saudi response. We just read across the Saudi response. Their media, the media, the official, the arm published it. It is very textbook, very standard, not different from the previous occasions that I've been tracking from the last 5-6 years as well. Uh, they have clearly blamed Israel as the aggressor. So these two quick comments for this discussion. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. Jai Shri Ram. So, I had like quick two questions for Shushanji. Shushanji, in your assessment, like, what's the end game for Hamas? Because I mean, when I saw the news for the first time, I was like, hey, this looks like a almost. I mean, it almost is like giving a free pass to Israel to basically now, reduce the entire Gaza Strip to rubble. So what's your assessment over there? Like, why would they do something like that? Like, what's the outcome they're looking for? And my second question to you is, what does it mean for Indians and India? Yeah. So I would like your comments on those two things, if you may.
Yeah, I would imagine that this is not a suicide mission. And I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong, but I don't think this is a suicide mission. I think it's a very carefully calculated, calibrated kind of a thing. That yes, we have reached a point where uh, we can take on Israel and maybe create a condition in which others jump in, and at the very least, we severely damage Israel, and if we are lucky, eliminate it, exterminate it. You might think that that's a crazy way of looking at it, but you are dealing with crazies in some ways. So
Do you think the Ukraine war has some factor to play here? Like, I mean, the authority of the West and US and allies, that was challenged by Russia, and that has been dragging on, without any direct support.
no,
Uh,
look at Russia didn't challenge their authority. They unnecessarily were poking Russia. I
mhm.
don't know why, but it is strategic myopia of the worst kind what the West has done. There was some tension, but from 20 before 2014 also they started fingering the Russians in Ukraine. You should have let go of Ukraine after you had expanded NATO to the extent you had expanded it. You could have let Ukraine be. Uh, but you were constantly poking the Russians. And somewhere along the line, the Russians were going to hit back. You should have factored that in. And the fact that you didn't and you thought you would be able to get away with it, uh, I think was a big mistake. And it was a bigger mistake because you were doing it at a time when the bigger challenge for you, which was looming over you, and is probably going to be an existential challenge for the domination of the West, is China. So
Mhm.
it was bizarre what the West has done, where their strategic thinkers have gone, and you want to see a bhed chal of the worst kind. You know, you see it in the West for all their academic accomplishments, for all their scholarship. You just see how they blindly follow a certain line. Nobody questions it. Nobody in the power elite questions it. They did it during the Iraq War, the second Iraq War, uh, when they went after Saddam Hussein, and nobody questioned it, and on utterly fictitious pretext, they launched that war, right? And they drank their own Kool-Aid that the people are so unhappy with Saddam Hussein that the day we enter, there'll be democracy will return, and Iraq is ripe for democracy. They had no intelligence. They fly by night operators who were part of the Iraqi diaspora advising them, and they screwed up like big time. They won the war easy, but that is it. After that, they lost everything. The same things they've done in place after place after place. And nobody counter questions them. Their so called independent media, which is anything but independent, never questioned them. Blindly, they followed it. Blindly. So the problem is that, even in this particular case, something similar might be happening. So, on this whole Russia thing, everybody blindly followed it. Nobody, apart from a few notable cases, people who said, okay, listen, why are you doing this? The bigger challenge is on the Eastern Front with China, and you're just expending your energies. Look at the amounts of money they spent in trying to confront Russia. For what?
Makes
It's a
sense.
pointless
And
exercise what they've done.
Shushanji, I just want to explore another dimension with you. So, there have been celebrations in multiple countries, from people who believe in their loyalty to the Ummah, and they see it in a religious conquest point of view. So, do you think that is dangerous if it spreads to other nations, other geographies, and then what does it mean for India?
We've been facing this shit for so long, yeah. The only thing is that, in many parts of the Middle East, they look at Pakistanis as pieces of shit, and they don't really bother too much about them. Um, so that is one saving grace. But other than that, fact of the matter remains, you look at the attitude, even in India. So many of the people will not see the merits of the case. It's a pure and simple visceral reaction, uh, the hatred of the Jew, and that is it. You see that out here. But the Western media, this great woke Western media, enlightened scholars who studied in the so-called Ivy League universities, I don't know where all else, I don't know what they have learned out there, utterly clueless people, uh, parachute into India. I, as an Indian, still have to understand what India is, but they have understood it even before they've come into India, and they think they meet five people in Khan Market and they think they know what India is all about. Now, these are the people who say that we are anti-Semitic.
Mm.
It's bizarre, this whole situation is so bizarre. Uh, and the thing is that we've seen what has been happening. And what do you say are with the West has gone so bloody bonkers. I
So,
don't think anybody will even take them seriously a
And
few years from now.
ironically, they call us anti-Semitic for basically, I mean, calling out George Soros, who had himself helped kill Jews during the war.
Yeah, and George Soros is somebody whom even the Israelis don't acknowledge.
yeah, I
So,
mean,
what do you say?
yeah, interestingly, even media that usually sides to the left. I mean, if you look at the reportage that's coming out, I mean, for example, from a country like Canada or whatever, uh, everyone is calling it an act of terrorism from the Hamas, and I think there is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the general agreement in the world is that hey, this is an act of terrorism. What Hamas did was wrong. And I was having a discussion with one of my friends in India who happens to be a Muslim, currently lives in Germany. And his entire thing was that, hey, it might be bad, but you cannot discount whatever the, Israelis have been doing in the Gaza Strip for so long, which was almost like a, awakening for me that even in this moment, when the entire world is united against terrorism, there are some people who find, ways to
Look
justify
at the
it.
scenes from Istanbul, Sanatan. Look at the scenes from Istanbul. They are celebrating the killings and rapes of Israeli women. They're celebrating that, and then they are celebrating in full. I mean, they are celebrating with full show. I mean, they are the way they are celebrating. You can actually look at the
So
pictures which are coming.
tomorrow
stand by.
Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, in India, the so-called Muslim community will also start
Yeah,
celebrating. I assure you that.
which is what a shocker for me. Like, I mean, country like Iran, Turkey, Pakistan. I mean, those are written off, right? Like, we know they are going to believe in this, weird shit, and they are going to do shit. But I mean, I was just expecting something better from Indians. Been living in Bharat. But yeah, I mean, today was surprising for me as well. So I just wanted to share that incident.
Look, the problem is, the kind of moral equivalence that people try and draw to lower the magnitude of the outrage that has been committed today. I, I think that's unacceptable. Yeah, it's not that's the and look, the fact of the matter is that when the Israelis walked out of Gaza, they gave the entire strip to them. There were any number of opportunities, uh, and I don't want to get into the details because it's a long-minded bloody history. Uh, that the people out there could have entered into a very beneficial relationship. Same in the West Bank. There was a time when they'd almost struck a deal. It was all set, and the last minute, Yasser Arafat walks out of it. Uh, and then you have Yitzhak Rabin also being killed because of that two-state solution. So it's not that the Israelis were not willing to go a very long way uh, to go in for that two-state solution, and uh, yeah, it would not have been exactly a fully sovereign state as many people would imagine it to be, but yeah, substantially it would have been a free state, and it would have been a big progress. But it was rejected. So, but again, I don't want to digress by going into the details of that. But
Yeah.
the Israelis have carried out attacks. They've done a lot of, uh, attacks in these areas. Uh, but I don't remember of the Israelis celebrating or dancing over dead bodies, mutilating dead bodies, um, you know, doing the kind of stuff which we've seen across large parts of the Islamic world, people doing, so called civilized people uh, with a long cultural tradition and heritage and what have you, and all the other bullshit which is spoken about. I don't think the Israelis have ever done anything like this,
Mm.
not by any stretch of imagination.
And
So for people to then say that, because the Israelis did something, yeah, the Israelis did something because what was the Hamas doing all this while? But how can you ignore one and blame the other? It's like saying that why has the Indians taken such a strong stand against Pakistan now? Why? Why aren't they turning the other cheek? यार कर दिया 30 साल we bloody took punishment यार. But now we have former intelligence officers saying that why don't you allow the cricket team to come here? Why don't you allow their fans to come here? So what if David Headley and this other fellow, Sajid Mir, were also here as fans?
हमने दे रखा था ना, स्टेट विद इन द स्टेट तो नहीं दे रखा था, लेकिन कंसिडरेबल ऑटोनॉमी तो हमने भी दे रखी थी 370 हटाने से पहले.
I have a question, Susan sir. So now, I mean, like, in the kind of number of children they have, Hamas has, and there's a video going around where the Hamas guys, the terrorists, are saying, "I want to make them sex slaves." Don't you think so? They have upped the ante to a level which is Israel is going to go bonkers. And I don't know America how would America act, but they have taken children in a number which has never happened in Israel's history. It again goes back to the times in Germany. वो वाली चीज हो रही है.
यार
So your views.
तो जर्मनी क्यों जा रहा है यार? कैसी बातें कर रहा है? Go back 10 years ना. What was ISIS doing? Well, have you people forgotten it? What was the ISIS doing? मंडियां लगाते थे यार of these young women whom they had captured. They used to sell them off as sex slaves. What are you talking about? And they used to say that this is our tradition, this is our culture, this is what we have always been. Don't you remember it? It's all documented, it's all filmed. They would plaster the social media with that. You have forgotten that you have gone back to Germany. ये तुम्हारे 10 साल पहले हुआ है यार, 10 साल 7 साल 8 साल पहले हुआ है ये. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार काबुल.
So सुशांत सर बेसिकली हम ये कह सकते हैं बिकॉज यू आर अ मतलब मेरे को अभी अपने वर्ड्स मीन्स करने का मूड नहीं है बिकॉज यू आर अ मुस्लिम यू हैव अ पास टू डू एनीथिंग ऑन द अर्थ वो तो यही रहा है ना.
Some of them believe that this is what our tradition is, this is what we'll do. This is what has been mandated to us by God. There are many people who don't believe in this, who are very decent, uh, who want to live their life just as you and I want to live our life. Right? They want to keep their religion, they want to keep their culture, they want to keep all of that, which is okay, fine. As long as it does not interfere with somebody else, how does it matter? You know? But there are others who want to force it down. And they want to do it, and they want to do it in the medieval way, which is what ISIS was doing, wasn't it? So if Hamas is doing the same thing, why are people so surprised that this is happening?
No, but Sushant sir, then this whole charade of Hamas, Fateh, to controlling West Bank and Gaza Patti, I mean, all this charade then gets exposed now.
Yeah, so
And
so so why do you think that the Israelis continued to insist on guarantees and were not ready to give everything in the first stage? This was the reason. This was precisely the
so, I
reason.
mean, so on which grounds would now the Arabic nations and other nations have because for me today, I mean, if people of Gaza, the ones who are ruling there, they gonna attack a country. अगर इनको भी country मांगे वो तो अपने आप को देश मान रहे हैं ना. इसराइल भी एक देश है. तो ये इंटरनेशनल वर्ल्ड और ये पूरा का पूरा जो है ये किस मोरालिटी से उनके साथ रिलेशन रखेंगे मेरे को ये बात समझ में नहीं है मतलब सुशांत सर व्हाट आई सी इज कि टुमारो कल को ये इंडिया पे भी होगा अगर या कहीं भी होगा मुस्लिम्स हैव गॉट अ पास कि तुम मुसलमान हो तुम कर सकते हो भाई हम बोलेंगे ही नहीं.
भाई बिकॉज आपने यू हैव अलाउड देम टू टेक दैट पास ना. जब तक आपने नहीं दिया था, 200 साल आपने नहीं दिया उनको, तो ठीक है. फिर आपने पॉलिटिकल करेक्टनेस दिखानी शुरू की एंड ऑल हेल हैपेंड. यू नो even today, look at the Western media, look at the kind of moral equivalence they are drawing, look at the kind of language they're using, the CNNs of this world, the trying to show that we are very balanced, we are above it all. Just look at the Western media. Just look at the public discourse which the Western media is trying to churn out. It is scandalous. So it's quite clearly, these idiots don't know what they are up against, and they think that by behaving in this way, they will actually, you know, cool down temperatures and, be able to bring everybody find common ground. That's not going to happen. You are exacerbating the problem by behaving the way these Western media guys are behaving. But इनको कौन अकल दे यार? इनको तो सारी अकल है. वो चीनी टाइप का आदमी आया हुआ है यहाँ पर, वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट का कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट. उसको इंडिया के बारे में ज्यादा पता है. मैं 50 साल से हिंदुस्तान में रह रहा हूं, मुझे इंडिया का इतना नहीं पता, उसको सब पता है यार. It's strange, na? He knows what I am. I don't know what I am. He knows what I am. How does he know? He doesn't. He's parachuted into India. What does he know about India? Nothing. He must have read 2 books of some stupid guy, right? And he thinks he knows India. Just the supers of these assholes, yeah.
So
ना
Shushan
हमको
ji,
सब
what you're
पता है.
basically saying is कि intent हमेशा इनका वही रहता है. It's just about capability. कभी capability है, कभी नहीं है. And जब capability होती है, they just go for it.
And one more thing, the celebrations across. See, Prashant sir, I have seen when I was a kid, जब 9/11 हुआ था तो आज तक ने celebrations दिखाई थी. The celebrations which are happening, I mean, मतलब अगर इसके बाद भी इनको नहीं दिखे तो इनको कब दिखने वाला है? और मतलब मेरा एक क्वेश्चन इंडिया रिलेटेड भी है कि लेट्स टेक एग्जांपल, टुमारो वी फेस अ सिमिलर सिचुएशन वेयर द होल जनता स्टैंड्स अप, तो वी शुड बी रेडी फॉर अ सिनेरियो जहां ये सारे हम पे ही अटैक करेंगे, हमारे साथ जो टेररिज्म हो रहा है उस पर बोलेंगे नहीं, बिकॉज दे आर सेलिब्रेटिंग. मतलब आप इतनी जाहिल कम्युनिटी हो यार, यू आर ब्लडी, यू हैव मैच्ड अप द वर्ल्ड. तुम 22-23% धरती की जनता हो एंड द होल वर्ल्ड, इस्लाम मैं को बोलने में कोई शर्म नहीं आ रहा. द मेजोरिटी ऑफ मुस्लिम वर्ल्ड इज सेलिब्रेटिंग टुडे.
I wouldn't say majority. I would say that there are many people who are on the streets and celebrating, and they are the dredges of humanity. But there would be many others who would be kind of deeply offended by what has happened. There would be many others who would feel that, yeah, this
But
is something which does not reflect well on them. Uh, I think it's unfair to lump everybody together. There are other very many people who don't think the same way, but सबकी अपनी अपनी मजबूरियां होती हैं यार. भाई आप ये देखना काबुल, just look at it one way. We know what the Khalistanis are. We know they are thugs. We know that a small number of them come out and very vocally protest. Okay, is the entire Sikh community with them? Far from it. I would say a vast majority of the Sikh community is not with them. But look at the way these bastards in the Western media write. They lump all. Uh, we people always distinguish between a Khalistani and a Sikh. They lump all the Sikhs with the Khalistanis. Either they are plain stupid, okay, which probably they are, or they are plain poisonous, which probably they also are. But for them to lump everybody together and show that the entire Sikh population is with the Khalistani, I've not seen anything, further removed from the reality and from the truth than this. And yet we see it every day. The same thing you take onto, you take, for example, in the case of the Muslim community. Now, many people even in Gaza and other places would be would probably not have any truck with Hamas. But what do they do? Who will protect them? But in a country like Canada, which is supposed to be, according to Justin Trudeau, a rule of law country, in a country like that, these thugs are given a free hand. The police is theirs, the administration is theirs, the bloody politicians back them. What do you think a normal, ordinary person who does a job or has a small business, he says, yeah, screw it, man. I'm not going to get involved in all this. I don't want to be part of all this, right?
अच्छा,
And I'm not going to be standing up against them alone. How many people like that guy Harnam Kapoor are there? Yeah? Harman Kapoor or Harnam Kapoor, whatever the guy's name is, वो लंदन वाला जो है. कितने लोग हैं ऐसे यार जो बोलेंगे ठीक है यार, bring it on. Most people are say कि यार, let me get on with my life. I'm not going to get involved because I don't have any protection. So a lot of people, even in the Muslim community, would have the same attitude. कि यार, if I say that all this is wrong, people within the community will only excommunicate me. Why should I? ठीक है यार, it has nothing to do with me. I'll keep quiet. There are many others who will say कि यार, I'm not going to get protected. The state is not going to protect me. Nobody is going to protect me. And in any case, everybody else will also lump me with these guys. तो मैं चुप रहता हूँ. Maybe the storm will pass me by also. इतना झेला है और झेल लेंगे थोड़ा सा इनको. So I think we
So
do a great disservice to many people by lumping all of them together. And then we make the mistake of lumping all the Muslims with all the jihadists. And I think that's a big mistake we do. That does not mean that you do not call a spade a spade. That does not mean that you do not call out the jihadists and you oppose them vehemently. That does not mean that. But I think it's a little unfair on many people who are, who are compelled in by their own circumstances. I think it's a little unfair on them to lump them with these assholes.
Acha Shushan ji, as somebody who lives in the Greater Toronto area, so ये पन्नू का जब वीडियो आया था, threatening Canadian Hindus, I actually wrote to a bunch of MPs, including the MP of Peel, जो Brampton region में है. They understand the difference between Sikhs and Khalistanis very well. वो बात ये है कि they muddy the waters themselves. Because what they're trying to do is कि इसको well calibrated रखो and just use it like a trump card whenever you want to. And अभी जब ये currently situation थोड़ा सा out of control जाता है, they try to achieve a soft landing. अभी west में इनका problem क्या
यही
है?
सनातन भाई का जो ये पॉइंट है, सनातन भाई वेरी गुड पॉइंट. सुशांत सर, in the Islamic world also, this anti-Semitism, anti-Israel and anti-American hate, चाहे सऊदी हो, चाहे उधर वो लीबिया शीबिया हो, चाहे इधर हो, ये वहां के पॉलिटिकल या किंगडम्स जो हैं वो खुद उसको इग्नाइट करके रखते हैं ना. तो अगर लेट्स टेक एग्जांपल, आज इसराइल चार तरफ से गिर रहा है, उसको लगता है कि भाई मेरे लोग का फिर जेनोसाइड होगा, वो जाके पूरे अरबिक वर्ल्ड की बैंड बजाने लग जाए. बिकॉज ये इसकी जड़ तो वहीं से है ना. चाहे ईरान हो, चाहे हाँ, आज चलो सऊदी चेंज हुआ है कि उसको एहसास हुआ कि उस पर भी नुकसान है. But then there is a jud, na, that jud is that those masjids and that whole concept where every Friday they will go and these people are continuously saying things which are anti everything on the earth. तो इस पे भी तो कोई बोले ना, क्योंकि अगर आप, ये तो वही बात होगी भाई, उनके खेत में कीड़ा लगा है, अब उनके खेत में कीड़ा लगा है, वो कीड़ा तुम्हारे खेत में है, तुम अपने खेत के कीड़े की तो बात करो. बिकॉज
Yeah, देखो, in
सुशांत सर
many
ये
of
बड़ा
these
वियर्ड है.
Kabul, in many of the Islamic countries, ये जो मस्जिद वगैरह का खुतबा वगैरह होता है ना, दे इट्स वेरी टाइटली कंट्रोल्ड. People people just can't say whatever they want to say, unlike Pakistan, India, all these places where जिसका मौलवी का जो मनाएगा वो बोल देगा. In many of these countries, it's very tightly controlled. You're right. At some level, it was also political. But now that political reform is also coming. So don't ignore that. Uh, that reform is not going to be easy, but many of these countries are going in for that reform. And it's pretty sweeping in many cases. Uh, but they have very tightly controlled what is going to be said from mosques. So it's not as though there's a free for all. Yes, there was a time when policy of the state used to be कि पै जाओ इन्होंने, ठीक है? That has now is not the case anymore. So I think there are some changes which are coming on that, but it's very delicately placed right now. We can't say one way or another how this cookie is going to crumble. So we are at right now.
अच्छा सुशांत जी, do you see कि मतलब जिस हिसाब से ये चीज़ें हो रही हैं and a lot of this Islamist extremism is at the center of it. Do you think the world might overcompensate and say कि भाई तुम्हारे कम्युनिटी का प्रॉब्लम है, मुझे मत बताओ आके कि तुम्हारे कम्युनिटी में there are a few bad apples, मेरे को नहीं डील करना, it is for you to be accountable and deal with it. Do you
Yeah,
think it might overcompensate?
unfortunately, I think that train has passed. I think that time has gone. ये time था 2001 के बाद.
Hmm.
I don't think that time, because there is the Western narrative has muddied this entire issue so much, uh, and there's so much of apologism for the hardline radical element that even the moderate guy is not willing to stand up and be counted. He's not willing to say, "Okay, yaar, look, I don't subscribe to what these guys are saying," right? Because he knows nobody's going to support them.
So on the other hand, sir, actually, the moderate guys, they are willingly or unwillingly succumbing to that siren song of collectivism. They are succumbing to collectivism
यार
basically,
क्या करे वो
and this doesn't happen in all the
यार
communities. I mean, this doesn't happen in our communities, for our community, for example.
no, but listen, what do people do? Listen, try and have some um, you know try and put yourself in their shoes and see that an ordinary person, it's not easy to stand up against a mafia, yeah. It's not easy to stand up against a very organized group of people and say, no, you don't speak for me. Some individuals who are very brave might be able to do it, but by and large, people say, yeah, I'm not going to get involved in this. Why should I? Because nobody is going to come to protect me. कल को कोई खड़ा हो जाएगा, आप और मैं जाएंगे उसकी सहारा देने उसको. Will we take care of the person? We will not. So he knows that he's alone. Will the government go and protect him? The government will also not do it. Will the state protect him? No, they will not. So the guy says, मैं क्यों ओखली में सर दूं यार, जिसका काम है वो अपने आप सुलझाएगा, मैं why should I get involved in this? It's another matter that when that thing crosses a certain threshold, then even he will get lapetoed in it, when everybody else gets lapetoed in it. But
अच्छा, sir,
until that time, he
I have,
will walk the tightrope, yeah.
अच्छा, I have a question. Let's take एक hypothetical
I want to go
situation
to
लेते
sleep
हैं.
now. It's 2 o'clock.
Sir, just last one question. This is very थोड़ा on a 4D side. Let's take an example. इधर से ये लोग घुस जाते हैं, उधर से हिजबुल्ला घुस जाता है. आई मीन दिस इज अ हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन. और कुछ जॉर्डन वॉर्डन इनकी पता है, आपको पता ही है, जब इस्लाम इस्लाम के नाम पे तो वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड से भी आ जाते हैं, तजाई दुनिया से ही आ जाते हैं. सपोज लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल, दे टेक ओवर इजराइल. ये तो जेनोसाइड कर देंगे. इस पे कोई क्यों नहीं बात करता? बिकॉज यू नो, आई नो सर, द डे दीज Arabics and Philistines, the day they take over Israel, they will kill each and every Jew out there.
बॉस मेरे को एक चीज बताओ. अभी पिछले हफ्ते there is an entire territory from which over 100,000, more than 100,000 people have been
Nagorno-Karabakh.
ethnically cleansed. हाँ, वेस्टर्न वैल्यूज कहाँ थी वहां पर? How many people in the West spoke about it? How many of them bothered about it? How many of them raised a voice and said, this is naked aggression. You've taken over an area, you've ethnically cleansed it, you've destroyed their churches, you've destroyed people, you've arrested them, arbitrary trials, you've killed many people. Have you heard any Western country talk about it? You think anybody is going to give a shit about Israel? You think there is no anti-Semitism against all those people who are issuing statements in favor of Israel? They'll say, अच्छा है, स्यापा खत्म होगा. Don't fool yourself on Western values. Western values is like what the only sensible thing Gandhi said ever was when he was asked, "What do you think about Western civilization?" He said, "I think it might be a good idea." Uh, and that is it. That's the reality. So the bottom line is, you think the West will give a shit? No, they will not. They'll say, "Good, problem is over." End of the story. जो इंटेलिजेंट वाले हैं वो हमारे पास आ जाएंगे, भागेंगे. सारे तो नहीं मरेंगे, कुछ तो भाग जाएंगे. जो इंटेलिजेंट वाले हैं उनको अपने यहाँ पर रख लेंगे. वो हमारी जो नेक्स्ट राउंड ऑफ हमारी तरक्की है उसमें दे विल हेल्प अस. बाकी जो मर गए वो मर गए, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? दैट्स द अगली रियलिटी. यू
I mean,
थिंक
that is going to be, parallel to the Kashmiri Hindu situation.
Sanatan, just a second. Tyagi ji, you have a
यार
question?
बॉस, मैं मुझे
I have one
I'm I'm
question,
I'm
sir.
I'm moving out because I need to.
Sir, क्रैश आउट।
सुशांत सर, एक एक दो छोटे से क्वेश्चन थे, इफ यू कुड।
यार बॉस, फिर कभी से कर लेंगे, अब मैं दो
अच्छा
बढ़िया।
ठीक है, कोई नो
थैंक्स
इश्यूज।
या गाइस।
Thank you,
या
Sushant sir,
बाय
for
यार।
joining with us today. Thank you,
थैंक यू
thank you.
सुशांत सर, गुड नाइट।
बोलिए त्यागी जी कुछ, फिर हम
नहीं, मेरा तो पता नहीं, अगर कोई और इस सवाल का जवाब दे सकता है। आई नोटिस्ड बहुत सारे टेलीग्राम चैनल्स पे देयर वाज अ फ्लाइट डेटा जो शेयर किया गया था, वेर इन देयर वर लॉट ऑफ मूवमेंट। One was some US planes moving towards Israel, and एक और चीज था, one more thing specifically was same situation, Italy, from Italy to Kuwait. So मेरा तो क्वेश्चन उसी चीज पे था कि मतलब कि how does he see that, मतलब in terms of when things escalate, कि all US and other countries getting involved. अगर कोई दे सके इसका जवाब, लेकिन उसके अलावा बस मेरे को एक दो चीज छोटी सी ये बोलनी थी। कंसिडरिंग क्या कहते हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नेतन्याहू का जो स्टेटमेंट आया था कि ये वॉर नहीं है, ये ऑपरेशन, ये सॉरी, ये वॉर नहीं है, सॉरी, ये ऑपरेशन नहीं है, ये इट्स अ फुल फ्लेजेड वॉर। एंड अभी रिसेंटली उन्होंने एक और स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि he said that will make sure that Hamas is wiped out, and we urge people living in Gaza City to sort of like move out. Or finally, there have been visuals wherein they are moving a lot of their artillery from Jerusalem towards Gaza Strip. So personally, I feel that they would essentially make Gaza city like into rubbles. दो मॉस्क भी उड़ा दिए गए हैं, मतलब I don't know what the significance of that is, but that's what I feel. And फाइनली आई पर्सनली फील ये अटैक का एक बड़ा रीजन जो पता नहीं डिस्कस हुआ है यहाँ पर या नहीं, वो ये है कि उन्होंने कहा है कि भाई अल अस्का अक्सा मॉस्क में ये सब चीजें हो रही थी और
वो तो
हमारे ऊपर
बेसिक ही चीज
अत्याचार
है
हो रहा
ना,
है।
ऊपर टॉपिक ही लिखा है उसी पे, जो ऑपरेशन का नाम है वो उनके मॉस की वजह से ही
हाँ
हमास ने
हाँ, नहीं,
लिखा है।
मैं हाँ, वो तो मैं समझ गया। मैं पॉइंट जो मैं ऐड करना चाह रहा था, पता नहीं
त्यागी
क्योंकि
जी,
हमास का एक स्पोक्स पर्सन
त्यागी
है।
जी, सॉरी, मैं आपको एक मिनट के लिए इंटरजेक्ट करता हूँ। जो वीडियो आया था दिन में, वो फीमेल का, जिस फीमेल को ये परेड कर रहे थे गाजा में नेकेड, जिस जाहिल लोग, वो एक जर्मन टूरिस्ट थी। इनकी जहालत देखो। तो मेरे को सिर्फ ये इंफॉर्मेशन अपडेट करनी थी, हम
नहीं
सब
तो
ने।
नेपाली लड़कियां भी हैं, एक लॉस एंजलिस की रहने वाली लड़की है। इस तरह कई केसेस हैं, मतलब कोई स्पेसिफिक कई नेटिव सिटीजन जो इसराइल के हैं वो नहीं है, तो
अरे
उनको
उनको
एक्चुअली।
समझ में भी नहीं आता होगा, मेरे को तो ये
हाँ
लगता
तो भाई वो जाहिलियत भरी हुई है, जाहिल किस्म के लोग हैं, तो वो यही करेंगे ना। सी अल्टीमेटली अभी रिपोर्ट किया गया है, पता नहीं कितना सही है कितना गलत है। एक रिपोर्टर जो कि वहीं पे है, जेरूसलम पोस्ट की, उसने ही रिपोर्ट किया है। उसने अपने पोस्ट किया है एक्स पे कि चीखें सुनाई दे रही हैं, वो अपने शेल्टर में है और किसी ने बताया है उसको ये चीज़। तो जितना डेटा अभी बाहर आया है, वो 300 प्लस है जो इसराइल का है, और उधर का भी ऐसे ही है आसपास। तो ये मतलब कम ही बताया जा रहा है डेटा, इट इज ऑल टुगेदर मतलब ह्यूज डेटा, मतलब ये नंबर
नहीं,
ज्यादा है।
considering critical injuries and everything, that the ultimate casualty figure will cross 500। एक तो ये चीज, दूसरी चीज, नेतन्याहू ने थोड़ी देर पहले फिर से बोला है विल टेक माइटी रिवेंज। तो जैसा लग रहा है दे विल गो फॉर रिमूविंग हमास फ्रॉम गवर्नेंस इन गाजा। दैट इज द लिमिटेड थिंग दे विल डू, अगर कुछ और नहीं भी करेंगे तो ये तो करने जा रहे हैं
नहीं
वो, जैसा लगता
नहीं,
है।
वो तो जो करेंगे वो करेंगे, बट ऑल टुगेदर जो मैप जारी किए गए वो पहले डिस्कॉर्ड पे चल रहे, मुझे लगा फेक प्रोपागेंडा है। लेकिन दो तीन जगह से और वो कंफर्म हुआ है। इवन एक दो चैनल्स इस तरीके के हैं जो मतलब जिसमें वहीं इसराइल के नेटिव्स की तरफ से इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है। तो जो एरिया है उस पे मतलब कब्जा जो है अभी हमास का है उस पर ज्यादातर। और नॉर्दर्न इसराइल में राइट्स की खबर है, ठीक है। तो ऑल टुगेदर मतलब मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये इतना सिंपल होने वाला है, क्योंकि मोटा मोटी बहुत सीधी सीधी बात है। चलो बहुत ज़्यादा घुमा के ये एक्सपर्ट वाले उस लैंग्वेज में नहीं कहते। सीधी बात ये है, ऑल टुगेदर आपकी इंटेलिजेंस सो रही थी, यानी कि इसराइल की इंटेलिजेंस ऑल टुगेदर सोई हुई थी। वो मोटराइज्ड ग्लाइडर लेके आते हैं, पार्टिकुलरली अटैक करते हैं। जो वीडियो हमास की तरफ से रिलीज किया है वो ऑल टुगेदर दिखाता है कि वो किस तरीके से फ्लाइंग सॉटी ले कर रहे थे। मतलब ऑल टुगेदर पूरा, आज मान लिया कि आज छुट्टी का दिन था, उतना ज़्यादा रीइंफोर्समेंट्स नहीं थे, उतना ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न नहीं थे, थोड़ा लाइट हो गया, वो आज समझा जा सकता है ना। जिस तरीके का एक ये इन्वेजन है, वो ऑल टुगेदर एक दिन का अफेयर नहीं है। उसकी प्रॉपर प्लानिंग करके किया गया है कि कब क्या क्या करना है। कितने रॉकेट एक बार में जो रॉकेट्स पता है छोड़े जाएंगे, फिर उसके बाद रिपीट कब होगा, इंट्रूजन कहाँ से होगा, किधर से जाके बाइक से लोग जाएंगे, कितने तादाद में लोग जीप से जाएंगे। ये कोई मजाक थोड़ी था कि हवा में उन्होंने कर दिया। तो ऑल टुगेदर ये कई चीजों की तरफ पॉइंट आउट करता है। ये खाली हमास का या ईरान ऑल टुगेदर आप आइसोलेटेड फॉर्म में देखते रहें कि ये उनकी तरफ से हो गया और कोई बात नहीं, इसको काबू कर लिया जाएगा। इट इज नॉट दैट वेरी सिंपल, बिकॉज इवन द इसराइलीज आर देमसेल्फ कैलकुलेटिंग कि अगर 75 ईयर्स की हमारी एग्जिस्टेंस है तो उसमें करीबन 50 साल में इस तरह का कोई हादसा हुआ नहीं है जिस तरह का ये हो गया है। और ऑल टुगेदर पॉलिटिकल जो माहौल है इसराइल का, वो तो है ही खराब इस समय। अब बात हो रही है कि भाई दोनों लोग साथ में आ जाएं और फिर एक यूनाइटेड गवर्नमेंट बना के चले। तो डैमेज मुझे लगता है कि काफी इस बार हुआ है, तो उसको
नहीं
टेक
नहीं,
मतलब
समर भाई, इसमें ना आप सीधा हिसाब लगाओ, 1900 है ना, 1900 इंजर्ड है ना, काफी जगहों पे तो अभी भी लड़ रहे हैं। मेरा आई डोंट विश इट, पर मेरे को पता है वो नंबर 800 900 और 1000 पे जाएगा डेड का। इसमें एक पॉइंट और है, ये जो इजरायली अरेबिक सिटीजन है ना, इन्होंने पिछले 10-15 साल से बहुत नर्क डाला है। जो ये अभी प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं ना, ये दे द इस अरेबिक इजरायली सिटीजन्स की तो ऐसी बैंड बजना ली, क्योंकि एक बार ये दे कम आउट ऑफ द वॉल, दे हैव रियलाइज्ड कि ये नासूरों को हमने रखे तो नासूर ही हैं बेसिक। आप बिलीव नहीं
नहीं
करेंगे,
तो
एक
भाई किसी भी देश में अगर इस तरह की सिचुएशन अराइज होती है तो सबसे खतरनाक चीज ये है कि उसका इंटरनल जो साबोटाज करने वाले लोग हैं वो सबसे ज्यादा खतरनाक है, क्योंकि पूरी लूपहोल वही देते हैं। यहाँ जो मेरा कहने का मतलब है वो यही है कि कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरीके, भाई देखो, जब कोई दूसरा प्लान कर रहा है तो उसको कुछ ना कुछ तो वल्नरेबिलिटीज अंदर की मालूम होंगी ना, तभी उन्होंने उस हिसाब से प्लान किया। अदरवाइज वो ऐसे फुल फ्लेजेड वॉर के मोड में बिल्कुल क्यों प्लान करके बैठते हैं। तो
नहीं
यही
नहीं
चीज
संचित भाई,
अभी
उसमें तो
है।
एक
अगर आप देखोगे खाली फिगर्स जो कैजुअलिटीज के फिगर है उसमें जाने से कोई मतलब नहीं। वो 500 जाए चाहे कुछ जन 2008 में 800 पार थे, वो उनके लिए एक आम बात है। बट यहाँ जिस स्केल पे लड़ाई चल रही है और जिस स्केल पे पोस्चरिंग हो रही है कई प्लेयर्स की तरफ से, वो प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। यूएस ऑफिशियल्स का मतलब बयान आया है, एक मीडिया हाउस है यूएस का, उसने बोला है, उन्होंने कहा है कि उनका कहना है कि भाई जो नॉर्मलाइजेशन एग्रीमेंट हो रहा था, हमारा यही मानना है कि उस वजह से ये टाइमिंग चुना गया करने का। तो टाइमिंग चुना गया तो ये तो ऑलरेडी वेरी वेरी क्लियर कि मतलब काफी ऐसे फैक्टर्स और यूएस के अंदर ऐसे लॉबी थी जो कि नहीं चाहती थी कि इसराइल और क्या कहते हैं सऊदी के बता रिलेशन सुधरे। अगर यूएस में एक पर्टिकुलर लॉबी काम करती है इसकी, ये कोई छुपी हुई बात तो है नहीं, ये तो ओपन सीक्रेट है।
संचित भाई, मैं यही कहना चाह रहा था,
अभी
मतलब
अभी
मेरा एक्चुअली मैं खत्म।
5 मिनट पहले की वीडियो आई है, आर्मर्ड व्हीकल्स और टैंक्स, आई मीन उनका हेवी कॉन्वॉय सदर्न इसराइल जा रहा है, और नेतन्याहू ने कॉल किया है गाजा रेसिडेंट्स को दैट आप वेकेट कर दें गाजा। I mean, Netanyahu tells Gaza residents to get out now as he vows to use all IDF capabilities to destroy Hamas. So this is what he has basically
Does that
called
make
upon
sense?
Gaza
मतलब मैं
residents
एक
to.
क्वेश्चन फेंकता हूँ, डिस्कशन में।
काबुल भाई, वो जो संचित भाई ने बोला उसके एक एक थोड़ा सा एडिशन बोल दूं, मतलब आप बोल लेना।
हाँ, मेरे क्वेश्चन पे भी बोलो, मैं तो ये भी चाह रहा हूँ मेरे क्वेश्चन पे भी बोलो। जब याद है पिछली बार योम कोपीर का वॉर हुआ था, इसराइल के पास कम इलाका था, इसराइल ने इन लोग को वेस्ट बैंक और गाजा पट्टी में अटका दिया था। क्या इस बार ऐसा होता है इसराइल बोलेगा आग लगाने का यार, इनको पूरा का पूरा गाजा पट्टी से भगाओ? क्योंकि जेरूसलम कब आया था? पिछली बार वाले वॉर में जेरूसलम इनके पास आया था, नहीं तो वो जॉर्डन के पास था। तो ये पॉसिबिलिटी के बारे में क्या, देखो ये भी हमने पॉसिबिलिटी सोची कि अगर दे टेक ओवर इसराइल तो वो तो सबको मार देंगे,
नहीं
बट
नहीं,
अगर इसराइल,
दे माइट एंड अप ऑक्यूपाइंग गाजा स्ट्रिप, ये हो सकता है, या आधा गाजा
बट वो
स्ट्रिप ऑक्यूपाई
जनता
कर लें
भगाएंगे।
और
हाँ,
डिस्प्लेसमेंट हो जाएगा।
2005 में था
बिल्कुल
ना इनके पास सुभाष भाई,
बिल्कुल
2005
बिल्कुल
में इन्होंने ड्रॉ
डिस्प्लेसमेंट
किया
हो
था इस बार।
जाएगा। अगर ये ऑक्यूपाई करेंगे तो एक एक बड़े सेक्शन का वहां से डिस्प्लेसमेंट तो होगा, वो तो हर वॉर में होता है।
एग्जैक्टली। और काबुल में 2-3 पॉइंट ऐड करता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं फिर उसके बाद लीव करता हूँ।
पहले मैं एक चीज थोड़ा सा ऐड कर लूं, जो संचित ने बोला था उसमें ऐड करना था मेरे को। मैं ये वही सवाल पे मतलब एक ये जो बहुत सारे लोग ये जो ऊपर अलक्सा वाले पर्सपेक्टिव से देख रहे हैं, बट आई थिंक इट इज ऑल्सो बिकॉज ये मैंने हमास का एक जो स्पोक्स पर्सन है, जब मतलब ये शुरू हुआ था, उसने अल जजीरा पे आके ये बात बोला कि क्या कहते हैं, अरबिक कंट्रीज को स्पेशली सऊदी अरेबिया को ये सोचना चाहिए कि वो अपने रिलेशंस इसराइल के साथ कैसा कर रहा है। तो मेरा पर्सनली ऑल्सो ये भी मानना है कि द अनदर बिग रीजन इज कि दे वर सीइंग कि भाई दे डोंट वांट कि सऊदी और इसराइल के जो रिश्ते हैं ठीक हो जाएं, बिकॉज सऊदी इज अ बिग प्लेयर, मतलब अरबिक वर्ल्ड में इज अ बिग प्लेयर, और रिलीजियसली भी और वैसे भी। एंड उनके लिए ये सेट शायद एक सेटबैक होता, और अब जो उन्होंने करा उससे वो शायद मतलब सऊदीज की स्पेशली सहानुभूति गेन करना चाहेंगे, और ये चाहेंगे कि डिरेलमेंट हो जाए और ये पीस मतलब दोनों के बीच में ना हो।
अरे तो
मेरा
ये तो
पर्सनली ऐसा
बहुत
मानना है,
ये तो
दिस इज
ये तो
वन
बहुत
ऑफ लाइक
क्लियर है।
बिग रीजंस
ये
अदर देन लाइक अलक्सा वाला।
ये त्यागी जी, ये तो बहुत ऑब्वियस रीजन है,
प्राइमरी
वो
प्राइमरी
बहुत
रीजन
क्लियर है।
यही है।
लेकिन यूएस की अगर बात करे जाए, वो बहुत एक्सट्रीम वाली बात हो जाएगी, उसको सब मतलब सब्सटैंशिएट करने के लिए कोई प्रूफ मैं नहीं दे सकता। बट जो लोग यूएस की पॉलिटिक्स को थोड़ा भी फॉलो करते हैं, अगर वो थोड़ा सा पीछे जाके देखेंगे, उनको ये चीज का एहसास होगा। यूएस में ही दोनों पार्टियों में एक ऐसी लॉबी है जो नॉर्मलाइजेशन नहीं चाहती है, वो सिर्फ एक पोस्चरिंग के तौर पे इसको यूज करती है। जो ये कहा ना कि इसराइल को बचा के चलना हमारा परम धर्म है, वो सिर्फ भैया इलेक्शन जीतने का जरिया है। लेकिन दोनों नहीं चाहते कि किसी भी तरीके की कोई समझौता हो। भाई आप भाई अमेरिका का हिसाब क्या है, यूएस का ऑल टुगेदर हिसाब ये है कि जब जंग होती है वो बढ़िया तरीके से बिना किसी सर्वेलेंस के पैसा इधर उधर ट्रांसफर कर सकता है, जिसको उसको फंड करना होता है, जिस जगह आग लगानी है वो करता है। दिस इज ऑल टुगेदर व्हाट यूएस डज, दिस इज व्हाट ऑल टुगेदर इट इज डूइंग करेंटली। पेस
पाकिस्तानी
सेविंग मेजर हाँ है, बिल्कुल है, उसको यूक्रेन से बाहर निकलना है, उसकी ऐसी तैसी हो गई है।
मतलब पाकिस्तानी मुजाहिदीन इवन यूएस के पार्टीज में भी है, इसका मतलब।
क्यों नहीं है सर, बिल्कुल है। भाई आप ऑल टुगेदर वर्ल्ड सुपर पावर कैसे बने रह सकते हो? जब तक चारों तरफ टर्बुलेंस होगी तब तक आप सुपर पावर हो। शांति आ गई, आपको ये कहे कि हमास के पास उतने सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपनरी नहीं हो सकती है कि वो ऐसा कर देगी वैसा कर दे। आप ये देखिए, AK सीरीज के वेपन ही नहीं है उनके पास, M सीरीज की राइफल लेके घूम रहे हैं, कैमोफ्लेज्ड उनके पास ड्रेसेस हैं, जो IDF की ड्रेसेस हैं उसकी बता हूबहू ड्रेस बना के गए। अभी रिसेंट एक का भी हुआ है, मुझे उस इलाके का नाम याद नहीं आ रहा, अभी कुछ देर पहले वहां पे स्पेशल फोर्सेस ने एक दूसरे के लोगों को मार दिया है। और ये कोई ये नहीं है कि पैलेस्टाइन वाले रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ये IDF वालों के ही ग्रुपिंग्स में बताए बातें चल रही हैं, डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी चल रहा है, टेलीग्राम पे भी चल रहा है कि एकदम से एम्बुश हुआ, उनको लगा कि भाई हमास के लोग हैं, और उसमें गलती से कई लोग घायल हो गए, और कुछ 10-12 लोग बताए मारे भी गए आपस में।
अरे
वहां
इसमें
सिचुएशन
एक चीज,
एकदम पैनिक वाली है। और ऑल टुगेदर भाई इतना इतनी हिम्मत आ गई उनके अंदर कि वो पूरी तैयारी के साथ एकदम से जुट के चले आए। ऐसा नहीं होता है, दे हैड ऑलरेडी
बट
वॉन्ट, बट नोबडी
कमल भाई,
नोटिस दिस नाउ। ईरान का जो सुप्रीम लीडर है, वो अभी स्टेटमेंट इशू कर रहा है, वो कह रहा है कि पैलेस्टीनियन यूथ जो है वो अब ज्यादा एनर्जेटिक है पिछले इतने सालों में वो इतने ज्यादा काबिल थे जितने ज्यादा काबिल अब है। तो
नहीं नहीं,
आप
इसमें ना दो
समझिए ना,
चीजें।
नहीं ये
जॉर्डन का जो प्रीमियर है वो यूएन में भाषण दे के आता है कि आप नॉर्मलाइजेशन ऑफ रिलेशनशिप की तरफ जा ही नहीं सकते जब तक आप पैलेस्टीनियन कॉज का समाधान नहीं करते। अब्राहम अकॉर्ड को जो आप लेके गए वो किसी काम नहीं आया है, उससे कुछ हासिल नहीं हुआ है। वो तो ये तक उसने बोला, आप उसका स्पीच भी तो सुनिए, उसने क्या कहा था 2-4 दिन पहले।
does this mean
और
that
इसमें ना एक बहुत
एक
बड़ा एंगल हम सब मिस कर रहे हैं। येमेन, सुनो, येमेन में जब वॉर शुरू हुआ ना, उससे पहले ईरान सिर्फ इराक में इंटरफेयर करता था। इराक में जब उसने इंटरफेयर किया ना, उसने बहुत जगहों पे इनरोड्स बनाए। हिजबुल्लाह की उसकी पुरानी इनरोड्स थी। मैंने थोड़े दिन पहले DW पे एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखी थी, एक नई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये जो अल बदर है, इसके अलावा एक और खड़ी हुई है, जिसमें वो सुन्नी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है फिलिस्तीन की, सारा ईरान बेस्ड पैसा है। गेम ये हुई जब वहां पे वो ISIS को लड़ना था, ईरान ने अपने इराक में मलेशिया घुसाए, फिर वहां ट्रेनिंग्स हुई, तो वहां ये फिलिस्तीनी बहुत गए ट्रेनिंग करने। और येमेन का वॉर है टर्निंग पॉइंट, बिकॉज यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड, सऊदी वाज द बिगेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ अरब। सऊदी का सबसे बड़ा धरती पे दुश्मन है ईरान। वो ईरान एक तरफ, इस तरफ इनके यहाँ पे ISIS हो गया। इनको लगा था सऊदी, बहुत शेखों ने पैसा फेंका कि हम यहाँ पे शियाओं की बैंड बजाएंगे इराक में, वो उल्टा पड़ गया। फिर इन्होंने क्योंकि अब कतर आ गया, कतर अंधा पैसा फेंकता है, कतर और ईरान मिला के इन्होंने येमेन शुरू किया। अब इस चीज को समझो, पूरा गेम ये है, जो ईरान ये जो अपनी डोमिनेंस दिखाना चाहता है, इसको जब तक ट्रम्प था, ट्रम्प ने तो वो उनका पता है जर्नल माल दिया था। ये बिडेन ने आके काम ऐसा खराब किया है, उनको खुली छूट दे दी है ईरान को। इसलिए तो सऊदी वाले क्यों बात नहीं करते बाइडेन से, क्योंकि वो तंग है। और ये 7 कोलिशन मिला के अरबिक कंट्रीज नहीं जीत पा रहे यमन, क्योंकि ईरान ने एक चीज की एक्सपर्टी पाली है। वो जब ईरान इराक का वॉर हुआ था, वो था इंसर्जेंसी करना। और ये फिलिस्तीन फाइटर्स अभी से नहीं, ये ISIS के खिलाफ भी लड़े थे, अभी के असाद के खिलाफ भी लड़ रहे हैं। तो ये चीज समझो, ईरान पिछले 10 इयर्स में जो खड़ा हुआ है, इसने भाई साहब जो आतंक मचाई है ना, जो आतंक मचाया है इसने, ये बड़ा डेंजर। याद है हमारे इंडिया में एक इजरायली गाड़ी पे किसी ईरानियन ने कुछ लगा दिया था। ये चीज समझिए, अगर ईरान की अभी नकेल नहीं कसी गई ना, ये नासूर हमको भी वारी है। मैं एक चीज बताता हूँ, जो जितनी ये कंट्रीज है ना, जहाँ इस्लामिक कंट्रीज में कहीं डेमोक्रेसी नहीं, वो एक बहुत बड़ा नासूर है।
नहीं तो ईरान के
क्योंकि
ऊपर आप क्या नकेल कसोगे? ईरान के पास है सोफिस्टिकेटेड न्यूक्लियर वेपनरी,
बहुत कुछ है उसके
वो
पास।
1-2
ये
महीने डिक्लेयर कर देगा, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है
संचित
उसमें।
भाई यार, एक एक चीज मेरे को समझ नहीं आई, मतलब पता नहीं आप बता सकते हो या मतलब विच इज बियॉन्ड कॉम्प्रिहेंशन इन द सेंस विच विच साउंड्स मोर देन इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर, कि जब मतलब 7 मतलब डिफरेंट नंबर्स हैं, कोई कह रहा है 5,000 या 7,000 एंड दे आर स्टिल फायरिंग इट। मेरा मतलब एंड एवरीवन सेइंग कि दे आर लाइक दे मोस्ट ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ दीज रॉकेट्स आर लोकली मेड। मतलब मैं इस बात को नहीं समझ पा रहा, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि ये 4 दिन में बन गए। तो अगर ये बन रहे थे तो ऐसा मतलब यूजुअली आई फील कि अगर आपको जानकारी भी थी तो यूजुअली आई थॉट कि भाई इजराइल वुड बी स्ट्रेटेजिकली बॉम्बिंग दोस प्लेसेस जहां पर या तो स्टोर हो रहे हैं या बन रहे हैं। मतलब वो बात मेरे थोड़ा बियॉन्ड कॉम्प्रिहेंशन है कि इतने सारे रॉकेट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम बन गए, वो कहीं रखे गए होंगे, कहीं स्टोरेज किया गया होगा और फिर उन्हें ऑब्वियसली यूज किया गया। मतलब वो बात मेरे मतलब पची नहीं रही, मतलब क्या ये समझ ही नहीं आ रहा ये वाला।
तो भाई
सर जी,
यही
उसमें
चीज है
And
ना,
पंजा क्या है?
Takuji, just want to add one point here.
आप मोटराइज्ड ग्लाइडर्स का
Have you
यूज
heard
कर
that
रहे थे।
Iran is
बोलिए बोलिए,
Sanchit,
सुना
just
तो
want to
बोलिए।
add one quick point here. Nobody has talked about like how Iran is emerging as like a weapons producing nation. They're developing drones. No one is talking about that. How, despite all the regimes and sanctions, they are still able to propel a defense industry of their own. That's so strange.
Yeah, but the issue
नहीं,
is that
nothing to
it's
be strange over here. There is a nexus. Turkey is
yeah.
यार
involved in
नॉर्थ
this.
कोरिया बना रहा है।
Russia is
नहीं नहीं
involved in
चाइना
this. People today were नहीं, चाइना ठीक है, चाइना इज देयर, तो
सचिन, मैं भी
चाइना इज
थोड़ा
ऑल
बोलना
टुगेदर
चाहूंगा जब
एसोसिएटेड
टाइम
विद
आएगा।
रशिया।
जी जी,
हाँ आप
एक
बोलिए,
क्वेश्चन
मैं
है,
एक चीज बस एक कंप्लीट कर
एक
दूं,
क्वेश्चन।
आप बोलिए रवि जी, नेक्स्ट आप ही हैं। ये ऑल टुगेदर एक पूरा नेक्सस है। इट इज डूइंग, आज जो प्रो नाटो वाली लॉबी होती है उसका एक सीधा इल्जाम होता है, घूम फिर के वो सीधे रशिया पे जाती है। आज वो बताया जा रहा था कि ये जो टेक्निक इन्होंने सीखी है, फ्लाइंग ग्लाइडर का इस्तेमाल करना और टैंक उड़ाना, ये इन्होंने रशिया से सीखी है। भाई घूम फिर के तुम्हारा हर चीज पता है दुनिया में रशिया पे ही क्यों होता है? जो लोग हैं असल में उनको भी तो देखो कि वो क्या कर रहे हैं। ईरान का
संजय
कितना बड़ा रोल रहा है ड्रोन्स में, कभी उस पर गौर करिए। कितना बड़ा रोल रहा है ड्रोन्स में। नोबडी नोटिसेस दैट, या नोटिस करके इग्नोर करते ऑल टुगेदर। तो ईरान के ऊपर जबरदस्ती के सैंक्शंस लगाना, फिर उसके बाद उसमें अपने आप को तहत एक क्लैरिफिकेशन देना कि नहीं 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 नहीं, आप ये एलिगेशंस हैं जो आप लगा रहे हो, हमने इतने बिलियन डॉलर्स रिलीज किए, वो तो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड के लिए है, वो तो मेडिकल ग्राउंड के लिए, और यूएस इतना सशक्त है कि यूएस हर चीज पर नजर रखता है, मिसयूज नहीं होने देगा। काहे का मिसयूज नहीं होने देगा भाई? मिसयूज यूएस ही के चक्कर में तो सारा मिसयूज होता है। यूएस ही तो है रिस्पॉन्सिबल एक्चुअली में चीजों के लिए।
संजय
मेरा
जी,
एक्चुअली मैं कुछ बोलना चाहूंगा बिकॉज आई
अब
एम
आप
गेटिंग
बोलिए
पिक ऑन
रवि
दिस
जी।
पॉइंट। देखिए, आपने इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट बात बोली है संचित, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट बात है। ये समझनी पड़ेगी कि अगर इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर है, वो इसराइल का नहीं है, वो सबसे पहले अमेरिका का फेलियर है। ओके, एंड इट इज़ अ फैक्ट दैट नथिंग मूव्स इन इसराइल। देखिए, आई एम पार्ट ऑफ, मैं एवरी सेकेंड डे मेरी अमेरिकन जूइश कमिटी के साथ मीटिंग होती है, मैं उनके साथ काफ़ी सेशंस ऑर्गेनाइज करता हूँ, मैं काफ़ी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में यहाँ पे हूँ। और ये जो सुशांत जी ने एक बात बोली थी, वो एक्चुअली आई डोंट एग्री एट ऑल विद, क्योंकि सुबह से यहाँ पे यही चल रहा है कि वी विल होल्ड डेमोक्रेट्स अकाउंटेबल। तो ये आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि यहाँ पे कंप्लेसेंसी थी, और यहाँ पे जो ईरान की जो आपने बात की है, ईरान की ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो इट्स अ फैक्ट, इट कम्स फ्रॉम चाइना। एंड ईरान इज एट अनदर लेवल राइट नाउ। उनका न्यूक्लियर प्रोडक्शन जो एक दो हफ्ते में वैसे भी वो अनाउंस करने वाले हैं दैट वी विल बी अ न्यूक्लियर स्टेट। तो आई थिंक ये एक बैड मोमेंट हो गया है वर्ल्ड हिस्ट्री में, जिसमें इसराइल दोबारा, मतलब ये बहुत ही सैड सिचुएशन है कि अगेन मेनी इनोसेंट इजरायलीज हैव बीन सैक्रिफाइस। एट दिस पॉइंट मैं एग्री विद सुशांत जी, द नंबर डजंट रियली मैटर। आई थिंक द रिस्पॉन्स इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। देखिए, रिस्पॉन्स सिर्फ इसराइल का नहीं मैटर करेगा, आई थिंक रिस्पॉन्स मैटर करेगा कि सऊदी क्या स्टैंड लेता है, ऑल्दो दे हैव कम अप विद अ स्ट्रेंज स्टेटमेंट। But I think one of the piece that I was talking about in another space was कि it also has to be understood कि जब G20 समिट का जब फॉल आउट हुआ और उसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक कॉरिडोर के बारे में बात हुई जहाँ पे सऊदी, इसराइल एंड ग्रीक से लेके जा रहे हैं, तो पीपल हैव नॉट बीन हैप्पी एट ऑल। You know, Iran has not been happy, Pakistan's not been happy, and the most pissed off nation has been China, right? तो ये जो पूरी जो वनरेबिलिटी जो इसराइल की निकल के आई है, इट इज़ नॉट अ सरप्राइज। नाउ इन टर्म्स ऑफ हु व्हाट विल, देखिए इसराइल में जो होगा, जो वहाँ की पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम करेंगे वो करेंगे, पर यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वहाँ पे जो पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम है उसकी फंडिंग एंड सपोर्ट अमेरिकन जूस के साथ बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। और यहाँ मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता, इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अ ट्विन एग्जिस्टेंस। लोग रहते हैं यहाँ पे, पर उनकी डेली एक्टिविटी, जैसे हम लोग डायस्पोरा के लोग बहुत ज़्यादा क्लोजली इन्वॉल्व होते हैं भारत के साथ, वैसे ही इसराइली, बल्कि हमसे 1000 टाइम ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व होते हैं वो इसराइली डे टू डे पीस में। एंड यहाँ पे जो सुबह से बात चल रही है वो यही चल रही है कि ये जो 8 बिलियन दिए गए, एंड कि अगले साल यहाँ पे जो इलेक्शंस होने हैं, पीपल आर फ्यूरियस। मतलब वो कह रहे हैं कि आप यूक्रेन में चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, आप फोकस वहाँ पे कर रहे हैं, और आपने इसराइल को दोबारा सैक्रिफाइस कर दिया। देखिए, ये इंपॉर्टेंट पीस है ऑफ द लार्जर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। So I think the ramifications of this is going to be very, very strong, just not in terms of what happens between Palestine and Israel, but also this whole thing that Biden was trying to champion, right? Biden was trying to champion I2U2. मैं I2U2 की कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाला हूँ सेकेंड वीक ऑफ नवंबर में यहाँ पे, जहाँ पे हम लोग यही अभी 2 दिन पहले यही सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, पीस। अब हम वो उसी ग्रुप में हम लोग बात करें कि वो कहाँ गई पूरी जो कॉन्वर्सेशन है। द अदर पीस हियर रियली इज कि जो ईरान का जो इसके बाद और जो बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड और कॉम्प्लेक्स बन जाएगा, जो अभी संचित ने जो बात की है कि जब ईरान फॉर्मली डिक्लेयर करेगा कि हम लोग एक न्यूक्लियर स्टेट है, तो आई थिंक द होल डायनामिज्म विल गो टू completely another level, because there the issue will become कि now what, राइट। एंड थर्ड, जो मेरा पर्सनल जो इशू है, जो आई थिंक आप सब लोगों ने बोला कि मैं उससे अपॉल्ड हूँ, अभी किसी ने ट्वीट किया है कि हमारी खुद की कंट्री में जो ऑपोजिशन, जो मैं इनको एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस बोलता हूँ, उनको ऑपोजिशन नहीं बोलता, बिकॉज ऑपोजिशन का एक रूल तो होता है कि कम से कम वो इंडिया को सोचती है, पर ये कंट्री, ये जो एंटी इंडिया फोर्सेस हैं, ये सिर्फ अपने बारे में ही सोचते हैं। ये जो है, इन लोगों ने कंडेम नहीं किया। कम से कम इला उमार जो है, उसने भी एक ट्वीट निकाला, उसको भी काफी लोग ट्रोल कर रहे हैं, पर उसने भी एक ट्वीट डाल दिया कि आई कंडेम। और आप देखिए कि किसी राहुल गांधी ने निकाला हो, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने निकाला हो, ममता बनर्जी ने निकाला हो, तो आई थिंक दिस ऑल्सो, that's the last point I want to make because it's a very healthy conversation. The last point I want to make is that कि ये जो complacency है ना, जो अभी दोबारा खालिस्तान मूवमेंट से इंडिया में आ गई, क्योंकि आपको याद है कि जब खालिस्तान का, जब किसान प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे, तभी भी हम लोगों ने बोला था कि इट्स अ रिवाइवल ऑफ द खालिस्तान मूवमेंट, एंड मेनी पीपल डिड नॉट एग्री। तो वही जो है ना, ये एक बहुत क्लियर लेसन हमारे पास आता है बार बार। और जो काबुल आपने बात की थी, ये घिनौनी तरीके से औरतों के साथ, ये आज की बात नहीं। इस्लामिस्ट जो रेडिकल मूवमेंट है, हजारों साल पुरानी, ये ऐसे ही जंग अफगानिस्तान से जब आए थे, ने यही किया था। पाकिस्तान होते हुए जब पंजाब में आए थे, तो हमारी बहनों के साथ यही किया था। तभी जो हमारी जौहर जो होते थे, वो इसीलिए होते थे, दे यूज्ड टू से कि हमारे साथ रेप होगा, हमारे पार्ट्स को काट दिया जाएगा, बेटर देन दैट इज टू बर्न माई ओन बॉडी माई सेल्फ, राइट। सो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर सीइंग टुडे इन 2023 की वो जो घिनौनी, यू नो, but there's no word for it. I don't even know have a word because it is beyond evil कि आप उस पे जो कर रहे हैं, that has become, and these images sadly is going to haunt all these very very leftist, very very liberal and obsessively peace loving folks who've been peddling this peace for the long time, because people here, at least जो groups में मैं हूँ, दे आर बियॉन्ड फ्यूरियस। जो लोग बहुत ज्यादा जूस जो लिबरल थे, जो बार बार कह रहे थे कि चलो कुछ नहीं होता, वो पागल हो गए हैं। आप सोच नहीं सकते कि इतना इंपॉर्टेंट जो इनका जो 50 ईयर की जो सेलिब्रेशन जो हो रही थी, उस दिन आपने किया, जो डैनियल ने बोला, संचित ने बोला, मतलब कि उस दिन आपने चूज किया कि उस वनरेबिलिटी को देखने के लिए। तो मैं यही बोलूंगा, एक लेसन जो मैं लेना चाहूंगा कि भारतवर्ष को भी ये सोचना पड़ेगा, चाहे मोदी आ जाए, और आप कर्नाटका में भी देख लें कि द मिनट वी आर लेट आवर गार्ड्स डाउन, ये ऐसी चीज हमारे साथ भी हो सकती है। सो आई जस्ट वांट टू रिएटरेट कि जो सारे जो लोग हमें हमेशा गालियां देते हैं कि हम ऐसी स्पेसेस करते हैं या ट्वीट करते हैं, उसमें उनको ये रियलाइज करना पड़ेगा कि इसलिए करते हैं क्योंकि हम लोगों को जागरूक करना है। एंड ऑन अ गुड नोट आई वुड लाइक टू से कि जो इनफेमस कैलिफोर्निया का जो लॉ जो था, आज गैविन ने उसे रिजेक्ट कर दिया है, वीटो कर दिया है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी जीत। और मैं कल ही विभूति जी और पंडित शर्मा के साथ हमारा लंच था, सचिन, तभी मैं उसको ड्राइव कर रहा था जब वो स्पेस चल रही थी। तो ये एक कम से कम एक अच्छी तो न्यूज आई है, कम से कम यहाँ पे जो थप्पड़ पड़ा यहाँ पे प्रो लेफ्ट को, और जो जो सारे पागल लोग हैं यहाँ पे, उनके मुंह पे आज बहुत बड़ा थप्पड़ पड़ा है कि कैलिफोर्निया जैसा स्टेट जो एक्सट्रीम लेफ्ट है, और उसने बोल दिया कि तुम बकवास क्या कर रहे हो। वो पढ़ने वाली स्टेटमेंट है, मैंने शायद इधर पिन पिन की है। तो दैट इज अ good news in all this terrible news. But I think the world is going to change from today. You will see that many governments will have to align themselves and say very clearly, because we saw that the first time India has taken a stand, a prime minister has taken a very clear stand, and that is a signal both to external people, but also it's a sign to every single Indian, no matter what religion you follow, that this is what Bharat का stand है। ये IND का stand नहीं है, भारत का आज का stand ये है कि हम इजराइल के साथ बिल्कुल डटे रहेंगे, खड़े रहेंगे।
काबुल, मैं एक पॉइंट इसमें ऐड करूं जो तुम ईरान के बारे में बोल रहे थे। सी, ईरान ना डबल गेम खेलता है, ठीक है। फॉर एग्जांपल, जब ऑपरेशन इंड्योरिंग फ्रीडम लॉन्च किया था यूएस ने 2001 में, तो उससे अपार्ट फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान इनिशियल डेज में ईरान ने भी दिया था यूएस फोर्सेस को और नेटो फोर्सेस को। लेकिन अगर तुम कट टू 2 डेकेड बाद देखोगे, 2016 में एक इनकाउंटर होता है, वो इनकाउंटर में अलकायदा का थर्ड चीफ मरता है, ठीक है। उसका इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट ये है ना कि वो ईरान के पास जो बलूचिस्तान है, ठीक है, वहां से वो बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके पाकिस्तान का बलूचिस्तान में आ रहा था, और यूएस ड्रोन ने इसको ड्रोन स्ट्राइक में मारता है, ठीक है। अलकायदा बीइंग सुन्नी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ठीक है, और उसका थर्ड चीफ, ठीक है, वो ईरान में गया था। सो पॉइंट बिंग दिस ना, उसके बाद जब पाकिस्तान में एंटर करता है तो फिर यूएस उसको ड्रोन से मारता है। सो पॉइंट बिंग दिस कि ईरान भी कुछ समय से ऐसा पैटर्न देखा जा रहा है कि कुछ कुछ सुन्नी रेडिकल ग्रुप्स को वो कर रहा है, और वो प्योर सुन्नी, ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ शिया रेडिकल ग्रुप को वो ट्रेन करता है। तो ईरान भी यहाँ पे बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम खेल रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत सिंपल गेम खेल रहा है वो। एंड सेकंड थर्ड पॉइंट मैं ऐड कर देता हूँ बिफोर आई लीव दैट। सी, अभी इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर है कि नहीं वो देखने वाला बात होगा, बिकॉज 50 years ऑफ योम किपुर वॉर हुआ है आज। तो मैंने एक ऊपर आर्टिकल अटैच किया है, लोग पढ़ सकते हैं। लास्ट मंथ में, सॉरी, बहुत सारे जो डेटा थे वो ऑफिशियल इजरायली गवर्नमेंट ने इसको रिलीज किए थे, ठीक है, डिस्क्लोज किए थे। तो इसके हिसाब से जो मैंने आर्टिकल भी अटैच किया है, तो उसमें फोटो है बकायदा, जिस एजेंट ने बताया था कि योम किपुर वॉर होने वाला है, ठीक है। तो वो एजेंट कुछ कोई और नहीं था, इजिप्शियन जो प्रेसिडेंट थे उसका वो दामाद था, ठीक है। तो उसका जो दामाद था उसने ही फिर, और उसका फोटो लगा हुआ है जो आर्टिकल मैंने शेयर किया है, और बकायदा ये मोसाद ने शेयर किया है। तो वो डायरेक्टली मोसाद चीफ के साथ वो था, जो कि मैं सुशांत सर के सामने बोल रहा था कि वो मोसाद चीफ के कांटेक्ट में था और उसने इन्फॉर्मेशन दे दिया था कि ये होने वाला। लेकिन बाकी जो उनके सर्विस चीफ थे और जो बाकी इंटेलिजेंस चीफ थे वो लोग एग्री नहीं किए थे इस बात पे, क्योंकि उनके पास कोई इंटेलिजेंस नहीं था। बट मुकायदा मोसाद के पास बकायदा इंटेलिजेंस था, और उसने गोल्डा मेरे को फिर बोल भी दिया था कि हमारे पास क्रेडिबल है, इंटेलिजेंस है कि होने वाला है वॉर ये। बट अगेन इस बार में इंटेलिजेंस था कि नहीं था, कि ऐसे ही शट डाउन कर दिया गया था, ये देखने वाला बात होगा। और वो पता चलता है 30-40 साल 50 साल बाद, वो अभी आज के टाइम में पता नहीं चलता है। ऐसा फिर से हो सकता है कि एक एजेंसी के पास हो इंटेल, बाकी ने शट डाउन कर दिया हो उसको। देयर आर मेनी थिंग्स।
अच्छा,
इजरायली मीडिया में ये रिपोर्ट आ रही है, बार बार आ रही है, दैट नेतन्याहू माइट ऑर्डर ग्रेविटी बॉम्ब्स टू बी ड्रॉप्ड ओवर गाजा स्ट्रिप।
नहीं नहीं,
तो
अच्छा, इसमें एक
दिस
पॉइंट
वुड
फिर
बी
ऐड
एक
करना था,
दैट ही
उत्कर्ष
विल
भाई
डू।
जानते हो उसमें दो चीज हो
अच्छा,
सकता है।
एक सेकंड, एक
अच्छा,
सेकंड,
मैं
एक
एक
सेकंड।
अपडेट देना चाहता
अरे
हूँ, मैं
एक सेकंड भाई, नहीं दो अपडेट, रुक जाओ। Let's go to Benjamin. Actually, for about past 3 hours now, he has been coming and going out, and he was unable to speak. So Benjamin, welcome yet again, and this time I would love that you speak, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had a very busy day, off and on, phone calls and all that sort of stuff. And you guys must all be tired, but thank you for doing what you're doing and trying to draw attention to this stuff. I've been trying to think, what can wise people in India who understand how the world really works, what can you do to help? I personally, with this Israel, Gaza, West Bank stuff, I checked out a long time ago. I think it just should all be annexed. And we have now the Abraham Accords. We have a number of countries that have allied with Israel economically. It's time to take people who somehow, through the United Nations, have generational refugee status, which that doesn't make sense. That's just political bullshit. So I think it's time to take the communities that are in the West Bank and Gaza, reintegrate them back into their Arab neighbor countries, and you maintain their culture, but it's time for them to move out and surrender Israel back to the control of the Israeli state. And as these Arabic countries can absorb these people that have a lot of cultural similarities, they'll be able to be in a much better economic position. Israel will be in a better security position, and we can all just move on with our lives. Because I think all of us are just tired. We're just tired of this BS that the world's political class always wants to use as a wedge. It only benefits, Muslim Brotherhood, is Hizb ut-Tahrir, and all these groups that have decided they're going to use this to raise money and launder money through their NGOs. And I think it's really destructive to the entire world. And that message needs to come, in my opinion. It would be very helpful if people like yourself in India start spreading this message of, it's time to annex the refugees, the generational refugee status, and give it back to Israel, because nobody in the West will do it. Everybody in the West is a coward, and either they're cowards or they're completely brainwashed. They don't understand the nuance of the political issues there. They're too lazy to learn because life is too good here. It's too easy. So they don't need to learn. So you know what? We can get the people in the West out of it. They can just sit down and shut up for a little while and let people, wise people within the world's largest populous nation in the world, take a lead on this and explain it's time to annex all of this. We're tired of the BS and move forward. Because I think what India has also learned is Israel is very much an open for business economy. You say you're friendly Jewish jokes about business, but the reality is they just want to have an economy like India wants to have an economy. And thankfully, like so many other countries in the Middle East that are fed up with this nonsense, want to build modern economies for their people as well. So I look to you to maybe figure out a way to try to disseminate that message. That would benefit the world, and to see India as a leader on the global stage on this issue, I think would be a massive opportunity for India.
Thank you, Benjamin. Yeah, we're really hoping, our Prime Minister, for the first time when it came to Israel and Palestine matters, I'm coming to you, has taken a stance which we never had thought. So it isn't that what lot of people were hoping, but it's something which is far, far, far better from our previous stands. Okay, I'd like to give you an update, then we'll go to Ravi sir. Ravi sir had opened his mic. So basically, this is Israel's Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant. I'm really sorry if I'm not able to pronounce his name properly. Yoav Gallant. Okay, these are his statements. We will change reality on ground in Gaza for next 50 years. What was before will be no more. We will operate at full force. I don't know इससे ज़्यादा क्या बोलेगा वो. I mean, the defense minister right away saying that we will change reality on ground in Gaza. I mean, Gazans need to really leave Gaza.
This
Baki,
implies Israel is going to retake Gaza. I mean, they are going to invade and retake Gaza. That's what they are going to do.
yeah, Ravi sir, you wanted to say
No,
something,
I
and
just
I'd
wanted
like
to
to.
I just wanted to reassure Benjamin that I think, I've been working with my Israeli brothers and sisters here in New York, and we are working on this event on November 15th. It is part of the I2U2, and the whole idea is to really bring the Israeli and the Indian investment community together with this opportunity of growth. So that is very much very high on the agenda for the government of India, and it's very high on the agenda for Indian entrepreneurs and investors all over US. I'm not sure about Canada because I have my issues with Canada, which I can talk about
You and
later.
me both.
But that
You and
is,
me both, brother.
Okay, we should definitely connect. But really, there has to be the strategy because Israel and India want world peace, they want growth, and that will benefit everybody. This kind of shit is not acceptable, and I'm very happy this needs a very strong iron fist because a very clear signal has to go out. And that the point I was making before you joined was that it's not only just for Israel, it is for NATO to come and make a very clear statement. They've done enough of a dance around Ukraine and all that what's been happening. This is a real issue that this has to be sorted out once for all. It's unacceptable what has been happening for years and centuries right now. This has to be
The
addressed.
other
And really, very sorry and for what's happening, but stand very much with you
the other thing
and
that's
everybody.
the other thing that's important, and some people, it might be lost on people because they just don't, they don't know political history, or just it's not in their wheelhouse, and I get that. But remember Gaza, and this was a very contentious issue in Israeli politics, and part of the reason so many people protested Ariel Sharon, despite the fact he was supposed to be on the right, they called him a sellout, is because he negotiated the deal to hand over Gaza to the Arabs, the Arab Israel, well, not Arab Israelis, but to the Arabs in the region. Sorry, Palestinian is a misnomer. It's a word that was created in the 1960s, and it's fake, so I won't use fake words. But it was handed over to the Arabs in Gaza in 2005. And the reason it was handed over to Gaza is because it's adjacent to Sinai, which is, Egyptian territory that Israel also surrendered to them, and it was on the coast. It had it was an agricultural center for Israel. All the greenhouses were there. Farming was there. So the idea was they could, absorb what Israel had built over many years, and that was the base layer to which they would build an economy. At least they could feed themselves and to start to build an agricultural economy and engage in trade. And what did they do on day one? When the Israelis pulled out, you know what they did? They burned it to the ground. They burned all the greenhouses. They burned all the farms, and then started talking about the oppression. This is why this whole underlying postmodern victimization philosophy is so damaging, because that's the poison that they've been taught. And what did they do? They aligned with Iran, as always, because they're always the dipshits behind the scenes sending weapons. And then they started firing rockets into Israel as soon as they can. It's the exact same thing that happens every time I personally don't care about moral equivalency arguments anymore. I don't care what their grievances are. Hamas is 17 years into a 4-year term. It's a Muslim Brotherhood offshoot where Hassan al-Banna said one election, one time, and that's exactly what they've done. And all they've done is made everybody in that region. It's made it dangerous for everybody in that region. All the countries around, they've almost started proxy wars because of this crap, because the Muslim Brotherhood wants to weaponize and use this issue as a wedge. I say annex it, get rid of it, use the Abraham Accords to resettle people, and then we can all move on.
Do you want to add what the accord is for people from India?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So everybody knows it's, the white supremacist neo-Nazi, Donald Trump, as they call him. The Abraham Accords were negotiated by Donald Trump's administration, of which for some reason, they celebrated terrorists Yasser Arafat and Clinton. But when Trump comes along and gets peace agreements with multiple countries throughout the Middle East, based on, economic alliances and building a future, all of a sudden the fake news forgets to talk about it, which is, by the way, exactly why I banned them from all our press conferences at the Freedom Convoy, because it's all fake. But the Abraham Accords is so significant in the Middle East. Countries that would never even acknowledge the existence of Israel, they would teach in their schools, they would put a map and call it Palestine, which was Israel's name before 48. They just changed the name when they ratified. Anyways, a long story. But it was a significant blow to the Islamist extremists who had been setting up shop for the past generations and using the Palestinian, the Arabs, the West Bank, and the Gaza as a staging ground for war against the West through Israel as a proxy. It just took all the wind out of the sails of all the decades of work that they did building the infrastructure when countries like Saudi Arabia, which is, the essence of Islam, came on board and recognized Israel as its right to exist as it is today. So we're heading to a really positive future, to be entirely honest, in my opinion. It's going to be a little bit rough right now, but I think the standard, what we're seeing right now, that just serves as the latest example of what Israel has been dealing with for generations. But now, because of X and because Jack is no longer there, now people are able to post it online and the world is able to see what actually goes on there. So hopefully this is an end to it in the future. And I'm just telling you, from a geopolitical standpoint, look, I live in Toronto, and Toronto is like little India. I think there's almost as many Indians in Toronto as there are in India itself, right? And I've grown up having lots of friends from India. I dated a girl who was Goan for a couple of years and stuff. So we're not new to Indian culture here. But what a massive opportunity this could be for influencers, people with strong voices. It doesn't even have to be the Indian government. It just have to be people who understand that this is a massive opportunity for India as a culture and as a nation to show a leading foot on the world stage by taking really strong action against these extremists, just as strong as you want to take against the Khalistanis, which, no surprise, is also in Canada. So you can really parallel the two things and explain that this is why there is so much opposition to the Khalistani extremists, because Israel is living through itself, but in their case, it's people who've been granted territory, like the Khalistanis say they want. What do? They launch rockets into Israel. And that's exactly what the Khalistanis would do if they had any success with any sort of separatist movement. It would be used as a staging ground to kill innocent Indians.
In fact, more than Khalistanis and more than Khalistani terrorism, we have been victims of radical Islamic terrorism in India as well. In Kashmir and all over the country.
And every culture has this. This is why I always get frustrated with the whole the Israel issue. And the government, as far as I'm concerned, the Israeli government has been weak for generations. They always think they can negotiate everything. There's certain people in this world who the only thing they understand is force. And, I saw it in Latin America, living in Colombia when they had FARC. So Colombia had FARC, Venezuelan had communists, Israel has this Palestinian movement. You guys have the Islamist problem internally, and you have Kashmir. And we all cultures have a subsect of assholes who just want to cause instability in society. That's exactly what Israel is doing, but they've allowed it to get out of their control over the last several decades by not making any decisive actions because they are weak. Don't let that happen to India.
All right, Samar bhai, you have tweeted something, Sanchit bhai, about Hamas leader Ismail Hania. He's saying that the same offense would start from West Bank and Jerusalem. And there's one thing in this uh, war, in the act of war or the act of terror by the Hamas, there have been lot of rocket attacks on Jerusalem as well. I mean, previously also it has been attacked, but it has not been attacked so intensely. So, I mean, are they? Did Hamas thought through this? Like, okay, we will gain all those positions which we had before the previous war, and and do you see a new front opening from West Bank as well and Jerusalem as well? Because a lot of Jerusalem Arabic citizens are already writing on the streets. So, Benjamin, how do you see it? If it comes from all the sides, and if it even comes from Lebanon, then what would Israel do? And then what option does it have? It has limited options. Destroy them all, right? Then the whole leftist cabal and the whole charade, which is all about human rights, they're gonna cry a lot. But because Israel doesn't have any options, so what do you think, that would another front from West Bank also open and some things would happen in Jerusalem?
Okay, so in terms of Lebanon, Lebanon's got its own issues right now, severe economic issues with inflation. And one of the I guess benefits to massive economic difficulties is these little fringe activist causes and whatever, they tend to they play second fiddle, because at the end of the day, we all care about being able to put food on our table, which has been a problem in Lebanon for quite some time. Lebanon is also quite fractioned, and their big issue is, like I said, all cultures have their degenerates in them. In the case of Lebanon, it's Hezbollah, but I don't think Hezbollah has the same amount of political capital as perhaps they used to. And the thing I think that's damaged all the political capital for all these terrorist groups across the Middle East, again, is those Arab Accords. So, I mean, that's the broad view of it. To get into the more specifics would take quite a long time and look at each individual incident. But I don't know that that is a concern right now. But like all of these things, it's one of those, either you're going to pull the Band-Aid off slowly, which we've been doing for generations, or you're just going to tear it off. And I think we're at the point where it's time to tear off the Band-Aid and move in a completely different direction than what we've been doing for 40 years. Because for the past 40 years, all we've done is prolong this nonsense. These groups like Hamas, the only thing they understand is force. That's the only thing they understand. They don't understand negotiating. Why? Because they're crazy. And I don't mean they're crazy like, mentally ill. They have this underlying philosophy that is cancer of their brain that they will never drop. And because of that, the only thing they understand is force. A good example of this is in El Salvador. In El Salvador, they had criminal gangs that once, like many other liberal democracies, they try to negotiate with these gangs and try to keep them under control. And over decades, what happened? They ended up taking over the country, to the point that if you had a 12-year-old daughter, you would stand the risk of one of these gang leaders showing up and telling you that they're taking their daughter to marry one of the extremists or become a sex worker and trafficker. And if you said anything, they would kill the rest of your family in front of you. That's what El Salvador was. And how did Bukele take care of it? Ironically, a Christian Palestinian. How did he take care of it? He just rounded up 63,000 gang members across the country. Everybody. You had a tattoo of a gang, you're going to jail. Everybody. And he threw them into a cage, and that's where they will sit for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, that's what you do with degenerates that will not ever integrate into a peaceful society. And I know the lefties don't like it, but you know what the problem with the lefties? They don't understand human motivation. They look at the world, they look at humanity as though we're all part of a collective. And that's not how humans behave. And they're never going to get it. You know, they can try to study opposing philosophies of individualism and that people sometimes are bad. They'll never accept it. That's why I personally don't care what they think. I'll talk to them. I'll try to negotiate. Sometimes you persuade them a little bit. But at the end of the day, I don't care because their philosophy is garbage. Their philosophy has poisoned them and it's anti human. You know, we are individualists as people. And we got this collectivist view of the world is what's destroying us. Like, for example, in the United States, last thing I'll say about this, we see the waves of crime in the United States. Now it's happening in my city, in Toronto, where we're having massive gun violence and robberies on a on a precedented level for Canada. And it's because the collectivists are in charge. And people don't understand this postmodern worldview that they've been taught in school, that they've absorbed as part of their identity. They believe that there is no such thing as free will in any form. And I know there's people, well, we can debate that in terms of nuance psychologically, but they believe that all fault from criminals, or in this case, terrorists or whatever, doesn't lie with the individual person because we're not individuals, we're a group. So if you have violence, that's the society and the environment around them that has caused that. So they strip people of their will. They strip them of their agency. And that is a very, very toxic philosophy and worldview, which is destroying the Western world, because that's what we've been teaching in schools for 30 years. We need to go back to objectivism. We need to go back to punishing people. We need to go back to not tolerating this sort of nonsense, right? It's really frustrating. And that's not to dissuade from people's right to protest and people's right to speak and people's right to be heard. And that's why I engage with people on maybe not so much the radical left because they don't have the brain power to engage in an academic or intellectual conversation, but people who are on the more left side of even the progressive side of politics. You talk, you let everybody talk, and everybody has the right to protest. But when it comes to the point where they're trying to engage in genocide and execute people, this is what from the river to the sea means. What river and what sea, right? It goes between the Dead Sea and the ocean. They want the Jews in the water. Well, that's genocide. And that should never be tolerated by any of us. And anybody who does is very deceptive or very confused.
Can I just add a word? I think this is so critical because in 2023, with everybody connected, I think the world is really realizing what really our brothers and sisters, the Jew community, have been going through, and that's why at least the natural proximity of, I'll be very honest, I will not say Indians, I would say Hindus, who really find a common issue that they've been dealing with for generations and generations. And I think this is really a calling for, like you said, right, the completely liberal, some of my liberal Jew brothers and sisters, and
Oh,
similarly the
they're the
Hindus.
worst. We call them Judiots. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is a wake-up call, and I really hope that this probably will be, I don't want to compare with the Trudeau moment, but this is a moment for people to reflect and say that enough is enough. We need to take action. I just have a question about this obsessive Trudeau who's welcoming everybody from Middle East. You saw that, amount of number of planes that came in. And we saw some tweets coming out of Montreal where they're celebrating, the Palestinian community in Canada is celebrating this. So what is the political ramification? How are Canadians relating to this? And are they waking up or just still thinking that this is just happening there? It has no significance in our own communities here.
Yeah, completely brainwashed. The problem with Canada is, look, I might be a little different because I've lived all over Latin America and I've lived in some very dangerous countries. So when you live in a dangerous country or a country that is a developing nation that has problems, you learn to get street smarts. You learn to understand who's a bad guy, who's a good guy, who's a bad guy. You know, the unwritten rules of living in a dangerous predicament. Canadians are the most naive people. Well, some of them, let's say people on the more, open-minded left, they're the most naive people you'll ever encounter. And, perfect example, when I used to live in Colombia, Canadians were the ones who would always get kidnapped because they would get into a taxi and they would tell the taxi cab driver, "Oh yeah, I want to find drugs and hookers." Well, the taxi cab driver is part of the cartel. And when you tell him how wealthy you are coming from Canada, guess what happens? You get kidnapped and you get killed. That's the stupidity of some Canadians, or should I say a lot of Canadians. And that's how you're able to have fools like Trudeau get elected, because Canada has been so spoiled that we've never really had to suffer some societal adversity until now. I guess we're starting to see the seeds of that being planted. And I remember listening to a guy many years ago, an American researcher, and I quite agree with his thesis here because I've also lived in the United States, and you see the differences between the United States and Canada, and there are some stark differences. And it's an underlying cultural difference, which is, and this is why Canada is unique to the rest of the world. In the United States, how did they gain their freedom? Well, they gained their freedom by going to war and sacrificing and fighting for it. They have a document that outlines that, called their Constitution. Their Constitution is all about war and defending themselves. How did Canadians gain their independence from England? We just waited. We just sat back in the cold and we waited until they gave it to us, having a couple of beers. And then one day, okay, you're independent. You're still part of the Commonwealth. You still,
I was going to say
that's
that.
right. You still bow to the Queen. It's symbolic, but you're an independent country and nobody really cared either way. And that's the problem with trying to communicate any sort of security risk or cultural damage to Canadians. They just don't get it because and so many of them, have never traveled. They've never been to a dangerous place. Some of them may have, when they're younger, they'll go to, I don't know, Cancun in Mexico to a resort. That's not Mexico. That's I've lived in Mexico. Go to Leon and Guanajuato and Guadalajara. That is Mexico, or Sonora or Chihuahua, if you would survive that. They're completely naive, and the political class, or what I call it, the uniparty, because it is one uniparty at this point, just exploits it, and people fall for it. And it doesn't matter what you say, it's got to get really bad. It's got to get really dangerous here, to the point that people can't go out of their house, and they'll blame the far right for it. Is what they'll do. It's like the Yuri Bezmenov thing. Once people are infected with this sort of this mind virus, maybe 15% of people, you can wake them out of it over time, but most of them, they'll never adopt it. So that's why I keep telling people to be positive. Like, I think I see positive change in the view of my positive change in the world, but it's generational. It's going to take time. It's not, one election, one person comes to power that changes the dynamics of the world. No, no, no. We are now in a battle that's going to be another 30 years long if we've hit peak stupidity, which I think we have. So people need to be patient, and people be vigilant, and take up these causes as hobbies and get involved and become kind of an advocate politically on the side, and integrate that with other parts of your life. And that's how we will win this global culture war that we're embroiled in right now.
Thank you, Benjamin. Before we go ahead, there have been a lot of people who have been waiting since long. So really sorry. So there has been an update. Al-Qasim spokesperson, Al-Qasim Brigade. We all know about Al-Qasim Brigade. If you guys don't know, It's a terrorist organization out there. Its spokesperson Abu Ubaidah is has said that we have hundreds of prisoners, and Netanyahu can't even imagine we have that many of prisoners. And maybe I think so. It is because the after that, what he said was threatening Gaza and its people is a losing game and a broken record. So basically, now that Al Qasim Brigade, we know what kind of a history Al Qasim Brigade has. Now they are giving these such wild threats. Does I mean I would love if someone could, whoever wishes to speak next, uh, would like to ponder on this. That is Al Qassam Brigade and Hamas now getting afraid because maybe they didn't think that Israel would go with this much force. And there is another. Okay, so this is a report by Israel War Room. It's a handle out here. I can't confirm the reports, but they are saying that some of the females who have been taken as hostages have already been raped. Uh,
All
we
right.
need a.
So, Kabul, I mean, the other thing that I wanted to add to this is traditionally, we all know the IQ level of these Islamic militants, right? So, they aren't very bright people, maybe genetically, I would say. So, the thing is that these guys getting upgraded would not be without external assistance. So, who are the players who could probably influence and affect such a global event at this stage? So, if Benjamin or somebody else could throw some light on that.
Raghav, before that, we'll go to one, two speakers who have been waiting since long.
No problem. Yeah,
Okay, so did Rajiv Bhai speak? Rajiv Bhai,
yeah, I
did you?
think he has. So, let's
Yeah,
go
I
to.
had asked a question, but can I just speak for 5 minutes?
All right, uh, go
Yeah,
ahead. Not
yeah. See, I had anyway asked a question about the impact it could have possibly on India, especially on the Middle East kind of a thing. Given the fact that the termination point for the land route on is the Haifa port, and given the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel could maybe take a bit of a hiatus. And it might not be become negative, but थोड़े टाइम के लिए तो चीजें can go on the back burner. But my bigger concern, the way things have transpired, इसमें मेरे को मतलब लोगों people have not raised this thing, but मुझे लगता है कि Iran, probably even instigated by China, could also have played a part in this whole thing. Why? Because once Saudi Arabia and Iran, Saudi Arabia and Israel come closer together, then one of the main aspects of the reason why there have been tensions in the Middle East and why China is trying to play a broker could basically disappear. And मतलब I might be just overestimating it, but मेरे हिसाब से there are the threads, the way this whole thing has happened has got fingerprints of maybe China or Pakistan also into it, because once Israel and the Arabian countries, Saudi Arabia and UAE and various other countries come closer, or at least their hostilities cease to exist, a lot of the rationale or the lot of the thing which benefited the countries like Pakistan and all, and even China to some extent disappears. So I think that could be there could be a play there, and this whole thing. Um, beyond matlab, just geopolitics, there is a fear that a lot of the positive developments like Abrahamic Accords and various other things which are happening could get jeopardized. uh, see the Israel to the way it has happened is that Israel absolutely has no option other than to really do a massive attacks on both on Hamas and maybe even Hezbollah at some point of time, and that could lead to at least a 6 to 1 year kind of a cycle before things calm down. पर देखने वाली बात ये होगी कि what happens in the UN General Assembly, which countries take a position on which side. Because recently आप देखोगे कि even China has tried to show some positivity towards Israel. तो वो कैसी पोजीशन लेती है क्या what kind of statements get given in the UN assembly in terms of whether there is a call for a ceasefire and if there is some resolutions passed criticizing or talking about even handedness जो सबसे बड़ा जो इंडिया वर्ल्ड में जो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम is on this whole even handedness thing कि भाई आपने वो किया तो अब पास्ट में मतलब इसराइल ने ये किया होगा इसलिए ये इवन हैंडेड हो गया और अब इस चीज को बंद करो आई डोंट थिंक एटलीस्ट फॉर द टाइम बीइंग फॉर द एटलीस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 10-15 वीक to 10 days US or even any other Western country will ask Israel to take a मतलब take a break or take say go on the back foot yeah to reduce its intensity of the attack against the militants which are sitting in both in the Gaza Strip as well as in various other under Israeli under Israel where there is a large percentage of Arabic Palestinian population. And you will also see, because of these Israeli raids, you will see a lot of Palestinian refugees now flowing into the neighboring countries. And that will also start building some pressure on those neighboring countries to act in some manner or the other. They might not openly go for a war, but there might be some pressure on them to basically act in some way or the other against Israel. Even if it is not a war, it could be getting the troops in on a ready mode or something of that sort. So you will see a lot of basically it's like you will see a lot of repercussions in the entire neighborhood of Israel, starting from countries like Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. So it will be quite a difficult situation there, and that is my reason why I thought that a lot of the things which are happening, even that India Middle East corridor, all these are so to some extent affect even China and other countries. So there could be a bigger play happening beyond the pure Palestinian Israeli equation. That was what my feeling was. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to Rutu. Rutuj, before we go to Rutuj, so now the way Israelis are bombarding Gaza, so they have started crying, the whole Islamic world and the leftists have started crying. And yeah, they're crying and they're
वो
saying,
वही काबुल मेरे को ये लग रहा है अभी बोलेंगे कि सीज फायर कर दो एक दो दिन में ये हल्ला
क्योंकि
शुरू हो जाएगा कि
देखो
सीज
मैं
फायर
तुमको
कर दो
बताता हूँ, बीबी नेतन्याहू ने आज 3 बार, 3 times he has said this. And there's a very recent, some minutes ago, I read somewhere he said, "We will finish the city of evil." I mean, he was saying in these terms. I'm not exactly quoting him. So since the war has begun, their defense minister, prime minister has said 3 times that we're gonna finish you off, and we have already seen two. One of the one of them was a very big masjid. They have attacked masjids as well because we know these guys take uh, support of masjids. And there was this question a long time ago about how do rockets reach Gaza or West Bank. So there's a very beautiful documentary. You can go ahead and check that. We, so we'll go to Rutuj. Rutuj, please go ahead. Rutuj.
Uh, yes. Um, I just wanted to ask, everybody's opinion on this fact. कि यार, do you see similar situations happening um, in India, especially अगर नॉर्थ ईस्ट भी देखा जाए तो ये तो ऐसा सेम सिचुएशन तो हमारे इधर भी हो सकता है, नॉट नेसेसरीली अटैक्स, बट जो इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ है वो आपको लगता है कि इंडिया में हो सकता है?
बिल्कुल हो सकता है, बिल्कुल चांसेस है होने की। लेकिन
तो
अगर हाँ बोलो, आप कंप्लीट कर
सो
लो फिर आगे बोलो।
सॉरी, बट मेरा वही था
कारगिल
कि
हुआ
व्हाट कैन
था
वी
ये
डू?
25 साल पहले। कारगिल तो हुआ था, वही तो सिमिलर ही था टू सम एक्सटेंट।
नहीं, यू आर गोइंग टू फार। यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कारगिल। अभी रिसेंट एक एनकाउंटर हुआ है, उतना फुल मतलब उतने लार्ज स्केल पे नहीं था, बट वो एक छोटे से टीजर के तौर पे था। जो आतंकवादी हैं वो सुरंगें बना रहे हैं और हाइडआउट्स उसी में क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। वो वैली में आके नहीं छुपते हैं, क्योंकि उनको शरण देने वाले खत्म हो गए हैं और मेजोरिटी जितने हैं वो अब मतलब उतने दबाव में है कि वो नहीं दे सकते। तो अब उन्होंने नया तरीका ढूंढा है, वो हाइडआउट्स बनाते हैं फॉरेस्ट में, केव्स में, वहां से निकलते हैं, हमला करते हैं, वापस वहीं घुस जाते हैं ऑल टुगेदर। फिर आपको काफ़ी तरह की मैनेवरिंग चाहिए, काफ़ी तरह के टैक्टिकल आपके ऑपरेशन चलते हैं, कई दिनों तक चलते हैं, तब जाके आप काबू पा पाते हो। प्रॉब्लम ये नहीं है कि क्या इंडिया में नहीं हो सकता, इंडिया में हो सकता है, लेकिन जो हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस हैं वो सदैव अवेयर हैं। अगर आप कंसर्न हैं वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर की तरफ, जो आपने अभी जिक्र किया, वो बिल्कुल एक कॉज ऑफ सीरियस कंसर्न है कि ईस्टर्न बॉर्डर काफ़ी वल्नरेबल है हमारे, उन पे उतना ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा है। इसलिए नहीं दिया जाता है क्योंकि वो इस तरीके का एरिया ही है, डेमोग्राफी भी है वहाँ पे जो कि अफेक्ट कर सकती है। सिलीगुड़ी की कोई बात कर रहा था, तो ये सब जो चिकन नेक और ये सब बातें कही जाती हैं, ऑल टुगेदर जो डेमोग्राफी है वो हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम है। इसराइल में अगर ये चीज़ की बात की जाए कि नॉर्दर्न इसराइल में इस समय मतलब राइट्स वाली सिचुएशन है, क्योंकि वहाँ अरब एथनिसिटी के लोग जो हैं वो लॉगर हट्स पे रहते हैं ज्यूज के साथ। तो हमारे भारत में तो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, हमारे भारत में तो अंदर ही एस्केलेशन चालू हो जाएगा। और ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, आप देख लेना कल नहीं तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली परसों तक तो कोई ना कोई रोने लग जाएगा। अभी तो सोशल मीडिया पे एक आध शर्जील उस्मानी टाइप के लोग रोए, वो वैसे ही रोया। सीताराम येचुरी ने अपना एक इंटरव्यू दे दिया अल जजीरा को जाके, 2-4 दिन में अभी मतलब आप देखोगे यहाँ पे भरा जा रहा होगा, उनको पंप इन किया जा रहा हो कि अब तुमको सड़क पे निकलना है और तुमको इसराइल एम्बेसी के सामने जाके प्रदर्शन करना है। करेंगे ये लोग, ये हर बार होता है, अब तो बिल्कुल होगा। क्योंकि अभी अगर बहुत स्टार्टिंग में अगर देखेंगे तो अभी कहीं ना कहीं सेटबैक लगा है इसराइल को। तो ऑल टुगेदर ये जो पूरा रेडिकलाइज्ड जो जमात है, इसको इसके लिए तो बड़ा खुशी का मोमेंट है। तो ये इस चीज़ में आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो भारत में भी अगर आप कभी सोचते हैं कि इस तरह की कोई सिचुएशन भगवान ना करे आए, लेकिन अगर आती है तो हमारे लिए वल्नरेबिलिटी क्या है? वल्नरेबिलिटी हमारे लिए ये है कि एक तो ये जो 0.5 फ्रंट जो अपने देश के अंदर है भीतरगात, हमारे वाला ऐसी तैसी करने के लिए तैयार रहता है, ये करेगा। दूसरा जो सबसे बड़ी वल्नरेबिलिटी है वो हमारी लैक ऑफ प्रिपेयर्डनेस है, लैक ऑफ प्रिपेयर्डनेस सिटीजन्स की। कौटिल्य अभी थे 2-3 घंटा पहले, उन्होंने बहुत पर्टिनेंट इशू उठाया था ये। इफ यू कंसिडर इजराइल, मिलिट्री सर्विस कंपलसरी है, पीपल नो कि व्हाट दे हैव टू फेस, उनको एक लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस उसका होता है, उनको पता होता है कि उनको किस तरह के दुश्मन से उनका सामना होना है, क्या उनके लिए समस्याएं खड़ी हो सकती है। तो तब जाके आप देखेंगे कि वो एक स्टैंड ले पाते हैं उनके विरोध में। हमारे यहाँ क्या है कि हमारे यहाँ एक तो मतलब मैं मेजोरिटी की बात कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, जो हम सनातनी कहते हैं उस की बात कर रहा हूँ, वो बहाने तलाशता है। वो पॉलिटिकल फ्रंट ढूंढता है कि पहले तो कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हमको बचा के ले जाए, फिर वो उसके बाद कोई संगठन ढूंढता है कि ये हमको बचा के ले जाए, फिर वो ढूंढता है कि सिविल सोसाइटी में कोई और आए, कोई और बढ़िया बाहुबली बन के निकले और वो जाके हमको बचाए। तो ये जब तक बहानेबाजी हमारी सोसाइटी में चलेगी ना, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। क्योंकि अगर इस तरह की कोई चीज होती है, आप देखोगे कि अब जितनी भी लड़ाइयाँ हो रही हैं, सब में खाली हथियार का इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रहा है। ऑल टुगेदर पूरा एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव वॉरफेयर चल रहा है। सोशल मीडिया पे प्रोपेगेंडा चलाया जाता है, प्रोपेगेंडा के जरिए आपको मनोबल और ज़्यादा तोड़ा जाता है। फेक न्यूज़ लगातार पेडल की जाती है, हर तरह की वीडियोस, हर तरह के ग्राफिक्स चलाए जाते हैं, ये बताने की कोशिश की जाती है कि हम आप पे हावी हो रहे हैं और हम आपको मतलब बिल्कुल ख़त्म करने वाले हैं। आपकी मतलब आपकी साइकी के साथ खेला जाता है। फिर मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन और डिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फैला के आपको हेल्टर स्केल्टर भगाया जाता है, इधर उधर कंफ्यूजन होता है। अभी जो केस हुआ है यही इसराइल में, अभी एक दो घंटा पहले, वो यही है कि इजरायली स्पेशल फोर्सेस ने एक दूसरे के ऊपर ही फायर कर दिया था यूनिट्स में। क्योंकि वो जो लोग आए हुए हैं हमास की तरफ से, वो बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली रेप्लिका उन्होंने ड्रेस का पहना हुआ है। तो अंधेरे में उनको इतना कंफ्यूजन हो गया और इतना क्योटिक है सिचुएशन, तो आप सोच सकते हो कि पैनिक ऑल टाइम हाई है और इतना कंफ्यूजन होता है कि एक दूसरे पे ही फायर कर दिया उन लोगों ने। तो अगर इंडिया में ये सब चीजें होती हैं, तो मतलब जो मतलब सोसाइटी है, उसका क्या रिएक्शन होगा या वो किस तरीके से हैंडल कर पाएगा, वो अपने आप में बड़ी मतलब एक चुनौती है, जो जितना मुझे लगता है। क्योंकि भाई अभी का जो टाइम है, मोबाइल लैपटॉप और सब टेक से भी बहुत हो गए हैं और एवरीबॉडी इज यूजिंग अ स्मार्टफोन, बट एक्चुअली दे डोंट नो द करेक्ट वे टू हैंडल दोज डिवाइसेस। उनको नहीं आइडिया है कि उसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाता है, उसकी वल्नरेबिलिटीज क्या है, आपको किस तरीके से आसानी से डॉक्स किया जा सकता है, आसानी से आपके डिवाइसेस को मतलब पेनिट्रेट करने में कोई बहुत बड़ा काम करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इट्स ऑल टुगेदर वेरी वेरी इजी, दोज हु नो द थिंग्स। तो ये चुनौतियां हमारे लिए हो सकती हैं, बट अगर वैसे कहा जाए कि हम अपना स्टैंड जो है कहीं ना कहीं रिलैक्स फॉर्म में करते हैं, तो अब तक पिछले 6 साढ़े 6 7 साल में तो नहीं दिखा कि कहीं पे इस तरह का रिलैक्सेशन है। बिकॉज एक आत्मबोध है गवर्नमेंट को भी और जो भी इंटेलिजेंस है हमारी और जो भी फोर्सेस हैं कि भैया शांति चाहिए तो आपको हमेशा विजिल रहना पड़ेगा और आपको सतर्क रह के ही मतलब कि मुंह तोड़ जवाब भी देना पड़ेगा जैसी जरूरत पड़े, अदरवाइज दूसरा आपके सर पे चढ़ के बोलेगा। तो अगर ये भावना कायम रहती है लोगों के अंदर, तो बढ़िया है। आगे अगर कभी सरकार बदली या भाई जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में लोग हैं, एग्जीक्यूटिव में लोग हैं, अगर वो अपनी तरफ से कोई लेथार्जिक एटीट्यूड रखते हैं, तो एक मतलब कहीं भी मतलब कि एक वल्नरेबिलिटी क्रिएट हो सकती है। लेकिन अभी के तौर पे एक ही जगह वल्नरेबिलिटी है, वो है आपकी स्टेट्स। स्टेट्स जो मनमानी कर रही हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो कि रेडिकल एलिमेंट्स को बहुत ज़्यादा स्पॉन्सर कर रही हैं, उनको पनपने का मौका दे रही हैं, वो ठीक बात नहीं है। काफ़ी हद तक उस पर जिसको कहते हैं चोट की गई है। वेस्ट बंगाल वगैरह में जो एनआईए की रेड्स वगैरह हो रही हैं, वो इसका सबूत है कि ऑल टुगेदर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स इस चीज़ को स्पॉन्सर करवाती हैं, उनको एक फ्री एक्सेस देती हैं, सेंट्रल एजेंसीज उसके ऊपर नकेल कसती हैं। पंजाब में भी वही देखने को मिला कि किस तरीके से नकेल कसी गई। लेकिन ये कोई अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है, ये हमारा भाग्य है कि हम बच जाते हैं। ये एक सीरियसली एक भाग्य की बात है, मतलब इसको ऑल टुगेदर आप किसी लॉजिक और फैक्ट से नहीं देख सकते हैं। क्योंकि जब आपके भीतर भाई भारत एक समूचा एक परिवार है और भारत के अंदर बैठे लोग ही भीतरघात करेंगे एक दूसरे को, दूसरे को इजी एंट्री देंगे, इजी एक्सेस देंगे, तो आप दूसरे से क्या उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो छोड़ देगा क्या आपको? इसराइल के एस्पेक्ट में भी लोग इस तरह की कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरीज बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं कि भाई सिक्योरिटी लैब्स तो हुआ ही है, आप इतना रोबस्ट अपना सिस्टम बताते हो, आपका इतना रोबस्ट सिस्टम है, आपके मोसाड के चर्चे दुनिया जहां में रहते हैं, आईडीएफ के चर्चे दुनिया जहां में रहते हैं, छुट्टी का माहौल था, लेकिन यू नो कि योर एग्जिस्टेंस, मतलब आपकी तो एग्जिस्टेंशियल क्राइसिस है। आपका तो ये भी नहीं है कि ठीक है बहुत बड़ा देश है, कहीं अगर कब्जा कर दिया तो फिर आप फुल स्केल मतलब कि उनके खिलाफ ऑपरेशन चलाओगे, बचा ले जाओगे। आप तो तीनों तरफ से घिरे हुए हो। एक तरफ आपके पैलेस्टीन वाले बैठे हैं, एक तरफ आपका इजिप्ट बैठा है, एक तरफ सीरिया में है लोग। तो आप तो घिरे हुए हो, आप तो बहुत वल्नरेबल हो, आपके दुश्मन ही दुश्मन है। तो आप अपना गार्ड कैसे लूज कर सकते हो भाई? नहीं कर सकते ना। लेकिन हुआ है यहाँ पे। अब उसमें क्या आपका ध्यान खाली जुडिशरी वाले एस्पेक्ट पे था, जो आप जुडिशियल पॉलिसी नए लाने वाले थे उसकी तरफ था? अब फिर आपके अंदर पॉलिटिकल डिसेंट इतना ज्यादा था कि कुछ लोगों ने अलाउ किया कि भाई आप डगमगाए? कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज के ज़माने में अगर ये कहा जाए कि मतलब ये कोई बहुत बड़ी बात हो जाएगी इस तरह की बात करना, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई बहुत बड़ी बात है। क्योंकि इज़राइल जैसा देश जो कि सशक्त है, जो कि जानता है वहाँ का एक-एक सिटीज़न, एक-एक नागरिक पैदा होते ही समझ जाता है कि भैया अगर ज़िंदा रहना है तो हमको बिल्कुल अलर्ट रहना है, विजिल रहना है, हमको पूरे ऐसे तैयारी के साथ रहना है कि भाई तभी हमारी ज़िंदगी आगे बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि खतरे हमारे चारों तरफ हैं। वहाँ उस देश में ऑल टुगेदर कोई क्या कहते हैं मोटराइज़्ड फ्लाइंग ग्लाइडर लेके आ जाए, उसके बाद हमास उसका वीडियो भी शेयर कर रहा हो, भाई उन्होंने कभी तो प्रैक्टिस कहीं किसी तरीके का कुछ तो किया होगा ना। प्लानिंग प्लॉटिंग हवा में एक ही दिन थोड़ी हुआ कि ग्लाइडर लेके उड़ गए, उनको मालूम है कहाँ जाना है और किधर जाना है, हमको किधर लैंड करना है। या उनके जीप से जो लोग अंदर आए उनको मालूम था कि हमको किधर घुसना है और कहाँ कहाँ कब्जा करना है। दे न्यू कि कौन कहाँ कौन से पुलिस स्टेशन है, कहाँ पे हमको जाके होता है अंदर छुपना है, कहाँ से हम ज्यादा डैमेज पहुंचा सकते हैं। ये सब चीजें उन्होंने ऑलरेडी प्लान करके करी है ना। एक दिन में कोई थोड़ी कर लेता है कि आज मूड हुआ चलो सुबह चलते हैं और 50th एनिवर्सरी है, सब मूड में नहीं होंगे, हम घुस जाएंगे और हमला कर देंगे। ऐसा तो नहीं होता है। तो ऑल टुगेदर इसमें अंदर भी मतलब कि कुछ उनके इस तरह के एलिमेंट्स होंगे, शर्तियाँ होंगे, जो जिन्होंने एक्सेस और बताया डाइल्यूटेड फॉर्म में प्रोवाइड करा है उनको, जो इंफॉर्मेशन थी उस तरीके से नहीं पहुंची। तो लैप्स तो कहीं ना कहीं हुआ ही हुआ है। पूरा सिस्टम नहीं क्रम्बल कर सकता ऑल टुगेदर। और खाली इसराइल की इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज की बात नहीं है, ऑल टुगेदर समूचे वेस्ट की इंटेलिजेंस की बात है। यूएस ऑल टुगेदर एक फादर स्टेट टाइप का है, जो कि पैम्पर करके रखता है, क्योंकि उसके यहाँ एक लॉबी है जो कि उसकी पूरी पॉलिटिक्स को मतलब कि उसकी डायरेक्शन सेट करती है। इजरायली लॉबी इज अ वेरी पावरफुल लॉबी इन यूएस। तो यूएस इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर है। अब यूएस इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर क्यों है, ये भी अपने आप में बड़ी बात है। फिर इसमें आगे जाके और भी कई बातें हैं। जो लोग एक्टर्स हैं जो कि पोस्चरिंग कर रहे हैं, आपका कतर पोस्चरिंग कर रहा है, आपका सऊदी अरेबिया का एक बैलेंस फॉर्म में स्टेटमेंट आता है, इजिप्ट कह रहा है कि नहीं अब हम बताएं बातचीत करवा रहे हो, और हम यहाँ रशिया के फाइनेंस फॉरेन मिनिस्टर के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, यूएई के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, जर्मनी के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर, यूके, यूएस, सबके साथ बात कर रहे हैं। ऑल टुगेदर सिचुएशन पहले की नहीं है कि आप मीडिएटर के तौर पे आओगे और चीजें शांत हो जाएंगी। इस बार हो ही नहीं सकती। एक्सटेंसिव डैमेज हुआ है इस बार। और आप अगर ये कह रहे हो कि नहीं जब हम मीडिएटर के फॉर्म में आएंगे और मतलब सब सिचुएशन स्टेटस को मेंटेन हो जाएगा, नहीं होगा आपकी बात, क्योंकि सिचुएशन बहुत ज्यादा एग्रीवेट हो गई है।
अरे समर, संजय, तो ये अभी हमास के स्पोक्समैन ने बोला है, डायरेक्टली ओपनली बोला है कि ईरान सपोर्ट हमको था एंड सम अदर कंट्रीज का भी सपोर्ट था एंड वी आर प्राउड ऑफ देयर सपोर्ट। ये अटैक करने के लिए दे हैड डायरेक्ट सपोर्ट फ्रॉम ईरान।
ऑब्वियसली होगा। आप ईरान में देखेंगे उनका जो स्मारक वारक है वहाँ पे ये पैलेस्टाइन का फ्लैग वो लोग प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं। इस तरह की चीजें चल रही हैं भाई। अभी ऑल टुगेदर यूएस में भी इलेक्शंस आ रहे हैं, राइट? वो भी अपने आप में बड़ी चीज है। जब भी ये यूएस में इलेक्शन होते हैं तो उसके आसपास कुछ ना कुछ कहीं तो घटित होता ही है। दूसरी चीज आप ये देखोगे कि अभी दो जंगें चल रही थी, आर्मेनिया अजरबैजान की और यूक्रेन और आपकी रशिया की। अब ये एक तीसरा कन्फ्लिक्ट और आपने जोड़ दिया। और ये तो रेगुलर अफेयर था, लेकिन अब रेगुलर अफेयर ये नहीं है, ये तो वो नहीं है, अब ये एस्केलेट हो गया। और ये एस्केलेशन जो ऊपर टॉपिक लिखा है कि द थर्ड इंटिफाडा, ये इसीलिए क्योंकि ये 2008 वाले एस्पेक्ट में है। तो अब क्या करेगा इसराइल और कितना एक्सटेंसिव डैमेज वो मतलब कितनी एक्सटेंसिव रिवेंज अब वो लेगा, ये डिपेंड करता है चीजों पे। और वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड कैसे इस चीज से डील करेगा, क्योंकि वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड जो एक मंकी बैलेंसिंग करके चलता है हर जगह, वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में यूएस से पॉलिसी सेट करता है बाकी सबकी। तो अब कैसे डील करेगा? अगर खुल के इस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं तो अब क्या करेगा, वो देखने लायक होगा। तो जो वो पर्टिकुलर अब ये रीजन है, ये ऑल टुगेदर एक क्राइसिस की तरफ जा रहा है। और ये सब जो देन है ये ऑब्वियसली वेस्ट की है।
मैं एक छोटी सी बात बोलूंगा। हम तो इजरायली हैंडल देखते हैं ना, फिलिस्तीनी हैंडल देखो, रोने पड़ गए उनको। लिटरली हर 30 सेकंड में बॉम्ब गिर रहा है गाजा पे। हम सब ने आज इजरायली हैंडल्स देखे होंगे, उन्हें लाइक किया होगा, रीट्वीट किया होगा। और अगर किसी का दिल ज्यादा जल रहा है कि भाई ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ है, तो अभी जाके देखो फिलिस्तीन और ये फ्री फिलिस्तीन वालों के हैंडल, दे क्राइंग आउट। सो आई डोंट नो। पंगा तो इन्होंने बहुत टेढ़ा ले लिया है, स्पेशली जो ये होस्टेजेस बनाए हैं वहां इन्होंने बहुत बड़ा पंगा लिया है। बाकी हाँ, ये मुझे लगता है ये अरेबिक वर्ल्ड और ये पीस वीस वाले आएंगे, बट इस बार वो सुनेंगे नहीं इसराइली। क्योंकि इसराइल के अंदर जो वो लॉबी थी, वो पीस वाली, और वो अब खड़ी नहीं हो सकती। क्योंकि यू कैन नॉट जस्ट कम इन कंट्री एंड किल देयर 700-800 सिविलियंस एंड किडनैप हंड्रेड्स ऑफ देम। ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं है, करोड़ का ही है इसराइल। तो वन ह्यूमन बीइंग, वन फैमिली इज अटैच्ड टू एटलीस्ट 30 फैमिलीज। तो ये जो ये थॉट प्रोसेस है ना कि पीस लाओ, ये हमेशा बाहर से तो इन्फ्यूज किया गया है, ये जूइश सोसाइटी के अंदर से भी इन्फ्यूज किया गया है। अब काफी आने वाले टाइम तक जूइश सोसाइटी के अंदर ये इन्फ्यूज कोई कर ही नहीं पाएगा, जो बोलेगा उसको छित्तर पड़ेगा। तो ये बहुत बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है ये हमें समझने के लिए कि वहां पे तो वन साइडेड मामला हो गया है, जब बॉम्बिंग दम बैड। अब इन्वेजन कब करेंगे ग्राउंड, उसका वेट करते हैं। शायद कल सुबह करें, शायद परसों,
नहीं,
कल आप।
करेंगे भी, बट मतलब इसराइल के लिए भी इतना आसान नहीं है। वो जो एरिया जिसमें हमास के लोग अभी बैठे हैं वो पूरा फ्री करवाने में अभी वो कामयाब नहीं हो पाए, और अब इतनी आसानी से होंगे भी नहीं,
यानी
क्योंकि
समर भाई,
जिस
वो
हिसाब से।
जेनिन, थोड़े दिन पहले ना जेनिन इनका एक एरिया है, वहां बहुत बड़ी वसूली चली हुई थी। पिछले 2-2.5 महीने से जेनिन में बहुत बड़ा पंगा चल रहा है। ये वो जेनिन वाली स्ट्रेटेजी करेंगे। दे विल गो टू इंडिविजुअल हाउस एंड दे विल किल वेयर एवर दे फाइंड आर्म्स, दे विल डू दैट। और मैं इसमें एक चीज और बोलूंगा, ये जो आज इन्होंने सक्सेस अचीव की है ना फिलिस्तीनियों ने, है तो वही मोटा दिमाग। मतलब मैं तो भाई, किसी को अगर लगे कि नो आई एम टारगेटिंग अ कम्युनिटी, आई एम टारगेटिंग दैट, एज सिंपल एज दैट। तो वो है तो वो मोटा दिमाग। ये अभी उस ट्रिप में है कि हमने बहुत बड़ा कुछ अचीव किया, ये लड़ेंगे इसराइलियों से। मैं आपकी बात बिल्कुल एग्री करता हूँ, वेस्ट बैंक इज अ फुल अर्बनाइज्ड एरिया, बट आपको लगता है ये वो पुराने सब टर्म्स में जाएंगे? क्योंकि पहले जब ये कोई भी मिशन करने जाते थे, कुछ करने जाते थे, वो वॉर स्टेट नहीं था, ये वॉर स्टेट है। एक तो वो रूल्स ऑफ एंगेजमेंट ही चेंज हो गए हैं, क्योंकि इसराइलियों के रूल्स ऑफ एंगेजमेंट एकदम वियर्ड है। अब जब ये रूल्स ऑफ एंगेजमेंट चेंज होंगे और वहां से गाजियंस भी नहीं मानेंगे, जैसे आप पॉइंट बोल रहे हो, क्योंकि इन्होंने आज जो दिन में अचीव किया, इनके हौसले तो बड़े ही होंगे। ये बहुत बड़ा पंगा होगा, और मेरे को लगता है ये जेन्युइन वाली थ्योरी अपनाएंगे। एक एरिया पकड़ा, उसको ब्लॉक किया, ब्लॉक करने के बाद उसके हर घर में जाके पंगे किए, क्योंकि इन्होंने
एक एक चैनल में इनका मतलब पूरा डेटा अभी थोड़ी देर पहले शेयर हुआ है, 10-12 मिनट पहले, जिसमें लिखा है कि रिजल्ट ऑफ अल-अक्सा स्टॉर्म। तो उसमें इनका दावा है कि हमने 700 इजरायली जो हैं उनको इंजर्ड किया है, 300 से ज़्यादा इजरायली हमने मारे हैं, 100 इजरायली हमारी कब्जे में है। करम अबू सलेम क्रॉसिंग इसको हमने लिबरेट कर दिया है। वो दावा अभी भी उनका बरकरार है कि भाई 5,000 रॉकेट फायर करे हैं हमने। उन्होंने लिखा है कि कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ कन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है सदरौत में, आश्केलॉन, नेरेन में, और कई और टाउन हैं जो कि आउटस्कर्ट्स पे हैं गाजा पट्टी के। तो ये उनका दावा है। और अगर मतलब इनका डेटा हम कह भी दें कि इन्फ्लेटेड है, जब इवनिंग स्ट्राइक्स नहीं चालू हुई थी रॉकेट्स की, और तब इसराइल ने दावा किया था कि अब तक आयरन डोम ने मतलब कि आयरन डोम के हवाले से उनका वो था कि किस तरीके से उसने अटैक्स को मतलब कि डिफेंड किया। तो उन्होंने कहा था कि 3800 रॉकेट 3800 रॉकेट्स दागे गए। लेकिन अगर हम रात में जब तक ये स्पेसिस चल रही थी, तब 4 से 5 बार रॉकेट्स दागे गए थे, हर बार एक पूरा बैराज था कम से कम 150 से 200 रॉकेट का। तो ऑब्वियसली मतलब करीबन 5,000 के आसपास तो होगा ही होगा। तो ये अपने आप में एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन अभी भी है, आज भी है, कि इतने रॉकेट भैया इन्होंने कहाँ रखे थे, कौन सी ऐसे इनके म्यूनिशन स्टोर्स थे कि इनके पास एक्सेस था। कई जगह इन्होंने लूट मचाने की भी कोशिश करी है। जो हमास वाले अंदर घुस गए थे, उन्होंने एक म्यूनिशन सेंटर पे मतलब कि हमला किया था। वहाँ पे मतलब फोर्सेस ने इनकी कब्जा कर लिया, और ये मतलब एमिनेशन चुराने से बच गए। फिर एक पुलिस स्टेशन है, वहाँ पे कुछ 5-7 लोगों ने कब्जा किया था। वहाँ पे 22 इजरायली पुलिस वाले मारे गए हैं, और उसमें कुछ ये हमास वाले मारे गए, लेकिन 2 बच के निकल के भाग गए वहां से। तो ऑल टुगेदर सिचुएशन जो है वो बड़ी अजीब सी है कि मतलब इनको मालूम था कि कहाँ एमिनेशन स्टोर्स हैं, कहाँ पुलिस स्टेशन हैं, कहाँ हमें वेपनरी मिलेगा, कहाँ हम रिप्लेनिश अपने आप को कर सकते हैं। इनको ये मालूम था कि मेडिक्स किधर ज़्यादा पहुँच मतलब किधर इनके मेडिकल स्टेशन हैं, कहाँ से मेडिक्स ज़्यादा आएंगे। तो उन्होंने एम्बुलेंसेस वगैरह रोकने की कोशिश करी। कई मेडिक्स को मारा है, कई नर्सेस को मारा है। तो ऑल टुगेदर ये कहा जाए कि इन्होंने बिना किसी स्ट्रैटेजी के काम किया है, ये कहना बिल्कुल बेवकूफ़ी है। और अगर कोई मानता है तो वो महाबेवकूफ़ है मेरी नज़र में। ये ऑल टुगेदर प्रॉपरली मंथ्स लॉन्ग ये पूरा का पूरा जो है प्लान आउट किया गया है, फाइनलाइज किया गया है, एक प्लान चॉकआउट किया गया था, और उसका आज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन था। और सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि 50वीं एनिवर्सरी थी वॉर की। और आप मतलब कल आपका एक म्यूजिक फेस्टिवल भी वहाँ पे हुआ था। उसके बाद आपने इतना सब होने के बाद और इतनी प्रोमिनेंट डेट्स होने के बाद आपने इस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया, ये मुझे मतलब कि डाइजेस्ट नहीं होता है।
नहीं नहीं समर भाई, मैं आपको एक चीज समझाता हूँ। योग कुपीर जो होता है ना, ये जो आज का दिन है ना, ये वॉर से भी बड़ी चीज है। ये उनका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फेस्टिवल है। ये उनका तोरा बेस्ड फेस्टिवल है। इसराइल में डिफरेंट डिफरेंट फेस्टिवल्स है, ये उनका तोरा बेस्ड फेस्टिवल है, जो उनका रिलीजियस फेस्टिवल है। समर भाई, ये उस दिन मोबाइल भी नहीं यूज करते।
अरे भाई वो कंजर्वेटिव वाले नहीं यूज करते हैं,
नहीं
जो
नहीं
इंडिया
समर
का
भाई,
एक
कंजर्वेट
कंजर्वेटिव
नहीं नहीं, मैं
सेक्ट
आपको
है।
नहीं नहीं समर भाई, आपकी बात मैं बिल्कुल एग्री कर रहा हूँ। सुनिए, वो कंजर्वेटिव वाले तो पूरे साल ही नहीं मोबाइल यूज करते। क्या होता है, जो ओल्डीज हैं या जो थोड़े से पुराने जनरेशन वाले हैं ना, ये न्यू ये मिलेनियल या जो इनको बोलते हैं, वो नहीं, पुरानी जनरेशन, आपके और मेरे जनरेशन वाले भी, ऑन यू कॉपी, दैट इज लाइक यू विल स्पेंड द टाइम विद फैमिली, यू वोंट यूज लॉट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, वो वाला सीन है। और दूसरा, ये
अरे
हमेशा
ठीक है
से
यार,
यूकोपिल
कौन
पे
मैं
छुट्टी
ये
पे
कह
जाते
रहा
हैं।
हूँ मैं ये कह रहा हूँ हाँ वो जाते हैं, ठीक है। मैं ये भी मान रहा हूँ कि ठीक है वो एक अलग लॉट है, वो तो जीवन भर नहीं यूज करता है। वो कहते हैं वो कौन सा खरगोशी है पता नहीं क्या है, उस टाइप के फोन्स भी वो लेके कोशर वाले फोन लेके रखते हैं। उसमें सब कुछ ब्लॉक्ड रहता है, उसमें किसी भी तरह का मतलब उसमें कीवर्ड न्यूडिटी या इस टाइप वाला आता ही नहीं, वो पूरी ब्लॉक्ड ही रहती है। न्यूज़ वगैरह वो अपना पोस्टर वोस्टर से पढ़ते हैं, वो सब है कहानी, वो पढ़ी हुई है, सुनी हुई है, वो सब ठीक है। लेकिन भाई जो सिक्योरिटी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है, व्हेन यू नो यू आर एट अ वेरी वल्नरेबल पोजीशन, आपको एग्जिस्टेंशियल आपकी क्राइसिस है, आपके चारों तरफ इस तरह के नमूने हैं कि जो रोज आप पे हमला करते हैं, आप रिटेलिएट करते हो, रोज आपके फाइटर जेट सॉटी भरते हैं और जाके उड़ा के आते हैं कुछ ना कुछ। भाई हर दिन का है ना, 4-5 लोकेशन तो फूक के ही
नहीं
आते हो
नहीं
आप।
सुजीत
तो
भाई, जब
आप ये बताओ ना कि आपने इस चीज को इतना कैजुअली कैसे ले लिया? भाई किसी की तो जिम्मेदारी होगी।
क्योंकि
सोसाइटी, इनके लोग जो है, आम जनता, सिविलियन, वो आराम कर रहे होंगे, वो छुट्टी के मूड में होंगे, बट ये तो कोई नहीं एक्सेप्ट करेगा ना यार कि जो जो उनके पास सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी है, वो मतलब कि वही चौकस नहीं थे, वो भी नहीं छू
समर
रहे थे
भाई,
कोई भी चीज।
इनकी हिस्ट्री रही है। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ समर भाई, अगर आप ना, अगर इसराइल्स के ब्लंडर्स देखोगे ना, उसने बहुत ब्लंडर की है, चाहे योम किप्पुर हो या उससे उसके पहले वाला वॉर हो। ये ना इसराइलियों के साथ हमेशा इनके हॉलीडेज पे ना इन पे अटैक होता है और ये कुछ नहीं करते। अब कोई ये बोलेगा कि ये मोसाद की पहला इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर है, सॉरी, पहले भी पता कराइए, ये पता कराइए इजरायली आईडीएफ फोर्सेस के साथ लेबनान में क्या हुआ था। मैं ये भी मैं मानता हूँ कि लेबनान में जाके इन्होंने बैंड बजाई थी, बट आईडीएफ कितने साल बैठा रहा था लेबनान में? थोड़ा सा हमें ये भी समझना पड़ेगा, दे आर नॉट अन इनविंसिबल्स। और ये इनविंसिबिलिटी इनकी सबसे पहले दिखी थी जब ये लेबनान घुसे थे। ये लेबनान क्यों घुसे थे, एरियल शरोन क्या चाहता था उस टाइम पे, वो भी चीज, क्योंकि लेबनान में इनकी बैंड बज गई थी समर भाई। क्योंकि वो थ्री वे कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है कि पीएलओ वाले थे, एक वहां लेबनीज सुन्नीस थे और वो क्रिश्चियंस थे। तो वहां ये इतिहास भूलो मत कि इनके साथ लेबनान में क्या हुआ है। और ये एक चीज हमें समझनी पड़ेगी, जब हिजबुल्ला रॉकेट अटैक्स कर रहा था ना, उस पे भी थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिए, वहां हो इनके साथ हुआ क्या। हाँ, हाँ, ये इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी है, पर दे आर फेलियर्स। इनके यहाँ जब्बर फेलियर है। जब इनके यहाँ पे पहली बार सुसाइड अटैक्स होने शुरू हुए थे, जो लेट 90s में हुए थे, 99-2000 के आसपास सुसाइड अटैक्स हुए थे, इनके पास कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं था समझ भाई। आपको ये समझना
भाई वो
पड़ेगा।
ठीक है, कोई भी एजेंसी, कोई भी मतलब आप मतलब कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन पिक्चर परफेक्ट नहीं होता है। अब वो प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि एक पब्लिक परसेप्शन उस तरह का बन गया है कि फौदा देखा तो सोचा कि बस आईटीएफ वाले ही सारा कमाल करते, बाकी सब है। हमारे तो खैर भारत में तो इस तरह का हाल है कि फौदा देख के अपने ही वालों को कम आंकते हैं। उनके हिसाब से आईवी और बाकी जितनी मिलिट्री एजेंसीज है सब गधैया है, और बाकी इंडियन आर्मी को तो कुछ नहीं पता है। वो ट्विटर पे है, उनको बैठ के नोट्स बनाने चाहिए जब स्पेसेस चलती हैं, या यूट्यूब पे जो बड़े बड़े एनालिस्ट बैठते हैं छपरी टाइप के, वो जब बताते हैं कि देखो मतलब इंडियन आर्मी को ऐसे करना चाहिए था। वी हैव सीन ना कि जब अभी इनकाउंटर चल रहा था अनंतनाग का, तो कितने सारी जमात पैदा हो गई थी। आज भी जमात पैदा थी। आज स्पेसेस का भूचाल देखते करीबन 40+ स्पेसेस चली हैं सुबह से। क्या करना है, जियो पॉलिटिक्स देखना है, कुछ भी करना है, एक दो में ये वो कबाड़ मचाया हुआ था वहां पे उठा के, बिल्कुल ही कुछ भी बोले जा रहे हैं, जो मर्जी आ रही है वो चल रहा है, अपनी मर्जी से जो इच्छा है वो जियो पॉलिटिक्स बना के उसको पेल दे रहे हैं। तो प्रॉब्लम ये है ना कि एक परसेप्शन वेस्ट हमेशा क्रिएट करता है। भाई यूएस का आज वही देखिए ना, यूएस वाले आज क्या कर रहे थे हैंडल, वो अपने पे नहीं आँच आने देंगे। वो ये नहीं बताएंगे कि आपका भी कलेक्टिव इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर है। when you are acting like a parent towards Israel, there was a failure from your side as well. You were unable to protect Israel. आपके पास कोई कम्युनिकेशन नहीं था इतनी बड़ी ऑपरेशन, या मैं तो ऑपरेशन कहना उसको गलत बात है। एक आतंकवादी पूरा हमला उन्होंने प्लान आउट कर दिया, उनके पास इस तरह के वेपनरी सब आ गई, आपको कोई खबर ही नहीं थी। और आप बैठ के बता रहे हो कि नहीं, आप वहाँ वाले कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं, 2-3 हैंडल जो प्रो नाटो हैं, जो पहले पुतिन को बता रहे थे कि वो कैंसर से मरने वाला है, बस आप बता वैगनर चिवा के उसको गोली मार के जाएगा। अब वो बता रहे हैं कि ये रशिया ने करवाई है, रशिया का बहुत बड़ा फायदा है। अब रशिया तुमने कहाँ से घुसेड़ दिया भाई? सुबह तुम कह रहे थे कि बता रहे हैं वो जी आर्मी से उन्होंने सीखा है किस तरीके से ड्रोन्स का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और आर्मर्ड व्हीकल्स को उड़ाते हैं। अरे भाई ऑल टुगेदर यू वॉच ना कि तुर्की ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी में क्या कमाल करता है, ईरान ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी में किस तरीके से माहिर है। आप इन देशों को बिल्कुल मतलब उठा के किनारे फेंक देते हो। आप ऑल टुगेदर पोस्टरिंग देखो ना, तुर्की बैठ के यूएसए को बेवकूफ कह रहा है 4-5 दिन पहले, कह रहे हैं कि ये तो बेवकूफों की पूरी फौज है। तो आप ये चीज समझने को या मानने को तैयारी नहीं है। आपको लगता है कि हर एक को मैं अपने इशारों पे नचा सकता हूँ। आप चाहते हैं कि सऊदी अरेबिया को हम अपने साथ मिला भी नहीं सकते, एक नाटो एलाई भी नहीं बना सकते। एक्सक्लूडिंग नाटो किसी तरह का एलाई बनाएंगे तो पहले हमको उसको गरियाना है, उसको बताना है कि तुम भाई जिसको कहते हैं एक्स्ट्रा जुडिशियल किलिंग हो रही है तुम्हारे यहाँ, तुम करवा देते हो किसी मुल्क में जाके। आपको बिन सलमान को बैठ के कटघरे में खड़ा भी करना है, आपको उसको एलाई भी बनाना है, आपको सस्ता तेल भी चाहिए, आपको गल्फ कंट्रीज पे कंट्रोल भी चाहिए, तो आपको अपना बेस भी बनाना है। तो आप सब कुछ चाहते हो करना, लेकिन आप लगाम अपने हाथ में और वो भी कस के पकड़ के रखना चाहते हो। और अगल बगल आप देखते नहीं हो कि आप हर जगह जहां जाते हो वहां रायता फैलाते हो। आप कहोगे कि अफगानिस्तान में तालिबान के पास सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपनरी नहीं है। अफगानिस्तान के पास सारी सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपनरी आप ही छोड़ के आए, वो भी फ्री फंड में। आपने दान दे दी उसको। आप इतने बड़े भगोड़े हो कि आपने कुल मिला के दान में देके चले आए। क्यों दान में देके चले आए? क्योंकि आपको मालूम है कि जंग होगी। वो आपने ऐसी फर्जी दान में नहीं दी है, आपको मालूम है कि वो उसका यूज करेंगे, वो उसका यूज करके मतलब कि कोहराम मचाएंगे, फिर आप हथियार बेचोगे, फिर आपकी जो मतलब कि वेपन मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं फिर वो सौदेबाजी करेंगे। तालिबान का भी तो बयान आया है इस पे। तालिबान का भी कहना है कि भाई हमको बताएं ये जो देश बीच में पड़ते हैं इसराइल तक जाने का रास्ता साफ कर दें, हम पूरा इसराइल आपके हाथ में लाके दे देंगे। तालिबान दम भर रहा है। ये है यूएसए। यूएसए एक्चुअली किसी का सगा नहीं है, और यूएसए अल्टीमेटली अपनी मौत खुद भी मरेगा। एक टाइम ऐसा आएगा कि यूएसए, क्योंकि यूएसए की जो सोसाइटी है वो ऑल टुगेदर बहुत वोक है, बाकी जो सोसाइटी है उसको ढेला कोई मतलब नहीं है। और कल मैं उस बात को बहुत आर्टिकुलेट नहीं कर पाया, हो सकता है आज भी ना कर पाऊँ। कल जो मैं वो चीज़ कह रहा था कि उनके यहाँ यूएस के लोग उतने ज़्यादा नहीं होते हैं, या फिर वो उतना ज़्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी की नॉलेज उनके यहाँ नहीं रखते। मेजोरिटी तो बाकी देशों के लोग काम करते हैं उनके यहाँ। इंडियंस भी हैं वहाँ पे बैठ के, टेक्नोलॉजी तो वो हैंडल कर रहे हैं। विदाउट आईटी जो कंपनीज हैं इंडिया की, आपकी या फिलीपींस की, इनके इनके अलावा तो उनसे काम ही नहीं हो सकता है। वो तो एक अलग एस्पेक्ट है। बट जो मैं कहना चाह रहा था, वो मेरा कहने का ये मतलब था कि वो आर्ट्स और ह्यूमैनिटीज पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन उनकी आर्ट्स और ह्यूमैनिटीज हमारे यहाँ से कोसों दूर होती हैं। वो बैठ के आज भी शेक्सपियर पढ़ते हैं, उस पे बैठ के पूरा गहन अध्ययन करते हैं और थीसिस मारते रहते हैं। उनके यहाँ वोकिज्म बहुत है उनके सब्जेक्ट्स में। हमारे यहाँ कम से कम अगर कोई ह्यूमैनिटीज या आर्ट्स के भी सब्जेक्ट होते हैं, दैट ऑल्सो इंक्लूड प्रैक्टिकलिटी। बंदे को कम से कम एक्सपीरियंस तो होता है डे टू डे लाइफ में, उसको मतलब कि मालूम है कि मुझे क्या करना है, जिंदगी अपनी जीनी कैसे है। उनके यहाँ उस चीज़ की नॉलेज ही नहीं है। उनके यहाँ ऐसा कंफर्ट लेवल इस मामले में सेट है कि उनकी लेबर जो है बहुत महंगी है, लेबर को अफोर्ड करता नहीं है। लोगों के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसी बना के रख दी है कि उनको मालूम है कि भाई ये चीज़ें हमको करनी है और इसी से हमारा जीवन यापन हो जाएगा। उससे ज़्यादा वो ना सोचते हैं ना समझते हैं। बाकी ये जो एक पोस्चरिंग की बात है, ये हॉलीवुड ने उनका दिमाग खराब कर रखा है। उनको लगता है कि अमेरिका में ही सब कुछ हो रहा है, अमेरिका ही सब कुछ है, बस बात खत्म। इसराइल या डिफेंस फोर्सेस या मोसाद की अगर आप बात करिए, हाँ वो भाई देखिए, कोई एजेंसी इतनी ज्यादा प्रोफिशिएंट नहीं हो सकती कुछ भी प्रिडिक्ट कर डाले या हर जगह बिल्कुल 100% वो परफॉर्म करके दिखा दे, 200%। कहीं ना कहीं लैप्सेस हर एक से होते हैं और वो होती हैं चीजें। लेकिन भूमिका ही जब आप बना दोगे अपनी कि आप तो इनविंसिबल हो, आपको तो कोई हरा ही नहीं सकता है, तो क्या होता है, कहीं ना कहीं लेथार्जिक बिहेवियर लोगों के अंदर सेटल होता है। लोगों को लगता है यार हमारा तो कोई कुछ बिगाड़ ही नहीं पाता। हमको क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है, हम ठीक है अगर आज मतलब कि थोड़ा ढील डाल कर भी दें तो हमसे तो अब, क्योंकि हमने अपना परसेप्शन ही ऐसा बना दिया है दुनिया के सामने कि कोई हमसे पंगा ही नहीं लेगा डर के मारे, तो वो नहीं होता है। ये जो इस तरह के लोग हैं वो पंगा लेते हैं, और उन्होंने जो अभी ये जो रिजल्ट देखने को मिल रहा है इनिशियल, वो यही है। लेकिन इसमें कोई ये भी डिनाई नहीं कर सकता कि इसराइल वापस स्ट्राइक नहीं करेगा, बिल्कुल करेगा और कर रहा है लगातार, और दोबारा करेगा। लेकिन सिचुएशन इतनी ज्यादा इस समय एग्रीवेट हो चुकी है कि ऑल टुगेदर अब इसमें क्या इसका एंड रिजल्ट निकलता है वो कहना या समझना किसी के लिए मेरे ख्याल से आज के दिन में तो पॉसिबल नहीं होगा। अगर कोई है तो भैया फिर मतलब मुझको भी पता है, या हम सभी जानना चाहेंगे कि भाई क्या एंड रिजल्ट होगा।
अच्छा, ये ना चीज तो हम अपने को माननी पड़ेगी कि ये इन पे अटैक वटैक होते हैं और ये सोते रहते हैं। ये काउंटर अटैक के बाप हो सकते हैं, बट वो ये देखो ना, एक वो सवाल भाई, एक ना वो एक इंसान ने ना, एक एक एनार्किस्ट था, उसने एक किताब लिखी थी। ये फ्रेंच और जर्मन बेस्ड एनार्किस्ट था वो, कि कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जिसपे तुम अटैक नहीं कर सकते, कोई ऐसा थॉट प्रोसेस नहीं है, कोई ऐसा ह्यूमन नहीं है जिसपे तुम अटैक नहीं कर सकते। फिर एक पागल खालिस्तानी आतंकवादी था हमारे यहाँ जिसने वो किताब पढ़ ली थी। तो ये ना, ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ना, ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है कि नथिंग इज 100% सिक्योर। और ये हम सबको समझना पड़ेगा। हमारे देश में नहीं हुआ इतने सालों से, क्योंकि चलो चीजें वर्क हो रही है, बट in today's world if someone wishes to, but what has happened in Israel, ये तो समझ में आ रहा है। ईरान ने ट्रेनिंग कराई है, अभी हिजबुल्ला का भी एक स्टेटमेंट आ गया है कि अगर आप गाजा को इन्वेड करोगे तो हम वहां से लेबनान से शुरू कर देंगे। चलिए समर भाई, इसको अगर किसी और को, एक दो जन को बोलना है, बुलवाते हैं और फिर एंड करते हैं।
हाँ तो मोहिनी जी अगर आप बोलना चाहें, ऋतुज आप बोलना चाहो, वैरागी आप बोलना चाहो, पारेख आप बोलना चाहो तो कोई बोल लो। किसी को माइक लेना और किसी को बोलने की इच्छा तीव्र हो रही हो तो वो भी बोल सकता है, नहीं बोलना हो तो फिर हम एंड करेंगे।
मैं बस यही बोलना चाहूंगा कि आपने जैसे बोला अभी कि इसराइल का एक हिस्ट्री है जिसमें इन पे ऐसे अटैक्स हो चुका है, तो इन दैट केस तो ये अटैक इज मोर इग्रीजियस, बिकॉज व्हेन यू हैव एन हिस्ट्री ऑफ बीइंग अटैक्ड ऑन अ पर्टिकुलर डे, तब तो आपको और सिक्योर होना पड़ेगा। तब तो आपकी गवर्नमेंट जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उसको और थोड़ा सेंसिबल होना, एक ये है। एंड सेकेंड थिंग जो मैं आपको मतलब मुझे ये लगता है, क्योंकि मेरे ब्रदर इन लॉ इज इन द आर्म फोर्सेस, एंड ये जो नरेटिव बनता है ना यार कि समहाउ इसराइल इज द वन दैट हैज ऑक्यूपाइड द एरिया, ये सेम नरेटिव जो है ये जो इंडिया का नॉर्थ ईस्ट है वहां पे भी फैलाया जा रहा है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दिस नीड्स टू बी स्टॉप्ड इवन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव एज सुन एज पॉसिबल, वरना ऐसी सिचुएशन अगर वहां पे हो गई तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। सो या दैट्स इट, थैंक यू।
2008 में जहां जिस पुलिस स्टेशन का अभी आपने वीडियो देखा होगा, रोड की बात हो रही है, जहाँ पे जेसीबी दिखाई जा रही है कि वहाँ कई सारे हमास के टेररिस्ट जो थे वो लिन करे हुए बैठे थे, तो कईयों को मारा गया। फिर अभी भी मतलब अनकन्फर्म्ड था कि कितने अंदर हैं। उसमें 22 इनके इसराइल के पुलिस वाले भी मारे गए हैं, और फिर मतलब इनके कई हमास वाले मारे गए और एक या दो भागने में कामयाब हो गए जब तक वो जेसीबी खुदाई कर रहे थे। तो अगर आप इतिहास तो लेंगे, जो काबुल कह रहे थे, मैं बहुत ज्यादा उसमें नहीं रहूंगा, लेकिन ये एक इतिहास तो है खैर, कि जो एरियाज आपको मालूम है कि वहाँ इस तरह की चीजें हैं तो आपको मतलब इस तरह का लैक्स्ड बिहेवियर नहीं करना चाहिए था। 2008 में भी युद्ध हुआ है, और सडरोड जो था इसी को पहले निशाना बनाया गया था। करीबन 22 दिन लड़ाई चली थी और इसमें मतलब काफी लोग मारे गए थे। तो ये आपके यहाँ एक हिस्ट्री रही है, तो आप कहें कि हमारा कोई त्योहार है या हम मतलब कि आज वो मूड में नहीं है या हम इस तरह की चीज नहीं कर सकते, तो आप नहीं कर सकते, यू कैन नॉट अफोर्ड दैट। 2008 टू 9 आपका ये सिचुएशन रही है, 2012 में सिचुएशन रही है, 2014 में सिचुएशन रही है, 2021 में जब कोविड की दूसरी वेव चल रही थी, तब आपके यहाँ ये सिचुएशन थी, तब भी यही सिचुएशन थी, और आपने नुकसान सहा है। वो ऑब्वियसली ये बात ये है कि आपकी एक सुपीरियर आर्म फोर्स है, आप फिर रिटेलिएट बढ़िया तरीके से करते हो। बट ऑल टुगेदर ये वाली जो एक पूरी सिचुएशन आई है, जो इतना इंटेंस उन्होंने अटैक किया, इतना खुल के अटैक किया, मुझे नहीं याद है कि इनके अंदर, मतलब बिल्कुल घुसी हुई है। आप ये सोचें कि वो आप अलग रेडिकलाइजेशन से इनको अलग कर सकते हैं और ये डी रेडिकलाइज हो जाएंगे और ये वापस सभ्य समाज में आ जाएंगे। तो आप अगर उस टाइप के हिसाब के हैं कि आप एनके गांधी वाले हिसाब के हैं कि कोई एक गाल पे चाटा मारे तो दूसरा गाल आगे कर दो शायद वो समझ जाए, तो आपको ताबड़तोड़ पीट पाट के बराबर करके चला जाएगा, वो नहीं समझेगा, आप निपट जाओगे। तो ये जो अमन की आशा वाला जो एक आपके अंदर एक चिंगारी जो आपके अंदर जलती है ना, मेरे ख्याल से एक बहुत राइट टाइम है। इट शुड बी अ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर द कॉमन सिटीजन्स ऑफ इंडिया। ऑब्वियसली जो मिलिट्री एस्टैब्लिशमेंट होता है वो तो एक लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस उनके लिए होता है। जो हमारे आर्मी चीफ है उनका एक बयान आया था जब रशिया यूक्रेन कन्फ्लिक्ट चालू हुआ था लास्ट ईयर, उन्होंने कहा था दिस इज ऑल्सो लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस एंड कंटिन्यूसली। अभी एक फोरम पे हमारे सीडीएस का बयान आया था, उन्होंने कहा था कि एवरी ऑड इंसिडेंट इज अ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस फॉर द आर्म्ड फोर्सेस। वी रिवाइज आवर स्ट्रेटजीज, वी रिवाइज आवर प्रिपेयर्डनेस। तो जो लोग फोर्सेस हैं वो तो ऑब्वियसली इस चीज से सीखते हैं, वो हर चीज को ऑब्जर्व करते हैं। जो थिंक टैंक हैं, सोशल मीडिया के थिंक टैंक छोड़ दीजिए, जो एक्चुअल थिंक टैंक्स हैं और जो बड़े अच्छे खासे थिंक टैंक्स हैं जो कि वर्क करते हैं, वो इन सब चीज़ों पे ही काम करते हैं। वो प्रिपेयर्डनेस अपनी जो होती है उसको लेवल को मैच करते हैं, फिर उसको सिनेरियो अपने ऊपर बेस करके चलते हैं, फिर उसमें जो अल्टरेशन होते हैं वो करते हैं। लेकिन समाज को बदलना पड़ेगा हमारे वाले। अगर इंडिया के एस्पेक्ट से यहाँ देखा जाए तो बैठ के टैग करके नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नहीं बोलना होगा यहाँ पे, जो एक स्पेशली एंटी लेफ्ट या राइट विंग सो कॉल्ड की एक आदत है कि बैठ के नरेंद्र मोदी को बताए कि नरेंद्र मोदी देखो क्या कर रहे हो। आज एक दो महानुभूति जो हमारे होते हैं वो जैसे उनकी आदत है, उन्होंने टैग करके मेरे को लिखा कि नरेंद्र मोदी से पूछो कि वो यहाँ पे इनकी जनसंख्या को बढ़ने दे रहे हैं। भाई मतलब इस खुदगी अगर तुम लेके आओगे तो तुम्हारा जीवन कोई नहीं सुधार सकता है। अपने अंदर पाओ, अपने अंदर अवेयरनेस लाओ। ये जंग किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की नहीं है, जंग किसी सरकार की नहीं है, किसी आर्म फोर्सेस की नहीं है, किसी पैरामिलिट्री की नहीं है। ये जो सिविलाइजेशनल क्राइसिस है ये अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, ये इसको होने को नहीं टाल सकता है। ये ब्रिमिंग है, जहां जहां आप देखते हो कभी फ्रांस में कभी कहीं इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स हो रहे हैं और होंगे भी। तो आपकी प्रिपेयर्डनेस लेवल उतनी होनी चाहिए, आपके अंदर उतनी सेंसिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए कि आपको खुद को, पहली बात तो यार स्वार्थी 50 चीजों में आप रहते हो, इस चीज में भी तो स्वार्थी बनो ना कि आपकी जिंदगी, आपकी जान बहुत कीमती है। आपको खुद अगर जिंदा रहना है, इफ यू विश टू बी अलाइव, इफ यू वांट टू लिव, देन यू शुड बी एबल टू डिफेंड योर ओन सेल्फ ना। कोई और थोड़ी आएगा आपको बचाने। तो अपने लिए पहले सशक्त हुई, खुद के लिए स्वार्थी बनिए इस चीज में ही। इस बहाने अपने परिवार के लिए स्वार्थी हुई है कि आपके ऊपर एक जिम्मेदारी है, अपने परिवार वालों को सशक्त करिए, उनको इस लायक बनाइए कि वो चीजें समझे, उनको सही गलत का ज्ञान हो। दैट इज वेरी वेरी नेसेसरी इन टूडेज टाइम्स। सनातन बोलिए, आप अपनी बात रखिए, देन विल एंड द स्पेस।
हेलो संचित जी, जय श्री राम। आई जस्ट वांट टू बिल्ड ऑन जो आपने बोला और आपसे पहले जो हिमा जी बोल रही थी। तो छोटा सा जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, जब मैं आज सुबह से जब वीडियोस आना स्टार्ट हुई यहाँ पे कनाडा में, बचपन में जब हमको पढ़ाया गया था कि भाई जब 47 में पाकिस्तान से वो सारे कबीले और ये सारे लोग उठ के आ गए और उन्होंने कश्मीर उनको कैप्चर करना था, तो उसमें उन्होंने काफ़ी औरतों के साथ रेप किया, काफ़ी गलत काम किए, लूटपाट करी। तो उस टाइम में एक चीज़ सोचता था कि यार अगर इनको टेरिटरी हड़पनी है तो वायलेंस तो समझ में आता है, वॉर समझ में आती है, गन फाइट हो गया, ये सब समझ में आता है। ये औरतों का रेप करना क्यों जरूरी था? ये मतलब व्हेन आई वाज यंग, प्रॉब्ली आई वाज इन 8th क्लास और 9th क्लास, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था कि ये औरतों का रेप कहाँ से आ गया बीच में। फिर उसके बाद में अभी जब रिसेंटली थोड़े बड़े हुए, हमको पता चला कि 1990 में कश्मीरी हिंदुओं के साथ क्या हुआ था। वहां पे भी सेम चीज थी कि अगर आपको किसी को भगाना है, आपको एरिया खाली कराना है, अब मानिए संचित जी आपके मेरे बीच में कोई विवाद होता है, मुझे आपकी जमीन हड़पनी है, घर हड़पना है, तो वो फिजिकल कन्फ्रंटेशन आपके मेरे बीच में रहेगा ना, या फिर अगर फैमिली मेंबर्स के बीच में भी रहेगा तो फिजिकल कन्फ्रंटेशन रहेगा। इसमें ये स्पेसिफिकली औरतों को रेप करना और विमेन के अगेंस्ट क्राइम्स करना, ये सेंस नहीं बनाता था। कश्मीर फाइल आई उस टाइम भी मुझे लग रहा था कि ये तो कुछ ज्यादा ही ग्रुसम दिखा दिया। अब जब वीडियोस आ रही हैं और ये रियल वर्ल्ड अकाउंट्स हैं, एकदम फर्स्ट पर्सन वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग्स आ रही हैं जहां पे हो रहा है बिल्कुल वैसे, तो अब समझ में आ रहा है कि भाई ये सब होता क्यों है। अब आज के डेट में भी अगर आप गाजा स्ट्रिप में आप चाहते हो कि एज पैलेस्टीनियंस आपको सॉवरेनिटी चाहिए, आपका एक पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा है, हो सकता है आपका रिलीजियस एक एजेंडा भी है, बट जिस तरीके से वहां पे अगर आप किसी यूक्रेनियन फीमेल सोल्जर को कैप्चर कर रहे हैं ये लोग, तो उसकी मतलब किस तरीके से परेड की जा रही है इतने गंदी स्थिति में, इतने सारे क्राइम्स हो गए अगेंस्ट वुमेन, ये मेंटली सिक लोग हैं। मतलब इसका कोई जस्टिफिकेशन ही नहीं है कि भाई आपको जंग भी लड़नी है, आपको कुछ भी करना है, आपका पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा, आपका जो भी सिविलाइजेशनल एजेंडा, लेकिन दीज आर मेंटली सिक पीपल। मतलब इनका इनको आप मुझे तो इस बात से डाउट हो रहा है कि मानिए युद्ध खत्म भी हो जाए, ये गाजा वाले डिफीट भी हो जाए, इनके भाई बंधु तो पूरे दुनिया में मौजूद हैं, वो मेंटालिटी इनकी कैसे कैसे ठीक होगी? ये फिर भी रहेंगे और ये उसी सोच के साथ रहेंगे हमारी सोसाइटी में। सो बस वही है, लाइक आई मीन दिस डेफिनेटली गिव्स अ लॉट ऑफ स्ट्रेस दैट वी हैव टू शेयर आवर एग्जिस्टेंस विद दीस पीपल।
राइट। लूसीफर अपनी बात रख लो आप।
नहीं नहीं सर, संचित सर, वैसे तो लेट हो गया, बस एक क्वेश्चन था कि ये जो अभी हो रहा है, विल इट स्प्रेड अक्रॉस मींस स्प्रेड आउट ऑफ गाजा एज वेल?
ये तो डिपेंड करता है, ऑब्वियसली कुछ ना कुछ तो रैमिफिकेशन इसके होंगी। आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि विल इट स्प्रेड और नॉट। हो सकता है स्प्रेड हो भी। अभी तो प्लेयर्स देखने हैं कि विच आर द एक्टर्स जिनका पूरा हाथ है इसमें, और उनका क्या रोल आगे रहता है, हाउ डू दे कंटिन्यू टू एक्ट इन दिस पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन, कितना एस्केलेट होता है। टुडे वाज द वेरी फर्स्ट डे, और अभी तो धीमे धीमे पत्ते खुल रहे हैं लोग के, आगे आगे अपना अपना विचार बताएंगे। सम पीपल आर कीपिंग अ वेरी कीन वॉच कि भाई हमको मालूम चले कि कितना डैमेज हुआ है और फिर आगे किस तरीके से जाना है, देखते हैं।
वहाँ
बट ऑल टुगेदर उस पूरे रीजन में जो है एक पूरा टर्बुलेंट माहौल तो अब बनेगा ही, और काफी हद तक बनेगा। ये वो वाला नहीं है कि वापस इजिप्ट आएगा और वो एक मीडिएटर के तौर पर कहेगा चलो 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 अब हो गया बस, बाकी देश कहेंगे, क्योंकि इसराइल नहीं मानेगा।
यहूदियों का जब वो क्या नाम था, हिटलर जब नरसंहार किया था, तब तो आज तक हिस्ट्री में पढ़ाया जा रहा है। इसको आप क्या नरसंहार नहीं कहेगा लोग? और मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा, आप यहाँ के आप ना पॉलिटिकल जो पार्टियां हैं विपक्ष की, उनका ट्वीट देखो, देन आप रियलाइज करो कि कितना गंदा थिंकिंग है। अब इसराइल का विपक्ष उसके साथ खड़ा है, मोसाद की इंटेलिजेंस फेल हो सकता है, ये पता नहीं कैसे नहीं पता चला वर्ल्ड के किसी इंसान को कि इतना बड़ा अटैक होने वाला है, अलग बात है। लेकिन एक अभी आप क्या पक्ष विपक्ष को लड़ते देख रहे हो? सोचो सेम सिचुएशन भारत का हो तो सबसे पहले तो मनमोहन सिंह जैसा बोलेगा कि नहीं नहीं मुस्लिम है तो हमें वोट की जरूरत है, तो हमें पहले उसको रिट्रिएट नहीं करना चाहिए, पहला चीज। दूसरा, अरे भैया रॉ की गलती है, रॉ की गलती है, डोभाल की गलती है, हम नरेंद्र मोदी की गलती है, वहां शुरू हो जाएगा। तीसरा, इनको बहुत मणिपुर की चिंता भी हो गई है। मणिपुर में भी जो अटैक्स है ना, दो कबीले आपस में लड़ते थे तो इतना चीज नहीं होती थी, वहां पे भी अभी आपको पता चल रहा है कि बाहर के लोगों का इंटरफेरेंस है जिसके कारण हो रहा है। ठीक है, तो आप सबको ऑन द होल पॉइंट जब मिला के और भारत की स्थिति का सामना करते, जबकि इसराइल के तो लड़के से लेके बच्चे से लेके सारे सिटीजन को डिफेंस में जाना जरूरी है। हमारे यहाँ तो एक नाइफ ऐसा भी नहीं है जो मछली भी ढंग से काट जाए। ठीक है ना, वो भी हम बाहर से कटवा के ही लाते हैं, भाई काट दे, दया लगता है कैसे काट के करके बोले। आप सोचो हमारे तरफ से क्या तैयारी है इनसे लड़ने के लिए। हस्ती नहीं मिटती हमारी, अब नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि वो एक छोटा सा देश जो इतना तैयार है, जो इतना अपडेट है। उसने पहले भी बोला था कि अगर हम रिटेलिएट नहीं करेंगे तो ये हमारे लिए युद्ध नहीं है, हमारे हमारे जीने का जरूरत है, इसलिए हमको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा, हथियार रखना। हम इंडिया वाले क्या करेंगे, ये कोई भी पक्ष वाला नहीं सोच रहा। जो लिबरल गैंग मानवाधिकार वाले, अब कोई मानवाधिकार नहीं है, एक छोटे से बच्चे का दिखा के कैसे कर दिए हैं, सारे जगह घुसा दिए हैं अपने आदमियों को शरणार्थी के रूप में। कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा यार, अगर इजराइल के साथ हो सकता है तो ऐसे तो छोटे छोटे हमारे यहाँ पे कितने सारे फिलिस्तीन बन के बैठे हुए हैं, जहाँ आप बोलते हैं उसको कि वो सेंसिटिव जोन बना हुआ है, आप जा नहीं सकते। तो हमारे यहाँ क्या होगा, कैसे मैनेज करेंगे, मतलब समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है। मैं क्या बोलूं, क्या सोचूं, पास्ट से कंपेयर करूं, फ्यूचर देखूं, या अभी सोचूं। मेरा दिमाग ही वर्क नहीं कर रहा, काम ही नहीं कर रहा, और सुबह से बस बैठी हुई हूं, समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा कि क्या करूं।
संचित सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है।
जी सर।
सर मैंने अभी एक ट्वीट किया है सर, जिसमें अभी मैं एक नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी ये बात कही थी कि अभी एक ये लोग जो है, ये इनका एक रोड मैप है। तो बेसिकली ये रोड मैप थ्री सब सब डिवाइडेड इनटू थ्री पार्ट्स: दर अल इस्लाम, दर अल सुलह और दर अल हरब। तो अभी भारत किस स्टेज में है ये तीन?
सर इसमें तो कोई मतलब इन लोग का जो इस्लामिक स्ट्रैटेजी का जो कोई मतलब कि स्कॉलर होगा वही भैया बोल सकता है। मैं इसमें समाचार तो मैं इसमें एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ कि कौन सी स्टेज में है। अगर कोई हो ऊपर तो भाई वो जवाब दे दे, मेरे को इसको देखना पड़ेगा। ऑनेस्टली मेरे पास इसका आंसर नहीं है।
सर बेसिकली ये थ्री जो रोड मैप है ये लाइक डिवाइडेड है। पहला तो ये है कि दरअल इस्लाम, लाइक ये लोग का ये कहना है कि जो कंट्री जो इस्लाम को कबूल कर चुका है, जिसको ये लोग लैंड ऑफ पीस कहते हैं। दरअल सुलह मतलब जहाँ इनकी आबादी कम है, जहाँ पे इनकी औकात कम है, तो ये वहाँ पे एक मैनेज करके रहते हैं कि लाइक हाँ अभी अरेंजमेंट करके रखो। और दरअल हरब वो हुआ जहाँ पे ये बराबर हो गए हैं, और ये अब क्या करते हैं, अब ये रिटेलिएट करने की बात करते हैं। तो मुझे मुझे जो ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी अपने भाषण में ये बताया था, तो मुझे जो लग रहा है सर, अभी हम लोग शायद थर्ड स्टेज में की तरफ फॉरवर्ड हो चुके हैं, लाइक
हाँ तो
दरअल।
आपने मीनिंग जो बताया उस हिसाब से तो ऑब्वियसली थर्ड स्टेज ही है। वो ना कहीं दबे हुए थे ना कभी कुचले हुए थे। वो एलिज्ड माइनॉरिटी थे। वो पहले भी आपके खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रच रहे थे, तैयारी कर रहे थे, कंटिन्यूअस तैयारी करते हैं वो, आज भी कर रहे हैं। पीएफआई आपने डिसबैंड कर दी। उनका जो मिशन था 2047, जब 100वीं वर्षगांठ भारत बनाएगा आज़ादी की, वो सब आपने मतलब कि उस लीक हो गया। लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि वो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के डिसबैंड होने से वो चीज़ें ख़त्म हो गई, या वो कुछ चीज़ें उसके अगर बाहर आ गई तो वो मतलब कि उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है चलो अब आगे पूरी मेहनत जाया गई, अब तो कुछ नहीं है? ऐसा थोड़ी है भाई। इनके एक एक बंदे को इस तरीके से रेडिकलाइज किया जाता है। यू आर born kafir, you are a living kafir, and you will die as a kafir for them. Simple. The thing is very clear in their minds. उस चीज के लिए बिल्कुल उनके अंदर कोई भी मतलब कि परिवर्तन नहीं आता है। अगर आप उनको बिठा दोगे और उनसे सोचो कि आज मैं इसको डी रेडिकलाइज करूंगे, तो आप अपना खुद सर दीवार में दे मारो, उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला। जो लिखा है वो होगा। किताब बड़ी चीज है भाई उनके यहाँ, सीधी बात।
सर तो हम लोग जॉम्बी से डील कर रहे हैं इनडायरेक्टली, आप ये कहना चाह रहे हैं?
तो भाई कौन सा सभ्य समाज में इस तरह का बिहेवियर होता है? आपकी किसी से ज्यादती दुश्मनी है मान लिया, चलो भैया। लेकिन जो अभी सनातन जिस चीज की बात कर रहे थे, या हम सब नहीं देखे जिस तरह के वीडियोस आए, आप लाशों के पर चल रहे हो, लाशों, मतलब वो इजरायली सैनिक को आपने खींचा टैंक से, नीचे आप जमीन पे फेंकते हो, कई लोग आपके आते हैं, वो ऑलरेडी मर गया है, उसके मृत शरीर, उसके सर के साथ आप फुटबॉल खेल रहे हो। इनके बच्चे बैठ के बराबर के बच्चों के कपड़े फाड़ रहे हैं, इनकी महिलाएं बैठ के कुछ अपने चैंट कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं कि हम बदला लेंगे। तो भाई कहीं तो ऐसा होता है ना कि थोड़ा बहुत, मतलब कि कुछ होती है सभ्यता, एक आध परसेंट अंश मात्र, चाहे जितनी नफरत हो, इनके यहाँ नहीं है। आपने एक महिला को मार दिया, जो सबसे ज्यादा वीडियो चला है, आप गाड़ी में नुमाइश कर रहे हो स्ट्रिप करके उसके मृत शरीर को, आपने
सर
कई
मस्जिद
महिलाओं को
मस्जिद से
कैप्चर किया
वही
है।
चीज हो रहा, सेम मस्जिद से। किसी और रिलीजन का धार्मिक स्थल को आपने देखा है इस तरीके से उकसाते हुए? क्या मैं आज सोचने पे मजबूर हो गई हूँ कि ये जो भोंपू बजाते हैं, ये इनका असली काम है कि ऐसे समय में उकसाना? क्या क्योंकि भोंपू रहेगा तो दूर तक आवाज जाएगा। एज सुन एज पॉसिबल इंडिया के सारे मस्जिदों से उतारना जरूरी है यार, चाहे फोर्सली करो, अभी हिंदू हैं बहुसंख्यक, मतलब करना पड़ेगा। कश्मीर में भी यही हो रहा है, हर जगह यही हो रहा है। किसी और रिलीजन का आप धार्मिक स्थल को देखो, कभी ऐसा उकसाया गया है? वहां पे शांति के लिए अपील होता है, शांति के लिए।
हाँ, तो संचित सर, आप एक बकरीद फेस्टिवल जानते होंगे जहाँ पे ये लोग 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल पहले से अब एक पेट पालते हैं, जिन्हें ये अपने घर की तरह जैसे रखते हैं। उनके बाद फिर उसको उस दिन हलाल कर देते हैं, एकदम बहुत बुरी तरीके से उनका जो है वो अ, मतलब मार देते हैं, गला को रेत के। तो आप उससे ही मेंटेलिटी से आप समझ सकते हो कि कितने ऑर्थोडॉक्स हो सकते हैं, कि जिन्हें ला के पाल रहे हैं, खिला रहे हैं, 1 साल 2 साल अपने घर में बेटे जैसे रख रहे हैं, और उसको फिर उस दिन कुर्बान कर देते हैं। तो फिर आप समझ सकते हो कि कितना, मतलब क्या रेशियो, मतलब कितना लेवल ऑफ एक्सट्रीज्म या ऑर्थोडॉक्स है। तो इससे डील करना, लाइक वो भी हिंदू, कम से कम ज्यूइश जिस तरह से रिटेलिएट कर रहे हैं, तो अब हमारा सिचुएशन, हम लोग तो कश्मीर से पलायन कर लेते हैं, हम लोग का ना सरकार साथ देता है ना हम लोग का अपोजिशन। उस समय जो हाल हुआ था, तो ये इसके लिए तो हम लोग को भी एक थोड़ा अपने अंदर ऑर्थोडॉक्स ये लाना होगा, जो कि मोदी जी ने बात भी किया था। उन्होंने ये 3 स्टेजेस को समझा दिया था पूरा। आप अगर उनका 2001 का डिबेट देखेंगे, वो लाइव डिबेट था, तो उन्होंने वो बताया था कि उनका जो रोड मैप है वो 3 है। कि पहला, कि कन्वर्ट हो गया है तो वहाँ पे पीस कायम करो, अगर आबादी में कम है तो वहाँ अमन बना के रखो, और अगर बराबर हो गए तो रिटेलिएट करो। तो ये जो है, ये सब थिंग्स से हमें अवेयर होना पड़ेगा। थैंक यू सर।
ठीक है, आप जल्दी जल्दी थोड़ा लेते हैं। यशस्वी जायसवाल जी, आप अपनी बात रखो 2 मिनट में, फिर पंकज जी आप रखो, फिर हम स्पेस एंड करें।
जी बस मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है कि आपको क्या पॉसिबिलिटी लगती है जो किडनैप हुए हैं इसराइल से, उनके वापसी आने का सुरक्षित?
इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस पे, बाकी देशों पे डिपेंड करता है। अभी तो कुछ भी कहना, मुझे लगता है जल्दबाजी होगी। जो लोग ये लेके गए आखिरकार किस मकसद से लेके, ऑब्वियसली ब्लैकमेलिंग के मकसद से ही उन्होंने कैप्चर किया है उसको। मतलब उनको कब्जे में लेके वो एक अपना ब्लैकमेलिंग का गेम चालू करेंगे। लेकिन वो ब्लैकमेलिंग किन चीज़ों से रिलेटेड होगी, वो तो आगे आने वाले वक्त में ही मालूम चलेगा। क्योंकि अगर भाई इजरायली फोर्सेस सफल होती हैं क्लियर करने में ये जो पूरा इंट्रूजन है, उसके बाद फिर जिस तरीके का माहौल बनता है, तब डिपेंड करता है कि क्या होगा। ऑब्वियसली कल यू, मतलब आज अब तो 12 बज गए, सुबह होने वाली है, तो यूएनएससी की मीटिंग होगी, देखते हैं कि वहाँ कौन सा रेजोल्यूशन आता है और क्या होता है फिर आगे। बाकी जो गल्फ कंट्रीज हैं, उनकी क्या भूमिका रहती है, वो किस तरीके से, क्या कोई गुंजाइश है 1 आध % की डी एस्केलेशन हो सकता है इसमें, वो देखना पड़ेगा। अभी जो प्रेजेंट जब हम अभी बात कर रहे हैं अभी के हालात तो ये हैं कि फिर अभी मतलब कि रॉकेट्स फायर किए गए हैं। और अभी इजरायली फोर्सेस ने कभी हमास के टेररिस्ट को अभी गोली मारी है और उसको पकड़ लिया है। तो ये सब चीजें चल रही हैं और पता नहीं कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या चल रही है। तो जो आता है कई जगह तो उसके थ्रू एक हम लोग को मालूम चलता है, असली तो उन्हीं को मालूम है जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। तो अब डिपेंड करता है कि धीमे धीमे जब क्लैरिटी आएगी कि किस तरीके से क्या होता है तब मालूम चलेगा। कल भी इसी पे बात करेंगे क्योंकि ये इतनी जल्दी खत्म नहीं होने वाला, ये अभी चलेगा। पंकज चौधरी आप अपनी बात रख लीजिए सर।
जी, आप सभी को सुप्रभात, नमस्कार, जय श्री कृष्ण। जी, संचित जी आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ मैं। और मैं आपको पिछले 4-5 दिनों से सुन रहा हूँ, तो काबुल जी और संचित जी मुझे आपकी जो चीज़ें मैं काफ़ी टाइम से सुनता रहता था 4 से 5 घंटे। जो आपकी जो बातों का जो यूनिक सिस्टम लगा वो मुझे बहुत वही मुझे यहाँ पे खींच के लाई हैं। तो मैं एक चीज़ बताता हूँ, जैसे अभी ये जो आप बात कर रहे हो इज़राइल वाला, इसमें आप जानते होंगे इससे पहले ये बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू से पहले जो पीएम रहे वो नेफ्ताली बेनेट रहे, वो विपक्ष के हैं। और अभी क्या किया है उन्होंने कि जैसे ही अपने देश पर संकट देखा है तो उन्होंने तुरंत आर्मी ज्वाइन कर लिया है। और हमारे देश में जब हमारा कोई सिस्टम जैसे गलवान घाटी हुआ था या ये सब चीजें कुछ होता है विदेश से हमारा कोई झगड़ा, तो सबसे पहले हमारा विपक्ष और विपक्ष के जो समर्थक हैं, खासकर हम जैसे उनमें से जो वोट देते हैं, वो ये नहीं सोचते कि ये गलत है, वो उल्टा उन्हें सपोर्ट करके अपनी ही सरकार को घेरते हैं। मुझे इस पर एक बार विचार दें।
मतलब आप क्या कह रहे हो कि जो सरकार के समर्थक होते हैं वो, मतलब मैं समझ नहीं पाया, थोड़ा सा एक बार और
जैसे
क्लियर कर दें।
जैसे आज इजराइल की सारी पब्लिक एक यूनिटी में अलायंस में होगी कि हमारे देश पर संकट है, वो एक हो गए। और दूसरी साइड एक इस्लामिक संगठन है और उन्होंने ये नहीं देखा कि हमारा संगठन ये जो हमास ने किया है वो गलत किया है। उन्होंने ये हवाला दिया है कि हम ये जो अलेक्सा पर जो हमला किया था इसका हम बदला ले रहे हैं। और सऊदी अरब इजर और ईरान दोनों एक दूसरे के कट्टर दुश्मन है, वो भी एक साथ आ गए, तुर्की भी इनके साथ आ गया, पाकिस्तान ऑलरेडी पहले से सपोर्ट करता है। और ऐसे ही हमारे देश में ये यूनिटी क्यों नहीं है, जबकि पूरे जो कांग्रेस को वोट देते हैं वो भी ये नहीं देखते, वैसे देखते हैं कि इंडिया जुड़ेगा, इंडिया जीतेगा। और जैसे हमारा जब इसमें विदेश के साथ हमारा कोई झगड़ा होता है पड़ोसियों के साथ, तो वो ये सब उनको समर्थक क्यों देते हैं कि हमारे नेता सही करें, जबकि हमें देश के साथ एकजुट होना चाहिए। ऐसा क्यों करते हैं वो?
भाई वो इसलिए करते हैं क्योंकि अपने अपने फायदे हैं। फायदा जो है वो बड़ी चीज है इनके लिए। एक्चुअली इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स देखिए, हमारे देश में मतलब ज्यादा ही डेमोक्रेसी है कुछ, है ना। टू मच डेमोक्रेसी इज वेरी हार्मफुल फॉर अस। हमारे यहाँ लोकतंत्र का हमने इतना मिसयूज किया है जितना कोई और लोकतांत्रिक देश करता नहीं होगा। हमने लोकतंत्र को एक बहाना बना लिया अपनी हर चीज को, गलत चीज को भी सही साबित करने के लिए। अब सीताराम येचुरी आज एक्सपर्ट बने हुए थे अल जजीरा पे, वो ज्ञान दे रहे थे कि देखो पैलेस्टाइन के साथ कितना बुरा हुआ। वो ऐसे ही बता रहे थे कि मैं भाई अमन और शांति की दुआ कर रहा हूँ। कल परसों कुछ और खड़े हो जाएंगे, आप देखोगे। कांग्रेस पार्टी, बड़ा ताज्जुब की बात है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जब तक का मुंह नहीं खुला है, वरना वो उसमें तो एक्सपर्ट्स की पूरी एक फेहरिस्त है, भरे पड़े हैं बिल्कुल कूट कूट के उनके अंदर। तो कुछ तो लेते हैं वो, कुछ ना कोई साइड, ऑब्वियसली पैलेस्टीन का साइड लेते हैं। मुस्लिम वोट अपीसमेंट करना है। कल अगर मान लीजिए आज सुबह कहीं प्रदर्शन हो जाता है, कहीं एम्बेसी एम्बेसी का घेराव हो जाता है, और भी कई 10-12 वीडियो प्रोपेगेंडा वाले चल जाए कि एयर स्ट्राइक हुई और देखो खून बह रहा है, लाशें पड़ी हैं, तो बस तुरंत ही यहाँ का एक वर्ग निकल आएगा बाहर, बताएगा कि हम पैलेस्टीन के लिए सहानुभूति रखते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी का कोई सा मोर्चा बाहर निकलेगा, कहेगा नहीं हम भी बताए संवेदना रखते हैं। तो ये है।
नहीं
लेकिन एक
ये
चीज और भी है कि सोशल मीडिया पे सर क्या है कि सोशल मीडिया पे हमको चीजें और ज्यादा वल्नरेबल दिखती हैं और लगती हैं, ये भी एक चीज है। एक ऐसा दौर था कि मतलब मैं अपना खुद का इंडिविजुअल अपने पे लेके चलूंगा, मीडिया पे कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती थी कि मैं खुद बैठ के सोचता था कि यार ये हो क्या रहा है, और मैं कुछ ऐसी सिचुएशन में था कि मैं बाहर निकल नहीं पाया था, मैं पहली बार देश में ही नहीं था। जब मैं लौटा और जब मेरा ग्राउंड पे आप काफ़ी कनेक्ट रहता है, मैं जाता हूँ कई चीज़ों पे, और टीम हमारी काम करती है तो हमको मालूम चलती है कि क्या-क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, तो एहसास होता है कि सोशल मीडिया की जो एक भांडपने की दुनिया है, उसके अलावा रियल दुनिया में सब कुछ खो नहीं दिया है हमने। हमारे जो रूरल एरियाज़ हैं, हमारे जो सेमी अर्बन एरियाज़ हैं, हमारी जो टायर 3, टायर 2 सिटीज़ हैं, उसमें लोग आज भी सशक्त हैं, और शहरी लोगों से ज़्यादा सशक्त हैं, उनके अंदर ज़्यादा राष्ट्रीयता है। एक राष्ट्र की भावना उनके अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा भरी हुई है। वो तमाम डिफरेंसेस, अगर उनके यहाँ कोई कुरीति होगी, छोटी-मोटी कोई जात-पात का डिफरेंस होता भी है, लेकिन देश की बात आती है, वो उतना मुखर होके यहाँ नहीं चलते हैं। सोशल मीडिया पे होता है, अपने नाम के आगे लगा दिया नेशनलिस्ट, राष्ट्रवादी, फला, और मतलब कुछ भी लगा दिया, अपना डिनोट करने के लिए, दिखाने के लिए यही हैं हम। वो सब नहीं करते, आडंबर में नहीं पड़ते हैं। लेकिन अगर कभी ऐसा मौका पड़ेगा जब उनको ये लगता है कि देश की आन बान शान पे बताए कोई प्रहार करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो वो सब एकजुट होते हैं। तो ऐसे ही हमारे देश में भी, मतलब ठीक है, कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं कि कई तरह के लोग हैं, कई तरह के मतभेद पैदा करने की कोशिश करते हैं, और कई लोग एक अलग ही इल्यूजन में हैं। लेकिन काफ़ी हद तक अभी भी ऐसी जनता है जो कि यूनाइटेड होती है। हमने कई बार देखा है कि एक आध झटका भी लग जाता है, तब जाके और ज़्यादा उनको सबक सीखने में मिल जाता है, फिर वो और यूनाइटेड होते हैं। लेकिन कई ऐसे फैक्टर हैं कि उसमें यूनाइटेड होना की हम उपेक्षा करते हैं, वो होना संभव नहीं है। अब जैसे एक डिबेट डिस्कशन का बड़ा माहौल बना था 2020 में, जब गलवान वाला इंसिडेंट हुआ था, तो एकाएक चाइनीज़ ऐप्स पे प्रहार हुआ। वो आप एक्सेप्ट कर सकते थे और उससे आपकी ज़िंदगी प्रभावित नहीं हो रही थी। लेकिन जो एक ये बात आई कि भाई चाइनीज़ फ़ोन जो हैं, उनका तिरस्कार करते हैं, हम बॉयकॉट करते हैं। तो आप कई सारे चाइनीज़ प्रोडक्ट्स का आपने बॉयकॉट किया। पहले तो ये हालत थी कि दिवाली की झालर भी जो थी वो भैया चाइना वाली के पे ही टिके हुए थे। आप उस पे दिमाग ही नहीं लगाते थे कि ये हम बना सकते हैं, मतलब मेहनत ही नहीं करनी, छूना ही नहीं। आपने छुई, मोबाइल फ़ोन्स को आप नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि लेकिन ऑल टुगेदर उसमें ये था कि वो कंपनी यहीं आके प्लांट्स बना के यहीं पे कर रही थी। अब वो कोई बात नहीं, असेंबलिंग ही हो रही थी, लेकिन हो रही थी। लेकिन आप पे ऑप्शन नहीं था उस टाइम। ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं था कि आप ऑल टुगेदर कोरिया की कंपनी सैमसंग पे चले जाते, तो सैमसंग उस तरह के क्वालिटी के प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनाती थी, जितना कि जो भी इंडियन ब्रांड है, वीवो वीवो जो भी हैं, वो बनाते थे, और सस्ते दाम में बनाते थे, नए फीचर देते थे। तो वो प्रोसेस उतना ज़्यादा असरदार नहीं रहा। तो लोगों ने इसको ये करार दे दिया कि इंडियंस में कोई यूनिटी नहीं है, हम बॉयकॉट सक्सेसफुल नहीं कर पाए। तो हर चीज़ का बॉयकॉट भी आज के टाइम में ग्लोबलाइज्ड एरा है, हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। लेकिन चीज़ों के साथ स्मार्टली हम प्ले कर सकते हैं, और जहाँ डैमेज पहुँचाना होता है वहाँ कर सकते हैं। सरकार ने बहुत डैमेज पहुँचाया है, कई तरह के ऐप्स बैन किए हैं, कई तरह का उनका रेवेन्यू जो है वो जम किया है, उनके ऊपर काफ़ी तरह के रेड्स पड़े हैं, उनके काफ़ी सारी प्रॉपर्टीज़ अभी अटैच चल रही हैं, उनको मतलब तिल-तिल करके एहसास दिलाया है कि इस देश से आप जो है मतलब किसी भी तरह की अगर आपने गद्दारी करने की कोशिश करी, आपको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। तो यही तरीके होते हैं, अपने आप को सशक्त बनाइए, दूसरे की आर्म ट्विस्टिंग करिए। तो भारत में अभी मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि सब कुछ खो गया है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को लेकर लेकिन लोगों को ऑब्वियसली मतलब सतर्क रहना पड़ेगा। देश में कमी यही है कि जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का जो ये एजेंडा है, और जो कुछ ऐसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं जो कि सिर्फ अपने फायदे के लिए इतनी अंधी हो चुकी हैं कि किसी का विरोध करने के नाम पर वो देश के विरोध में चले जाते हैं, उनको या उनकी जो स्थिति है उसको लोगों को समझना पड़ेगा, उसको नज़रअंदाज नहीं कर सकते कि आप सोचो कि ये कोई बात नहीं, वो ये तो ऐसे कर रहे हैं, ऐसे नहीं कर रहे होते हैं लोग। दीज पीपल आर हार्मिंग यू एंड मी, आर फैमिलीज एज वेल, और ये हमारे लिए खतरनाक है, दिस विल अल्टीमेटली हार्म अस। तो हमको इस चीज़ के लिए बड़ा सशक्त होके कदम उठाने चाहिए और देखना चाहिए। सनातन, आपको कुछ बोलना है तो आप बोलिए, फिर एंड कर रहे हैं।
Yeah, so I think just some thoughts on जो पंकज जी ने शायद बोली थी, ऑपोजिशन की बात करी थी। तो पंकज जी, आप ना इंडियन जैसे जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, आप उसका इतिहास अगर देखेंगे, आजादी के बाद क्या किया, आज क्या कर रही है, वो सब साइड में। आजादी से पहले व्हेन सुभाष चंद्र बोस वाज प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी, आप उनके उनके सेशंस के जो ट्रांसक्रिप्ट हैं, आप एक बार वो उठा के देखिएगा
जी
कि
मैंने
उस
देखा वो
टाइम में भी, जी उस
1939 का
टाइम
पूरा
भी अगर
केस
कोई,
मैंने पढ़ लिया उसको।
उस टाइम भी मतलब अगर कोई नेशनलिस्ट होता था जो मतलब इनके हिसाब से नहीं चलने वाला, जो डबल गेम नहीं खेलने वाला, उसके साथ क्या होता था। तो मतलब उसका तो ओरिजिन ही ऐसा है, तो कोई बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन मुझे है नहीं। दूसरा, आप देखिए बिहार में अभी कास्ट सेंसस हुआ। अब वो गवर्नमेंट रिक्वायरमेंट थी, वो सचमुच में जरूरी था, नहीं था, या फिर इनको हिंदूज को ज्यादा यूनाइट होते हुए दिख रहे हैं तो कास्ट सेंसस करा के माहौल बदलने की का इनका प्लान है। उसके बाद में यूपी से भी स्टेटमेंट आ रहा है, अखिलेश यादव जी बोल रहे हैं कि भैया हम भी कास्ट सेंसस हमें कराना चाहिए। तो इन सारी चीजों का मतलब कुछ मीनिंग होता है, ऐसे ही नहीं हो रही हैं ये चीजें। इसका कोई रीजन है कि अभी 2024 में सारे हिंदू यूनाइट ना हो, वो पूरा का पूरा मोबिलाइजेशन ना हो पाए, कुछ ना कुछ तो इनके बीच में बर्तन आपस में टकराने चाहिए। तो
देखिए
ऑपोजिशन से बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीदें है नहीं मुझे इंडिया में कि वो देश को पहले रखेंगे।
जब आपने सुभाष जी का मुद्दा छेड़ ही दिया है तो उसमें ये बात भी थी, आपको भी पता ही है कि इंडियन कांग्रेस ही अंग्रेजों के द्वारा ही सेलेक्टेड है। और जब सुभाष जी को ये सब चीजें इनका रवैया पसंद नहीं आया था तो गांधी जी ने ये कहा था, महात्मा गांधी ने, कि मतलब पट्टाभी सीतारामैया की हार जो वो मेरी हार है। और उसके बाद फिर सुभाष ने उसमें रिजाइन देना पड़ा था जब उनकी मीटिंग में कोई अटेंड नहीं किया था। और वो इसलिए गांधी से बिगड़ी थी क्योंकि गांधी ने कहा था कि अंग्रेजों को हमें जरूरत है वर्ल्ड वार के लिए। तो सुभाष ने कहा था कि आप तो अहिंसा को सपोर्ट करते हो, फिर ये सब क्यों? अगर सपोर्ट करना ही है फिर इस चीज को, तो उधर से जर्मनी अटैक कर रहा है, इधर से आप कीजिए, तो ये अंग्रेज वैसे ही खदेड़ दिए जाएंगे, हमें ये सब चीज की जरूरत भी नहीं है। और ना ही इनकी कभी हमें ये सब गुलामी सहनी पड़ेगी। तो कांग्रेस का ही सब किया धरा है, उन्होंने कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया है इन चीजों का। और एक और बात ये थी कि सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने कभी महात्मा गांधी को राष्ट्रपिता कह के संबोधित नहीं किया था। वो जो सिंगापुर से वो जो रेडियो अलायंस हुआ था उसमें सुभाष ने ये बात कही नहीं थी। ये सब चीजें बदली हैं। बस इतना कहना चाहूंगा, और कुछ बचा रहेगा तो कल चांस पड़ेगा। मुझे आज अच्छा लगा, आपने चांस दिया मुझे, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बस एक और बात कहना चाहूंगा मैं, अगर अच्छा लगे तो। देखिए जो हमारे जो हिंदू यूनिटी में यहाँ पर जो यंग जनरेशन होती है या तो जॉब ले लेती है, शादी हो जाती है, उसको कोई मतलब नहीं रहता इन यूनिटियों से, मतलब 90% को कोई मतलब नहीं है। और नहीं बाकी कुछ रहते हैं, टूट जाते हैं, डिप्रेशन लेते हैं लड़कियों का, उनका फ्यूचर उसी में बर्बाद हो जाता है। अपना शरीर पर किसी पर भी गौर नहीं करते हैं कि हमें अपने देश के डेवलपमेंट में हिस्सेदारी रखनी है, इंप्रूवमेंट करना है। वो यहाँ से जो कमजोर पड़ते हैं, यहाँ से मुस्लिम कमजोर नहीं पड़ते हैं, यह उनका पॉजिटिव पॉइंट है। जी बस धन्यवाद जी, इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा।
ठीक है, पर एंड करते हैं इस पे। सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोग जुड़े। रियली थैंकफुल टू यू, वेरी like interesting discussion on this particular topic. We will continue this discussion today as well. Thank you all the speakers and listeners for joining the space. अपना ख्याल रखिए, अपने परिवार का ख्याल रखिए, वही ज़रूरी है सबसे ज़्यादा। शुभ रात्रि, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड इवनिंग, जो भी हो रहा है आपके टाइम जोन के हिसाब से। धन्यवाद।